You are listening to Supreme Magus. Chapter 451, Courts Part 2. Kalarn dragged the Count away from the ballroom. He wanted to get out of there as fast as he could. I must find out who that man is. I can't risk angering both the Dawn Court and the Dark Watch. With the support of the Council of the Awakened Ones, those filthy living huggers might even wipe out the Night Court, he thought. Master, why are we running away from a human? Count Zolver was unable to admit his own defeat, let alone understand why a vampire who he considered nigh omnipotent would act so cowardly. Kalarn didn't miss his vassal's allegations, nor the reproachful tone Zolver was daring to address him with. Listen to me, you idiot. Kalarn turned around abruptly with a glare that turned the Count into stone. We are not running away. I never run away. I'm retreating from an unknown threat that you might have unleashed on our court, you imbecile. Judging from his smell, that man is barely 20. Yet he withstood my mental powers and my strength without flinching. It can only mean that he is an awakened, and one with a powerful mentor at that. He also has a Dawn Court pass and allies hidden inside this room. I have nothing to gain from a fight. If I win, the Night Court will kill me for having exposed my nature and ruining all our careful planning to get hold of this city. If I lose, even if I manage to escape, the Night Court would have even more reasons to kill me. Now shut up and follow me. Kalarn was already regretting having taken Zolver as his vassal. The same blind thirst for power that made the Count a perfect lapdog also made him dangerously stupid. If the Night Court wasn't in dire need of the Zolver's household riches and connection with the city lord to expand their area of influence, Kalarn would have already killed the Count for causing that mess. Meanwhile, Lith's left wrist had swollen to the size of an orange and was turning purple because of the compound fracture the vampire had inflicted him. His bluff would have been likely exposed if he hadn't cut off his pain receptors. Damn it, that guy was really strong. Even with fusion magic, I couldn't keep up with him, and I'm almost sure he used only a fraction of his powers. Solus, do you have an estimate of his real strength? Lith thought. Sorry, no. It's the first real blood core we meet. I can only tell you that compared to Kala's or the Count's, Kalarn blood core was mostly composed of blood and with only a few tinges of black. Solus was still shaken by the unexpected encounter. Maybe Lith's paranoia is affecting me too, but I can't help but feel him slipping away from me. Ever since the academy ended, he doesn't need me as he did before. Now he is able to relate to people when he wants to, she thought while looking at Camilla in envy. Without Amana Geyser, I'm just a voice in his head. I couldn't help him fight the feeling of isolation he felt while we were in the wild, just like now I couldn't help him against that vampire. By my maker, I feel so helpless. Lith, are you all right? Camilla had regained her cool the moment she had noticed his injury. She took 2 long silver knives and handkerchiefs to splint the wrist, but Lith stopped her. That was close, but yeah, I'm fine. One of his rings released a white light that fixed his injury in a matter of seconds. It was actually a true magic spell. He couldn't waste a ring's charge that he might need soon. Who was that man? How could he be that strong? She asked. We have a situation. He activated his communication earpiece, replying to both Camilla and Gianni, to prevent the latter from ruining their plan by having the army and the association storm the place. There is at least a vampire in the ballroom who has turned Zolver into some kind of human-empowered thrall. At those words, Camilla went pale while Gianni inwardly cursed. What's your status? Gianni asked. I'm not dead yet. Lith's reply was the code word for I'm safe, whereas if he said something like I'm fine or everything is okay, it would mean that he needed help. Good, it's time to move to the next phase. Vampires are outstanding necromancers. If they are the ones behind the meat puppets, your little squabble may have tipped them off. We need to wrap this up quickly. She had all the troops surrounding the Lanza mansion prepare for action. Gianni walked up to Hesse, Minna's personal housemaid, who was serving drinks and snacks at the tables. Inform the staff that it's time to serve dinner. Just like Minna's role had been to assemble the suspects, Hesse played an important part in dealing with the preparations, leaving an empty room where Manohar could conduct his tests, allowing some of the troops to hide inside the mansion in case something went wrong. It all required the help of someone who knew the house's protocols to arrange things in a way that wouldn't alert the house staff. It was another calculated risk. Gianni had no idea who she could trust, but both Minna and Hesse had a spotless past and had helped the investigation. Yes, your ladyship, Hesse replied while giving Gianni a deep bow. Hesse was honored at the idea of helping the royal constable. Since their last conversation, Hesse's parents' neighborhood had become much safer. Also, she felt like one of the main characters from the books she borrowed from Lady Lanza. Once Minna heard Gianni's order via the communication earpiece, her beautiful smile turned into a frown. "Are you sure you've checked them all already?" she asked with an expectant look. Unlike her dance partner, her mask was just a strip of silk with exotic plumes attached to it. "I examined them thrice," Manohar hissed, unable to hold his contempt anymore. He hadn't been humiliated so much since that time Marth had forced him to attend an academy's board meeting without giving him the freedom to speak or sleep. To escape from the clutches of that clingy harpy, he had managed to beat repeatedly his own spellcasting record, diagnosing multiple people at once every time the music stopped, and Minna introduced him to her guests. "We are on a tight schedule. The fate of the world depends on this," he hoped to scare her, yet she giggled instead. "As you wish," she nodded. "We can continue this conversation later. Author has much to offer to a genius like yourself, and so do I." Her seductive smile and sensual voice would have melted Manohar's heart if only he had one. "Yeah, and if I had a silver piece for every woman who said that to me, I'd be richer than the king." Her amiable mask crumbled for a split second before she regained her composure, yet there was enough rage in her face to make him wince. Chapter 452, Great Minds Part 1. "My esteemed guests," Minna's magically enhanced voice resounded through the ballroom. "I hope our master musicians have helped you to work up an appetite because our chefs have given their all to prepare our meal." The audience clapped at their host before moving to the adjacent room. Minna and Manohar approached Baron Max, who was hosting the meat puppet most likely to survive the extraction process along with its host. "Baron Max, my father would like to have a word in private. He is waiting for you in his office." She gave him a graceful curtsy before offering to accompany him. Minna held his arm while making small talk and giggling at every of the Baron replies. He didn't even notice Manohar walking a few steps behind them. The professor whispered one spell after the other to make sure the events with the first meat puppet wouldn't happen again. The Baron was so distracted by Minna's flirting that he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. There were many people waiting for him in the office, but Marquis Lanza wasn't among them. The moment they stepped inside, a mage from the association struck the back of Mox's neck with an enchanted club, making him faint. "Good, this will cut the connection with his master. Now make me some space." Manohar stepped forward and activated the Tier 5 spell Life Ward, enveloping all those present but the Baron with a thin layer of light magic that prevented their life forces from being affected by external sources. He had developed it to counter all those abilities similar to an abomination's touch, making it impossible for vampires or meat puppets to harm his mind or body respectively. Then he cast in rapid succession his diagnostic spell Third Eye and his split spell. They were both Tier 5 spells that Manohar had created when he was still a fifth-year student, and had kept perfecting them every time he expanded his knowledge. The core of the spells was always the same, but Manohar had updated them so many times that if he bothered keeping track of all of their different versions, he would discover to have recently reached the triple digits. Third Eye was similar to Invigoration, allowing Manohar's mana to resonate with the patient's body. By shifting his focus whenever he perceived an anomaly, Manohar would obtain detailed information almost up to the cellular. Split was one of his most prized spells and the reason behind most of his achievements. A normal Tier 5 healer spell would use darkness magic to destroy diseased tissues and replace them with healthy ones. Split defied this logic. It used darkness magic to surgically cut the diseased tissues, or in this case the meat puppet, from the patient's body while nurturing them both. This way Manohar would heal the patient and collect a perfectly preserved sample to study afterward. Since Baron Max was unconscious and the vortex dormant, the whole process required less than a minute. The meat puppet screeched and squirmed while the professor pulled it out in one piece from the Baron's mouth. The puppet looked like a section of intestine, except it was full of throbbing veins which burst open and released dozens of small tentacles. The tentacles shapeshifted into small hands, clawing the air in an attempt to harm Manohar, but to no avail. His shield made of light prevented the infection, while his armor blocked the weak limbs. The thing then turned into a small head. Its blue eyes had just opened when the professor shoved it inside a darkened container which he promptly sealed with a spell. He ignored the retching sound the guards and Minna were producing while putting the magical jar in a bag. It was made of a thick black cloth, covered in runes which would prevent the puppeteer from locating the position of their minions. "What in the gods' names is that thing? Who could be so evil to create such an abomination?" Minna managed to say between barfs. Manohar was supposed to tell her to turn around, or at least to warn her about the nature of his task. Unluckily, all the time lost made him impatient and unwilling to cuddle a young miss's feelings. That which is done out of love is always beyond good and evil, and we may just do love our work. If you are done puking, your ladyship, I need to collect another specimen, Manohar said while casting a few cantrips that cleaned Minna's dress and made nausea disappear. Cursing her bad luck, Minna stepped outside the room and moved to their next target. That should be impossible. The one controlling the meat puppet couldn't believe their own eyes. Manohar managed to extract my puppy bypassing its self-destruct mechanism, keep it alive despite the lack of a host, and even sever our connection thanks to that bag. To add insult to the injury, this time he was even faster. Now I'm certain there is a flaw in my opus. Centuries of hard work ruined by a mere brat. I need to capture him alive and force him to reveal to me how can I fix this flaw. Even if I kill him, whoever inherits his legacy would still be a threat to me. It's time to get serious. Minna and Manohar approached Viscountess Ebla and lured her in the Marquis office. Everything went as predicted until the meat puppet was flushed out of its host. Unluckily, it had already a completely formed mouth, which allowed it to activate an array hidden inside the room. Manohar's focus was on the puppet. Keeping 3 Tier 5 spells was demanding even for him. When the creature triggered the trap, he was helpless against it just like Minna. Chains of lightning turned the room into a thunderstorm. Manohar managed to cast a few healing spells, but since it was made from the flesh of its master, the creature was immune to the lightning. It controlled the array with cruel precision, focusing the lightning bolts on the professor as soon as the others lost consciousness. This shouldn't be happening. I checked this room for arrays, he said while the array tormented his body. I know, the creature replied with a grin. That's why I placed it right after you left. Before fainting, Manohar could almost recognize that low, feminine voice. Almost. Gianni and Lith were respectively keeping an eye on the guests and the Marquis office. When they heard screams of pain coming from the latter, they immediately shape-shifted their clothes into their much more comfortable uniform while running toward their destination. Secure the perimeter and send backup. Something went wrong, Before Gianni could finish giving her orders via the communication earpiece, more screams ensued, but they came from the main hall. This time they were screams of fear. Gianni and Lith turned around just in time to see all the remaining suspects with glowing blue eyes. The nobles' bodies expanded as they absorbed those near them and turned into a mass of bulging muscles. A dozen carpenters roared their challenge as they charged toward the Marquis office to protect their companion. We need help, and we need it yesterday. Chapter 453, Great Minds Part 2. Panic spread like wildfire in the main hall. The convened nobles screamed in terror at the sight of their peers, people that they had known for a lifetime, turning into hideous creatures. The bodies of the meat puppets' carriers burst through their clothes like inflated balloons. A single touch was all that it took them to assimilate those too close or too terrified to dodge their deformed limbs. Tista and Dorian had tried to destroy the creatures before they could become more than an overgrown lump of flesh. Unfortunately, when the nobles saw the bloated monsters rearrange their organs and muscles, terror turned into horror. Some fainted or remained frozen in place, but most of them ran away disregarding anyone's safety but their own. The frenzied crowd almost trampled the 2 mages and managed to slow down Lith's and Gianni's reaction. Lith had no idea what had gone wrong. He, Manohar, and Gianni had spent a long time preparing their plan, divulging information only on a need-to-know basis. Minna and Hesse only knew about the room, not what would take place there once the events were set in motion, and so did the guards from the association. Since it was a critical point of their plan and its only known weakness, Lith and Manohar had swept the office several times to make sure that no one would tamper with it. There's no way someone took down Manohar in a direct confrontation. This must be an inside job. Gianni snarled while she stepped sideways to avoid being trampled by the runaway mob. Come to me, Lith said as spirit magic brought him the gatekeeper sword from under the sofa where he had hidden it right before the gala started. After sheathing his blade, his hands quickly formed seals until he was enveloped by a thin layer of darkness. Is this spell as good as Manohar's? I'd be really impressed if you successfully imitated a Tier 5 spell after seeing it once only a few days ago, she said with a surprised tone. Not even close, he shook his head. It should still protect me from those things, and if they try to gobble me up, they are in for a nasty surprise, he replied. Their situation would have been much easier if not for the city array blocking dimensional items. They could only use what they had on them, and there was only so much normal pockets could store. Gianni's needles weren't an issue, but wands, blades, and all kinds of magical tools couldn't be carried around without other people noticing them. The good news is that those guys are weak, Lith said while assessing their opponents with spirit magic and soulless mana sense. None of them is marked as a remarkable mage. They should be magicos tops. The bad news is that we don't know what the heck is happening in the office, nor we can leave our back exposed. That's why I ordered to leave the association squads outside and let only the army in. We can't risk our mages getting assimilated and turned against us, Gianni replied. The carpenters had yet to finish their transformation when 4 5-man units of the army's elite squads burst through the windows and doors, unleashing a barrage of spells from their wands and staves. Being assaulted from every side, the creatures were immediately pushed on their back foot. The reason why each carpenter had assimilated only one guest was to be able to cast spells and attack at the same time without being burdened by dead weight. The bodies of the nobles were only trained to indulge in hedonistic pleasures. They had no value as mages or fighters. Forming a carpenter posed a heavy burden that those flaccid bodies were unable to sustain without constantly assimilating world energy. A third body would make them weaker rather than stronger. It would increase the energy expenditure without giving the creature any advantage. To sort out the best parts it would take time, and time was of the essence. All that mana flying through the room forced the puppeteer who was controlling the creatures to stop the vortexes, to prevent their creatures from self-destructing. Well, this time not only do I have to use half-baked pawns, but they are also made of trash materials. This should make things interesting. The puppeteer was actually grateful for Gianni's tactical choice. Secrecy made things go much smoother, but after kidnapping Manohar, finesse was a waste of time. They could finally have some fun after months of boredom. The soldiers were all veterans who had been debriefed about all the enemy's known weaknesses and abilities. They kept their distance while using water spells to freeze and slow down their enemies. Without the vortex, and with their spells constantly interrupted, the carpenters had only 2 choices: to stop and fight or keep marching forward and be decimated. Faced with an impossible choice, the puppeteer had the creatures closer to the soldiers activate their vortex. It poisoned them, but at the same time, it jammed all the nearby magical tools and allowed the other creatures to safely assimilate world energy and regain their vigor. 3 carpenters fell to the ground as their first mana core collapsed due to mana poisoning. Thanks to their sacrifice, the remaining 9 reached as many soldiers and ripped them to shreds with the giant talons on their deformed limbs. Gianni immediately understood that the enemy was turning the tables. The creatures on the front line were now jamming again the alchemical tools, while the 3 fallen carpenters stood up the moment. Their second mana core activated, and used the dying soldiers to replace the lost one. It took just over a second to switch from one core to the other, but on the battlefield it was half a second too much. As soon as 3 more creatures collapsed after having lost their core, Tista struck them with a volley of plague arrows. Darkness magic was slow, but fast enough to hit the creatures before they recovered. With the crowd gone, she was finally able to take action while Dorian got those who were still paralyzed by fear to safety. Her spell ate through their flesh and corrupted the energies that kept their makeshift bodies together. 3 carpenters were down due to mana poisoning, while 3 more were helpless because of the plague arrows. With their numbers reduced to half, the rhythm of the enemy's attack was disrupted long enough to allow the soldiers to retreat and regroup. Lith exploited the temporary ceasefire to jump in the middle of the creature's formation and activate the death call spell he had cast earlier. Fire couldn't be used in such an enclosed space. There was no earth to manipulate, and water magic had proved to be ineffective. Tista's darkness spell, instead, worked like a charm, making Lith doubt again about what kind of magic could give life to the carpenters. Are they a cross between undead and flesh, or is just darkness magic being that good? He thought. After his fight with the orcs, Lith had modified the spell to make it more effective in close range. Instead of tentacles, the layer of darkness surrounding his body took the form of 4 arms that clawed at the nearby monsters like ravenous beasts. Chapter 454, Perfect Form Part 1. The ethereal limbs pierced through 4 different carpenters, incapacitating them and throwing the puppeteer's strategy in disarray. With their line of fire clear, the soldiers focused their spells on the 10 fallen creatures, killing 8 of them in one fell swoop. Now that they outnumbered and outmatched the creatures, the soldiers had no problem dealing with the remaining carpenters on their own. Lith activated life vision to check what was happening inside the Marquis office before deciding what was the best course of action. Manohar's and Minna's life forces were still active, which made him sigh in relief. A purple core carpenter is the last thing I want to see. I wonder why whoever captured them didn't escape while we were dealing with those flesh bags, Lith thought. I can answer that, Solus replied after assessing the situation with mana sense. I can sense 2 more carpenters in there, and they belong to a completely different league compared to the ones we faced before. Not only did they assimilate mages instead of nobles, but they are also taking their sweet time to arrange their bodies in the best possible way. With each second we are wasting here, they're getting stronger and more efficient. Did someone escape the perimeter? Gianni asked via her communication earpiece. Negative, we have captured and quarantined all those who came out of the house, a female voice replied. This means we have a huge problem, Gianni said to the rest of the team. If there was someone capable of defeating Manohar fair and square, they would have already left the room and rampaged their way out of here. So, either there is a secret passage leading outside of which we are unaware of. That's impossible, Lith interrupted her. He needed to make haste, otherwise based on Solus's reading soon the carpenters would become so strong that he wouldn't be able to defeat them without revealing his abilities. I didn't trust the Marquis word nor the house's blueprints. Both Manohar and I searched the room with earth magic, no secret passages. Or they are still holed up in there, waiting for us to fall into their trap. Gianni nodded, surprised by his unusual unrest. I can't think of many ways to take down a member of the Queen's Corps that fast. The most likely hypotheses are a traitor in our midst, an array, or both. We can deal with a traitor by shooting down whoever is still conscious, but an array is another story entirely. Lith snorted in exasperation while walking toward the office and chanting the array detecting spell. Solus, he trusted her mana sense much more than a basic warden spell. No array aside from those which protect the house. There is a strong residual mana, but it could be either because of Manohar's spells or from whatever has been used to stun him. Nothing, I still think it's a trap. You guys remain here and prepare for the worst. Lith took a multicolored potion from one of his pockets and drank it in one gulp. It was a top-grade alchemical concoction that temporarily boosted its user's physical abilities to a magical beast's level. Lith didn't really need it, but it allowed him to use fusion magic without arousing suspicions. The moment Lith was about to touch the door's handle, a huge clawed hand the size of a table pierced the hardwood up to its roots. Lith's chest would have suffered the same fate if he hadn't kept life vision active the whole time. Dodging the attack with fusion magic had been easy. Pretending to be unaware of the danger, not so much. He jumped back at the last second as a completely formed carpenter charged out of the room, quickly followed by a second one. They were different from those Lith had faced before. They were humanoid creatures around 2.5 meters 82 tall with a blood-red skin. They had extra mouths on both their abdomen and left shoulder. For a second, Lith thought they had some kind of blue halo around their head, before realizing they were a series of glowing eyes, which allowed the creatures to see in every direction at all times. Those bodies are unnatural, Lith thought. They reminded him of Gadorf the Wyvern's human appearance. Not even by using 2 like me as building materials, they could have muscles so thick and bones so strong. These carpenters are the result of body sculpting. The first carpenter opened his left palm, releasing a fireball at point blank. Once again, life vision saved Lith's skin. Even if none of the creatures' mouths were moving, Lith had seen the mana amassing on its hand and moved accordingly. The blazing sphere missed its primary target and hit in the middle of the group. Lith's companions managed to dodge only because they were distant enough from the caster to have the time to react. Tista used air fusion to come out of it unscathed, while Gianni was caught by the fringes of the explosion despite her timely jump. She had to roll to disperse the momentum. Dorian did the same, but without her training, the shockwave sent him crashing against a wall. Son of a gun, Lith thought as he extended his right hand, and pretended to use the spells stored inside his rings while actually unleashing the true spells he had ready. He aimed the fireball so that if I dodged it, the spell would not go to waste. We must avoid lining up. A barrage of air blades struck where the major arteries were supposed to be, while lightning bolts bombarded the carpenter's chest. They were supposed to turn it into a charred corpse, or worst-case scenario, to stun it long enough for the plague arrows behind them to cripple its strength. Lith felt his life was becoming a play about Murphy's Law, when anything that could go wrong did go wrong. The air blade cut the carpenter's flesh to the bone, nearly chopping off its legs and head. Unluckily, not only did just trickle of blood spurt from such deep wounds, but also the cuts were so clean that regenerating them took the creature less than the blink of an eye. The lightning bolt struck their target, leaving behind only blackened dots as proof of their brief existence. The cuts and the bolt's combined effects locked the creature into place, preventing it from dodging the plague arrows. The carpenter used its giant right hand to intercept the darkness spells, swatting them like they were flies. The flesh on the limb rotted and fell, revealing that the hand was composed mostly of bones. The carpenter activated its vortex. It both helped the creature to counter the plague arrow's effects before the hand could fell off and left Solus astonished. "This is really bad. A fully formed carpenter can use both of its cores at once," she explained as the creature waved its healthy hand and unleashed the Tier 4 War Mage spell chasing lightning. 5 bolts of electricity came out of its fingers, with each lightning resembling a snake in both motions and appearance. Lith knew that dodging them was pointless. As their name implied, they wouldn't let go of their prey. "What does it mean?" Lith replied while setting up his defense and sending invisible strands of spirit magic against the vortex to poison it. "It means that the vortex is located in the secondary core, so even if you corrupt it with your mana, the carpenter can still use it to accumulate a mother lode of world energy until the auxiliary core crumbles." Chapter 455, Perfect Form Part 2. "These creatures are unstoppable war machines," Solus explained. "Even without the vortex, by using 2 cores at once it's like they have 1 core of superior purity. With the vortex, the core purity is upgraded twice, and they have the same effects of a full elemental fusion. To make things worse, the double core synergy allows them to ignore the mana poisoning effect as long as the secondary core holds. Basically, it works like a filter. It protects the main core by tanking the foreign mana while the creature uses the vortex to accumulate loads of world energy. This way, even when the second core crumbles, the carpenter can keep fighting at full strength for an extended period of time." Lith cursed the enemy's ingenuity while activating Earth Fusion to block most of the damage from the 5 incoming chasing lightning, and Light Fusion to heal his wounds the moment they opened. Luckily, the War Mage spell was slow enough to allow Lith to intercept 2 lightning bolts with his Earth Magic-infused Gatekeeper. It wasn't as good as a stone wall, but it was the next best thing. Lith felt a sting when the blade and the bolts clashed, but nothing more. He gritted his teeth ready to tank the other 3, yet nothing happened. 3 enchanted needles were stuck in front of him. They drew the incoming spell as if they were lightning rods and grounded their energy, making it harmless. "The other one is escaping." Gianni pointed at the second carpenter, which was walking upstairs double time towards the balcony. It held in its huge hands the limp bodies of Manohar and Minna. "I don't feel like turning my back to something capable of silent casting." Lith's voice oozed sarcasm. He had yet to understand how the carpenter had timely produced a Tier 4 spell out of the blue. "Solus, no clue. Their cores have a static flow, so they aren't awakened. That's all I know." Tista took off with a flight spell, taking advantage of the ballroom high ceiling, while none of the carpenters seemed to pay her any attention. "Not so fast, little girl." The carpenter's voice was a low rumble, like an echo coming from a deep cave. Its thin lips formed a cruel smile, and his voice was amused, like a child who had just received a new toy. The creature was incredibly nimble despite its size. It leaped with inhuman strength to intercept her with its clawed hand, while the other was set ablaze, ready to unleash the Tier 4 spell Scorching Blast. Tista grinned in reply. She reversed the carpenter's gravity and turned its jump into a head-first dive into the ceiling. Both the claw and the spell missed their intended targets with a wide margin. "Gravity magic?" The creature's surprise turned into shock when Lith and Tista combined their efforts, reversing the gravity around the creature again and amplifying it by 10 times as the carpenter plummeted to the ground. Even with its enhanced physique, such a huge body already exerted a huge strain on its joints due to its height and weight. Between the fall and the artificial gravity, the carpenter's kneecaps shattered even though it had conjured an air cushion at the last second to lessen the impact. Tista left Gianni and Lith to deal with the crippled monster as she darted toward the second carpenter to prevent its escape. The joyful expression on both creatures' faces disappeared as their plan was suddenly taking a turn for the worse. The rest of the team had drunk the same potion Lith did before approaching the Marquis office. This allowed Dorian to recover in a matter of seconds from an impact that otherwise would have knocked him out, and Gianni to circle around the enemy with the speed of a cheetah. These things have eyes even on the back of their heads. I know that I can't perform a sneak attack, but there's something I need to verify, she thought. One of the advantages of not taking part in a fight was the possibility to calmly observe the events like they were nothing more than a game. Since Solas's magical abilities were usually negligible against Lith's opponents, her role had always been to analyze the enemies and use the collected information to help him devise the best strategy. Those earlier cuts bled too little, Solas and Gianni reasoned as one. The anatomy of these things must be completely different from a human's. If I were in their maker's place, I'd put their vitals in places hard to reach during a fight. The two needles in her hands shapeshifted into curved knives as she approached the enemy's back in what seemed to be a cutthroat attack. From the other side of the creature, Lith had finished casting Death Call again. 4 arms made of darkness energy emerged from his body and enveloped the carpenter's limbs while he aimed for its head. With one hand, he executed a horizontal slash with the gatekeeper to cut all the eyes at once, while the other shoot a volley of plague arrows to the torso. Without its legs, the carpenter couldn't dodge both attacks at once, not with Gianni timing her attack to match Lith's. Their coordination was so good that it was hard to believe it was an improvised maneuver. Yet instead of panicking, the creature smiled again. The kid is good for his age, but that's it, the puppeteer thought. With all of his fancy spells and weapons, he thinks he has one already. He doesn't realize that no matter how good a potion is, he can't exploit its full potential. Having the abilities of a magical beast doesn't mean knowing how to use them. They can use about 50% of their new capabilities without them becoming a burden. Unlike them, I don't need to get accustomed to this body's prowess, nor to worry about the aftereffects. It's way weaker than mine, and it's only disposable trash. Sometimes I wonder if Balker used my work as a template for his undead. The vortex suddenly activated at full force, dispelling both Death Call and the plague arrows, leaving Lith exposed to a counterattack. The carpenter's first mana core tanked the damage while the world energy brought the second one to a purple core level strength. At the same time, 2 humanoid arms previously camouflaged by the creature's bulging muscles emerged from its back, revealing how all the space where kidneys and liver were supposed to be was actually empty. The arms completed the last hand sign before moving to intercept Gianni's hands. She managed to step back at the last second, avoiding her wrists getting crushed, but she was too close to completely dodge the stream of lightning that appeared at point blank. The carpenter's grin grew wider as the ice spikes it had conjured appeared behind the stumbling constable and turned her into a pincushion. To add insult to the injury, the first set of arms ignored Lith's sword and lunged their bone claws to his sides. At the same time, the mouth on the carpenter's abdomen opened and released a jet stream of purple flames. It was just another Tier 3 spell, but the vortex boosted its destructive power to the extreme. Chapter 456, Double Trouble Part 1. The lightning bolt had squeezed the air out of Gianni's lungs and pushed her back, while her body still refused to obey her. Her constable armor coupled with the potion's effects had taken the brunt of the damage, but pain radiated from the point of impact, turning every movement into agony. Yet pain was an old friend to her, something Gianni had got used to ever since her family had trained her to inflict and withstand torture before she even turned 10. Pain was what allowed her to regain control of her limbs. The ice spikes barely managed to pierce her skin before she pivoted on the balls of her feet to redirect the momentum of her fall to the side and roll to safety. Lith was having it much worse than her. The city array prevented him to blink while the carpenter's vortex was close enough to rob him of his magic aside from fusion magic. His rings were useless. He couldn't fly or use spirit magic to pull himself away. Lith had to choose between being turned into a kebab, a charred corpse, or both. He chose the fourth option, the one he created. Lith jumped back and to the side, putting himself willingly in front of the closest of the enemy's clawed hands. With one hand on the blade's hilt and the other on its flat side, Lith used the earth magic-infused gatekeeper as a shield against the enemy's middle finger. It was the longest and the closest one among those forming the spear-like hand, which was darting at him with the speed of a freight train. It was also the most dangerous one, aimed at his heart. Lith used the force of the impact to propel himself away from the spell and the other hand. What he couldn't expect was that the remaining 3 fingers dislocated themselves, becoming long enough to reach his head, abdomen, and left leg respectively. Lith was still in mid-air after parrying the middle finger. He couldn't dodge while his magic was still sealed. Cursing at the enemy's wits, he could only tilt his head sideways to avoid the deadly tap at his forehead. The puppeteer laughed at his feeble attempt. The incoming spearhead wasn't a mindless projectile, but one of their fingers. Carpenters couldn't feel pain. Receptors were among the many things they had discarded to make their strength as explosive as their lifespan was short. The carpenter's forefinger followed Lith's movements, striking him on his right temple as the other two phalanges pierced his body. Blood spurted from Lith's stomach and left thigh, yet the moment his clenched muscles stopped the fingers, the darkness magic-infused gatekeeper performed a circular motion that cut all four of them almost down to the knuckles. Ravaged by the chaotic energies, the creature's secondary core and its fingers collapsed at the same time, reducing its battle strength considerably. It's impossible. Suddenly the puppeteer had nothing to laugh about. I know that a wound caused by the tip of one phalanx is bound to be shallow, but even a few centimeters deep hole in the head is supposed to be deadly. Yet there wasn't even a bruise on Lith's forehead. Only a curved stone plate that had deflected the projectile and reduced the impact to an oversized finger flick. "Are you all right, Solus?" Lith asked as the plate turned liquid and hid under his clothes again. "Nothing that a bit of rest can't heal," she replied. "Our combined earth fusion did most of the work, otherwise I would be shattered in pieces." The carpenter roared in outrage. Its kneecaps were healed, but both of his prey were alive and well. The puppeteer couldn't believe that the body and techniques they had perfected after centuries of training couldn't get rid of two newborns, not even after being forced to go all out. "Our enemy has lost one hand and its secondary core. Without the vortex, its remaining core is a cyan one. With the vortex, it can reach the output of a blue one, but if it gets poisoned too, the carpenter's strength will plummet," Solus explained. Lith smiled in reply while weaving a new set of spells that he knew the enemy couldn't risk absorbing anymore. Gianni kept her distance and circled around the creature, with Lith quickly following her lead. 3 mouths, 3 spells at once. Even though the second set of arms was hidden again in the creature's sides, Gianni was certain that they were forming hand signs non-stop. Now that they had been exposed, the quiet mumblings coming from the jaws on the carpenter's abdomen and shoulders explained the trick behind its silent casting. Fake mages could delay the activation of their spells until their focus was broken, just like an awakened. Hand signs required less time than most chants, but a normal mage would make them last as long as the chanting to perform them with accuracy. Yet the carpenter had several mouths, so while one chanted, the others would make noises to cover the incoming spell and start the next one as soon as the first set of hand signs was completed. The creature tried to escape from the encirclement, but it discovered that the Duke could follow its movements with ease. Gianni's air-infused needles pierced its 4 limbs while Lith's magic froze and deformed the marble floor at its feet, turning the carpenter's footwork into a mess. Gianni then activated several wands at once, releasing a barrage of lightning bolts that could sweep the whole ballroom. The puppeteer thought that she had gone mad. They only needed to make the creature crouch to dodge what looked like the spell of an angered thunder god and make Lith its new target. Their coordination was too perfect. They were always at the opposing sides of the carpenter, making it easy to exploit any incoming spell and turn it against the other human. Lith ignored the incoming thunderstorm and released a volley of plague arrows, leaving the creature twice dumbfounded. "Is he insane? He'll take the constable's attack head-on, whereas I only need a roll to escape from such a slow spell." The puppeteer was disappointed. Their prey were clearly panicking, turning what was supposed to be a fun game into a farce. The lightning bolts curved sharply, following the 4 needles like the remote tracking devices they were. Even with multiple layers of body fat shielding the nerves, the electrical current was so violent that it caused a seizure in all 4 limbs. The carpenter found itself paralyzed, so none of the plague arrows missed its target. The dark energies spread like a disease, eating away the creature's physical and magical strength. Its focus was lost, and so were all the spells it had prepared. Refusing to accept their loss, the puppeteer activated the vortex to escape from the trap and kill both those pests by burning away all the lifespan their creature had left. Much to their surprise, even in its boosted state, the creature was unable to deal a lethal blow. Gianni and Lith were both able to follow the carpenter's speed with ease. While normal humans under the effect of a potion were fast, they were fast and graceful. While any other human opponent the puppeteer had ever faced was just strong, they were strong and feral. "I was wrong. They can use the potion's effect to its maximum, if not even more. These guys move more like beasts than humans." The puppeteer's heart was filled with joy and awe. Finding two worthy opponents outshined even Lith's blade, slowing their prized creature long enough for Gianni's long knives to stab it in the ass, right where its brain was hidden, and send it into oblivion. Chapter 457, Double Trouble Part 2. From her hiding spot in the lounge on the first floor, Camilla had been watching the fight from the beginning. Her feelings changed from awe to horror and back with each second. Thank heavens Constable Ernest sent me away the moment the last phase of the plan started. Otherwise, I would have been just a burden for them. I always dreamt of becoming a royal constable one day, but if Lady Ernest is their standard, I'd rather remain behind my desk for life, she thought. What Camilla was unaware of was that Gianni was considered a monster even among the royal constables. They were mainly investigators, prosecutors, and interrogators. Most of them wouldn't take part in a single fight their whole lives. Gianni's family, the Myrock household, had a different philosophy on the matter. Regardless of the profession one of its members would choose, they would all be trained as assassins to get rid of bad apples whenever the crown required their assistance. While Gianni and Lith dealt with the first carpenter, Tista and Dorian did their best to stop the second one from running away with the two hostages. While they had the advantage that the creature couldn't use its hands unless it dropped Manohar and Minna, the situation was still dire. The trick of the second set of arms hidden in the creature's sides had yet to be revealed, so they were still worried about its silent casting abilities. Tista had no gatekeeper for close combat, and even if she did, she wouldn't know how to use it. She had been an awakened for less than a year. Her body was only slightly better than a normal human's. She knew few true magic spells that she could use during combat, and had no solace to help her plan ahead. What a mess, she inwardly cursed. I can't use fire or lightning without risking injuring the hostages. If I use the marble in the floor, the house might collapse, and darkness magic is so frigging slow. I'll have to use water and spirit magic. Tista kept life vision active while accumulating a densely packed sphere of spirit magic. Her plan was to poison the creature as soon as it activated its vortex, and then stall for time until it fainted due to the loss of one of its cores. She had no idea how different a perfectly formed carpenter was compared to the makeshift version she had previously slain. Tista cast a hail of ice spikes, all aimed at the creature's legs and at the pavement. The puppeteer had no troubles controlling the two carpenters at once, and hoped this duel would prove to be as fun as the other one. The creature dodged the spikes with the grace of a ballerina. Tista's attempts to avoid hitting the hostages made their trajectory obvious, or so the puppeteer thought. Some of the spikes melted on impact, while others froze the water, turning the floor into an extremely slippery surface composed of water and ice. The carpenter lost its footing as Dorian used an earth spell to make the stairs collapse and force the enemy to choose between releasing the hostages or going back to square one. The creature smirked in amusement at the trap and refused to fall. A simple floating spell allowed it to walk on air, unhindered by their efforts. These guys are disappointing, the puppeteer thought. They clearly don't have any close combat ability, otherwise they'd try to exploit my alleged lack of arms, or maybe they're just too scared I will use their friends as shields. Their train of thought was interrupted when the other carpenter failed to kill either of its targets despite going all out. Enough playing, time to get out of here. The creature activated the vortex at full power and its best flying spell. Tista didn't miss the opportunity and struck the enemy with all the spirit magic she had amassed up to that point. The creature's secondary core crumbled almost instantly, leaving the puppeteer as surprised as they were angry. One of their masterpieces was being beaten into submission. They couldn't allow the other one to be lost too. The carpenter darted head first toward the balcony, with Tista in hot pursuit feeding poison to the vortex. The creature stopped abruptly, letting her come close enough to disrupt her flight spell, and kicked her hard while she was unable to defend herself. Dorian tried to catch her, but was struck along with Tista by powerful lightning that would have made him faint if not for the potion coursing through his veins. He swallowed down the pain along with all of his fears and kept moving. Dorian broke her fall along with several of his ribs. Tista was a lithe girl, but the kick in her armor made her an enchanted cannonball. They both tumbled on the ground while the carpenter flew away at an almost subsonic speed, burning its lifespan to get to its destination before its core crumbled. The sound of cracking bones broke the silence in the ballroom, reaching even Camilla's hiding spot. It reminded her of when she was still a child, and her brother added wood to the fire. The contrast between her happy memory and the sight of her two companions lying on the floor made her shiver. She waited for a time that seemed to last an eternity, hoping to see at least one of them stand up. Please, gods, let them be okay, she silently prayed with all the faith she could muster. They are good people, servants of the kingdom trying to save lives. I'm just an analyst who can't even lift a box full of paperwork. I can't help them. I'm useless. The carpenter unleashed 5 lightning bolts at Lith, and Camilla's heart almost stopped. She could almost see his body sprawling on the floor in a seizure. Tears streamed down her face as he and Gianni blocked the spell, making her fear grow even stronger. Please save them, Camilla kept praying while a small pool of blood was leaking out the mouths of the 2 fallen mages. I'm not even a mage, I'm just human. Monsters walk among us, please don't let them die. I don't want to be alone again. Yet aside from the clash of bone and metal, no answer came to her pleas. Before she could realize what she was doing, Camilla was rushing towards her companions. The voice of her drill sergeant echoed in her ears, scolding her at every step. You're too slow, move that ass. Stumble as much as you want, you crippled maggot. You'll fail them like you've failed everything else in your life and their deaths will be on you. Why the fuck aren't you using cover? Sergeant Hartman's voice was cruel but helpful. She finally remembered that her dress was special. Camilla had never had an enchanted item aside from communicator amulets, so her memory lapse was understandable. Yet she cursed at herself while it shape-shifted to her uniform, and she used the toppled tables to hide her movements. She reached Tista and Dorian, checking their vitals before administering healing potions to them. If their bodies are too weakened, the healing process could kill them. Her brain stopped as the creature sent Gianni to the spikes-filled floor and cornered Lith with a 3-pronged attack. What scared her the most wasn't the flash of spells nor the splashes of blood. It was the savage smile of the 3 monsters amid the chaos. It made her feel like the last human on Magus, forced to witness a battle between gods. Chapter 458, Help Request Part 1. Camilla quickly snapped out of her reverie and made Tista slowly drink a healing potion. She was the more gravely injured of the 2 and needed immediate assistance. Camilla checked her pulse between gulps to make sure that Tista's body could handle the strain. Once the bleeding stopped and Tista's heartbeat became steady, Camilla took care of Dorian. A few seconds later, the carpenter was dead and Lith rushed to her side. Remember to chant, we don't know who could be watching. Solus warned him before he could forget to keep up his act in his worry. Treating 2 people at once was already something unheard of. Doing it with silent magic would have been beyond stupid. Lith's chant was a streak of English swear words as his hands performed random gestures before he activated invigoration on both Tista and Dorian. Contrary to Camilla's expectations, he was the one in the worst shape. Even though she had received a full-force attack from a carpenter, her awakened body amplified the potion's effectiveness and reduced the life force consumption the healing process required. Damn it, both arms have compound fractures, cracked and splintered ribs, punctured lungs, internal bleeding, ruptured organs, second-degree burns from lightning, lacerations, and a concussion. Those are not injuries but a fucking grocery list. Lith inwardly cursed while he used Tier 4 true magic to heal their bodies and replenish their life force. The abundant energy from the respiration technique brought color back to their pale complexion. Camilla had no time to rejoice. She noticed 2 brown stains on his chest and left leg that were slowly getting bigger as the red of his blood mixed with the green of his ranger uniform. The holes in the fabric had yet to self-repair. Even though light fusion had almost stopped the bleeding, the wounds looked pretty nasty. Camilla was about to splash a potion on his injuries to make them heal when Gianni caught her wrist. Right move but wrong moment, Lieutenant. If Lith loses his focus due to the combined exhaustion from the fight, his wounds, and the potion, these 2 could need days instead of hours to recover. I'm sorry, Constable, it's just... Camilla didn't know what to say. Her eyes moved from the potion in her hand to Lith's open wounds. She inwardly cursed the gods and herself for being utterly useless. First time on the battlefield? Gianni sat beside her. A flick of the royal constable's wrist made all the needles scattered throughout the room return to her pockets. Camilla nodded, biting her lower lip in worry. Whatever Lith was doing, the effort was draining color from his face by the second. Healing was much harder than destroying. Even invigoration had its limits. Well, it's normal to worry about the people we like, normal and a bit rude, Gianni said, drawing Camilla's gaze on herself. I may not be as young and sexy as he is in your eyes, but I'm wounded nonetheless. Gianni took the potion from Camilla's hand and gulped it down. It was only then that Camilla saw the scorch mark on Gianni's chest and her bleeding back. Oh gods, I'm so sorry, Relax, I was joking. Jeannie cut her short with a laugh. You did a good job keeping them alive. With no specimens Manohar gone and no more suspects to interrogate, at least no one died. That's all that matters. Camilla grimaced and pointed at the bloody mess in the main hall. Bits of nobles, soldiers, and carpenters were splattered on the walls. I mean, none of us. You can't save them all. Do this job long enough and you'll learn that small victories are what lets you keep moving forward. If you focus on the losses, you'll go crazy in no time. Later, back at the association headquarters, everyone was eating like there was no tomorrow. Sharing life force with someone prevented them from dying, but they still needed to replenish all the nutrients spent to reconstruct bones and mend flesh. Tista had used invigoration to replenish Dorian's and Gianni's strength, so that Lith would have some time to rest, and all the members of the group were back at their peak physical condition. Psychologically, aside from Lith and Gianni, they were a worried mess. Tista kept reviewing her fight with the carpenter in an endless loop. Every repetition only made her more bothered. That's what they mean by, don't bite more than you can chew. If that thing wasn't in a hurry because of the mana poisoning, it could have killed us both. I need to learn more offensive spells before starting my travels. There's no such thing as a second chance in a fight. How did you know that thing had an ass for brains? Lith asked. It was actually obvious, Gianni replied. It didn't flinch when you aimed at its head, and the torso is always the biggest target available. Legs and arms were a no-go. Big muscles like that need space to flex. Since the second set of arms took almost all of the lower back, where else could it be? We're screwed, Dorian said once his stomach had finally stopped grumbling. Not only has the investigation hit a dead end, but we have also lost Manohar, maybe for good. Things couldn't get any worse. That's not true, Gianni shook her head. Count Zolver still has a lot of explaining to do. Before we had nothing on him, but this evening he both assaulted a ranger and illegally accessed his personal file. The Crown has given me free rein on the matter. How did he get his hands on my file? Lith's eyes brimmed with rage. The creep had made things personal one time too many. Not your real file, just the one we leave available to known corrupt officers, Gianni explained. It only contains public information and enough details to make it look authentic. That way we can use it to track their contractors and anticipate their moves. So far, someone has requested classified information on all of us the moment the investigation started. I didn't tell you because we failed to track the delivery. Lith's file has been accessed again this evening, right after his quarrel with the Count. We failed to track the delivery again, but the timing is too suspicious. The Crown prefers to ruffle some medium-importance noble's feathers rather than risk losing the kingdom's two best diagnosticians at once. This would be fantastic news, if not for Zolver disappearing right after leaving the Marquis mansion. None of the men stationed outside his house have seen him for hours. Also, there is no record about this Kalarn guy. It's another dead end. Maybe it is and maybe not. Lith would have liked to steeple his fingers while thinking, but Camilla's hand was stuck to his like a boot on a car. Listening to his reports was one thing, watching him risk his life several times in a single night was another. I have a contact in the undead community that might be able to help us. Why didn't you tell us that as soon as you arrived? Withholding information during a royal investigation is a crime. Dorian was grateful to Lith for saving his life, but not enough to forget about their shared duty. Because we had no solid lead, I never believed it was the work of a necromancer, and I still don't. Even if I'm wrong, undead doesn't equal necromancy. Take Balker, for example. Also, what was I supposed to ask? For a list of all the undead in the region. Only after tonight's events do I have a name and a description. I wouldn't even risk exposing her existence if we weren't clutching at straws. Her, Gianni, Tista, and Camilla frowned at the word, each for her own reasons. Chapter 459, Help Request Part 2. Lith couldn't forgive Zolver for messing with him twice. The idea of becoming the next royal healer if something happened to Manohar was a strong motivator, too. He valued his freedom as much as the mad professor did. Lith took out his communication amulet and pressed Kala's rune. The White's hologram appeared instantly. Hello, Scourge. How many times do I have to tell you to use my human name? He said in exasperation, afraid that more misunderstandings could ensue. Fine, hello, Shadow of Death. To what do I owe this call? That's not my human name either. I wouldn't be so sure, Gianni and Kala said in unison. Seeing an undead bear instead of a woman put both Gianni and Camilla at ease. Tista was still wondering why her brother had never told her about this particular friend of his. What do you mean I wouldn't be so sure? Lith asked. It all started as a moniker Nana used to refer to you with the association after you killed Garth Renkin and his father, Gianni explained. After the plague, wherever you go someone coincidentally dies or bad things happen, so it stuck. People consider me bad luck? Lith was astonished. He could almost hear Camilla thinking about it was only after dating him that she had got dragged in that mess by Commander Burian. To be fair, it was just his paranoia speaking. Only the envious ones, Camilla said without leaving his hand. Those who speak behind your back and think that your achievements aren't enough to justify the prestige you hold in the eyes of the crown. Your potential enemies refer to you as such too, Calla said. Scarlet told me that's how the underworld refers to you, human and not, ever since you killed that wyvern. Anyway, what can I do for you? Calla was still recovering from the injury she had self-inflicted on her life force. Being unable to further her research, she was bored to death and eager for a distraction. Lith told her everything that was happening in Author before describing her Kalarn and his vassal. Whatever it is, it's not necromancy. Calla spoke with the same certainty she had that the sun would rise in the morning. The blue eyes are simply a side effect of a partial consciousness transfer from the Maker to their creation. Judging from your description, it seems like a twisted version of light magic. You are looking for someone who alters the life force of the living rather than reanimates corpses. The two disciplines have one common feature, though. They both deal with the research for the perfect immortality. A human named Arthur Griffin conducted thorough research on the matter. As far as I know, his only achievement was to set the very definition of forbidden magic. Isn't that the same guy you thought resembled the god of healing Exhal? Dorian asked. He knew the Mad King's name only because of the nursery rhymes his mother used to scare him with whenever he misbehaved as a kid. Yes, Dorian, he is, but I don't think it's wise to waste our time with trivia. I can only imagine that our enemy will rush their plans. They have Manohar and are aware we discovered their backers' network. It's only a matter of time before they flee, Lith replied. Arthur was barely a footnote in the kingdom's history books. His name was forgotten, and his legacy lost to all those without the highest clearance level. Unbeknownst to all those in the room, Arthur had been the very first god of healing. To quickly find a great number of test subjects for his experiments, he had established a free health system that lasted until his plan was exposed. It saved millions of lives, and the people worshipped him like a savior. The clerics of Exhal thought to ride the king's coattails by reshaping the statues of the ancient god in his image, hoping to draw the masses back to their temple. Their plan royally backfired, becoming the last nail in the coffin for most religions. By the way, who are these people? Being interrupted twice made the board white curious about the nature of her audience. Don't worry, Calla, they are all good humans. Lith replied to the implied question if they were or not fellow awakened ones. As I was saying, you are not facing necromancy. At the same time, it's unlikely for the local undead community to not be involved in the matter or at least know a good deal about it. Many disappearances make feeding and hiding much harder. Whenever something bad happens, people always blame curses first and undead later. They are the perfect scapegoat, and once panic spreads, even eccentric normal people who like wearing a mask or prefer nightlife become targets. Plus, I heard multiple times about projects aimed to build meat puppets to allow undead with an unpleasant appearance to have a normal life, or just to experience the sunlight again. Some need it for business reasons, others because they are unhappy with their limits. I'm not the only one researching for a cure for undeath. What you are describing sounds like a perfect temporary fix. Maybe I can point you in the right direction, but it's going to be dangerous. How much do you know about the undead? Only enough to recognize them and kill them if necessary, Lith admitted. Most of the knowledge about greater undead was classified. He had never wasted precious merits to learn things that Calla could teach him for free. Such a narrow perspective, she shook her head in disappointment. I'll keep it short. Sentient undead are divided into 3 courts based on their standpoint on the living. The Dawn Court, the only one I have a connection with, respects all kinds of life forms. Be they humans, plants, or beasts, the Dawn Court regards them as creatures that, despite being weak and short-lived, can still be worthy of the gift of eternal life. They do not take slaves, are patrons of the arts, and don't kill while feeding unless strictly necessary. Just like the Royal Court, the Dawn Court is ruled by a king and a queen. They are by no means related by nuptial vows or even race, and are often at odds with each other to further their own power plays. The Dawn Court is not content with survival, they want to enjoy their existence. The royals are elected every year among those who brought more prosperity to the court, be it in terms of wealth, social connections, or safe havens. Most of those who became undead against their will and wish to retain, if not to regain, their old lifestyle seek asylum among their ranks. The Dusk Court are just loners who grouped up to not get harassed or disturbed by other courts. As long as they are left alone, they don't care about the living. Their feeding and social habits are unpredictable. They have no leader nor a rigid structure. They assemble only when one or more of their members is threatened. They are the most difficult court to contact or deal with. If attacked, they don't bargain nor do they seek compensation. They retaliate until their enemy is destroyed. Most liches belong to the Dusk Court. Chapter 460, Dawn Court Part 1. The Night Court despises the living. They consider them just like humans consider their food. Inferior sentient beings, a lesser ring in the food chain, or 2 steps behind on the evolutionary scale if you prefer. They only value power and rank themselves like an army rather than a court. A general keeps his authority only as long as he is capable of defending it. They believe that the end always justifies the means, making betrayals and conspiracies the norm. They are their own worst enemy. Their only rule is to not kill among themselves, otherwise their numbers could be counted on one hand in less than a week. To them, birthing an offspring only means to create more rivals, so they don't share the gift of undeath easily. Unlike the Dawn Court that mingles with nobles, artists, and politicians, Night Court members are usually active members of the human underworld. With its human trade, drug trafficking, and weapon dealing, the black market allows them to hide in plain sight. To obtain what they want and get away with it, they like to befriend corrupt nobles and officials. Such people are the perfect straw men to take care of their business during the day, and the perfect fall guys in case something goes wrong. "What's a vassal?" Lith asked. For the Dawn Court, a potential new recruit. For the Dusk Court, a friend. For the Night Court, a means to an end. Some undead, like the vampires, can bestow their gifts to the living, allowing them to temporarily surpass their limits. Becoming a vassal means to be a willing servant, but it's also the first step to become a greater undead. Don't get me wrong, none of the courts are absolutely good or bad, just like there are not only good or bad humans. Their philosophy on most things may be different, but they are all predators. Ancient and powerful beings that have no mercy killing whoever can expose their existence or ruin centuries of hard work. I don't know anyone in Author, but I think I can still put you in contact with members of the Dawn Court. They will act friendly because of my backing, but to them, you are still a living and a stranger, hence disposable. Don't worry, he is not going there alone. We'll have his back, Gianni said with a steel gaze while placing her hand on Lith's shoulder. No, you won't. They'll never accept so many strangers at once, and even if they did, it would be a death trap. Once inside their territory, you would be forced to abide to their rules or die. Exposing themselves to you is a big risk that would demand compensation. One favor is all they need to involve you in the court's quarrels and make you unable to survive without their help, which would require compensation in an endless loop. The only thing that can keep Lith relatively safe is the blessing I bestowed him. I'll call you back as soon as I know something. Kala hung up, leaving an awkward silence fill the room. Gianni opened her mouth more than once, but in the end she didn't say a word and walked out of the door. I don't think you should go. Dorian was the first to speak. I'm in charge of the investigation. I hand-picked each one of you for the task. What happened so far is my responsibility. I can't allow you to take such risks. Exactly, Camilla added while squeezing his hand so hard that her knuckles turned white. You only came here as a diagnostician and to protect Tista. Neither the army or the association can force you to meet those monsters. Lith appreciated her concern, yet her words stung at him. Monsters, they just do what they think is right for their survival and have no qualms killing those who stand in their path. I don't see any difference with what I do, with what society does every day under the pretense of morality, or the greater good, Lith thought. I wonder what she would say if she saw my other form. Don't be too harsh on her. Solus was jealous of Camilla. Jealous of all the care Lith put in each of their dates of the camellia, yet she admired her courage and honesty. It's the first time she leaves her desk. Even Floria considered magical beasts as monsters back at the academy. People are always afraid of the unknown, but it doesn't mean that they stay scared forever. Let's be honest. Lith preferred to put that thought aside and focus on the matter at hand. I don't really have much of a choice. If Zolver is really the one who requested my personal file, then Kalarn is investigating me. I don't think our squabble will escalate, but it's not safe to remain as ignorant as I am now about the night court. Also, we always plan to make contact with the undead to solve my reincarnation problem, or at least find a proper body for you. This is an opportunity as good as any other to see if they can be of any use, or if it's just a dead end. It's all true, Solus sighed. Not to mention the possibility of you becoming Manohar's replacement if we fail to find him, or of the creation of another black star. If the professor is right about the kind of forbidden magic taking place in Author during the last months, there is no telling how powerful the cursed object resulting from all the missing people could be. Gianni returned after a few minutes, while the others were still debating about where to start looking for Manohar. Author was a big city. Even if they used every single soldier and mage available, it would take weeks for a comb search, and they had hours at best. No one doubted that Manohar's captor wouldn't stand his antics for long. Still, the professor's death was unanimously considered the best-case scenario. If the one behind the meat puppets and Manohar worked together, it would be a nightmare. We need to talk, Gianni sighed as she pulled Lith outside the room. I've just finished talking with the Crown. The Griffin Kingdom is long aware of the court's existence, and the royals are not happy with this situation more than we are. They were against the idea of sending you to meet the Dawn Court until I mentioned Arthan's name. She handed him her communication amulet, making Queen Silpha's hologram appear. Lith knelt down, well aware that all of his reasonings were about to become irrelevant. Stand up, great mage Verhen. Her square chin and sharp features made her serious face look almost intimidating. Since I have to send you into the lion's den, I think it's fair doing it in person. I hereby command you to do everything you can to find your missing colleague and unveil the identity of our enemy. As you command, your majesty, Lith inwardly grinned. He would have done it anyway. At least now he would also get rewarded for it. I knew it would happen, sooner or later, he thought. You can't be valued as one of the best mages in the kingdoms and not expect to be thrown into the proverbial hornet's nest. Chapter 461, Dawn Court Part 2. I don't want you to take unnecessary risks. We have interacted with all 3 undead courts in the past, so I can at least help you by not letting them catch you unprepared. Silpha continued. Don't trust anyone unless they have offered you their hospitality. It's their most sacred vow and the only one they won't break. Only ask questions, never for help. Otherwise it would make you indebted to them. Do not bring with you anything that you are unwilling to part from. As your hosts, they may request a gift of their choice. Refusing would instantly end the negotiations. Always emphasize that you are speaking on behalf of the kingdom, so that if they require compensation for their services, they will not be able to ask anything from you. Ponder every word and say as little as possible. Do you have any questions for me? If the Griffin Kingdom knows about these courts, why are they still standing? Lith asked. I have no idea about the scope of their power or agenda, but they seem powerful enough to represent a threat. Having a country inside the country looks dangerous to me. For the same reasons, every one of the 3 great countries can't destroy them, Silpha sighed. Some of their members exist from the time before even our kingdom was founded. Not only do they are powerful and wise, but they also have made secrecy a form of art. I know from experience that they have functioning warping arrays even inside cities like Author, where is supposed to be impossible. The second biggest reason that makes it hard to spot them is that they do not interfere in political struggles. They do not seek temporal power. Their interests and our own rarely meet or collide. Between their limited numbers and the discretion with which they operate, finding one of their safe houses is just a matter of luck. The more Lith learned about them, the less he liked the situation he was in. Undead on Magus seemed to act more like an Earth's secret society, rather than the dumb monsters he was used to see in horror movies or in dungeons and looting rulebooks. This is way worse than I thought. Even the Dawn Court sounds like a viper's nest. I need to tread with extreme caution, Lith grumbled. Don't you mean we? It was the first time since they had met that Lith excluded her from his plans. It was enough to shock Solus's very core. No, this time I'm alone. I don't know who I'll meet, and the more ancient a being is, the more likely is for them to be awakened or at least have artifacts that can grant them senses akin to life vision. I can't risk bringing you along. I can't forget how everyone who learned about your existence reacted. Nalar, Scarlet, the Black Star, they were all either scared or anxious to study you. I'm more than confident to be able to kill a single undead, but a whole court. I doubt they can't rip you off from my dead body once I run out of tricks. They have the advantage of numbers and experience. You have seen how powerful Kalan is. I've practiced true magic from barely 17 years and learned about Tier 4 and 5 only 2 years ago. I can't compare with someone with centuries of practice. After the Queen ended the call, Lith didn't wait for Kala's answer to prepare for his departure. He had the army give him a second uniform and entrusted everything he had on himself to Tista. He only kept Solas's ring. He was unwilling to part from her for even one more second than was strictly necessary. The memory of what had happened when Nalar had severed their bond was deeply etched in their minds. Even though this time they would just be apart, the unbridled rage that possessed him whenever he was by himself scared him. Solas was more than his moral compass and his life companion. She was the sun that marked the thin line between sanity and madness that he had walked along his whole life. Lith wasn't a murderous brute, but the idea of having to fight alone against his inner demons while facing centuries-old tricksters was far from appealing. Kala contacted him again a few minutes after he was done with his preparation. I've set you an appointment with authors Dawn Court. Beware, though, I have no one I can trust among their ranks. Kala gave him the same advice Queen Silpha did, before telling him the time and place where he would find her contact. Lith was supposed to be on a small hill outside the city gates in less than 5 minutes. It was a safety measure to make it impossible for someone to follow him or to arrange a trap for the court's envoy. Lith knew he had no time to lose, yet taking off Solas's ring took him several seconds. He put Solas on Tista's open palm, his fingers refusing to let go of the smooth stone surface that had become more familiar to him than his own flesh and bones. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon," he said to both girls while closing Tista's fingers over the ring. Lith had already lost too much time. He left the association's building in a hurry and took off at full speed toward his destination. Much to his surprise, his communication amulet drew his consciousness soon after he left Author. Kala's rune was blinking again. "One last thing," she said after making sure he was alone. "Don't worry about hiding your nature of awakened one. Most ancient undead just need a sniff of our blood or a gaze to recognize us. So I told them that you are one of us, and as such you are protected." "Protected from what?" Lith asked. "Now that I think about it, it's surprising that during your travels no one tried to force you to share the secret of awakening. I can understand that undead have a strong sense of kinship, but bad apples are everywhere. Protected from being kidnapped, forced to reveal your secrets, or having your family threatened. Just like the undead have their courts, we awakened ones have our council. It doesn't care if we live or die, but whoever tries to force their way to awakening is bound to die. The council doesn't guard our lives, but treasures our secret. No one, no matter how powerful, wants to cross the council. Awakened ones are a race of their own and are merciless. Some of its members are almost as ancient as this continent. If they combine their efforts, wiping the courts off the face of Magur would require but the blink of an eye." "How do I contact them?" Lith asked. "They'll contact you when they will deem you ready." Kala hung up, leaving Lith more amused than worried by that piece of information. After studying the history of the kingdom, he had always suspected the council's existence. Over the centuries, too many mages had died or disappeared after announcing world-shaking revelations about magic's true potential. Chapter 462, Rituals Part 1. Lith had no trouble finding the meeting place. With the incoming winter, the outskirts of Author were deserted. Both humans and animals were completing the last preparations before the first snowfall. Even though there was still time before the end of the fall season, the temperature would plummet after sunset. Away from the stone buildings, the dry winds coming down the nearby mountain range whipped at Lith's skin. His breath steamed in the cold of the night, while the air currents were so strong that he needed to conjure a wind barrier to protect his eyes and not get pushed off course. Usually Lith would employ fire vision to scout his surroundings, but given the nature of his hosts, it wouldn't be of any use. Dead bodies released no heat, only life vision could spot them. The hill was the highest point within a few kilometers from Author. It was a rugged and barren landscape, yet he could see too many lingering magical energies for it to be just a coincidence. Despite it was almost the convened time, Lith was alone. "I understand why you like this place. With a clear sky, there is no place to hide. You can spot anyone approaching from miles away," Lith said to a shadow near the summit. "How did you know I was here?" The shadows opened, revealing a young man in his early 20s. He was a normal human being of average height and build. The wind ruffled his brown hair while his deep green eyes showed only surprise. "Magic," Lith replied. The black cape the youth wore would fuse him with the darkness as long as he remained still, but the cloth's magical aura was perfectly visible to life vision. "Show me your invitation." The man ignored Lith's provocation and spoke with a kind, baritonal voice. Lith raised his left palm and sent some mana into it. The runes Kala had bestowed upon him a few weeks before produced a white light. The youth took Lith's hand to watch them closely. His body shivered at the contact. The cape protected him from the cold even better than Lith's ranger uniform did, but it could do nothing against killing intent. Lith hated being touched, and without solace to soothe his violent nature, he was ready to kill the stranger at the slightest provocation. He had weaved several spells on his way to the hill, and all of them were now prickling his skin, only kept at bay by Lith's will. It was their threat that he was perceiving. Lith was placid like the surface of a lake instead. His eyes were ablaze with mana as he examined the stranger with life vision from head to toe. Aside from the cape, he had only an enchanted item inside his breast pocket. Its aura was too weak for a weapon. After a few seconds, the youth nodded and let go of Lith's hand. He took a small mana stone out of his pocket, placing it inside a hole in the ground. Dozens of runes lit up the hill's summit, while two concentric magic circles formed in front of Lith's astonished eyes. "I recognize the magic circles. This is a warping array, yet it even escaped life vision's detection. Damn it, I wish Solus was here. She would have no problem understanding what's going on here." Knowing that she would be able to access all of his memories later, Lith tried to memorize everything he could while keeping an eye on his host. Wait a minute, he thought once the array was perfectly formed. The runes had left the ground and were now floating in mid-air. "I recognize some of those runes. They are the same that were engraved on the God of Healing's altar." Lith tried to remember if the altar had any socket, but all that came to his mind was dust and cobwebs. He was too used relying on Solus's assistance to take note of small details. "Don't bother memorizing this place," the youth said, misunderstanding the reason Lith was staring at the magical formation. "It's likely that the array will be destroyed as soon as we leave. Humans cannot be trusted." Disgust coded his last phrase. At any other moment, Lith would have made a snarky remark about both of them being human. Without Solus, he could only think about how annoying it was all that chatter and suppress the desire to break his neck. He followed the youth inside the magical formation, appearing inside a richly decorated room. It had no windows, making it impossible for Lith to understand their new location. The furniture was made of inlaid secular wood, while the ornaments, from the flower pots to the bookends, were made of solid precious metals. The air was filled with the sweet scent of flowers he had never seen before, yet Lith was certain to be underground. Ever since he had refined the blue core, his body would naturally breathe in the surrounding world energy. The imbalance between air and earth mana told him that the room was surrounded by tons of rocks. He kept using life vision, noticing that several unknown arrays covered the room. He used first magic to check if any element was blocked. Much to his surprise, everything worked just fine, even gravity and dimensional magic. "There's no need to be so nervous, awakened Verhen." Lith turned abruptly toward the source of the feminine voice. It sounded as sweet as honey and blissful as only first love can be. It belonged to a red-headed woman in her late 20s. She was about 1.7 meters, 57, tall, wearing a bright red silk satin evening dress emphasizing her pale skin and soft curves. Her emerald parure matched her green eyes, making them even more dazzling. "I'm Scylla Ekna, Duchess of the Dawn Court. I offer you our hospitality on behalf of our queen for as long as you wish to stay among us. Treat us with the same respect we'll give you, and there will be no enmity between us." Lith ignored her words and stared at her with life vision. She was weaker than Kalarn, so he was sure he would be able to kill her if necessary. Neither her superficial kindness nor the miles of cleavage she was showing impressed him. In life, she would have been considered far less beautiful than Freya, but undeath gave her smooth, delicate features and kept her body lithe. Every one of her movements was graceful and sensual, yet Lith knew he was in the presence of a predator. "I'm Great Mage Lith Verhen of Her Majesty's service. I speak and act on behalf of the royal court of the Griffin Kingdom. I thank you for your hospitality, and I hope that albeit we meet as strangers, we'll part ways as friends." He replied, quoting the ceremonial Kala had taught him. Scylla's left eye twitched in annoyance. Not only did the human's indifferent gaze offended her to no end, but he had also avoided all the missteps that would have allowed the Dawn Court to kick him out, or at least demand some of his blood as compensation. Awakened ones were a rare delicacy. "Please tell me, what can we do for you?" She sat on one of the chairs, inviting him to do the same while the brown-haired man served them drinks. Lith explained to her author's situation. He noticed how with each detail he provided, her annoyance was replaced by a gloating expression. "You are lucky I think we can help you, for the right price, of course." Chapter 463, Rituals Part 2. Lith took a deep breath and let life vision fade away. He had used it non-stop since he had landed on the hill, and the built-up fatigue had already reached the point of giving him a mild headache. Despite it was one of the first abilities he had learned as a kid, using life vision still put a heavy burden on his mind and mana. Unlike normal spells, life vision evolved with Lith's core refinement. The more powerful he became, the more details life vision revealed. He was now able to read the mana currents natural beings produced, see the runes which composed arrays even when they were invisible, and gather basic information about enchanted items from a distance. Not only was the mana consumption high, but also it required great focus to avoid sensory overload. Everything on Magus had mana, forcing Lith to filter the useless information. The task was particularly hard when he was in the presence of lots of strong magical signatures. Studying his host, the room, and its arrays while keeping his guard up all the time had brought him on the verge of needing to use invigoration. Unluckily, he couldn't afford it. Lith had already used it once to recover after the fight against the perfect carpenter and another to save his companions. With each use, invigoration would grant him less and less energy. The night is still young. First I have to deal with the Dawn Court, then we need to rescue Manohar, and lastly take out the Puppet Master. Knowing my luck, I'll have to pave my way in blood, steel, and magic. Lith sighed. Thanks for your offer, but the kingdom is capable of dealing with this threat on its own. I came to you hoping you could share with me everything you know. The crown will adequately compensate you for your assistance. Lith kept in mind the Queen's warnings and stalled for time. According to Solus, since the last breakthrough, with every breath Lith would draw a bit of world energy. It allowed him to recover his strength faster than normal, even without using invigoration. You seem to be unaware of Author's situation. Our negotiations will not make any progress if you don't even know what we are talking about. Scylla's business attitude was a breath of fresh air now that she had stopped being flirtatious. The Dawn Court has little hold on Author. Trade cities are of no interest to us aside from the merch they provide. Author belongs to the Night Court. Our presence here is a mere formality to protect our interests. If you want to know what's happening, you should ask the Night Court, but they are unlikely to give audience to a mortal. Unless, of course, another court backs their request and makes sure they get out of it in one piece. Let me guess, the Night Court will require something in exchange for its help, maybe something that only your people can provide. It would make us indebted to you twice. At Lith's words, Scylla's ravenous smile returned. She liked her prey smart. All that talking made her hungry. Exactly. While setting up a meeting is not a big deal, depending on their demands, the Dawn Court might require something more exotic than money or magical treasures. Then arrange a negotiation table, please. As you surely know, I'm on the clock. If the Night Court sets too high a price, I can turn them down with no consequences, right? Lith asked. Scylla nodded in reply and summoned the brown-haired man. Caspin, you know what to do. The youth gave her a small bow before leaving the room. Do you mind a personal question? Lith pondered about his situation and the nature of his host. Worst-case scenario, I'm not going back empty-handed. Maybe the Temple of Exhal hides a warping array like the one that brought me here. If I'm right, it means that carving those runes leaves a permanent gate that lacks a power source, he thought. It's incredibly ingenious, since in its depowered state it escaped even Solus's mana sense detection. With all those runes, it's impossible to understand which ones form the array and which are just gibberish. It must be an ancient form of magic the undead have preserved. Sure, but I expect you to answer one of my own. Her fluttering of eyelashes gave Lith the creeps. Scylla looked at him like Lith would at a skirt steak. You have a heartbeat and an almost human smell, so I was wondering, what kind of undead are you? I'm a banshee, she replied with a flattered smile like he had complimented her attire. Caspin is my vassal, but I can't grant him any power until he becomes one of us. Lith nodded, pretending he had an idea of what her words meant. Aside from those from the Gaelic lore, the only banshees he knew were those from Dungeon and Looting Rulebook. She sure doesn't look like a cursed elf maiden, he thought while staring at her perfectly normal ears. On Magus, banshees weren't just women. Anyone who had been cheated on by their alleged one true love could become one. They needed to kill with their hands the person who turned their love into hatred and then commit suicide. If their rage and despair were strong enough, it would lure a nearby banshee who could then decide to turn them into one of their own. Outside the three courts, it was an event as likely as being killed by a meteorite. Banshees fed on the life force of the unfaithful. They could either just kill them or slowly drive them into madness. Their vengeful nature made them skilled seducers. For a banshee, there was no greater pleasure than feeding on those who fell for their temptations. Lith, being both faithful and an awakened, made him a world-class buffet in her eyes. "Do you have an ear fetish?" she asked, while leaning toward him while sweeping her hair to allow him to take a better look at the alleged object of his desires. She was now so close that their lips were barely an inch apart. "Not at all." Lith moved his seat back to regain some personal space. "I was afraid you would ask for something juicier. How long will it take to get the night court's reply?" Scylla's eyes turned black in anger when she realized her blunder. Hunger had got the better of her and made her waste her opportunity to force him to open up with her. Caspin's return helped her to regain her cool. "It's already done, please follow me." She led him through corridors filled with exquisite decorations. There wasn't an inch of floor or walls that wasn't covered by lavish carpets, golden embroidered tapestry, and paintings so beautiful that even someone as unappreciative of arts like Lith had no problem to recognize as masterpieces. Scylla moved so fast that Lith could only steal a glance here and there before she opened a door and let him enter first. The amount of mana filling the room almost blinded Lith, forcing him to shield his eyes with one hand. Chapter 464, Foul Moon Part 1. The source of his distress wasn't the magical nature of all the items in the room, from the round, black mahogany table to the silk-covered armchairs. Nor it was the densely packed arrays surrounding the area. Lith had seen much worse during his visits to the royal palace. Kalarn was sitting on the opposite side of the round table in front of him, with the rejuvenated Count Zolver standing right behind his master. Sitting on the left side of the table, there was a skeletal figure, which despite its rotten flesh and dusty clothes emitted a majestic aura like Lith had never seen before. The creature appeared like a son to his life vision, making it easy for Lith to recognize its nature as Awakened One and Lick. City of Author, Mage Association's meeting room. Lith had left for a little more than 2 hours, but his few possessions already waited like stones in Tista's arms. She would use invigoration on them from time to time, using their imprint to reassure herself that her brother was still alive. Gianni wasn't worried for him, yet her eyes refused to move from the sheathed form of the gatekeeper, which laid on the table in front of her. She remembered all too well how long she and Floria had pestered Orion to forge-master the sword as Lith's birthday present. Those were other times, when that blade was much more than a simple instrument to kill. For Gianni it had been a means to multiple ends. It was supposed to help Lith to stay alive amid the chaos of any battlefield. To guarantee the happiness of her daughter, Floria, to lay the foundations of a relationship that would bring glory to the Erna's household. Her fingers caressed the hilt of the sword, recognizing the markings of her husband's craftsmanship. All of that was in the past, making Gianni love and hate that cold piece of metal at once. In her eyes, it held too many broken promises and wishes that never came true. Camilla stared at her now empty hand. She could swear to be able to feel his warmth lingering on it. Her mind was fixated on the image of the camellia waiting for her in their hotel room. She had brought it to Author from her apartment a couple of days after she had moved there, unwilling to let it die because of Commander Burian's manipulations. "I do realize we don't know each other for long, just like I'm aware that since this mission started we've been nothing more than roommates until this evening. Then why does it hurt that he left without saying goodbye? How much do I really care about our relationship?" Inside her ring form, Solus had yet to metabolize how quickly they had parted ways. It wasn't the first time that she left the hand which for so many years had been her whole world, but it was the first time that he had willingly left her behind. As soon as Lith had left the range of their mind link, the whole Magus seemed to have changed in front of her. The colors were brighter, the lights warmer. On the faces of the members of the association, where she would usually see hints of deception and ill will, she saw only honest worry for the citizens of Author. Without Lith's traumas haunting her perceptions, without his paranoid, narrow standpoint on people echoing through her mind, there was so much more beauty in the world that she had ever thought possible. Even so, it didn't bring her any joy. Without her partner, all the promises of happiness the future held sounded empty. Her stone body was now a prison. She could perceive the outside world, but she couldn't feel anything. It was like being locked in a closed room, looking through cameras at what happened on the outside with no way to interact. A silent witness. I understand why he went alone, but I still can't believe he didn't ask for my opinion. After all we went through together, doesn't Lith realize how important he is to me? If he dies, what will become of me? I could bond with Tista, but to what end? To watch her grow old and die, to become some kind of family heirloom, to watch others live their lives while the only thing that changes for me is the hand holding my destiny. What good is to me if I regain all my powers, maybe even a human body, and have to spend eternity alone, to lose the only one who knows and cares for my soul? Solus was aware that unless she started spending mana, she could last months before being forced to bond again. Nonetheless, she felt like she was dying a bit with each passing second. Inzialot, the Lich King, stared in hatred to all those inside the room. Liches didn't actually have a king. The title was merely a consolation prize for getting the short end of the stick during the last raffle to determine who would represent the undead, awakened ones for council duties. Since the secret of the awakening, in the form of the human newborn, had to be protected from his fellow undead, the council had sent Inzialot to make sure the courts abided by the rules. Lith's life or death were irrelevant to him. The only thing he cared about was to prevent a bunch of idiotic immortal fools from becoming capable of competing with him for power and resources. Otherwise, he would have never left his lab for so long. He hated all the courts the same way. Damn bastards. At least council meetings last minutes, this shenanigan could take much more, maybe even hours. Did I put out the fire under my cauldron? I've been preparing that elixir for years. I don't know who, but someone is going to die for making me leave so many priceless experiments unattended. Panic and rage came in and out of the revolving door that was his chaotic mind. His mana flow was so vigorous that even life vision could see it circulate along the whole Lich's body. It seeped into every one of his rings, every fiber of his tattered robe, and even inside the staff he held. Lith had no idea how others could be so calm despite being in the presence of such a monster. Chapter 465, Foul Moon Part 2. I'm Duchess Scylla Ekna. I'll represent the interests of the Dawn Court and of its host, awakened Verhin, during the parley. Lieutenant Colonel Kalen is the emissary from the Night Court, while Lich Inzialot is a neutral spectator on behalf of the council. The Banshee gave a graceful curtsy to the Lich first, and to Kalen later. The vampire was aware of how volatile a Lich's behavior was, yet Scylla's breach of etiquette still angered him. So when the Lich kept staring into space without returning the greeting, Kalen did the same. It had been one of the ugliest nights in the last few centuries of his existence, and it kept getting worse by the hour. His newest vassal had managed to anger the only awakened one for miles. Someone even the Night Court was unaware of his existence. Kalen had been forced to protect his investment, and albeit his brief clash with Lith ended in a draw, he had suffered a humiliation nonetheless. The news of Kalen's inability to discipline his own dog had spread like wildfire in the Night Court, making him a laughingstock. No one cared about Lith being an awakened, nor a guest of the Dawn Court. The only thing that mattered to his peers was that Kalen had left the gala while Lith remained. Any result but victory was seen as weakness by his court. Later, some of his most prized connections with the black market had been slain after turning into monsters. Being embarrassed in public and losing a good chunk of his influence inside Author had made Kalen's rank of lieutenant colonel inside the court shaky at best. When he heard about the young awakened seeking audience, he had volunteered to regain some of the lost face. The presence of the Lich threw a monkey wrench in his plans. The mortal was in a hurry, so Kalen's tactic was supposed to exploit such weakness to force him into accepting an unfavorable deal. Squeezing mystical treasures from the Dawn Court would have made him regain his honor and forced the mortal to take part in the court's power plays, giving Kalen the opportunity to achieve his revenge. 2 birds with 1 stone. Unluckily, liches were fickle creatures, and one of the few even more impatient than mortals. Stalling for time was likely to earn Kalen a quick but excruciating eternal sleep. All is not lost. I just need to exploit the Lich's nature, and that mad thing will do the dirty job for me, the vampire thought. What do you want, human? Direct approach was another breach of etiquette, but it earned him a nod of approval from Inzialot. I need to know who is behind the meat puppets that kidnapped Professor Manohar and where I can find him. Even without Solus, Lith's survival instinct was screaming at him to leave the room in a rush. The Lich was the most powerful creature he had ever seen, and to make things worse, he was an awakened one. If he uses invigoration on me, he might discover my second life force. I can't afford to arouse his curiosity, or I risk spending the rest of my life as a guinea pig. Liches were the only greater undead Lith knew a great deal about thanks to Kala. He knew that there was nothing they wouldn't do to further their quest for knowledge. Breaking all the laws of the courts and the kingdom at once would be a small price to pay to get their hands on an anomaly like Lith was. You are asking a lot. How much is worth to you the life of one of the greatest mages? Inzialot's head turned on the Night Court's representatives. His gaze made Count Zolver fall to his knees, unable to breathe. Kalen remained unfazed only because he was already sitting, and his sweat glands were as dead as a doornail. I mean the life of one of the greatest mortal mages and the location of one of the Griffin Kingdom's greatest enemies. Inzialot's eyes went blank again. They amount to nothing to me, Lith said with a wave of his hand. On the other hand, the Griffin Kingdom is very interested in both matters and would pay you handsomely, if the information provided is reliable, of course. This is not a cattle market where you can check the animal before paying its price. Kalan's voice perfectly hid his annoyance. The human was aware of at least some of the rules of the game. Then I'll settle for Professor Manohar's whereabouts, Lith replied. If the first information proves to be true, the kingdom will purchase the second one too. Lith pretended to be calm, but he was actually quite nervous. Damn it, I'm quite a good negotiator, but only as long as I know what we are talking about. If Kalan asks for artifacts like the small world, I have no clue how precious they are to the kingdom compared to Manohar's life. As per my host request, I've left my communicator amulet at the association. I can't ask further instructions from the Queen, and relying on Scylla can easily backfire if she treats my request as asking for help instead of information. Fine, Kalan replied. Our request is for the Sword of Seafel, the spell Hoarding Cube, and the following ingredients. Even before reading the list the vampire handed to him, Lith's poker face crumbled. The Sword of Seafel was one of the royal treasures passed down by Valoran Griffin, the first king, while the cube had to be a state secret, since it wasn't mentioned in any forgemastering book of the White Griffin Academy. The list of ingredients was short, but the items ranged from priceless to does it really exist, in Lith's mind. This is daylight robbery if I ever saw one. Don't you agree, dear Duchess? Lith hoped that asking for an opinion counted as information. The lip service was unlikely to be helpful, yet it couldn't hurt to try. Indeed, she nodded without changing her expression. She wanted the human to get conned, so that by helping him he would become one of their assets. Not even the Dawn Court could afford such an unreasonable price to leash just one human. This whole building is worth way less than what you ask for, Kalan. Lith crossed out all the ingredients he wasn't able to evaluate before returning the piece of paper. There was still enough to cover a few times the annual budget of the White Griffin's Light Department. The artifacts aren't for sale. This is what I can offer you. Lith was actually willing to raise the offer, but he wanted to keep enough leeway during the negotiation. Is this a joke? Anger made some color return to the vampire's dead cheeks. No, it's me being generous, Lith replied. The Night Court is indebted to me after your vassal tried to steal my prey and then attacked me even after I showed him my references. Mana flowed to his right hand, revealing Kala's runes. As his master, you should take responsibility for his actions. Accept my offer, tell me what I want to know, and I'll consider the matter between us solved amicably. Lith noticed how important were formalities to the courts. He hoped his earlier incident with Kalan might give him an edge. Chapter 466, Foul Moon Part 3. Quite the contrary. The anger disappeared and the vampire's tone turned stone cold. My vassal wronged you, but your retaliation was too extreme. He has lost most of the abilities the blood blessing granted him, and he might not be able to turn into a vampire anymore. My price takes into account the compensation you owe me. Take it or leave it. It was a lie. Zolver's blood core had just been weakened, even though none of the Night Court understood how. Only awakened ones and abominations knew about the existence of different kinds of cores and how did they work. I owe both of you nothing. Your vassal tried to manipulate me and my property, while you inflicted me an injury that almost cost me my life while facing those flesh monsters. Lith had no qualm adding a lie of his own. Gentlemen, please, Scylla interrupted their quarrel. Let's keep your personal business outside the parley, otherwise it will take hours to reach a compromise. Inzialot was already tired of all that chatting even before it started, so when he heard the word hours, his mind spun at top gear to figure a way out of that nightmare. Both parties have suffered too great a damage to trust each other. Inzialot spoke for the first time since his arrival. According to Article 4 of the Court's Code of Honor, to prevent hostilities from escalating is required to perform the foul moon, so that blood wash out the blood and peace can return. With all due respect, Lord Inziolot, Article 4 states that the foul moon should take place in case of an irreconcilable difference between members of the courts. This is merely a business treaty between an awakened and the Night Court. Scylla didn't like the sudden turn of events. The foul moon was an ancient trial by combat that hadn't been invoked for centuries. It required a fight to the death between peers, which meant Scylla and Kaelan. She had no intention of risking her eternal life for a mere mortal, no matter how tasty. "You are wrong," Inziolot rebuked with a glare that silenced any further objection. "They are not discussing business. They are seeking reparation, since I have yet to hear a single counteroffer." Article 4, Section 3, Subparagraph 1. If the probatory member of a court assaults a guest from another, to avoid the conflict to spread to their respective courts, they must meet in a duel. Unless both their patrons are willing to take their place, of course. The lick was indeed right. It was an obscure codicil, which sadly had never been repealed. The silver lining was that Lord Inziolot could propose the foul moon, but only one of the offended parties had the right to put their lives on the line. To Scylla, Lith asked, "What's our esteemed guest talking about?" "Long story short, if you win, you get what you want and pay nothing. If he wins, you die and he gets to keep your corpse as a trophy." Inziolot chimed in without giving her the possibility to reply. "Against which one of them am I supposed to win?" Lith pointed at the vampire and his vassal. "The proto-vampire." Inziolot used spirit magic to nail Count Zolver to the wall and clear any doubt. "Let me get this straight, your lickness. If I kill that poor excuse of a noble, his master will give me the information I need, right?" Inziolot nodded. "What if Kaelan decides to seek revenge on me?" It seemed all too easy. Lith preferred to stay on the safe side. "If he decides to ignore the result of the combat, he will have to put his life at stake. The foul moon is a sacred ritual. Plotting against you would be an unprecedented violation. Any of his underlings exposing his treachery would be entitled to obtain his position within the Night Court, while his superiors who are afraid of his rise would be authorized to kill him and split his resources among themselves. So I don't have to trust something as unreliable as his honor, but rather the greed of his rivals within and outside the Night Court," Lith thought. "It's not much, but what choice do I have? I can't leave empty-handed without a perfect excuse for the Queen. I don't know the value of some of the listed ingredients, but I'm pretty sure the royals would rather lose Manohar than give away the jewels of the crown. Sooner or later, a man dies, whereas an artifact is forever. What if? Lieutenant Colonel Kaelan, if you allow me to call my queen, I'll ask her what I can offer you to have both sides satisfied with the outcome. Neither I nor the Griffin Kingdom wants to spill blood. The choice is up to you." "That's impossible," Scylla shook her head. "Amulets and their calls can be traced. It would endanger the Dawn Court. And the Night Court has no reason to grant you any leniency. Not only do you refuse my generosity, but also you dare to speak like you're doing me a favor. Either you have the authority to accept our terms or you don't." The Night Court had no intention to help the Griffin Kingdom from the beginning. The unreasonable demands were to force a lose-lose situation on them. If Lith accepted, the crown would be weakened and blame him for it, whereas the Night Court would grow in power just by sharing the details of their customer. If he refused, the kingdom would lose its royal healer, their enemy would escape, and Lith would be branded as incompetent. Kaelan had made sure there would be no happy ending for his enemy. The human is out of luck. The lick is doing exactly what I expected, and Scylla is either too afraid to speak or she just wants to corner him as much as I do. He inwardly smiled. Kaelan's arrogance made Lith think again about his options. He should know I'm way stronger than his thrall. Why even bother to save him just to toss him away like this? Lith thought. "Duchess, what are the rules of the foul moon?" He wanted to understand if the gap in magical prowess could be overcome with powerful equipment, since Lith had nothing but his clothes. "It's a contest of pure might. No weapons nor protections are allowed. If you win, Kaelan will not be able to harm you or your propriety without risking his own life, but if you lose, you'll die a horrible death," she replied. Even though Lith couldn't see the trap, he could still smell it. It was all too easy. "No matter if I accept or refuse Kaelan's rip-off deal, my career in the army and the association will be over. The foul moon actually solves two problems at once. It's much better to face a single opponent head-on than watching my back every night. I'm not strong enough to kill that vampire yet. Since I can't force him to leave me alone, at least this way I can prevent him to gang up on me with the help of other members of the Night Court and give him a good scare. Count Zolver, I challenge you to foul moon." As he feared, a smug smile appeared on the faces of both the vampire and his vassal. Chapter 467, Foul Moon Part 4. I accept, Zolva replied. Yet I'm no match for my opponent, so I request for a champion. I knew the Night Court's members are just overgrown ticks, but since when do you even accept cowards among your ranks? Inzialot hadn't tricked Lith on purpose. In his mind, running away from a challenge was something unthinkable. His words wiped the smile off their faces, while Lith's mind finally connected the dots. Wait, does a fight between peers means of the same rank in the court, or of equal strength? He asked. The latter, of course, Scylla replied with a wolfish smile. You should have asked for my help. He who lives alone dies alone. You have no friends here, and you knew it. Bah, don't worry, kid, Inzialot sneered. Awakened ones are the strongest race after liches. Everything else is trash. When will the fight take place? Lith asked while using invigoration to return to his peak condition. As soon as the arena is ready, and unless someone wants to die by my hand, it will happen within the next few minutes. Inzialot struck the ground with his silver staff, causing the whole room to shake. While Scylla and Kalan shouted orders in their respective communication amulets, Lith started to cast what he had always considered the most useless of all the trump cards at his disposal. Unknown location, underground dungeon of the master of the meat puppets. Krishna Manohar had long come to terms with inferior minds having no originality. When he regained his senses, he didn't need to look at himself to know that his arms had been amputated. The professor knew his body so well that he noticed how his balance was all over the place the moment he opened his eyes. His waist was chained to the wall, and so were his legs. The room he was trapped in was a marvel in its intricacy. The walls and floor were made of metal, the air was kept thin and dry to the point he kept yawning for oxygen. Well, at least this is new. Usually they just break up my arms. Someone here is very paranoid. I can understand why they took my hands off, but what is this room for? He thought. Unlike the master of the mansion, Manohar was unaware of awakened one's existence, so the design of the cell made no sense to him. An awakened wouldn't need their mouth or hands to cast, so the metal served to make it impossible to use earth magic, while the dry air blocked fire, air, and water magic. With no humidity, there was no water to manipulate, while fire would quickly burn the low oxygen content of the room and make the prisoner faint. Manohar was still dizzy from all the lightning bolts which had struck him a few hours earlier. With no hands, he had to use first magic to treat his minor wounds and the symptoms from the amputation. When the pain stopped hindering Manohar's mind, he continued using first magic while studying the restraints trapping him. As he expected, they weren't regular chains. Even if he was unfamiliar with their design, the professor could feel enough mana coming from them to support multiple enchantments. This may take a while, he sighed. Awake already? It's not only your mind to be amazing, for a human, of course, said a familiar feminine voice while opening the cell door. Can you drop the evil overlord act? It stopped being fun before I was even born. It makes you look even more pathetic than you already are. Tough talk for someone in your position. Hessie, Lady Lanza's personal housemaid, walked to the center of the room with a soft, cruel smile on her lips. There was nothing bashful in her gait anymore. She stood as straight as a queen, looking down on Manohar like he was a thief locked in a stockade. I feel ashamed for falling for your act, the professor said. The only excuse I have is that I checked you for both slave items and meat puppets. How did you come up negative to my tests? His professional curiosity was piqued. According to Hessie's personal file, she had no magical talent. Her history was clear and with no gaps. Yet there she was, exuding such strong mana that Manohar's neck hair was standing up. Her eyes were still chestnut, so she wasn't remotely controlled like a meat puppet. Easy, I took over her body months ago. Your spells detected nothing because there's nothing to detect. I'm Hessie now, or at least what's left of her. Are you saying it's not just shape-shifting? Manohar had never been so happy of being kidnapped. The lady in front of him was as crazy as interesting. She would make an incredible specimen. If I manage to capture her alive, and if those buzzkills of the crown don't execute her on the spot. He inwardly smiled. Manohar lived for the challenges. Enough chit-chat. There's a reason why you are still alive. Because you need my help, Manohar interrupted her. Let me guess. After seeing me at work, you understood how sloppy and crude your methods are, so you want me to teach you how to do things properly. Hessie's eyes were reduced to fiery slits, brimming with mana. How dare you belittling my work, you insignificant runt? My art is perfect, or better, it was supposed to be. I want to know, how did you extract my puppy alive from its host? Her anger made the professor's condescending attitude turn to hilarity. Art perfect? Are you really such an idiot? Your magic is messy at best, if not wasteful. I hoped you were like Balker, a genius like me, but that because of poor personal choices ended up swamped with too much scut work, slowing your research. If you think that junk is perfection, then you are barely at a fifth-year student level. Once I used my diagnostic spell, I found at least 12 major flaws and as many ways to safely remove the specimen. Off the top of my head at that. Manohar was so disgusted that he stopped talking and started chanting. What do you think you're doing? Hessie released a bolt of darkness magic from one of her rings, but Manohar easily dodged it despite his restraints. His movement revealed a set of arms made of light that had remained hidden behind the professor's back up to that moment. The chant ended and the chains fell onto the ground with a metal clattering. It was the Tier 4 Forgemaster spell Clean Slate, an exclusive of the elite of the army, the association, or in Manohar's case, of the Queen's Corps. It generated a combined pulse of light and darkness magic that would temporarily short-circuit the imprint on a magical item. In the case of the chains, without an owner, the lock was released. Before Hessie could recover from the surprise, the left arm formed a fist and struck at her like a ram, sending her sprawling on the floor. Light magic used for offense? That's impossible. The first magic composing the hard light construct was enough to allow Manohar to channel his spells, but its offensive force was just slightly superior to that of an average man. Just because an idiot can't do it, it doesn't mean that something is impossible, Manohar said while Hessie stared at him with a mix of fear and awe. Chapter 468, Impossible Magic Part 1. Ever since the dawn of magic, the light element had been known to be useless in battle. It had no offensive spells, and aside from healing small wounds, the exhaustion that spells below Tier 4 caused on their patients made them a double-edged sword. Light magic experts always protested that such claims were ridiculous. There was no element weaker than the others, yet aside from legends and fairy tales, no one had ever won a battle with light magic. At least according to official history, there were many reports about magical beasts well-versed in the use of the light element who were capable of using it for attacking. Scarlet had decimated the Talon's headquarters using light magic. Lith would have died from Gadorf's purge spell if Captain Yerna hadn't stopped him. Yet some secrets were closely guarded. Despite having lived for centuries, the person inhabiting Hessie's body had never learned how to perform even a trick like the one Manohar was using to compensate for his lack of arms. The mad professor chanted his next spell, leaving Hessie with no choice but to summon her minions while she got out of the death trap of her own making. Because of the nature of the room, all elements besides light and darkness magic were disabled. She could cast lightning, but it would be deviated by the metal in the room. If Manohar wasn't already floating, he would only need to jump to avoid the bolt before it was neutralized by the lighting rods hidden below the floor. It was a safety measure to prevent an inmate to strike all their captors at once if the electrical current was trapped in the metal instead of being discharged. To make things worse, the cell also made it impossible to use even arrays, which left Hessie with only her body as a weapon. Once I'm back inside my mansion, I can use my arrays and my puppies to kill him. It was a mistake taking him prisoner. Manohar is too dangerous to let him live, she thought. Unluckily, her reasoning was based on a false assumption. She had never captured him. Manohar had allowed himself to be taken. When he noticed that the lightning array wasn't lethal, he was presented with a dangerous choice. Resisting the array would have given the meat puppet the time to free its companion and take over the guards. Manohar would have lost his specimens and all the leads they had. Playing possum instead would have had the same consequences, but it also meant letting the meat puppets do all the hard work and bring him right inside the enemy base. After days spent literally chained to Gianni with nothing to do but wait, the gala with Minna had helped the professor to make up his mind in a split second. I don't fear slave collars nor meat puppets. I know how to jam and remove them. I'd rather risk my life than waste another single day with that brute of a constable. I need to get back to my research, had been his last thought before losing consciousness. Thank heavens regenerating limbs is much easier now. Without Lith's spell, I would be forced to turn this place upside down to find my arms, was his current trains of thoughts. Contrary to Hessie's expectations, Manohar didn't rush outside the safety of his prison. He cast an array detecting spell before unleashing a powerful earth magic shockwave that cracked all of the revealed array's lines of power. It wasn't enough to destroy them, but that had never been his aim. The professor remembered the materials Hesse's thralls had purchased, and she had confirmed to him that she had been there for just a few months. Setting permanent arrays required time, resources, and a talent Manohar doubted such a self-proclaimed genius could possess. His detection spell had only confirmed his theory, making his next move child play, at least for the mad professor's standards. Temporary arrays had much lower requirements, but needed a fine balance to prevent their effects from interfering with each other. He had just dealt them enough damage to compromise their alignment. If his enemy activated them, they would either fizzle or blow in her face. A few perfect carpenters arrived, their vortexes at full force to drain any incoming spell at the cost of their lives. The first one charged inside the cell like a mad bull. Hesse's will was absolute. Manohar sneered as a giant sword made of pure light impaled the creature, and those following it like a kebab. Seriously, are you really a one-trick pony? I figured out the weakness of those things the first time I extracted my specimen. They can nullify spells of Tier 3 and below, but Tier 5 is another story. If the ability of your creatures is weaker than the one of whom guides the spell, it becomes useless. That's how I extracted your dear puppy, you idiot. I never failed to control one of my spells, and I have no intention of starting today. Hesse stared in horror as the flesh of her creatures entered Manohar's body and gave him back his arms. Their life force was consumed as well, replenishing his own. This man is a real monster, Hesse thought. I must force him to run out of mana before he tears my house apart. Unluckily for her, the professor's bright purple core and his relentless practice of magic made his mana reserve almost as insane as he was. Dawn Court branch outside the city of Author, now. When Lith had heard the word, arena, his mind had pictured a place similar to the Earth's Colosseum. The place the Dawn Court reserved for ceremonial battles was akin to a huge theater instead. The fight would take place on a circular raised platform made of white stone, that only a thick cylindrical energy barrier separated from the front row of spectators. Comfortable armchairs were evenly spaced on a balcony that surrounded the center stage. The arena had a diameter of 40 meters, 130 feet, which together with its high ceiling allowed the fighters to have plenty of space to battle on both the ground and the air. Lith had been spellcasting non-stop from the moment the challenge had been issued. When his opponent arrived, he had yet to finish his spell. Damn, they are afraid of the lick as much as I am, if not even more. I need to stall for time, he thought. To Inzialot, he asked, how can you be sure the Night Court will not send one of its strongest members? The foul moon requires peers. You being a human and an awakened one at that makes everything harder. Inzialot sighed. They had waited for almost 2 minutes after he warped them to destination at the end of the parley. They need to choose someone whose practice of magic and time as undead match your age. Then, the Dawn Court has to verify the champion's identity. I don't practice magic for 17 years. How is it fair? Lith lied through his teeth. He needed only a few more seconds. I don't make the rules, I just administer them. Otherwise, I would have killed you all and went back home already. Inzialot snorted through his exposed nasal septum. A clap of his hands made the barrier even stronger and signaled the start of the fight. Scylla, Kalan, and Zolver were sitting next to each other. They all wore the same relaxed smile, like the fight was already over. I wonder if their sudden friendship and how fast the Dawn Court checked my opponent's background are related, Lith thought. Duchess Ekna had been crystal clear. Lith had no friends there, and he had no intention of making any. Chapter 469, Impossible Magic Part 2. Lith's opponent had the appearance of a brute. He was a man at least 2 meters, 67, tall, with long black hair and beard. His muscular body reminded Lith that of a professional wrestler. Unbeknownst to Lith, his opponent was a vampire named Zarin. He was Kalan's blood spawn and one of his favorites. His gray eyes moved quickly from Lith to the lick while waiting for the start signal. Usually Zarin would disregard such formalities, but since the referee was capable of turning him into a memory with just a thought, the vampire decided to stick to the rules. Or better, the rule. Once Inzialot clapped his hands, there were none. The rattle of bones and rings was his cue. Even if they weren't awakened, vampires could use air and darkness in their true magic form. Zarin took off, darting toward his opponent like a falcon on its prey. Lith clapped his hands a split second after Inzialot. His breathing was steady, his body so stiff to resemble a statue. Right above the fighters, covering the whole arena, appeared the very fist impossible array Lith had learned when he was just 12 years old. This time it wasn't meant to impress the White Griffin Academy's board. It was a terrible weapon. One of the golden points of Silverwing's hexagram lit up, and Zaren's flight spell disappear, turning the falcon into Newton's apple. Lith waved his right hand, conjuring a stone pillar that intercepted Zaren's fall and sent him crashing against the barrier. Contrary to Lith's hopes, the magical formation dealt no more damage than a real wall would. According to Inzialot, the sum of this guy's years of magical practice and his time as an undead should be around 20 years if the courts bent the rules. He's too buff to be a magician. I bet Kalen chose him because he's a pure vampire. Instead of sending a half-baked fighter, I would have picked a professional too. Alas, I'm no pushover either. Lith inwardly sneered as he waved his left hand. A stream of lightning intercepted Zaren while he bounced off the wall, turning his pale skin black. Both the fighters wore no armor. Lith had been forced to remove his ranger uniform for a white shirt made of the finest silk he had ever seen and night black pants so soft they would put cashmere to shame. Zaren was bare-chested, with only a pair of leather pants to cover him. At least the Dawn Court knows how to dress. These clothes are coming home with me. Lith knew that worrying about saving a few coins was ridiculous during a life-or-death situation, but since such a thing was just Monday to him, his wallet was entitled to speak. Zaren landed with the grace of a cat. His face was twisted in a mask of rage. Master Kalen told me the Awakened is supposed to be a brutal fighter. According to our information, against the meat puppets he relied on brute strength and magical tools, yet now he stands still. It must be related to the secret behind the array. Zaren thought, vampires took damage from electricity-based attacks, but thanks to their undead nature, their movements wouldn't be hindered by them. It wasn't the nerves moving their bodies, just like their strength didn't come from their muscles. Hence Lith's lightning had not disrupted Zaren's focus. The vampire extended his arms, releasing a scatter-shot shower of darkness bullets. Their speed was slow, but from that distance, and inside an enclosed space, they were fast enough to be deadly. If Lith focused on dodging the daggers, the opponent would have an easy game overpowering him physically, while focusing on the enemy would leave him exposed to the incoming spell. Zaren moved forward almost as fast as the dark daggers, using them as a cover while approaching the enemy. Lith stood firm until the daggers almost reached him. Then, he took a deep breath and had the array neutralize the spell as he unleashed a barrage of plague arrows. He mimicked Zaren's strategy, leaving him astonished. It's impossible. Arrays are supposed to work both ways. Why does it negate only my spells? First air, now darkness too. It's bound to have some limits. Zaren thought while dodging as many plague arrows as he could. Much to his surprise, Lith didn't press the advantage. Instead of charging forward, he used earth magic to turn the stone floor into sand, messing with the vampire's footwork. The strong kick that was supposed to propel him away from danger plunged into the ground instead. Zaren cursed his opponent and enveloped himself with a shroud of darkness. Multiple plague arrows struck him from head to toe, sapping his strength. Thanks to his last-ditch effort, the damage was halved. Unlike humans, vampires only needed to expend part of the energy stored inside their blood cores to heal from any injury. It wouldn't even sap their life force, only make them hungry. Zaren was well fed, so the exchange had only hurt his pride. The audience was stunned as well. Most of them knew Silverwing's hexagram, but had no idea what it was capable of. Only awakened ones could master impossible arrays, and usually their opponent ended up dead. The only exception was Inzialot, who was having a lot of fun. Not because of the fight, which was trivial and amateurish to his eyes. He loved watching the shocked expression lowly animals made when they realized the depth of their ignorance. I told you so. He turned his head of 180 degrees to look straight into Zolver's eyes without having to move. Liches are the strongest, then awakened. Remember that if your champion loses, your life is forfeit as well. Hessi's mansion now. The person wearing Hessi's skin was royally pissed. Manohar was a walking wrecking ball, crushing her minions and arrays in a matter of seconds after they met in battle. He's too fast. I need some time to revert to my real body. This one doesn't stand a chance against his impossible magic, she thought. The professor was now surrounded by a swarm of shields made of light as big as a man, which blocked any incoming attack, be it physical or magical in nature. Even in Hessi's body, the puppeteer was still a master magician with centuries of expertise. The problem was that while the carpenters kept their vortexes active, weaving spells was worse than a waste of mana. They would poison her creatures and kill them. At the same time, the moment they turned their vortexes off, they became sitting ducks. Without the boost from the constant consumption of world energy, Manohar would let his personal army of hard light constructs mow the carpenters down like ripe wheat and focus his defense to block all of her attacks. She had even employed a war mage Tier 5 Raging Sun, only to have it enclosed by his energy shields and snuffed out like a candle. Manohar was winning by a landslide, yet he kept his guard up, conjuring spells non-stop and keeping them on his fingertips, ready to be activated. He couldn't risk losing his concentration, otherwise both his spells and mana would be lost. Even though Hessie was forced to admit the gap between their talent, she had still centuries of experience to even the field, now that she finally understood what was happening. Chapter 470, Impossible Magic Part 3. Dozens of her minions had died to buy her time, but it had been worth it. She completed an array that sealed light magic in a space of 33 feet, radius around the mad professor, turning both his swords and shields into fireflies. "Let's see who is the one-trick pony now," she said with a smug expression while watching the carpenters surround him. "I'm going to retrieve my body, kill him at all costs, overload your bodies with mana and self-destruct if you have to." Hessie sent the telepathic order and walked away from the dungeon. After regaining her cool, she had realized that it was pointless to play by her opponent's rules. He was alone in her house. The only thing she needed to win was to play it smart. Skill and preparation could kill even the strongest genius. Manohar couldn't agree more with her. It was the reason why only one among the spells he had prepared was based on the light element. Too bad none of them could deal with his current predicament. "I hate arrays," Manohar inwardly griped as he dodged bone claws the size of a great sword coming from every side. "They may be slow-ass, but one of them is enough to turn tables. Life is so unfair." So whined the man blessed by endless talent, a bright purple mana core, and an unlimited research budget. The mad professor was still alive only thanks to the Mage Knight Full Guard spell, which left him with no blind spots, and Marth's strict training schedule to force Manohar to stay out of his lab long enough to clean his mess. Together with his stubbornness, they allowed him to only sustain flesh wounds while weaving the Tier 5 spell he was in desperate need of. He wasn't like Lith. He couldn't turn off his pain receptors, nor use silent magic. Manohar could only perform movements small enough to not disrupt his hand signs, with a rhythm that let him not stutter a single magic word, all while the carpenters sealed off the space around him by the second. One of the creatures stabbed the professor's left shoulder, leaving a gaping hole the size of a muffin, and made his arm fall lifeless by his side. Manohar snarled the next magic word like it was a curse, gritting his teeth for less than a heartbeat before finishing the chant. Unluckily, it was too late. Not only did the claw went through and through, causing major bleeding, but it also stopped Manohar's movements long enough for its companions to pile up on the helpless human. A carpenter grabbed Manohar's right arm, crushing it like a twig. Another used its clawed hand to stab his chest, and then it finally happened. The mad professor's shadow came to life, taking the form of a blue-eyed colossus. It was over 3 meters tall, 10, with a spiky back like an urchin and slender arms that almost reached the ground. Its hands had 4 fingers, each one as long and sharp as a blade. It had no legs. The lower part of its body was just a thin line connected to Manohar's. It was Balker's Tier 5 personal spell, Death Ruler, which Manohar had reverse-engineered after reading the God of Death's notes found in one of his old labs. The mad professor's body had fallen limp not because of the wound, but because his mind had left his physical shell. The Death Ruler freed his human body by ripping to shreds the nearest carpenters with its claws. The pieces tried to reassemble themselves, but the darkness energies poisoning them spread like a plague, turning them into rotten flesh. After that, the shadow colossus struck at the ground. Black vines sprouted from the point of impact, eating the energies which composed the array and his enemies alike. The Death Ruler didn't stop his rampage, growing in size with each fallen enemy. Their vitality wasn't destroyed, but stored for later use. The moment the array crumbled, Manohar's human body was showered with the life force equivalent of a small platoon. Light magic was unsealed, so his organs and bones could be repaired at the expenses of the carpenters' bodies. The mad professor had no time to eat. He was eager to return to his lab. Dawncourt branch outside the city of Author, now. There were plenty of reasons why Uriel Darris had developed his own version of Silverwing's hexagram. Lacra's array could selectively negate all of the enemy's spells, but it was far from perfect. The greater its area of effect, the harder it was to keep the 6 elements in perfect harmony. Even in its small, first magic form, it took so much to cast it to make it useless. Also, negating a spell required from its caster to spend as much mana as its target contained. According to Uriel's estimates, between the mana expenditure to keep it active and the amount required to nullify the opponent's spells, his energy reserves would deplete faster than his enemies. It would take him barely a minute to run out of mana, and one-on-one at that. Against multiple enemies, it would be more than suicidal, akin to madness. Uriel's hexagram, instead, could only negate one spell per element, and the mana would be stored rather than countered. The accumulated energies could be unleashed at will to trigger a powerful gravity field. Silverwing's hexagram-heavy requirements made it useless even for Lith. Unless he knew in advance that he would face a single opponent in an enclosed space with no way out or external interferences, of course. Even with all the aforementioned conditions met, it wasn't as easy as he made it seem to the audience. The sheer focus required to keep all the 6 elements perfectly balanced over the whole arena while keeping invigoration active prevented him from moving a single step. Yet without his gatekeeper and his armor, he wasn't confident of being able to defeat an opponent with endless stamina and unknown skills. If even Zolver had forced him to use fusion magic, there was no telling how strong a real vampire could be. Zarin released several streams of lightning, and it took Lith a full invigoration breath to negate them all. Lith's fingers twirled in the air as the sand obeyed his command and sealed the vampire's limbs. The grains of sand stuck to each other, turning back into stone, yet Zarin was able to break free by consuming a good chunk of his blood core. It didn't simply enhance his strength, it made him shapeshift into a giant hybrid between a human and a bat. The creature was 2.5 meters, 82 meters tall, with membranous wings connecting his hands to his hips. 10 centimeters long razor-sharp talons replaced his nails as a thick dark brown fur as hard as steel covered the rest of his body. His open mouth was now bigger than Lith's head, with fangs long as short swords. A single flap of his wings let Zarin take the sky and escape from the sand's grip. This explains his horrible taste in clothes, Lith thought while weaving multiple spells at once. Zarin was circling above his head like a shark around its prey. Fighting on the ground without magic is a lost cause. I must strike from above fast enough to escape from his spells and force him to move. Without the array, he's just a human. Chapter 471, Impossible Magic Part 4. The vampire noticed ice spears and darkness bolts materializing near his opponent. The ground spun underneath Lith's feet in a grand vortex, ready to swallow his enemy. Turtle up as much as you want. It takes more than a few hits to injure me. I still have a lot of juice, Zarin thought while he shot downwards like a bullet. His blood core empowered his new form, to the point that its movements were almost a blur, even to Lith's enhanced vision. Almost. The moment Zarin turned his back to the array, Lith dispelled Silverwing's hexagram. His mind was no longer burdened by the need to be in perfect sync with every element that composed the world energy. All of his spells crackled with new energy as their master's undivided focus flowed into them. The sand exploded upwards, covering the vampire's field of vision and making him slow down for a split second because of the sudden updraft filling his wings. It was all the time Lith needed to pinpoint Zarin's position long enough to switch their positions. Lith appeared in mid-air, while the vampire's momentum made him crash against the ground like a meteor. Stunned by the impact, Zarin failed to react to the point-blank checkmate spears and plague arrows converging on him from all sides. While the low-tier spells pierced the membranous wings and ravaged the vampire's life force, Lith activated the Tier 5 War Mage Burial Ground spell. Several pillars erupted from the sand and surrounded Zarin while he was still stunned from his many injuries. The pillars grew in height by the second as countless stone spikes emerged from them, moving in every direction. Some stabbed the vampire, while the spikes which connected to each other would form new pillars that in turn generated more spikes. The spell was a hybrid of earth and darkness magic. The stone was a conduit for the dark energies, so even standing close to it was enough to sap its victim's life force. Count Zolver went pale, praying to any god from above or below to spare the champion's life and his own. Kalen jumped out of his armchair, swearing so much to put a sailor at shame. Unluckily, the Lick couldn't hear him above the noise of his own laughter. The whole Dawn court was astonished. The fight had lasted less than a minute. A human less than half a century old had defeated a vampire who was twice his age before being turned with apparent ease. Being an awakened wasn't enough to explain how the unlife of someone who had spent 20 years mastering his vampiric powers could be snuffed out so fast. Apparent ease were the key words. Lith had used invigoration multiple times during that minute, channeling so much mana non-stop that his body was aching in places he wasn't even aware could hurt. The mental and physical exertion he had just gone through left him with a splitting headache. Yet he returned nonchalantly to the ground, wearing the same serial killer frown he had at the start of the match. I don't care how close Manohar is. I need at least an hour's sleep, or the next time I use invigoration might be the last one which has any effect on me. Lith sneered at the undead crowd. No one was smiling anymore. Female and male scum, whatever you are, we have a winner. Inziolot raised his hands, dispelling the barrier and giving Count Zolver an excruciating death by black flames of unknown nature. As the lick beckoned with his finger, Kaelan floated toward him from across the room until he was in the middle of the arena. A deal is a deal. Now you better start talking, because if I'm forced to stay here one more minute, or I'll make sure Arthur's Night Court goes extinct. Hessi's mansion now. The carpenters had stopped rushing forward once they noticed that none of their attacks or spells seemed to hurt the shadow monster or its master. The Death Ruler's vampiric touch would heal any injury inflicted on Manohar's body. Manohar dispelled the Death Ruler as soon as he cleared enough space around him to handle the closest enemies. Balker's spell consumed a lot of mana, even by the Mad Professor's standards, and stopped the caster from weaving new spells or even using delayed ones. Several carpenters each unleashed a Tier 4 spell to cover their companions' advance, while those in the back row pushed their vortexes to the limit and overloaded their mana cores. If even the combined assault failed, their master had ordered them to perform a suicidal attack with the aim of burying Manohar under tons of rubble. Luckily for the professor, Death Ruler had allowed him to retain both his focus and the spells he had ready. He chanted his next spell while activating the Tier 5, Talk to the Hand, Light Magic. Giant hands materialized in front of the charging carpenters, grabbing and using them as literal meat shields against the incoming spells. Before the middle row enemies could reorganize, the hands of light adjusted their grip. They now wielded the captured creatures by their legs and swung them at their companions like living maces. That's what I call fighting fire with fire, he inwardly laughed. Meanwhile, in her throne room, Hessi had reached her true body. It was in suspended animation, inside a capsule made of metal, glass, and mana crystals placed right behind her royal seat. The body was floating in a purple liquid, which was constantly pumped into the capsule through a series of tubes. Each tube was connected to a member of her court, who were exact replicas of the body inside the capsule. She sat on her throne and activated her Tier 5 light magic life flow. A stream of life force flowed from Hessi to the body in the capsule. When the transfer was completed, only a small amount of the original Hessi's life force remained. Just enough to keep the body alive in a vegetative state. Thrude Griffin, daughter of Arthur the Mad King, opened her silver eyes. Her body was back to its early 20s and had reached a new pinnacle. She had improved her father's procedure countless times, yet there were still so many problems to fix before it could be considered perfect. The arrogant Night Court had provided her the means to spread her puppies among Arthur's population. All she had to do was to take over the body of one of their vassals and use him as a strawman to introduce a new kind of alchemical drug in the back market. It was a wonderful product which gave a great high and had no adverse reactions. Except it was no drug, it was just cough potion mixed with a few of her cells. They were enough to create a small vortex which sucked in the world energy, inducing a sense of euphoria and might. Only in the right subjects did the cells manage to develop and grow until they turned their victim into a clone of Thrude. The clones were perfect donors, their life force and mana identical to her own. Thanks to her court, even though Thrude had yet to crack the secret of awakening, she had obtained the next best thing along with eternal youth. Chapter 472, Pointless Struggle Part 1. Ingesting Thrude's cells only had 3 possible outcomes. Inside an incompatible host, they would die in just a few days. This was the most common scenario. In the case of partial compatibility, the subject would become a made mage. They would be useless as energy donors, but the symbiotic relationship with Thrude's cells would allow her to influence their thoughts, to use them as her spies, or simply as sacrificial pawns to keep the authorities busy. Arthur's daughter had played that game many times. The trick was to constantly move from one country to another. She only needed one treatment once every 100 years, and she was careful to pick cities that were both populous and corrupt. By the time the local authorities noticed something was going on, Thrude was already gone. Once the odd phenomenon ceased, everything would be dismissed as an unknown disease, leaving not even a footnote in history books. This time Thrude had played with her food longer than usual, but for a good reason. Since her last treatment, magic had improved by leaps and bounds. The Griffin Kingdom was famous for having the best healers in the 3 great countries. She needed to be sure that her technique was still able to escape detection before moving to more efficiently organized realms, like the Empire or the Blood Desert. Thrude took pride in her work, and until that day she had believed it to be close to perfection. It only had 2 major flaws. The first was the difficulty of finding a perfect match. The second was that Magus would only tolerate someone stealing its energy for so long. Be they made mages or the stupid nobles she lured with the promise of power, if they were too greedy in using their newfound magic abilities, Magus would feel the itch and scratch itself in the form of a pillar of blue light. The planet would take back the stolen world energy, usually killing the burglar in the process. If one didn't have enough mana to pay their debts, Magus would also take their life force as compensation. The death of a few pawns or carpenters wasn't a big deal, but blue pillars from the sky were something no one could gloss over. Aside from that, her plan was flawless. The perfect matches knew how to reach her, and by sharing her mind, they had all the necessary skills to disappear without leaving a trace. Even if the drug was discovered, there was no direct connection with her. The nobles under her thumb kept the authorities away, while the made mages served as a diversion. Thrude always had everything under control, or so she had believed until that night. Now that she was back in her body, she could appreciate its inhuman strength, its enhanced senses, and the increased vigor of her mana flow. She drained the last members of her court before flushing the purple liquid out of the capsule. Finding Manohar is actually a blessing in disguise, she said to herself while wearing her battle suit. I have the opportunity to test my abilities against the Griffin Kingdom's greatest genius in centuries. If I can kill such a monster, then the day when I defeat the accursed Tyrus is not far. I'll avenge my father and take back the throne that's rightfully mine. Meanwhile, several corridors below her, Manohar had used the Carpenter's suicide squad to wipe out the rest of his enemies. His Tier 5, can't touch this, light magic spell had sealed the trigger happy creatures inside a spherical dome along with their companions. Aside from a hole in the ground, the explosion resulting from their cores overloading had produced no effect. This is bad. Manohar was also used to thinking aloud, not because of centuries of isolation. He simply considered himself the only one worth listening to. I've consumed about half of my mana reserve, and I don't think that Miss What's-Her-Name will give me enough time for a cat nap. I need disposable. I need help. He said while turning around abruptly, scared at the idea that Gianni would appear behind his back like she usually did at the worst possible times. There was something in that woman that reminded him of his mother enough to scare him out of his wits. A simple earth spell allowed him to identify the path of least resistance, while a light spell did the rest. All he had to do was to wait and rest. Dawncourt branch outside the city of Author, now. Having lost his most recent vassal, his most promising chosen, and most likely his rank of lieutenant colonel in the Night Court all at once, Kalen was as close to having a stroke as an undead could be. I can't give the human an address since the place he is looking for is in the middle of nowhere. I can show him where it is, though. We need to get outside first, he said. A snap of Inziolot fingers blinked the 4 of them several hundreds of meters above the ground. Lith, Scylla, and Kalen were all shocked. Blink's range was about 30 meters, and extending it even by a dozen meters required lots of mana. Yet the Lick had moved all of them at once over a distance that usually only a warp could cover. The vampire tried and failed to not appear impressed while he looked at the horizon in search of landmarks. The Night Court had discovered of Thrude's existence soon after the first made mage appeared. If someone asked them why they hadn't made a move against her, the undead would reply that she had provided them with plenty of humans whose bodies were somehow highly enriched with mana. Feeding on their flesh, blood, or minds strengthened the undead's blood cores almost as much as if they had consumed a mage. Thrude was responsible for only a small portion of the missing person cases. The others were all victims of the Night Court's feeding frenzy. The truth was that they had already tried and failed. Some of the most prominent members of the court had assaulted her home to discover how she nurtured her humans. If the entire Night Court from every branch on the continent took part in the feast, the balance between the 3 factions would crumble and the undead world would belong to them. Unluckily, no one had returned to tell the tale. That was how Kalen had earned his rank, by filling an empty spot. Thrude just gave them her crumbs, and they could only suck it up. Any more losses would reveal to the world that a whole branch of the Night Court was under the heel of a human woman. The place you're looking for is? Kalen was cut short when a full-body hologram of Manohar the size of a hill appeared in the sky, along with an equally big arrow pointing at a ruined outpost in the wilds. "Come here, quick, you need my help," the Colossus would say at fixed intervals, followed by fireworks visible from miles away. Inziolot laughed like a madman, while Lith, despite his exhausted state, could hardly repress the urge to kill Kalen first and Manohar second. "Let me guess, I need to go there." Chapter 473, Pointless Struggle Part 2. Kalen gritted his teeth while inwardly cursing at Manohar's untimely appearance. It had rendered the information he was forced to share due to the foul moon ritual useless. Luckily, he had another ace up his sleeve. "Yes, but the place is heavily protected. You can't go in through the front door." "I can see that by myself." Lith cut him short. Life vision showed him an energy dome around the outpost so strong that it would take hours to destroy it from the outside. "Let me take another guess. I can get inside by using the warping array hidden in the old temple of the god of healing." "Correct again," Kalen snarled, revealing his fangs in annoyance. "I hope to never see you again." "Not so fast." Inziolot stopped the vampire in his tracks. "The deal was for information. So far you have provided nothing. Are you saying that you have just wasted my Tim? I mean, that you are willing to break a sacred oath." The Lich King had been itching to kill someone for hours for dragging him out of his lab. Finally, the rules of the competition gave him a reasonable excuse to vent his anger. "I would never do such a thing," the vampire rushed to say as his fingers were turning to ashes. "I can still tell him the name of his enemy." Oh, despite most of his flesh being gone, the Lich's face still managed to express every bit of disappointment that he was feeling. "You are going to face Thrude Griffin." Kalen had a solemn expression while uttering her accursed name. "Gods, Thrude Griffin, I never thought the day would come that I would hear that name," Inziolot said with a shocked voice. "Do you know her?" Lith was underwhelmed by the revelation. Griffin was a very common last name. "Not at all," the Lich replied. "It's just one of the most horrible names I have ever heard." "Am I free to go?" Kalen had no idea what Inziolot had done to his hands, but regenerating them caused him a great deal of pain. Another snap of the Lich's fingers blinked everyone present back to their respective apartments, even though all three of them were supposed to be warded against dimensional magic. Kalen and Scylla were both quaking in their boots, swearing on their undeath to never meddle with the Council of the Awakened again, no matter the reason. Lith was so pissed off for having gone through all that danger for nothing but a stupid name, that he almost ripped the door of his hotel room off its hinges before taking flight to reach the Mage Association. "Damn Manohar, one more hour and I could have gotten actually useful information and some rest. I have nothing to offer the crown except for a name that might well be a pseudonym or just a moniker." He couldn't delay his return. The mad professor's hologram was perfectly visible even from Author. Once the Queen learned about it, she might order a full-scale attack on the outpost. Lith couldn't let Tista, Gianni, or Camilla go anywhere near the Carpenter's nest. The array surrounding it would either kill them or slow them long enough to make their contribution to the fight irrelevant. He had never witnessed Manohar's battle prowess, and being paranoid, he assumed the worst. "I can only count on myself. Too bad that right now I'm too weakened to face even one Carpenter on my own. The only silver lining is that with every breath I take I can feel my body healing and my power growing." Only when the clerk at the reception of Author's Mage Association branch refused to let him in did Lith realize that he was still dressed like a dandy. "The good news is that it was just a spare uniform. The kingdom will hardly miss it. The even better news is that I kept the clothes without even asking for them." He and his wallet both inwardly smiled. Luckily, even a desk clerk of the association had access to their database. It only took her a few seconds and a call to Dorian to verify his identity. "Where have you been?" Gianni had the gatekeeper with her. "Are you all right?" Camilla threw her arms around him, checking for injuries. "Why are you dressed like that?" Since the others had beaten her to the punch, Tista decided to clear that small mystery while handing Solus and his skinwalker armor back to him. Solus had perceived his arrival the moment Lith was back in their mind link's range. She didn't contact him because of the conflicting emotions caused by their separation. She was happy to see that Lith was fine, yet it also exacerbated her feeling of helplessness. Solus was afraid that she would discover that Lith hadn't missed her as much as she did him. afraid that he had no use for her anymore, inside or outside the battlefield. During the last few hours, Solus had been surrounded by people, yet had never felt so alone. While others could speak, hold hands in search of comfort, or just take a walk to calm their nerves, she had been stuck in Tista's hand. Comparing her life with that of others made Solus scream and cry, yet no one could notice. I finally understand what Lith means when he says he is a shadow in a world of lights. We are both too different from normal people. Gods, I wish we could leave Author and find a mana geyser. I don't care if it's just my wisp form. I want to move around, hear my voice without using magic, feel the touch of another person. I want to be normal, she sobbed. Without Lith, Magur looked brighter, but it only made her feel worse. It was a cold light that emphasized everything she never had despite having it just a few centimeters from her. Having the objects of her desires so close, and yet being unable to reach them was just torture. The moment Solus's ring slipped onto Lith's finger, their experiences flooded into each other's mind. Lith had willingly shared his memories to bring her up to speed, whereas Solus was so overcome with grief that she forgot to hide her feelings. What's this bullshit about you being useless? Lith gave her the telepathic equivalent of a hug. Have you seen what happened to me? How much I missed you? How much I needed you? Not for your abilities, but for who you are. This life is mine as much as yours, Their mind link was fast, but it still took time. Seeing Lith in a daze, his companions repeated their questions with a worried expression. Damn it, I promise you that as soon as we are done here we'll find a mana geyser, even if I have to delay finishing my rounds. He thought before focusing on the outside world. Please, I'm dead tired. Lith raised his hands to ask them to let him talk. I know that Professor Manohar is in danger, but I need to sit down for a second and tell you what I learned while dealing with the Dawn Court. Chapter 474, Royal Pains Part 1. Lith's report left out almost everything that had happened to him. There was no time for storytelling. He emphasized the strength of the array surrounding the outpost before explaining how to bypass it and mentioning their enemy's name. Never heard of her. Gianni checked her royal constable communication amulet and came out empty-handed. I'll update the crown and let you know their decision. In the meantime, give Lith a tonic and some food. We'll be out of here in 5 minutes tops. Tonics were among the highest grade potions. They temporarily enhanced their user's metabolism, induced a state of relaxation, and provided most of the nutrients required for a hasty recovery. Their effect allowed a body to digest and assimilate a meal in a matter of minutes instead of hours, and relieved mental stress. A tonic couldn't replenish mana reserves, but at least it removed the side effects of mana depletion, like headache, lack of focus, and blurred vision. Lith's physical condition shocked both Tista and Solus. All of his muscles were almost torn due to mana abuse, his life force was flickering from exhaustion, and his mana flow was at less than half capacity. Tista had him sit on a couch, while she used Tier 4 light magic to heal his body and supply him with life force at the same time. It would make him hungry, but keep his strength intact. Solus preferred to save her energy for the incoming dangers. She reviewed all of his experiences with the Night and Dawn courts. Solus studied his opponents, trying to find out their weak points and collect enough data to understand how powerful an undead was based on their blood core. The desk clerk, a blonde girl so young Lith suspected she had just finished her academic studies, brought him a purple-colored potion and a tray full of his favorite foods. Lith ate everything and took a deep breath before sharing his experience with the undead. Or at least that was the idea. The combination of the tonic's relaxing effect, the accumulated fatigue, and the comfy couch with Solus keeping watch, made him fall asleep until Gianni's return 15 minutes later. How do you feel? Once again, Gianni didn't like her orders, yet she carried them out nonetheless. Like someone who could sleep for a week, Lith replied with a groan. I have bad news. The situation is even worse than we thought, and you are the only one who knows how to operate the array in the old temple. Go get changed. We're leaving as soon as you're done. I'll explain everything along the way. What about us? Tista asked. Her experience in Author had made her realize just how helpless she was, how waiting behind the lines was worse than fighting. She felt as if nothing had changed since the days when she was a sick girl. Tista was tired of depending on others, yet neither graduating from the academy nor awakening had allowed her to make any difference. You are staying here along with the others. Sorry, kid. This is a spellbreaker-only mission. Don't worry about your brother, we'll have plenty of backup. I'm Manohar's assistant. I'm supposed to go where he goes. The excuse was weak, but it was the only one she could think of. I like you, Tista. You remind me of my daughter, Quilla. Gianni patted her arm, speaking with a soft, motherly tone. So I'll tell you the same thing I did to her when she asked to join me in my work. In this world, no matter the age, there are two kinds of people. Those born for peace, like you, Linjos, and Quilla. Good people who make this country a place worth fighting for. To make it thrive and grow. Peace comes at a price, though. The same magic that allows you to perform wonders also breeds monsters like the one we are going to face. To keep the peace in here, there's a war to fight out there. In war, you don't need good people. You only need killers who will make peace last one more day. Why do you think your brother, I, and even Manohar got picked for this mission? At those words, Tista turned toward Dorian, who lowered his gaze and said nothing. Because we belong to the second kind of people. We are the killers this country needs. Gianni noticed that Camilla had turned pale at those words. She moved in front of the lieutenant, who was staring at her in fear. We are still humans, though. Gianni didn't like giving a pep talk to a business rival, but respected Lith too much to purposefully mess with his personal life. If you cut us, we still bleed. We love and experience pain like anyone else. We're not monsters, and we need a family. Lith's return made the conversation end abruptly. When their gazes met, Lith gave Camilla a warm smile, and she found herself returning it from her heart. Camilla had a hard time making the image of the stingy ranger, who played a song for her, and made the camellia match with that of the person who she had seen fight monsters with inhuman ferocity. Lith could feel that the mood in the room was wrong, but since no one was speaking, he described to Dorian the kind of magic crystal which was needed to activate the array. They had to go to the armory to get the right one. Lith pretended to recognize it, while Solus extracted from his memories its energy signature, and used her mana sense to identify a matching one among dozens of similarly shaped magic stones. Are you sure? Dorian was no longer surprised that he hadn't recognized what Lith had been talking about. That antique is merely for display. It belongs to the age when Forgemasters had yet to discover how to fuse magic crystals with their creations. The warping array Thrude and the quartz used was an antique as well. Unlike modern warp gates, the magic circle had to be carved rather than built. Their design had been long forgotten because anyone with a proper magic stone could activate them. Ancient warp gates couldn't be imprinted with mana, making them a security nightmare. They had many advantages in present times, though. Without a power source, they couldn't be detected with spells nor with life vision. Also, they could bypass modern dimensional magic blocking arrays because they worked according to different principles than those currently in use. Ancient warp gates would permanently fuse 2 points in space, whereas modern ones could connect to multiple locations via dimensional corridors. It made them more versatile, but also susceptible to being jammed by preventing them from locking on to their exit point's coordinates. Ancient warp steps had no such problem. There was no corridor to create, just a door to open. Lith and Gianni left the Mage Association, reaching the old temple by flight. Do you want the good news or the bad news first? Gianni asked as soon as they took off. The bad news. This Thrude Griffin is the daughter of Arthur Griffin, the Mad King. He was publicly executed centuries ago for his experiments with forbidden magic, which means that Lith couldn't wait for this horrible day to end. That we are about to face one of the oldest and more powerful mages in the Griffin Kingdom's history, who had plenty of time to prepare for our arrival. Gianni finished the phrase for him. I'm starting to think they are right, Lith groaned. They who? The ones who say I'm bad luck. Chapter 475, Royal Pains Part 2. Tell me that at least the good news is really good. Lith wasn't the type to complain so much, yet Gianni understood his reasons. In the space of a few hours, he has faced a vampire, several meat puppets, and whatever opponent the Dawn Court forced him to fight in exchange for their information. I noticed at first glance that he was too tired for someone who was supposed to just have a chat with them. I never saw him so tired, poor kid. It's better to cut him some slack. Very good. First, we don't have to fight unless strictly necessary. Ours is solely a rescue mission. No one expects us to face Thrude Griffin and win. We get in, find Manohar, get out, and destroy the warp gate from Arthur's side. As simple as that. I think you just jinxed the mission, Lith sighed. He had almost forgotten what the word simple meant. Second, we'll only enter after the other spellbreakers have surrounded the outpost. The attack will start when we are sure to have her outnumbered and outmatched. The crown is calling mages from every corner of the kingdom. Gianni ignored his pessimistic remark. Third, since you are tired and I'm not a mage, we'll work with 2 more spellbreakers. Even if I jinx the mission, A team of 5 spellbreakers can hold long enough for the platoon to destroy the array and swarm the place. They reached the old temple of Exhal, the god of healing, almost at the same time as their reinforcements. Lith was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected reunion with Professor Vaster and Captain Killian Aluria. Vaster was a short man in his mid-60s, barely over 1.55 meters, 51, tall. The top of his head was completely bald, while the hair he had left on the sides was snow-white, and so were his waxed handlebar mustaches. His belly was so big that it made it hard to guess if he was larger than tall. That, together with his pure white robe, made him resemble a real-life Humpty Dumpty. Oh, Vaster laughed loudly watching them land. Gianni, dear, should I tell Orion to be jealous? This is the second time in less than a month that you worked together with that little demon. You know he likes older women, right? What are you doing here, Vaster? I was expecting Marth. She ignored his remark. Marth is the headmaster of the White Griffin and the second-best healer of the kingdom, while this old coot is expendable. Vaster sighed. During his youth, he had been considered eligible for the title of God of Healing multiple times. Until Marth became professor, stealing Vaster's spotlight thanks to his achievements. Vaster had dreamed for years of being once again the number one, but Manohar had outshined both of them like the sun does the stars. Constable Ernaz, Killian gave Gianni a deep bow before shaking Lith's hand. Long time no see, Lith. I've heard great things about you. They knew each other since the plague in Kajuria and had seen each other again during Balker's attack on the White Griffin Academy. Killian was a captain in the Queen's Corps. He was a man in his early 30s, around 1.9 meters, 63, tall, with shoulder-length pitch-black hair and ice-blue eyes. Thanks, Captain. It's sad that every time we meet there are hundreds of lives at stake, Lith said before entering the old temple. He didn't want to give Vaster enough time to tell them about his days as assistant professor at the academy. There were too many embarrassing details Lith preferred remained forgotten. The runes composing the warping array are mixed with gibberish. We need to look for a hole big enough to fit this mana stone. Lith explained to prevent any further conversation while showing the marble-sized yellow crystal. If we get through this, you'll become the youngest spellbreaker in ages. Vaster used air and water magic to clean the altar's surroundings, revealing in the process many more runes on the floor. It will be the perfect moment to get married. Listen to an old fool's advice and don't repeat my mistakes. If you rest on your laurels, your star will start declining sooner than you think. Aim as high as you can now, otherwise you'll have to settle. The professor was one of those people who could talk without losing focus in the matters at hand. Gianni and Killian were used to much more annoying quirks, so they didn't mind him. Lith wasn't as patient. I seem to recall you married one of the most beautiful and influential women in the kingdom, he rebuked. How can you call it settling? Back in my heyday I could have married the crown princess, Vaster sighed. Later I had to give as much as I got, otherwise Villia wouldn't have even looked at me. I found it, Killian cut him short, right at the center of the altar. Then we have a problem, because there is another hole in the chapel, Gianni said while pointing at the feet of the stone statue. There's another one here. Vaster had found a third one at the base of the altar. It's likely that only the right one activates the gate. The others must have defensive properties, like destroying the array or making the temple detonate. Killian was a master warden. That was how he would have defended a strategic asset. Can you describe to me what the Dawn Court's array looked like? I need a starting point to understand what we are dealing with. I can do better. Lith cupped his hands as Solus recalled from his memories the exact design of the warp gate, allowing him to conjure its scaled-size image with light magic. What the fuck? Vaster flinched at the sight. Lith, my boy, are you really like Manohar? What do you mean? This is just what a communication amulet does. It's good for projecting stories for the kids, but that's it. His words made no sense to Lith. According to all the Forgemaster books he had read, it was one of the easiest enchantments to apply among those required to make a communication device. You can even move them. Vaster admired look was now shared by Gianni and Killian. Fuck me sideways. I'm getting the feeling that what I considered a parlor trick is actually much more important. Lith inwardly cursed. After watching Lith's hologram and studying its runes for a bit, Killian knew what to look for in the archives. Killian used his amulet to access tomes about ancient gates and the runes necessary to activate them. Every time he recognized one, he marked it with a wisp of light. Soon the runes formed a circle. I'm done. Prepare your spells. There will be no time to chant once we get on the other side, Killian warned the group. Gianni wasn't a mage, so while the others chanted, she gulped down a few potions just to be safe. Killian placed the magic stone in the hole at the base of the altar. The runes he had marked earlier lit up one after the other, forming a warp gate right in front of the statue. The captain activated the Tier 5 Warden spell Third Eye before stepping through it. The dimensional door led to a corridor that was full to the brim with arrays made visible by Killian's spell. One of them shone brightly for a second before fading away. "I've bad news. The enemy has just been notified of our arrival." Chapter 476, Royal Pains Part 3. Killian cast the Tier 5 Warden spell Disarray. His will overrode the commands programmed in the magical formations, twisting the energies coursing through them into chaos and turning their mana flow against itself until their structure collapsed. When he was finished, the gate's edges had already started flickering. The team managed to cross it before it disappeared, while the captain used his third eye to scan their surroundings for more traps. Lith noticed that Killian's spell was able to reveal all kinds of enchantments. Under his gaze, the equipment of his teammates glowed, even Solus, and so did the doors along the stone corridor. "No more arrays in sight, and Manohar is not here. Let's move before our Mad Queen sends her thralls to kill us." Gianni signaled Killian to take point, following him closely. There was a wall right behind the gate's exit point, so they could only move forward. Lith immediately understood what she meant. To be able to pull the giant hologram stunt, the professor must have escaped from his captor. There was no trace of battle along the corridor, and the doors were intact. Throod Griffin knew of the incoming attack. She wouldn't waste time repairing her base. She would either run away or prepare for battle, and since her arrays were still functional, the latter was the most likely scenario. No one would be so foolish to leave behind the rare and expensive mana crystals needed to fuel them. "I don't like this place," Solus thought. "It's built over a mana geyser. If our enemy knows how to harness its power, there's no limit to the mana at her disposal. Even most of the furniture inside the rooms is enchanted." "What do you see?" Lith moved to the rear guard to be able to use life vision without the others noticing his glowing eyes. The first part of the corridor was a storehouse, while all these doors lead to labs for different specializations. This woman must be an eclectic genius. Or maybe she just had a lot of time to learn. What about Manohar? "Sorry, I have no idea. Between the arrays, the labs, and whatever there is on the other floors, it's like looking into the sun." Lith tried to use life vision, only to be blinded by the sensory overload. The silver lining was that among all that white, he had caught a glimpse of red-wind living beings emitted coming from below, and a sea of it coming from above. His problem was how to share the information with the others. "I was glad to hear you found someone after joining the army." Vaster blabbered again, making Lith inwardly gripe. "You know, he brooded for a whole year after your daughter broke up with him." Really, Gianni was really interested in the matter. Yeah, it took some effort to convince him to get back in the game. Him getting turned down multiple times didn't make things easier. He kept hitting on the staff instead of the students and, luckily for Lith, the corridor wasn't that long. They found a flight of stairs leading to the upper and the lower floors. "I think we should go down." Lith was eager to change the topic. Prisons are usually built on the lowest level to make it harder to break out. Gianni inwardly laughed at his efforts. Knowing Vaster, it wouldn't take him long to start talking again on his own, giving her plausible deniability. "Oh gods!" Killian cursed as he saw that there were arrays on the floor, the ceiling, and the walls. "I'll exhaust my mana way before we reach the next floor if I'm forced to disable every trap we met." "Kids these days," Vaster snickered. "I'll show you how it's done." While Killian's third eye revealed the magic circle's lines of power, Vaster struck them with darkness magic. His ability in using simple first magic to disrupt their critical nodes with surgical precision amazed Solus. "I can see them thanks to mana sense. How can he do it?" Killian shared her feelings. His mouth was almost touching the floor in surprise. "Arrays are just like forge mastering. You can't afford the privilege of getting old in the Queen's Core if you don't learn a thing or two about them." He answered to the captain's silent question while shrugging. Both Lith and Solus learned a lot during their descent to the lower level. Vaster disabled every array they met by expending a negligible amount of mana. Not only did he always strike at the right spot, but he also adjusted the strength of his spell at every node. His method destabilized the arrays without triggering them nor leaving any trace of their passage. Then, a sudden smell of ozone and death put everyone on alert. The heavily enchanted metal door in front of them was intact, but all of them recognized the stench of rotten flesh mixed with enough static to make the hair on their necks stand up. They were signs of a big fight. "This is odd," Vaster said after Third Eye assured them there were no more arrays. "Why haven't we met any resistance? And why Manohar didn't open this door? This smells like a trap." "What the heck does he mean?" Lith thought. According to Solus's mana sense, the pseudo-core of that thing is quite complicated. Its aura protects even the walls. Forcing it open, even with magic, would have disastrous consequences. I could do it with invigoration, but... "Stay back," Vaster said as he cast the Tier 4 Forgemaster spell Clean Slate, which generated a combined pulse of light and darkness magic. It temporarily short-circuited the imprint on the door and released its lock. "How did you do that?" Lith couldn't believe his own eyes. During his 4th year at the academy, he had spent months learning how to open Hathorn's boxes. "Sorry, kid, it's a secret spell, I can't teach it to you. Just know we are lucky there was no self-destruct spell, or this thing would have blown up in our face." Vaster didn't cross the threshold, not even when Third Eye confirmed there was no danger ahead. The door led to another long stone corridor, which was lighted by magical stones hung along the walls. The cells on the right side had bars, allowing Lith's group to see that most of them were occupied. The people inside looked clean and well-fed, but there was no life in their eyes. They just stood with a blank stare, uncaring for the bloody mess in front of them. The cells on the left side all had solid metal doors and what reminded Lith an air conditioning system on the outside. They were all closed but one. In front of it, there was a huge hole in the ground and what seemed like the set of a slasher flick. The area was littered with blood spatters, various body parts, and enough corpses to make it almost impossible to see the floor. "Manohar, are you in there?" Gianni yelled. "Finally," replied a familiar, petulant voice coming from behind the open cell. "Stay away from the door. I'll be there in a second." Lith and Gianni kept a close eye on the prisoners. They were all potential carpenters, allowing the enemy to watch and listen to everything they did. "Keep casting," Gianni ordered the mages. "Something is off." Chapter 477, Royal Pains Part 4. They all backed away from the threshold, each weaving their best spells. Manohar came flying out of his cell at breakneck speed. The prisoner's eyes turned blue as several warping arrays appeared throughout the room, trying to intercept the mad professor. He dodged them all by continuously changing his flight path. He stopped at the last second in front of the door, avoiding the one which appeared where he would have been if he had kept flying straight. "I beat you again, woman," he yelled in triumph while escaping. "I knew you would try to get me once I crossed the—" His euphoria disappeared when he noticed there was no one behind the door. The warping array had affected an area large enough to capture Lith's team. "Wait, did I say stay away from the door? I meant, stay as far away as you can. Damn it. What kind of world do we live in where a kidnapped man has to rescue his rescuers?" For a second, Manohar thought about leaving on his own, but dimensional magic was sealed again, and he had no idea how to get out of what was clearly a death trap. The real deal breaker, though, was that losing his companions or a fight was the same for him. "I never lose," Manohar yelled while preparing all the spells he could hold before walking back in front of the prisoners. "Round 2, lady, ready when you are." Thrude was amused by his spunk and more than happy to oblige. A warp array brought him in her throne room, where they were all waiting for him. She was sitting on a perfect replica of the royal throne, sipping red wine from a glass. The throne was made to resemble a rearing griffin. Its hind lion paws were the chair's legs, while its front eagle talons made the armrests. She had a broadsword on her lap. The blade had 7 magical stones of different colors on each flat side. The ones closest to the hilt were bright red, while the ones near its tip were bright purple. A white mana crystal went straight through the center of the cross-shaped hilt, pulsing in unison with the other crystals. Every one of those present was in shock from the moment of their arrival. "Say that again," Lith thought, unwilling to believe his own eyes or even Solus's mana sense for the first time since they had met. "That woman is insanely powerful," Solus repeated for the 4th time with her voice flat in astonishment. "And her mana core is rainbow-colored, whatever that means." Just like the artifact on her lap, Thrude's core had every possible shade of the known mana core ranks. Arthan's madness wasn't as effective as Awakening. Even though it managed to strengthen her core over the centuries, the accumulated impurities prevented Thrude's mana core from stabilizing. Yet that didn't make her any less deadly. "That's the sword of Seaful." Gianni's voice was barely a whisper. She was well aware of the powers of the weapon that once belonged to the original king, Valoran Griffin. No, you are wrong, Thrude replied between sips. This is the sword of Arthun. My father knew that people like you lot couldn't be trusted. That's why during his last years he took the precaution of having both the royal sword and armor extensively studied. That way he could leave his full legacy to his descendants after you small-minded, petty peasants destroyed decades of his hard work and sacrifices. Her voice was sweet, but full of poison. The passing of time hadn't quelled her hatred. For her, it was like Arthun's beheading happened just yesterday instead of centuries prior. The ground trembled below their feet due to the unrelenting attack of the spellbreakers on the array protecting the building. Vaster couldn't take his eyes off the capsule behind the throne. Like any competent healer, he had studied all of the little information the Crown had disclosed about Arthun's madness. Even though it was an evil contraption, it had helped the healing arts to progress by leap and bounds. The idea of killing even a single person made his innards churn, yet seeing Thrude so young made his mind spin so fast he had fallen to his knees. The real Arthun's madness. I wonder how would it feel to be young again, to become more powerful than Marth, maybe even than Manohar. Maybe my Vilya and my own children would finally respect me instead of just seeing me as a giant wallet. Vaster wasn't charming or young anymore when he married, and he did it out of self-interest. There was no love between him and his wife. He had always neglected his children to pursue his ambitions, and now that they were grown up, they were returning the favor in full. Now that he was old, Vaster regretted many things. For a second, he considered Arthun's madness as his second chance, as his opportunity to start from scratch somewhere far away from the Griffin Kingdom and do things right for once in his life. Then his eyes fell on the mountains of corpses piled up at the corners of the room. Thrude's clones were of different ages, some very old and some barely more than children. Some were still lying around like dirty laundry. Their bodies were all dried up, mummified by the extraction process of their life force and mana flow. How many? Vaster gritted his teeth in outrage. Nausea and scorn snapped him out of his reverie, giving him the strength to stand up. How many people have you killed to keep yourself young? Thrude laughed at his question, like a queen at her jester's joke. I don't know. Do you remember how much bread you have eaten in your life? Well, neither do I. To reinforce the effect of her words, she raised her glass above her head and tilted it slowly. The wine fell down in red droplets which had small arms, legs, and heads. They weren't real people, just the effect of water magic on her drink to alter its shape. Yet Vaster shuddered as he could almost hear the screams of all her victims falling down her throat. Killian was stunned by both the size of the protective array surrounding her hideout and the power source that she had at her disposal to fuel it. He could see dozens of Tier 5 spells crashing against the barrier through the windows, yet aside from making it visible, they seemed to have no effect. Even if they managed to take it down, we'll be long dead by then. He inwardly cursed. When they had appeared inside the room, his third eye had revealed no arrays, but the sheer brilliance of Thrude's equipment was blinding. Killian tried calling for backup, but his communication amulet was dead as a doornail. Manohar appeared less than a minute after they did, showing no concern for the dead bodies, the throne, nor for the gravity of their situation. Well, you're all alive, which could already be considered a miracle considering how dumb you are, he taunted them before turning towards Thrude. Let's kick that old hag's ass and... The mad professor was expecting to see Hessi's homely body, while Thrude was quite a stunner, and she was aware of it. She enjoyed the mix of terror and desire all of her victims experienced while gazing upon her true form like the goddess she believed she was. I take back the old hag part. Manohar raised his hands in apology. You're definitely the second most beautiful woman I've ever seen, but we're going to kick your ass anyway. Thrude ignored her praise empty threat, but his words were unacceptable nonetheless. What do you mean second? Chapter 478, Overwhelming Power Part 1. Arthun Griffin had been born just 3 generations after Valoran. Tyrus's blood ran thick in his veins compared to the present king. He had even married a distant relative, hoping to keep their bloodline pure and their magical talent unmatched. Thrude had inherited part of Tyrus' beauty, which made her a beautiful woman even before she underwent Arthun's madness time and time again. Not only did the machine refine her body similarly to what happened to an awakened one, but it also filtered out the human portion of her blood while enhancing Tyrus with each cycle. Thrude was 1.78 meters, 510, tall, with long ash blonde hair that framed the delicate features of her oval face. Her rosy skin was flawless, emphasizing the contrast between her silver eyes and her full red lips. Not even the royal armor could hide her soft curves, nor her powerful aura suppress the sensual grace of every of her move. Unluckily for her ego, Manohar had known Tista long enough to be unfazed by her presence. Yeah, definitely second, he repeated after rudely checking her out for several seconds, managing to make her fury grow. Meanwhile, the barrage of spells kept hitting the external barrier so hard that for a second the resulting shockwaves made him almost lose his balance. Killian ignored the two mad babblers and focused on the array. His third eye was still active, revealing that cracks had appeared at several points along the barrier and were slowly but inexorably expanding. He used the Queen's core sign language to signal the others to stall for time. Manohar, where's Minna? Gianni believed that she was actually staring at her. Even if her suspicions were incorrect, she couldn't care less about Minna's fate at the moment. She asked the question mostly to prevent the professor from further enraging the enemy and avoid being attacked. Beats me, you should ask her loyal housemaid, Hessie here. Manohar shrugged, pointing his finger at Thrud. Hessie, Gianni was honestly surprised. She had never suspected such a meek woman. You disappoint me, Gianni Ernas. Thrud laughed, turning back to her arrogant self. You should play more of the game your young friend invented. She pointed her sword at Lith. You would learn that at the end of every game, queen and pawn go back into the same box. By always being forced to stick close to her incompetent young miss, Hessie gave me access to the same information Minna had, but with much more freedom of movement. Besides, I got tired of playing Princess decades ago. Another tremor made dust fall from the ceiling. Thrud inwardly cursed, realizing she had almost fallen for their trickery simply because it was the first time in decades that she could be herself. Almost. Nicely played. Let's see which will last longer, your lives or my barrier. She snarled while darting forward with the point of her sword aimed at Gianni's heart. Even though Gianni was under the effect of some of the most powerful potions alchemy could produce, the assault was so fast that only Manohar's shields of light saved her life. Despite them being a physical manifestation of the mad professor's mana and willpower, the sword of Arthun pierced 3 shields before it could be stopped. Lith threw Manohar a body-enhancing potion while cursing at himself. Damn, I was so surprised by all this shit that I almost let Gianni die, he thought as the rest of the team drank their own. His mind was racing, thinking about all the possible applications hard light constructs may have. It could even help him figure out a way to give Solus a body. Yet a simple glance with life vision was enough to make his amazement turn into worry. Her sword isn't the only problem. Her armor emits a stronger magical aura than anything else I have ever seen. Even putting a scratch on it will be a challenge. What really worries me is that she has yet to chant a single spell, Solus warned him. Either she believes that she is strong enough to not need them, or just like us she has everything at the ready. Lith moved around Thrud, aiming to stab under her still-raised armpit, where the armor was at its weakest because of the shoulder joints. She sneered as she executed a side kick to thwart his predictable attack. Thrud's body was way stronger than Lith, and centuries of being exposed to her own improved version of Arthun's madness had modified her cells to the point of making them capable of absorbing world energy by generating a vortex. Yet she wasn't a true awakened. Thrud had no idea what fusion and spirit magic were, nor could she activate her vortex without having her core poisoned. Solus was suppressing Lith's blue aura to not blow his cover, allowing him to go all out right from the start. Lith waited until the last moment before activating fusion magic. Thanks to his enhanced body empowered by all the elements, Lith easily sneaked past her defenses. When the gatekeeper made contact with Arthun's armor, Lith felt its tip being dragged by the side, as if an invisible hand was deflecting his lunge. He gritted his teeth, pivoting on his feet to keep the blade along its intended course. Despite having put all of his body weight and technique behind the strike, it only managed to emit sparks when the two enchantments clashed. Lith's sudden change of pace had taken Thrud by surprise, but she needed only 1 split second to adapt. Lith used water fusion to make his movements so fluid that there was no pause between his attacks. Although it failed to draw blood, he hoped the lunge would throw her off balance and used the residual momentum to follow up with a strike to the throat. Thrud's eyes burned with yellow light, and so did the corresponding crystal on her sword. Chains of lightning intercepted Lith as she sidestepped and gained enough space to parry his attack. Gianni's needles tried to act as lightning rods, but Thrud's will was guiding her spell, making Orion's enchantment useless. Even with earth fusion, the sudden jolt slowed Lith, allowing Arthun's sword to make short work of his defenses. Gianni moved to Thrud's back. Her needles had turned into knives as she aimed for a double kidney blow. Thrud used the downward momentum of her slash to suddenly raise her right leg and kick Gianni's chest with the strength of a horse. A cushion made of light put itself between the kick and its intended target, while many others softened Gianni's crash against the wall. Arthan's blade was cutting into Lith's neck. His sudden loss of strength had put him on the literal back foot, when a white hand pulled him from harm's way. Thrud was unwilling to let her prey slip away, so she gave chase faster than the construct could move. Suddenly a sphere of purple flames enveloped her. The armor protected her from the heat, but the fire burned all the oxygen around her, making her almost stumble while gasping for air. A second later, the flaming prison turned into an ice coffin. The thermal shock would have shattered a lesser armor, but in Thrud's case, it only prevented her from breathing. Her eyes turned blue as she activated another gemstone on her sword, which took control of the ice, turning it into harmless water. Or so she thought. Thrud had yet to take a single breath when streams of lightning crackled out of thin air, riding her now wet armor to bypass her enchanted protection. She was still convulsing when the floor came alive, slamming her against the ceiling over and over again. It was Vaster's Tier 5 spell Tetrastrophe, 4 different Tier 4 effects with a single cast. "Seems you haven't lost your touch," Manohar said before activating another spell and chanting the next one. "Old versus ancient," Vaster grunted. "This should be interesting." Chapter 479, Overwhelming Power Part 2. The small wound on Lith's neck was already healed as he watched his two professors fight against the human-faced monster that was Thrud Griffin. Even after being hit with the full force of Vaster's spell, not a hair on her head was out of place. Soulless analysis. "It's exactly as we predicted. Her equipment, combat skill, and mana core are superior to yours. Judging from our exchange, she should be on par with Scarlet the Scorpicore overall. Plus, you have to take into account her artifacts," she promptly replied. "We have a few advantages, though. Fusion magic allows your body to exceed hers, even if not by much. Also, she is underestimating our numbers and the professor's skill. Last but not least, this place is built above a mana geyser. Now that I have had the time to check, I have confirmed that she hasn't tapped into its power for her arrays, nor has she sealed the geyser, which means it's mine for the taking." Solus's ring assumed its gauntlet form, and then it kept growing until it covered Lith's arm up to the elbow. Razor-sharp claws extended from his fingers and small blades extended out from it along the outside of his forearm. A gemstone rested on the back of his hand, which turned from a deep shade of green to a bright one as the world energy flowed into her body. Thanks to their bond, Lith's recovery abilities improved instantly. Unluckily, there was no space for him in the current fight. Manohar's light constructs had uncanny versatility, and he used that to its fullest to be unpredictable. They would constantly turn from weapons into shields, or even into some kind of exoskeleton whenever Thrud forced him into close combat. Vaster had never been blessed with a nimble body, but he had long since learned how to overcome that limitation. His Tier 5 air spell Glide allowed him to fly around the room with great speed without sacrificing finesse. Lith knew how hard it was to use air currents to propel oneself in such an enclosed space without crashing against the walls or the columns. Yet the professor managed to move with short, controlled bursts of speed. They made him untouchable while he chanted one spell after the other and dodged everything Thrud threw at him. Lith went to check Gianni's condition while Solus kept an eye on the events, waiting for their opportunity to intervene. Lady Erna's was puking blood and bile from the earlier kick. Manohar's protection had allowed her to survive, but she was still messed up. Lith removed her concussion, fixed her ribs, and healed her punctured lungs. "Don't waste life force on me," Gianni said as she felt her strength returning. "That woman is beyond anything I can do, whereas with your spells you might make a difference." Lith ignored her words, since it was Solus's, Mana Geyser, empowered invigoration providing her treatment. "I need every edge I can get," Lith thought. Gianni's cunning and battle experience cannot be underestimated, yet it's what the Mad Queen is doing. What makes her so arrogant? The answer came in the form of a joyous laugh. A snap of Thrud's fingers conjured one of her Tier 5 personal spells, Raging Griffin. It made a small tornado appear around her which drew everything inside the room that wasn't bolted to the floor towards her. The pull it exerted was sudden and powerful, making Manohar almost lose his footing. Thanks to his hit-and-run tactics, Vaster wasn't as affected, but he had other problems to worry about. The tornado was sucking the air away, making chanting harder. It wouldn't have been much of an issue, if not for his need to avoid being pulled toward Thrude and dodge the sea of corpses which were now spinning around the room. All of Thrude's clones were being lifted off the ground and turned into deadly projectiles. Thanks to their enchanted clothes, the corpses would deal no damage to the professors, but the impact would break their focus or maybe even drag them into the whirlwind. Thrude's spell consisted of countless air blades spinning around their master with enough speed to generate the tornado and blend everything it touched into a puree. Manowar had nothing prepared for such a threat, so he had to use gravity magic to keep his balance while his light constructs brought him to safety. Vaster wasn't capable of using gravity magic. The only thing he could do was raise stone walls to protect himself. The fat rat is cornered, so I'm free to deal with the so-called genius, Thrude thought as she darted toward the defenseless Manowar. Son of a was all he managed to say before the air blades surrounding Thrude almost bit into his flesh. Manowar recalled all of his constructs around him and avoided the worst. The shields would crack and shatter after a few hits, but he could replace them with the others that surrounded him while his will reassembled the fragments. Yet even with his great mana reserves, it was only a matter of time before they were exhausted. To make matters worse, Thrude snapped her fingers again and unleashed another Tier 5 spell, Black Griffin. 6 griffins as big as horses and made of darkness galloped towards her enemies. Usually darkness magic's weak point was its slow speed, but aside from Thrude, everyone else was locked in place. Lith was the only reason why Gianni wasn't already dead. He had protected both of them with an air shield while casting spells from time to test the enemy's defenses. Earth and water magic were useless, since they took physical forms that rampaging griffin had no problems destroying. The lack of oxygen greatly weakened fire magic, leaving only darkness and air magic viable for him to use. Lith and Solus were still racking their brains when they saw 2 black griffins rushing against them. There was 1 for each member of his group, and 2 for Manohar, who also had to face them almost at point-blank range. "This doesn't bode well," he said as the summoned creatures ripped through his barrier faster than he could reform it. "Save yourself, you idiot. There's no point in dying together," Gianni snarled while trying to push Lith away. "How exactly?" he snarled back. "That thing would chase me and the windstorm would suck me in at the tiniest mistake." Lith shot a barrage of plague arrows towards the griffins. It slowed their advance and reduced their size, but it didn't stop them. Lith activated Death Call, conjuring 4 arms made of darkness that tackled his aggressors. "What the fuck?" he thought in surprise when the 2 spells made contact. "Darkness can touch darkness like they are both tangible. Maybe I can do this." Or so he believed, until the huge energy mass composing Thrude's Tier 5 spell consumed his thinner Tier 4. Even with Solus helping him to constantly regenerate the shadow limbs, Lith could only delay the inevitable. Hidden behind a column at the far end of the room, away from the fight, there lay the last spellbreaker. Killian had worked hard in the backlines, using his skills to tamper with the outpost's protections despite the distance separating him from their source. "Short-distance warps are now possible," he yelled as he blinked to the other side of the room. The black griffin chasing him didn't stop in time. It crashed against the layers of runes which sealed the area and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Chapter 480, Overwhelming Power Part 3. "About damn time," the rest of the team yelled in unison. Manohar blinked as far away as he could from the enemy, using the temporary respite to rebuild all of his constructs and plan his next move. Vaster was faring much worse. The same stone walls which had protected him from the tornado also made him blind to the incoming danger. He became aware of the Black Griffin's threat only when it tore apart his defenses, leaving him almost no time to retaliate. Almost. Vaster unleashed against the conjured creature all the spells he had at ready, buying himself a few precious instants. When the griffin finally reached him, it was weakened enough to not disrupt his focus, but still capable of snuffing his life. When Killian gave him the good news, his professor suit was on its last leg. The griffin's chaotic energies were slowly robbing Vaster of his vitality. Blink saved him just at the last second, but the creature, guided by Thrude's will, went after him. Lith unknowingly followed Killian's example. The griffins were so close to the wall that when Death Call's hands blinked away, they weren't able to stop their mad charge. The darkness energy composing them dissipated, but not without further weakening the defensive array from the inside. Lith left Gianni beside Killian and blinked again, this time right above the eye of the storm. It was the only safe place from the air blades and also Thrud's blind spot. Lith descended with the gatekeeper's tip pointed downwards, aimed at her head. Once again, he experienced an invisible force pulling the blade away, but this time they were waiting for it. Lith and Solus infused their blade with all 6 elements, generating a gravity sheath that countered Arthan's armor protection. The hit took Thrud by surprise, dissipating all of her active spells. "I knew it," Solus gloated. "It's like the protection that makes our armor impenetrable to conventional bullets, just much stronger. It alters our direction and acceleration, but it's not invincible." Unfortunately, aside from a small trickle of blood, it dealt no damage. The Mad Queen turned around so fast that Lith had no time to follow up on his attack. Her sword lunged to his heart, forcing him to sidestep and focus on the defense. He had yet to find a way to inflict her real damage, whereas Arthan's sword had already proven capable of piercing his skinwalker armor with ease. Trading blows was off the table. "I can only buy the others some time," he thought while triggering his Tier 4 spell Burning Prison. 6 fireballs appeared from Thrud's every side, but she only needed to activate Ruler's Will, Arthan's sword's blue gemstone's power, to make them disappear. Ruler's Will allowed the wielder of the sword to control any Tier 4 or below spell like it was their own. It was the same power Thrud had employed to get rid of Vaster's ice prison. Although it was a very strong ability, it came at a heavy price. It was a simplified version of Silverwing's hexagram, so it required from Thrud to spend as much mana as Lith had poured in the spell. Yet for her Rainbow Core, which she had overcharged while waiting for her guests, a Tier 4 spell was like a tear in the rain, unnoticeable. She pivoted on her feet, following Lith's side step like they were dance partners, her blade still pointing at his heart. Lith deflected her weapon time and time again, but she managed to push the gatekeeper farther away with each hit, leaving on its surface a deep scratch every time the blades clashed. How dares a filthy commoner, the son of a wretched farmer, to draw a queen's blood? Thrud's fury multiplied her energies, making Lith almost incapable of following her swordplay. He was faster and stronger than her, but her centuries of practice made the skill gap between them abysmal. Solus tried to help him with her spells, but even at point-blank Thrud was able to use Ruler's Will to nullify them. The only silver lining was that Solus finally understood what was happening. Tier 4 and below are useless. We can only rely on Tier 5 spells. Great, too bad I have none ready. Not only didn't I had much mana to start with, but also the ones I know have a huge area of effect. I risk wiping out my team with them. Lith grunted in reply. He blinked away, leaving the Mad Queen flabbergasted. I didn't see him chant nor perform hand signs. How many blink can that runt keep at? Her split second of hesitation was exactly what Manohar had been waiting for. That and Lith being out of his way, of course. Now, you idiots, he yelled while activating his trump card, the Tier 5 Double Standards spell. Manohar had never liked being a team player, but experience had taught him that sometimes quantity had a quality of its own. A cube made of translucent light appeared around Thrud. The moment she tried to cross it, it became solid, blocking both her sword and body. Vaster and Killian didn't waste any time, releasing respectively the Tier 5 spells Raging Sun and Dark Star. The former released a blast of purple flames capable of blowing a castle's doors open, while the latter generated a pillar of darkness with a radius of 10 meters, 33 feet. When Lith recognized Vaster's spell, he almost panicked. Is he insane? Lith thought while setting up his defenses. Raging Sun should never be used in enclosed spaces. It could kill us all. Unlike his companions, he had never seen Manohar in action. Double Standards was a nasty spell that prevented anything from getting out while letting everything getting in. The Mad Queen did her best, using both her sword and spells to get out of the death trap, but to no avail. Raging Sun's effect was amplified by the cube, which gave the flames all the oxygen they needed while forcing their shockwaves to bounce on its walls like pinballs. It also allowed Dark Star to unleash its maximum potential. The Pillar of Darkness couldn't move, but neither could its target. Gianni used that time to pour one of the best tonics on Vaster's body. Between the aftermath of Thrud's Black Griffin spell and the non-stop spellcasting, the old professor was as pale as a ghost. The moment Lith understood what was happening, he dropped his guards and cast his personal Tier 5 darkness spell Death Zone. A thick black mist resembling a small storm cloud appeared in front of him. After conjuring it, Lith needed only a thought to send it toward the light cube. Like all darkness spells, Death Zone moved slowly, but its destructive power was unmatched. It was the perfect weapon against a trapped enemy. Manohar's ego was flattered by his companions thinking so highly of him, but 3 Tier 5 spells plus Thrud's efforts to escape were too much even for him. He clapped his hands, making double standards implode on itself with a thud. Thrud Griffin stood amid the specks of flickering light. Her body was enveloped by a blinding light which restored her charred skin and withered flesh. She looked tired but satisfied as she clapped her hands at their performance. Chapter 481, Overwhelming Power Part 4. No one wanted to believe their own eyes, but reality was a cruel mistress and couldn't care less for their wishes. Thrud had used her Tier 5 Crystal Griffin spell to encase herself in a thick layer of ice, which she had constantly regenerated to protect herself from the Raging Sun spell. Dark Star and Death Zone had messed up her plan, but her artifacts had managed to keep her alive so that her White Griffin spell was now bringing her body back to its peak condition. She has depleted about half of her life force and mana flow. Solus hoped that, by giving Lith a steady flow of information, he could find a way out of that nightmare. It was the only thought that kept the fear that was gripping her heart at bay. Lith was honored by her trust, but no matter how many scenarios his brain managed to play, they all ended up in defeat. It's not the first time I face a superior opponent, but I always managed to exploit my advantages to come out victorious. Against Nalar I had allies. Against Traius and his cursed object, I used their parasitic nature against them. Thrud is perfect. No visible weakness aside her ego, and she hasn't activated her vortex even once. How long does it take to bring that damn barrier down her? Lith cursed, while running more and more simulations with Solus's help. Both Solus's mana sense and Killian's third eye revealed how close the array surrounding the Mad Queen's hideout was to crumble. Alas, close only works if someone is playing bowls or throwing a grenade. As long as the barrier prevented them from escaping, they were still in deadly danger. You have exceeded all of my expectations, Manohar. It was worth taking my time to put your abilities to test. Was this just a game to her? Everyone but Manohar thought in unison. Soon I'm going to take back my throne, and once it happens, a queen needs a king. Who better than the god of healing to stand beside a goddess? Now your title is just empty air, but my machine can make you stronger, younger, even make you handsome. It can turn you into a true god like my father was. At those words, Manohar's eyes went wide with rage. Join me, and together we will rule the Griffin Kingdom forever. Refuse, and I'll kill you where you stand along with your useless companions. What's your answer? The barrier protecting the outpost was one of her creations. She knew she had not much time left, and her brave facade hid the harshness of reality. Thrud Griffin hadn't expected to be found out. Her hideout contained everything she held precious, all the treasures she had accumulated over time, as well as the precious mementos from her long-lost family. There were no carpenters with her because they were storing everything inside dimensional items. The Mad Queen believed she could easily escape, but she couldn't afford to lose centuries of hard work and research. She had actually gone all out from the beginning of the fight, and her inability to take out even a single enemy annoyed her greatly. Now that her puppies were almost done collecting her things, she wanted to give Manohar a last chance. Despite his horrible character and not being easy on the eyes, he was the most outstanding man she had ever met. He was barely over 30, yet he had achieved a knowledge that surpassed her own, and a magic power that had allowed him to survive in a fight against her. There was so much they could teach each other. Their offspring would be peerless and their rule eternal. Killing him alongside the magicless wench, the arrogant farm boy, the old pig, and what's-his-face would be a waste, she thought. Rejected, Manohar replied with a wave of his hand. This world is already boring as it is. The idea of living forever is my worst nightmare. Immortality is for losers that can't achieve anything without luck, just like you. Centuries of life, and for what? A shallow understanding of magic, a slightly better version of Daddy's madness. Don't get me started about that stuff. He pointed at Arthur's sword and armor. Once again, you just copied someone else's work. There's no shred of originality in everything you do or say. If you are a goddess, then you're the goddess of mediocrity, and I'd rather die than put up with your stupidity for even one day. Manohar's words hurt Lith, Vaster, and Killian as much as they did Thrud. None of them was a genius. Their achievements were all based on hard work and relentless practice. In their eyes, Thrud's creations were dreadful but great at the same time. Even Balker, a genius on par with the mad professor, had accomplished much less. Whenever Balker needed an array or a magical item, he had to study and realize it by himself, whereas Manohar had unlimited funds and plenty of experts who took care of minor details of his research. So be it. Thrude still couldn't believe Manohar being a fake mage like her, so she blinked close enough to hit with one of her spells while keeping a distance that would allow her to react against incoming attacks. She had battled Awakened in the past and learned the hard way that they could predict a warp's exit point. Her plan was brilliant, but it failed to bait the real Awakened due to her defenses being too good. Lith couldn't harm her with his blade, so blinking behind her was pointless, nor he could take her out with a single spell. He warped away like the others, simply choosing a random spot to buy some more time. "Are you really just a man?" Thrude yelled in outrage. Her pride refused to accept that life could be that unfair. Manohar's mockery made all of her sacrifices and suffering appear meaningless. "Killing him is not enough. I'm going to break him first," she thought as she blinked again. The Mad Queen appeared behind the man she hated the most after Manohar. She would keep him for last. Killian was the one who had removed the seal on dimensional magic, depriving her of victory when it was within her grasp. If it wasn't for him, they would be already dead. If it wasn't for him, she could have activated any of the deadly arrays surrounding the throne room and killed them all in a snap. Yet while he was hiding, Killian had isolated the room with an array of his own. He had ruined everything for her, and Thrude returned the favor. Her sword went straight through his right shoulder blade, piercing his lung in the process. The captain fell onto the ground, drowning in his own blood. The blinding agony he experienced made him wish for death, but Thrude's had planned otherwise. Next, she went for Vaster. The old professor's body was battered after using so many high-level spells and being ravaged by the Black Griffin. His years of experience could nothing against age. His mind was ready to blink, but his tired hands failed him. Arthan's blade opened a deep wound that went from his left shoulder to his right hip, revealing both the white of the bones and the pink of the intestines coming out of his large belly. "You can save yourself or you can save them, but you can't do both. Today you're going to lose, Manohar. First I'll take your pride and then your life as well." Chapter 480, Two Nights End Part 1. Thrude's move cornered the god of healing. He didn't need to use a diagnostic spell to know that no potion could save his teammates. Their injuries were too deep. Without providing them life force, any healing attempt would be as deadly as the wound itself. Krishna Manohar knew it was over. He had failed to rescue his rescuers, and now, weakened and alone, he was no match for his enemy. They were all already dead. The only variable was the order in which they would die. The mad professor finally experienced defeat, and it tasted like horseshit. The monumental self-esteem that had been the beacon of his whole existence crumbled like a house of cards. He stood with a blank stare, incapable to react. "I can't win, there's no reason to play if I can't win," he thought. The Mad Queen didn't even bother with him, moving to her next target. Her plan was cruel and implemented with such precision that it would inspire terror in any sane person. Unfortunately, her last opponents didn't fit the bill. Neither of them was ready to die nor surrender. Manohar fought only to win, whereas they were content with not losing. "You already managed to hit her, yet she's still alive. What's gone wrong?" Gianni asked while Thrude yelled her promise. "The problem, it's not the sword. I can manage that," Lith said, leaving her impressed. "The armor blocks all of my attacks, and in a contest of pure magic, I'm no match for her. While she is free to focus only on countering my spells, I've no chances of winning. Maybe I have a solution for that." Where others would see the Mad Queen promise as a death sentence, Gianni saw an opportunity. "I need you to buy me some time. Can you do it?" Lith nodded in reply. Thrude appeared between them, slashing at him while unleashing a hail of icicles at Gianni. Lith blocked Arthan's blade with ease as Gianni rolled behind a nearby column and escaped being turned into a kebab. Thanks to soulless drawing power from the mana geyser, Lith was still as strong as when the fight had started. Thrude's body, instead, was severely weakened after being hit with the full force of 3 Tier 5 spells. It made the physical gap between them even wider. Lith tried to push the opponent's blade aside to headbutt her, but Thrude read his move. She didn't resist, so that he used too much force and found himself out of balance. The Mad Queen used that split second to step in and execute a shoulder bash against Lith's sternum. It pushed him back and squeezed the air out of his lungs, leaving him defenseless. "Even though my strength is diminished, the skill gap between us is more than enough to get rid of him," she thought. When she tried to lunge at his chest, Lith deflected her blade while holding the gatekeeper in a left-handed grip and returned the favor in kind. He used the momentum of Thrud's attack to double the strength of his own shoulder bash. She was too close to avoid the hit and the one which followed. The armor could prevent part of the damage, but Lith was much heavier and stronger than her, leaving Thrud in mid-air long enough for a right uppercut to land. Once again, Arthan's armor deflected the hit, but Lith's gauntlet's claws still accomplished their mission. Solus had enveloped herself in a gravity sheath strong enough to open a deep cut right above the Mad Queen's left eye. It bled profusely, blinding her. It's a trap. The constable was waiting for this moment to strike. Gianni's reputation was enough to make even Thrud afraid of her resourcefulness. The Mad Queen kept her only eye on Lith while she stabbed with surgical precision at her own blind spot, where Gianni was supposed to be. Except she wasn't. After her roll, Gianni had dashed toward Manohar to snap him out of his childish tantrum. "What the heck are you doing? Why aren't you helping?" she said while splashing potions and tonics on the two fallen spellbreakers. They couldn't save their lives, but could prolong them for a bit. "A single healer can't save both of them," he replied. "Even if it was possible, it would be pointless. We did our best and the word refused to roll off his tongue. "I don't have enough mana left to defeat her, not with those goddamned artifacts supporting her. You are useless and he is too young. It's over." "No, it's not, you dimwit. Have you forgotten about the clean slate spell? It can disable her armor," Gianni whispered. "You think I didn't try?" he said while pointing at the numerous cuts on his professor vest. "I need to touch her to activate the spell, and she is too fast. My constructs can't transmit spells, and the last time my real hands neared her, I almost lost them." "Listen carefully, man-child," Gianni snarled. "You prepare that damn spell and we'll do the rest. You'll know when to act." Meanwhile, Thrud's confusion was getting the better of her. The cut was too deep for first magic to heal it quickly, and she had already used the healing spell she had it ready. Arthan's armor held another such spell, but once she used it, it would weaken the artifact's defensive abilities to the point the enemy's blade could seriously injure her. Not to mention that wasting such a powerful ability for a small cut sounded absurd. Lith exploited her blind side to pile up more damage and weaken her with each hit she failed to block. The armor prevented wounds from opening, but the blunt impact wore down her already dwindling stamina. When Gianni returned, Thrud's enhanced senses informed her of the enemy's arrival. The Mad Queen had no idea if it was Gianni, Manohar, or both. She blinked to safety, putting her back against a wall. Lith saw her exit point and made sure to appear on her left side. Thrud couldn't see, and Gianni was too far to notice Lith's throat turning of a scaly black as he hurled a stream of blue flames. Chapter 483, Night's End Part 2. The Mad Queen tried to activate her sword's rulers, with ability to cancel the blue flames, but to no effect. They didn't consist of normal mana which she could assume control of, but of pure world energy ignited by a spark of Lith's life force. The armor still protected her even from that kind of threat, yet she noticed that the flame's intensity wasn't dwindling over time. They ate at the armor's gravity sheath like it was their fuel, wearing down its pseudo-core as it was forced to spend mana to keep its master safe. Thrud activated the Frozen Heart spell stored within the cyan gemstones engraved on the blade. The Tier 5 spell snuffed out the flames and attacked Lith at the same time. He dodged it while keeping himself in her blind spot. His left hand conjured a cold gale as his right hand took control of the remaining energy of Frozen Heart, adding it to his own spell. After beating Lith's fire breath, the sword spell was reduced to the intensity of a Tier 2 chant. Lith and Solus worked together to weave their Tier 3 water spell like it was Tier 5. Its power would still be that of a Tier 3, but by merging it with Frozen Heart's remains, they took it up a notch, and now there will flooded within the spell's every fragment. They didn't just link their mana to the world energy to conjure the ice hail, they also continued to control it even after the mana was outside of their bodies, like they did with necromancy spells. Thrud countered it with Ruler's Will as she prepared her new spell, but once again Arthan's sword failed her. The willpower Lith had infused the ice with repelled the Mad Queen's, so that the razor-sharp icicles struck her and interrupted her chant. "Damn it, that sword is troublesome," Lith inwardly cursed. Controlling every single piece of ice required a lot of mental energy. It's no wonder that Tier 5 spells only create a small number of focus points. Splitting your will like that is exhausting. To add insult to injury, all of their efforts had barely resulted in a few more bruises. Tired of Arthan's armor's interference, Lith unleashed a barrage of first magic spells. None of them was strong enough to kill Thrud, but they were naturally infused with their caster's will, making them impervious to ruler's will. The Mad Queen cursed loudly as her spells were interrupted one after the other, and her mana went to waste. After Thrud's timely blink had messed up her plan, Gianni finally reached the two as she signaled Manohar to be ready to step in. Her plan, or rather her gamble, would be difficult to pull, and they only had one shot at it. Her body-enhancing potion was about to wear off, and once it did, taking another so soon would have reduced effects. Gianni was past her prime, but even if she was still young, her body would never be able to keep up with Thrud on its own. I don't want my death to be just another statistic in this madness. She inwardly griped as she executed a leg sweep from the Mad Queen's blind side. Thrud was thrown off balance, yet she didn't care. The hit had allowed her to pinpoint the enemy's position. She swung her blade against the new threat and unleashed streams of lightning against them. Exactly as Gianni had predicted. She held half of her needles in her right hand and the other half in her left as she used them as a pincer to grab hold of Arthur's sword and rip it from Thrud's grip. That was the easiest, and yet the most dangerous part of her gamble. Usually, the needles Orion had forge-mastered for her were perfect lightning rods, able to protect her from that kind of attack. Unfortunately, the electricity produced by the sword had already proved to be able of ignoring her artifact. Gianni could only hope that, with them being in direct contact with the enchanted blade, they could absorb most of the lightning before it had the opportunity to strike her. Even with her iron will and rigorous training, Gianni was still human. There was only so much damage she could bear until it made her lose focus and her hold on her enemy's weapon all at once. Once again, Orion's masterpiece didn't let her down. Gianni was the spell's target, so the electricity followed the path of least resistance towards her hands, and most of it was trapped by the enchanted needles. Gianni withstood the spell as she pulled with all of her might, yet her plan was doomed to fail. Even from such an awkward position, Thrud's grip was still too strong for Gianni. The potion wasn't enough to overcome the difference in height, weight, and physical prowess. At least not until Lith understood what was happening, and used all the spirit magic he could muster to hinder Thrud's movements, and add his own pull to Gianni's. Arthur's sword flew across the room for only a few meters before doing a U-turn in mid-air. The enchanted weapon wasn't sentient, but among its many spells, there was one which allowed its master to recall it to their side with a thought. Now, Gianni yelled at Manohar. The mad professor blinked right in front of Thrud, hitting her with two open palms. She sneered at his weak attack and struck at his elbows with her fists, shattering his arms. Blinding pain almost made Manohar faint. Only sheer willpower coupled with gritting his teeth like his life depended on it allowed him to retain his consciousness. Damn it, I hate pain. I knew that taking one for the team was a bad idea, but dying sounds like an even worse one. He thought while the healing spell he had prepared in advance restored his blood vessels and ligaments the moment they were torn apart. Thrud's fists were slightly bigger than his own, yet they hit like a sledgehammer. Her smug grin disappeared as she felt her full armor returning to its normal weight. The enchantments on her protections have stopped working, Solus announced with joy. Gianni ignored her pain, and Lith ignored his fatigue while they circled around their enemy, making it impossible for her to guard herself against both. The skill gap between Thrud and her opponents was massive, but not even she could block attacks from behind. Soon the damage she sustained was too much, even for her perfect physique. Enough, she yelled as her eyes turned orange with the activation of the corresponding gemstone on Arthur's sword. As Thrud crouched down to prevent being beheaded by Lith's horizontal slash, her weapon generated a small, flaming sphere that affected everything in the surroundings except her body. Lith and Gianni were blasted away by a roaring explosion that left the floor charred black. The Mad Queen used that moment of rest to blink near Arthur's madness and store it inside her dimensional amulet. "It's over, you fools!" A burst of maniacal laughter erupted from her full lips as the doors of the room opened, letting her army of carpenters return to aid their master. They had finished collecting her resources and were ready to join the fray. "Fine, for once you are right." Manohar fell on the ground with a thud, using the last of his energy to stabilize his companion's conditions. Then the external barrier shattered. Dozens of spellbreakers barged from every direction, turning the carpenters who were unlucky or stupid enough to stand in their path into mincemeat. "It is over," he said with a mad grin. Chapter 480, 4 Nights Aftermath, Part 1. Dozens of mages and as many Tier 5 spells flew across the room. As chaos ensued, Lith and the others were warped outside Thrud's hideout. "Don't worry, we'll take it from here." said an old mage with snow-white long hair and beard. Lith could see several wardens taking down the arrays protecting the outpost one by one. The fighters didn't attempt to pile up on Thrude. Even in her weakened state, now that the carpenters and their expendable vortexes were by her side, she didn't hesitate to make them self-destruct. The Mad Queen was aware of the mana geyser's presence, and used it to overload her minions with world energy, causing explosions that rivaled Tier 5 spells. She hadn't used it to fuel her arrays, because she needed it to draw energy for Arthan's madness. The Carpenter's ability to absorb the surrounding world energy was just a pale imitation of her pseudo-accumulation skill. For centuries, she had been close to perfecting her father's creation, to the point that her core had actually evolved. She was on the brink of turning it to purple, but she was unable to correctly expel impurities, leading her core to turn rainbow-colored due to their presence. Thrude had used the mana geyser to refine her body and develop her clones before Magus could reclaim its stolen energy. Now she was forced to destroy her own sanctum, yet the outcome of that night's events pleased her. Manohar alone wasn't a match for me. Even this country's greatest genius was a mere child compared to my strength. I just have to take my time and kill him as soon as the opportunity presents itself, before he can become a real threat. The others were irrelevant at best. My only worry is the ranger, but first things first. To challenge Tyrus, I need more power, more artifacts. Let's see how Granny Dearest takes this blow to her precious kingdom. Thrude made several carpenters detonate at once, using them as cover while she retrieved the dimensional amulets from her thralls. "Thank you for your help, idiots. This is my parting gift." Her eyes turned purple, activating the corresponding gemstone on her sword. Space itself was torn apart by her artifact, creating a fissure which led her hundreds of miles away. Banishing wasn't an escape spell, though. The fissure instantly closed, leaving behind a crack that spread to all the recently opened warp's entry and exit points. Arthan's sword had made space unstable, turning dimensional magic spells into suicide. "Fly away!" yelled many mages at once. Yet a few of their companions didn't manage to disengage from their opponents before it was too late. The fissure Thrude had left behind caused a domino effect. Each crack made the fissure grow more and more volatile until it exploded. The resulting flash was visible for miles, allowing both the people at Authors Mage Association's branch and the members of the courts to witness it. When the dust settled down, where once the old outpost stood, now there was only a crater. The Mad Queen had made sure to leave behind no traces of her passage and no clues about her future plans. Luckily, Lith's group had been warped back to Author right after their rescue. Vaster and Killian were in dire need of medical attention, while the others had left since they weren't able, or in Lith's case willing, to take part in the fight anymore. "A simple rescue mission, eh?" he said while a couple of healers treated his and Gianni's wounds. "Okay, I stand corrected," she shrugged. "I may have actually jinxed it, but we are alive and that's all that matters." Before they were allowed to rest, the Crown asked each member of the unit for their personal report about the events. "I could sleep for a week and maybe I will, yet there's no way I skip the opportunity to get properly compensated. This mission was a disaster from start to finish, way above my measly pay grade." He inwardly grumbled. "Professor, could you explain to me how to turn holograms into constructs?" he asked Manohar while they were waiting for their own turn. Lith opened his palm, creating a small replica of the professor himself. Yet it was unable to interact with physical objects, passing through them like it was a ghost. "I can see you have spent a lot of time practicing first magic." Manohar had a smug grin while watching his self-proclaimed handsome features. "I'll tell you what I told the Crown every time they asked me to take an apprentice. I'd rather die than share my secrets. You have already made it this far, young Lith. If you are as talented as I have always suspected, you'll find the answer on your own. If you don't, it just means that you are not destined to wield such power. Do not worry, you are in great company. I'm the only known human that can do it," he gloated. When Lith's turn came, he told them everything that had happened after they sent him to meet the Dawn Court, from their absurd rules and verbal traps to his grasp of Thrude's plans. There were just a few hours left before sunrise, yet both the king and the queen attended the reports, pondering every bit of information they heard carefully. "We are grateful for your sacrifices, great mage Verhin. Tell us, how can we repay you?" Silpha avoided offering him a noble title or a marriage. He had already turned down those offers multiple times, and there was no reason for him to change his answer. "This experience has proven to me that I'm lacking in several aspects. I need quite a few enchanted items to use as study subjects. Also, I would like to receive ingredients and equipment for my personal lab. Lith provided them a long list of rare materials. Do you already have a personal lab? Was the only question the royals had about his request. Lith was asking for the equivalent of a baron's annual budget, but after all he had done, they believed it was a fair price. Especially after everyone, including Manohar, had stressed his contribution in the fight and reported Lith's ability with holograms. Anything else? Asked King Meron. Yes, your majesty. In the past, I have requested to check out several tomes, yet they were denied to me. I would like for my request to be reconsidered. Some of them may help me to better understand the threat Thrud Griffin represents. After witnessing Arthur's madness effects, Lith wondered if it could teach him how to speed up his own refining process. It was also a perfect excuse to hide the real purpose of his research. Not only did he request books about souls and reincarnation, but also several others which were meant as misdirection. His obsession with afterlife could be misinterpreted as madness, but put together those tomes made his research seem nothing more than eccentric. The second list worried them much more than the first one. Most of the titles belonged to forbidden books. Tyrus had forbidden the access to some of them in the hope of smoking out the master or at least their accomplices. Last but not least, I really need a vacation. Chapter 480, 5 Nights Aftermath, Part 2. Meanwhile, Lith spoke with the royals about the many things he would like to receive as compensation for his troubles. Gianni reassured the other members of Arthur's group about the mission's positive outcome. In her book, every mission she could walk away from was a good one. We still have to deal with the paperwork, but that can be done anywhere. I can't wait to leave this awful place. No offense, Dorian, she said after sharing everything she was allowed to with them. Both Thrud's existence and Arthur's madness were strictly on a need-to-know basis. None taken, he replied quietly. The team had accomplished feats beyond all expectations, which meant the association would award him handsomely. Yet his future personal gains were overshadowed by his guilty conscience. Not only did Dorian put everyone in mortal danger, but also none of the missing persons had survived the hideout's explosion. With Thrud's escape and countless casualties, he couldn't consider it a victory. Camilla and Tista sighed in relief. No amount of paperwork was worth the weight that had just been lifted from their chest. They had spent most of the night talking. It didn't make them friends, but they felt much closer to each other than before. Constable Ernest, I have a few questions for you, Camilla asked. Gianni turned toward her and noticed she was still holding the camellia like it was some kind of charm. Camilla had retrieved the mystical flower while Lith was dealing with the Dawn Court, and she had him imprint the flower before they left for Thrud's hideout. As long as he was alive, the spell which shaped the hologram would hold it in place. Sure, what can I do for you? I have always followed your career, dreaming one day to become a royal constable myself. However, this mission made me doubt my abilities. I'm not your match, and I don't think I ever will be. Are all constables required to fight like you do? Camilla had proven herself useful more than once. Before asking Commander Burian to put her up for the constable training course as reward, she wanted to make sure she wasn't just wasting her time with pipe dreams. Gods no, Gianni laughed at the thought. Otherwise, the Knight's Guard would be useless. A constable is required to be smart, cunning, and above all, loyal to the crown. Most of them don't see a fight in their entire lives. That's what mages are made for. Does a constable need to be able to use magic? Camilla was aware that her battle prowess amounted to almost zero. Her brain was all that she had. Not at all. Most constables aren't mages, and for a good reason. Take my husband, for example. His heart is that of a soldier, but his soul belongs to forgemastering. People usually love doing what they are good at, and mages are good at magic. When he isn't busy protecting someone, his mind longs for his forges. In my experience, a mage who doesn't enjoy researching the mystical arts is usually a parlor dog. Is that? Gianni asked, pointing at the camellia. Yes, Lith made it for me, Camilla replied while blushing a little. She was too embarrassed to mention it was also named after her. It would sound like marking her territory. It's beautiful, Gianni sighed in envy. My blockhead of a husband has never made anything like that for me. Plus, Lith has yet to ask me about Floria. Either he is really taken by this woman or maybe my daughter's ship has sailed. Only when I see them together at my birthday will I know for sure. Do you think someone like me could become a good constable? Camilla snapped Gianni out of her reverie. Gianni was her idol. Her words meant the world to Camilla. I don't know you well enough to be sure, but you performed much better than I expected from a political puppet. Gianni wasn't the type to mince words, making Camilla turn pale. You found useful information and even risked your life to save your companions. That's a plus in my book. I could recommend you for the role of field assistant. It's basically the constable trainee course. It teaches you the ropes and gives you the opportunity to understand if you are fit for the job, she said while sipping her tea. Would you really do that for me? Camilla's head was spinning at the sudden turn of events. It's not a big deal. I'm just giving you an opportunity. Failing or passing is entirely up to you, just a few words of advice. The things you see while doing this job will often make you feel dirty inside. It's not for the faint of heart. Also, I recommend you fetching yourself a forgemaster for a husband. Enchanted items are like true friends, you never have enough. Gianni winked, making Camilla become beet red. I can always play the long game. As long as the Verhin and Ernest families get along, there's always the next generation, she thought. In the end, every member of Arthur's group received a reward proportionate to their contribution and 1 week paid vacation. Dorian Fellhorn was promoted to Great Mage, while Manohar was pardoned for his last escape. The mad professor exploited his vacation and disappeared for a few months, but that's a story for another time. Gianni already possessed everything she wanted plus several royal pardons, so her reward consisted of giving both her husband and daughter a week leave to spend some time together with the rest of the family. Much to Lith's surprise, Camilla asked him to spend a few days together. Commander Burian's ploy of using her to keep an eye on Lith had messed up their newborn relationship. During the last week in Arthur, they had gone through thick and thin. All the more reason why he assumed she would have distanced herself from him to evaluate the effects that his presence had brought into her life. They both agreed to leave Arthur and never return. Lith was sick and tired of not being able to warp or fly at will, while Camilla had never visited the Griffin Kingdom's southern regions, so he brought her to Dirios, the Distar Marquisate's capital. He had been there many times both as a professor and for other dates, but he had never visited the city. They stayed in the same hotel but in different rooms. It was something Lith didn't know whether to be happy or worried about. I enjoy my privacy, but she was the one who proposed this vacation, and she even brought the camellia along. Then why the different accommodations? I'm getting mixed signals here, he inwardly griped. One of the reasons why he had picked Dirios was that it was not only an open-air museum where historical monuments and luscious gardens coexisted, but Lith was also pretty well known. Most establishments would offer him discounted prices. I need your opinion about one thing, Lith asked during lunch after they toured the ancient quarter of the city. Shoot, Camilla was amazed by Lith only picking good restaurants that offered local delicacies and always offering to pay the bill. This mission made me rack up a lot of merits. I also had the opportunity to remind the Crown that I don't like people messing with my personal life. Chapter 486 Vacation Part 1. I got permission to get rid of Burian, but since it's you who he tried to manipulate, I wanted to let you decide. Are they really willing to replace our commanding officer? Camilla said in amazement. Yes, Lith said. If by replace you mean shoving him 6 feet under, he actually thought. First of all, thanks for your consideration, she replied with one of her dazzling smiles. I think it's better if we keep him, though. Burian is better than most of his peers, and whoever they replace him with would surely do the same, if not worse. The Crown holds you in high regard, whereas I'm just a low-level bureaucrat. Let's be honest, I'm an easy target to get to you. I wanted us to spend some time together because even if we haven't known each other for long, the mission in Arthur allowed me to catch a glimpse of your life in the field. I learned more about you during those weeks than I would after dozens of dates. I needed to see if my feelings were born only out of gratitude or the shock of seeing you almost die, and now I have my answer. I like you, Lith Verhin, and that's why I have to ask you to be equally honest with me. Do you think our relationship is worth its troubles? I have a messed up life and family. As long as I don't have a position of my own, I'll be a liability. Camilla had a hard time speaking those words, yet he deserved to know the truth. During the last few days, Lith had shared with her so much of his world. He had made her dream of soaring through the skies come true and shown her wonders like the circular rainbow visible when looking at the ground from above the clouds. Just like Constable Ernest had said, those who were like them were killers but also humans. All those moments spent together had made her reflect about their future, if they ever got one together. It's like there are two Liths. I'm not afraid of the one who fights like a demon, and I really like the one in front of me right now. Yet we are very different, and I want him to realize how little I have to offer him. I have no family or assets worth mentioning, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to be dependent on others. My career comes before marriage and relationships, she thought. Lith was taken aback by her words. His life had made him single-minded enough that when he wanted something or someone, he just strived for it. Being rejected was much less painful than being tormented by regrets or loneliness. He was sick and tired of feeling empty inside. When he was still a kid on Magur, he had often dreamed of being special. Now Lith only wanted to feel normal for once in his 3 lives. If we talk about messed up lives, I'm sorry, but I take the cake. Any relationship means solving problems together that you wouldn't have alone. His joke made both of them laugh. So yes, I like you too, and I never considered you a liability. I don't know if our story will be worth all of its troubles, but I'm willing to find out. Lith took her hand into his own. It was the first romantic moment they shared since their second date, and Camilla found herself deeply enjoying it. She threaded her fingers through his, and she kept them that way until they got back to their hotel. Later that evening, Lith went to pick her up for dinner and found Camilla still wearing her dressing gown. "If you don't get ready quickly, we'll lose our reservation," he said with a smile. Even though he hated being late, Lith couldn't get angry at her. It was clear how much effort she had put into their date. Her black hair was perfectly straightened out, and so silky that her room's lights reflected on it, creating wonderful shades of gold. Her light makeup made her skin look flawless and emphasized her oval features. A sweet scent emanated from Camilla's body that made Lith wish the night was already over, so that he would understand if she was ready to pick their relationship up from where they left it, or if she wanted a do-over from scratch. "Sorry it took so long, I want to make this evening special," she replied from the bathroom's closed door. Lith sighed and looked at his watch. Their reservation was as good as gone. "Well, be honest, what do you think?" Camilla entered the room wearing nothing but a flower in her hair and a smile on her face. Lith suddenly couldn't care less about the restaurant's reservation, nor that he had no food until morning came. After his week of vacation with Camilla, Lith took another with Solus. He hadn't forgotten about the promise he had made to her, and the lost city of Kogaluga was the perfect cover for his off-the-record holiday. Unlike Kajuria, the mystery of Kogaluga was of no interest to him. The lost city was plagued by a rift in the air from which darkness magic seeped endlessly. Any living being who died within the city would immediately turn into an undead. Those reanimated by the rift would all start as lesser undead, like skeletons and ghouls, but they would get stronger over time. The sons of Kogaluga would evolve into greater undead if not destroyed and forced to rebuild themselves from scratch. It was the result of a failed experiment to grant immortality and eternal life, but it resulted in utter failure. History had shown there was no ceiling to their metamorphosis. Back before Kogaluga was turned into ruins, its ruler had turned into a lick and led the horde of greater undead, who had been amassed inside the city to storm the surrounding regions before the kingdom was born. Yet all of them were just puppets of the rift. It had a will of its own, making any new undead just a means to its own ends. Just like Kajuria, Kogaluga was surrounded by a barrier, and the ranger's duty was to make sure its inhabitants remained at their weakest. The rift was able to recreate their bodies out of thin air over time, so even reducing the undead to dust was just a matter of further stalling. Normally, it would take several days for a ranger to scout the whole city and make sure that no clever undead remained hidden. Thanks to life vision, it took Lith less than half a day to find and pulverize them all with darkness magic. He spent the rest of the week with Solus. Ever since she had achieved her green mana core, the first floor of her tower form had been completely rebuilt. One of her new abilities was to warp the whole tower to any mana geyser where she had ever been in the past. It allowed them to travel great distances without anyone inside or outside the kingdom being able to follow their movements. Luckily, the nearest mana geyser to the lost city was too far away to be useful to fuel the barrier surrounding it, but perfect for Lith's purposes. He simply had to get back to Kogaluga when he had to perform his daily reports, while he spent the rest of the time indulging in Solus's wishes. Chapter 487, Vacation Part 2. The first thing Lith and Solus did was go back to Lucia. Solus's physical form was limited to the tower's premises, but she loved the most rolling over the dew-laden grass and feeling the warmth of the rising sun over her wisp form. After being trapped for months inside her ring, even the most trivial of experiences, like hearing her own voice instead of just her thoughts, gave Solus endless bliss. They would walk around the tower, putting her new limits to the test, and change location the moment she started to feel like a hamster on its wheel. Are you sure you don't want to bring Tister along? Lith asked. Maybe later. Spending time with her made me understand how odd our relationship is in the eyes of a normal person. I'm sure she would ask me what I think about Camilla, but right now I really don't want to talk about it. Solus sighed. The only thing I want to do is sleep. Another change, which had occurred after she achieved a green mana core, was that now Solus was able to sleep while in her tower form independent of Lith. In her normal condition, Solus was unable to rest. Her constantly being awake wore down her nerves over time, especially when Lith was asleep or she was forced to isolate herself from the outside world to give him some privacy. Sleeping alleviated her stress and relieved her depression. While Solus rested, Lith used that time to study some of the Tier 5 spells the Crown had awarded him with and to further experiment with light magic. After seeing Manohar in action, Lith had realized he was just scratching the surface of light magic. His efforts and relentless practice improved his holograms even further, making them more realistic. Unfortunately, they remained ethereal. Lith tried to at least add some color to them, but without success. He forge-mastered many more camellias, roses, orchids, and each one of them had the colors and nuances he remembered from his life on Earth. Why can I achieve with forge-mastering what I'm unable to do without a magical focus? He pondered to no end nor improvement. While his forge-mastered creations could be easily infused with other elements, mixing light with other kind of magic that wasn't darkness made the images crumble. Lith would have liked to forge an enchanted item capable of creating hard light constructs, but he had no idea how its pseudo-core should be shaped. Without something to use as a reference, it was just a waste of time. There were too many variables to hope for a stroke of luck. Lith tried using more mana while shaping the light element, but it only made his holograms brighter, while adding focus made them more detailed but nothing else. While Solus slept, he moved the tower back to Kogaluga and searched its ruins far and wide for any magical treasure that life vision could reveal now that no undead remained. Damn it, either opening the rift consumed everything precious inside the city, or someone beat me to it centuries ago. This place is useless. The undead here have no soul or life force of their own, they are just extensions of the rift. Life vision showed him that regardless of the source of the will driving the dark energies, it kept replicating itself. All the undead, no matter their starting form or the evolution process they would undergo, were all the same being. Lith gave his report before going back to the tower and practicing more magic. Once Solus awoke, she felt reborn. "Do we have plans for tonight?" she asked after noticing the sun was already down. "No, I'm open to suggestions," he replied while patting her wisp form. After they had learned Tier 5 light magic, Lith and Solus had discovered the reason why she was now able to experience physical sensations. The wisp was only made of light, but the thing that had been growing over time inside of it was life force. Solus's life force, to be precise, and it was something completely different from that of the tower. They had failed to notice it in the past because both Lith's life vision and Solus's senses could only distinguish one person's energy signature from another's, but failed to notice when the same person had more than one. Only the Tier 5 scanner spell was able to do it. Just like Lith had a human and a hybrid life force, Solus had one as a tower and another in her wisp form. Lith was almost certain that, rather than a sphere of light, it was an embryo of the body she had shown right after they had fused for the second time. They were both eager to test such a theory, but all of their past attempts to master the art of becoming one at will had failed. Solus had also tried to alter the shape and size of the light part of her wisp form, but she had to stop after discovering it was directly connected to her life force. "Do you mind watching the stars together? I can't remember the last time we shared a significant moment outside a life or death situation." Liths replied by warping them above the tower's roof, or to be more precise, above the ruins of the second floor. That night the sky was clear, allowing them to enjoy the many bright stars which lit the sky and Magus' silvery waning moon. The chilly breeze made Solus shiver, but compared to the nothingness she usually experienced, even a slightly unpleasant feeling had the allure of novelty. "Do you think we could ask the undead courts for help?" she asked while snuggling in his arms. Cold had already lost most of its charm. "It's unlikely, at least on our terms. The undead seem to be a tight-knit community that only play by their own rules. Kala was accepted so easily only because she is already half undead," Lith replied. "We were naive thinking that they wouldn't try to exploit my nature of awakened for their own ends. If not for Inzialot's presence, they would have surely tried to take me prisoner." I don't want to even think about what they would have done if you came with me. Our best shot is to approach the Council of the Awakened, but only after we understand how rare a magic tower is. Worst case scenario, we'll need to be a lot stronger than we are now. They may not care about me, but I doubt someone like a Lick or a powerful mage would hesitate for a single second to kill me to get their hands on you. There's another way, Solus pointed out. We know that Marchioness Distar has an enchanted item that allows her to hide her core. If we can get our hands on a similar tool, we could develop our own version to shield both of us from detection. I'm tired of all those people that would only dissect us like guinea pigs. It's time to stop reacting and take the initiative. Excellent idea, Lith nodded. He had almost forgotten about the Marchioness enchanted hairpin because it was the only one of its kind they had ever met. Our only problem is that I never even heard about something like that. If it's as precious as I expect it to be, it could be a royal treasure. Stealing it is out of question, and so is revealing we know about its powers. The former could make us an enemy of the state, while the latter would arouse questions we have spent our whole lives avoiding. Chapter 488, Meet the Parents, Part 1. Months passed, and Lith completed his first round of the Keller region. Luckily, after Arthur's incident, nothing relevant happened. Some of the lost cities were sealed because of phenomenons that were of no use for Solus or Lith. Others were interesting cases for their studies, but unlike Cajuria, there was no one they could talk to in order to gain intel about what caused the disaster. Almost every sealed ruin was populated by monsters who were incapable or unwilling to communicate. Lith and Solus did their best to unveil their mysteries, but they had little time at each city. The army kept them on a tight schedule because once winter started, small villages and cities without a warp gate would be isolated. Lith could warp only to locations he had previously visited, which made finishing his rounds of paramount importance, so that he could share his contact rune with every mayor who could require his help once the cold season started. When Lith's birthday arrived, he was way ahead of schedule, which gave him several free days. Thanks to invigoration, he could work non-stop for weeks, while Solus's new ability to warp between mana geysers allowed them to save a lot of time whenever an emergency forced them to backtrack. Lith was scared of his birthday because it put him between a rock and a hard place. Things had been going well with Camilla, so after a while, it was only natural that she asked him when he would introduce her to his parents. His family had also started badgering him once they realized that Lith didn't consider their relationship as a fling. Hence his birthday had become a source of stress. It was the perfect occasion for them to meet. So perfect that not even Lith could find an excuse decent enough to prevent it from happening. Damn it, I never introduced anyone to my family for a good reason. In this stupid world, I'm supposed to already be married. My family and friends are like vultures circling closer with each passing year. Everyone expects me to settle down before I turn 20, but I can't unless I solve my problem, or at least Solus's. So far, distance and conflicting schedules have helped me to keep the two worlds apart, but now I'm against a wall. If I don't let them meet, both sides will think I'm ashamed of them. My parents because of their poor upbringing and Camilla because of the age gap. Solus, you are a genius chess player with an incredible win rate. How do I get out of this pinch? He asked in desperation. Genius is a big word since most of my victories are against you, and you suck at chess. She sneered. Truth to be told, Solus had won a few tourneys using Lith as a proxy, but chess was too recent and had few real players. She just considered herself like a big fish in a small pond. There's no way out, unless you manage to cause a crisis that you would be called to solve, of course. Her words were the last nail in the coffin of Lith's hopes. He had no choice but to set everything up. The idea of meeting her boyfriend's family left Camilla overjoyed for at least 5 full minutes. After that, panic ensued. What do I wear? What can I bring as a gift for them or for you? What if my present isn't good enough and your family starts thinking I'm a gold digger? Lith enjoyed having company in his misery, at least until she almost cried. Why are you sitting there with that stupid grin on your face and not saying anything? Camilla said, after noticing that no matter how many times she asked, Lith would only shrug in reply. If you want to break up, you just have to say it. Setting me up for failure is just cruel. What the heck are you talking about? Lith inwardly cursed for having activated the communicator's hologram function. He had done it out of habit. When Lith traveled for weeks in the middle of nowhere or was surrounded by hostile people who disliked foreigners, Camilla's face was the only beautiful thing he could see all day. I'm not setting you up. You insisted on meeting them. How can any of this be my fault? Yes, I've insisted for over a month, she rebuked. Why does it have to happen during your birthday? A normal family lunch would be so much easier to handle. Easier how? Lith scoffed. I bet a month's pay that even in that scenario you would have asked me the very same questions. Even worse, you would worry about having no cooking skills to flaunt. Oh gods, you are right. If I don't bring any food, your mother will think I'm incapable of taking care of her son. I'm so screwed. Camilla said between tears, reminding Lith that when sense and sensibility clash, usually sense loses big time. Between her upbringing and having a full-time job since she was 16 years old, Camilla's culinary repertoire was limited to her favorite dishes. Her romantic partners would bring her to restaurants, and the army canteen did the rest. She wasn't a bad cook, she just never had a good reason to practice. Seeing her anguish made Lith feel like an insensitive jerk. He had never cared about someone enough to worry about what their family thought. Floria's family didn't count, because Orion would have disliked him even if he was Prince Charming, whereas everyone else loved him. Look, Kami, it's not a big deal, he said with his sweetest voice, in a perfect example of closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. Dress like you would when meeting a friend, show them your lovely smile, and you'll charm them just as you charmed me. Besides, no one would ever think of you as a gold digger, not after putting up with my stinginess for so long. The last phrase managed to cheer Camilla up, to the point of getting a laugh. Whenever they went to a new place, the best part for her was always the menu. The faces Lith made while checking the prices were hilarious. After reassuring her, Lith informed his family too. That day joy seemed to be pretty scarce throughout the whole Griffin kingdom, since even Alina's enthusiasm lasted less than the length of a pop song. What should I prepare? What should we wear? What kind of present can I possibly give you? If it's not good enough after seeing how we live, she'll think we are leeching off your hard work. Yeah, and she may be tempted to do the same, Roz brooded. She could be a gold digger looking for a mark. Hearing Solus telepathically laughing at his misery made Lith realize how rude his earlier grin had been. The silver lining was that, after making his girlfriend cry, he knew how to spare his mother from the same fate. Please, Mom, don't overthink things. This is just a family lunch, not a contest about who loves who more. He tried to reassure her. Oh gods, he said the L word. Lith's enhanced hearing caught Renaz's whisper. Lith usually avoids it like the plague. This is bad. Chapter 489, Meet the Parents Part 2. It's bad indeed if I can't even use a metaphor without it being dissected, Lith snapped. You guys are unbelievable. You consider me old enough to get married, live on my own, and even have children. Yet at the same time, I'm apparently too stupid to choose who I should date. I don't remember a single objection at Renaz marrying Senton just because he could be after my money. Why are you blowing everything out of proportion? If my birthday is such a bother, I can always cancel the party. I'll spend the morning with you and the evening with her. Everybody wins, Lith said. Or at least I do, he actually thought. Lith dear, we don't think that you are stupid, Alina said while shushing the peanut gallery. It's just that Senton had his family business, and even if he was a gold digger, well, we were confident that the moment he broke Renaz's heart you would have ripped his out. Alina replied while biting her lower lip. You what? Roz quieted Renaz's outburst by placing his hand over her mouth. She didn't know whether to be more infuriated by her parents' lack of trust in her judgment or by the shadow of death that had lingered over her marriage. We are just worried about you. Camilla sounds like a good woman, but you are a great mage who could get a fief and a noble title with a snap of your fingers. If only you relinquished your mania of traveling like a migratory bird, of course. Alina had tried countless times to make her son take up a more sedentary career. Every time Jeannie called to tell her about Lith's latest achievement, she would feel something crushing her heart. Alina knew from experience that the bigger the reward he got, the deadlier his mission must have been. I'd never force you to choose between her and your family. I'm just nervous because this is the first time you've brought someone home. It means the world to me. Yet since you have always refused to introduce her to us, I can't help but be worried by your sudden change of heart. Relax, Mom. Camilla is not a gold digger. I've met plenty of them. Heck, now I can admit I even dated a few, but I never fell for their trickery. They always make up some sob story and then start asking for money, favors, or magical items. Ever since I've known Camilla, she has never asked me for anything but to be careful doing my missions. She told me about her family when I told her about mine, and that's it. No relative that needs a healer, no forgemastering asked or given. For the record, she wanted to meet you for a month now. It was me who delayed because I was afraid you would scare her. Lith sighed. Elena had heard a lot about Camilla from Tista after she had returned from Author. Lith's words made her hope she could be the one who finally grounded her boy, maybe even give her a grandchild or two. "What do you mean scare her?" she gasped. "Mom, Camilla is a career woman. She's older than me, and she's not a mage. I would really appreciate no mentions about how much she earns, how many kids she has planned, and stuff like that." "Don't worry, she won't hear a word about it from us, right?" The peanut gallery nodded, even the still gagged Renat. "What about the rest? Is there something she doesn't like to eat? Anything we should know?" Elena asked. "Just one thing. She is as terrified as you are of making a bad first impression, so cut her some slack," Lith replied before working out the final details. "Based on Earth's calendar and how close the new year is, I'd say I was reborn around mid-December. It's odd how people on Magur have split the year into seasons and weeks, but not months." Lith mused as he opened one warp steps after another, crossing the space between Dirios and Lucia in less than a minute. "Hey, Copernicus, less thinking and more acting. You're scaring your date by showing off this much," Solus warned him. Camilla was used to warp gates and considered them a marvel of magic. Them being fueled by a whole city made it much easier for her to not think about the amount of power they required. She had studied the maps, so she knew the Marquisate's capital and the village were hundreds of kilometers apart. Seeing the scenery around her change with every gate Lith opened with, but a flick of his wrist was beyond impressive. "I'm a bit tired. Do you mind if we stop a few minutes so I can catch my breath?" Lith lied through his teeth. They were in the middle of a small clearing, on top of a hill he had picked to avoid dirtying their shoes and pants with mud or snow. "Sure," she smiled, reassured at the idea he was still human. "You shouldn't exert yourself so much. We could have taken a coach. And waste a lot of time and money for something I can do for a roasted chicken's worth of energy. No way," he replied with an indignant tone, making her laugh heartily. "By the way, I know it's your family, your rules, but isn't our attire a little too casual?" Camilla asked, pointing at her legs. For the first time in his life, Lith had actually picked someone else's attire. She was wearing a warm long coat over a salmon-pink woolen sweater, black pants, and flat shoes. Lith had insisted on clothes she wasn't fond of and comfortable shoes, whereas she would have preferred something more sophisticated. "No, you are forgetting that my house is in the middle of the farmlands. Heels would get stuck in the soft ground, and the kids will make a mess of your clothes. One of your usual pencil skirts would make you look great for about 5 minutes. Then you would trip over their toys, and their adorable, little, and ever-dirty hands would make you curse every second of your stay." Now it was his turn to laugh. If not for the self-cleaning properties of the skinwalker armor, Lith would never wear anything but sweatpants near his little brother or his niece. "Do you think they will like me, or will they try to burn me at the stake?" Camilla had been second-guessing herself for almost a week. She was older than Lith's biggest sister, and was scared at the idea his parents were even one bit as bad as her own. "You already know Tista, which is a plus. As for my mother, when I told her you would come to our home for my birthday, she freaked out as much as you did. Heck, she even used almost the exact same words." Lith shrugged. "You didn't tell her I freaked out, right?" Camilla was still embarrassed about the poor performance of her nerves. After facing a carpenter, she found it unbelievably stupid being so scared of a loving mother. "Maybe." "Of course I didn't," Lith lied again, as Solus emitted retching sounds in his head. I hate how easily he spouts bullshit, but seeing how both Elena and Camilla relaxed after knowing how nervous the other one was, I must admit it's the right thing to do, she thought while Lith opened the last gates that brought them in front of the Verhin household. Chapter 490, Meet the Parents Part 3. Just like its master, the Verhin house had never stopped growing ever since Lith had started working as a healer for his village first, and for the highest bidder later. It was now a beautiful 2-story cottage, which didn't look like a farmer's home, more like the cozy countryside love nest of a noble. The walls were entirely made of stone, and the sloping roof was covered with high-quality tiles. The inside looked even better. The floor was made of hardwood and covered with soft carpets which helped to keep the house warm and gave it a welcoming feel. Camilla had rehearsed what to say to each member of Lith's family many times in her head. She wanted to make a good first impression, yet she had no idea the mission was already accomplished. Tista had nothing but good things to say about her. Also, she was the first girlfriend Lith had ever brought home. His family had mistaken his obsession with control in preparing the event for tender affection. They loved Lith so much that she had a special place in their hearts even before they could meet her, and their only worry was to not embarrass him. Thanks to the White Griffin Academy, Lith and Tista had developed sophisticated manners and speech, which made them able to easily mingle with both commoners and nobles. The rest of the family had never left the area surrounding Lucia except during short vacations or for visiting the Erna's household. Count Lark was still an as frequent as welcome guest in their home and had provided them with several lessons about etiquette over the years. The Count found the thought that Lith's parents couldn't accompany him at galas unbearable, so he had tried to help them overcome their fears and inhibitions. Elena and Roz had greatly appreciated his gesture, but when surrounded by nobles, they kept feeling like a freak show. Facing Camilla alone, in the comfort of their own home, and without being forced to wear fancy clothes still proved to be a harder challenge than a gala for them. Lith couldn't care less about what nobles thought, whereas he seemed to think the world of Camilla. As soon as the couple stepped in, an awkward silence ensued. Tista had yet to arrive, only Renat was already there. Everyone was as stiff as a mannequin, and the way introduced themselves reminded Lith of one of those TV shows featuring job interviews, where the CEO was known to be disguised among the applicants. The tension in the room was so thick, it was hard to determine who was more frightened. Luckily, kids had no sense of shame nor care for any form of etiquette. Big bro, Aaron had turned 2 years old just a few months before. He emerged from the bathroom with his arms up demanding a hug, but his pants were still down. When Lith saw his little brother running toward his brand-new coat, his battle-hardened reflexes kicked in. "You shall not pass," Lith yelled as small wisps of light surrounded Aaron while spirit magic lifted him off the ground. The light was just for show, so he wouldn't scare people with an invisible force. "What were you doing in there, young man?" Lith tapped his foot while his parents recovered Aaron's pants, which laid on the floor like a fallen soldier. Pooh, Aaron was proud of his ability to use the bathroom and not need diapers anymore. "Did you clean yourself up before barging in here? Did you at least wash your hands?" Maybe, Aaron wasn't sure. He clearly remembered of being almost done when he had heard his brother's voice. The rest was kind of fuzzy. Elena took her son between her arms and brought him back to the bathroom. "I'm so sorry," Lith said with a remorseful tone as fake as a $3 bill, beating the embarrassed Roz to the punch. "That's why I hate kids," he added with a purposely audible whisper into Camilla's ear to break the ice. "They are noisy, smelly, and messy." "That's not true. Boys are smelly, girls are clean," Lyria protested while tugging Lith's pants. "My hands still smell like soap." To emphasize her point, she put them under Lith's nose as soon as he lifted her in his arms. "Duly noted. Lyria, this is my girlfriend, Camilla. Camilla, this is my soap-scented niece, Lyria. She dreams of one day becoming a princess." "Nice to meet you, Lyria." Camilla shook Lyria's small hand that quickly escaped her grasp and went for her hair. "Are you a princess? Because your hair really looks like a princess." The little girl had never seen such a shiny black hair. "Thanks, but I'm not a princess," Camilla replied with a laugh. "Too bad." Lyria combed Camilla's hair with her fingers for a while before losing interest. "Uncle Lith, can you please cook? Uncle's food always tastes better than Mom's," Lyria calmly explained to Camilla with a solemn tone. "That's because your uncle cheats with magic," Renat replied while saving Camilla's hairdo. "Be careful, he cheats at everything with magic." "I know, but you can never argue with his results. Every time he stays at my place, he leaves everything cleaner than when he arrives," Camilla replied without thinking. "Oh gods, now they'll think my house is a dump." "I know, I trained him well." Renat stood on her tiptoes and ruffled Lith's hair. "Don't listen to him, he's great with kids too." When Lyria was teething, while Renat talked, Tista arrived and the awkward mood faded away completely. Lith left Camilla with his family and put on his kitchen apron, which resembled a mage robe. Fire vision allowed him to check the temperature of all the dishes both on the stove and in the oven. Then he used fire magic to make them cook evenly while he stirred everything with water magic, and at the same time cut fruits and vegetables in animal shapes with air magic to make them more alluring for the kids. Camilla had never seen so many ladles and lids float in the air while Lith moved from one dish to another. Between the kids and Lith's skills with domestic chores, they had a lot to talk about. Camilla also learned about their past hardships and Tista's illness. Camilla was moved by how tight-knit the Verhin family was, being able to talk about such a sad past with a smile on their face. Instead of being emotionally scarred, like it had happened to her, leaving her afraid of any form of commitment, they had overcome it together and their lives were better for it. "Can I do something to help you?" Camilla joined Lith in the kitchen to resist the temptation to share her troubled past with her family. My problems are my own. They don't deserve me ruining this day by talking about sad things, she thought. Of course, Lith replied as the words, "Kiss me. I'm a wizard in the kitchen and I'm good at cooking too," appeared on his apron thanks to a light magic spell. While Camilla was still laughing at his stupid joke, Lith took her in his arms and gave her a long but soft kiss. "Why did you do that?" She blushed while looking at the rest of the family, who was quick to turn their heads around. Kids excluded, of course. "Because you looked like you needed it," Lith shrugged. "Stop worrying now. This is not a mission nor a job interview. This is just a lunch for the Verhin family, and today you are part of it." Lena and Roz shared a glance and clenched their fists in silent triumph, while Camilla found herself hoping it wouldn't just be for today. Chapter 491, Meet the Parents Part 4. Camilla had to admit that although Lyria was young, she knew her stuff. Lith's cooking was really delicious. Elena asked Camilla about her past, and when she noticed that Camilla didn't mention anything related to her life before the army, Lith's mother decided to not pry further. "Your house is really beautiful," Camilla said after noticing the many magic-fueled home appliances inside every room and spacious bathrooms. "My apartment is much smaller, yet I could have never afforded such a comfortable place if it weren't for Belias being a giant army base. Sometimes I can't believe I spent most of my life without running water and all these conveniences." Anything which required even a small magic crystal was the result of forgemastering. They were very expensive, and usually only noble and rich households could afford them. Belias was one of the rare exceptions in the entire kingdom, where anyone had the equivalent of a modern Earth home because of the nature of its arrays, which protected the border with the Gorgon Empire. Everyone else was still forced to chop wood to get warm during winter, and get their water from a well or another water source all year long. "I hear you, Camilla," Renan nodded. "After I got pregnant with Lyria, I've basically moved back to my family home. Once you get used to hot and cold water on tap, heating during winter and cooling during summer, it's hard to go back to the old lifestyle. Also, having a healer available 24/7 is priceless, especially when you have your first child. I went into a panic whenever Lyria sneezed and Tista was away." After lunch, Lith used light and air magic to stage one of the children's favorite shows, The Legend of Bang, the Last Airmaster. It had everything they could wish for. A young, dumb protagonist, good feelings, funny animals, and cool fights. Light shaped the holograms, while air magic gave them voices, and the other elements were used only for the special effects. Lith had never projected a movie for Camilla, just like he avoided using magic as much as possible in front of her. He was afraid that showing off his powers too much could widen the small gap he felt was still between them. He had learned from experience that normal people would see a mage as either an asset or a monster. It was one of the main reasons mages mostly married nobles or colleagues. The former would boost their social status, while the latter were the only ones who could truly accept them. In for a penny, in for a pound, Lith thought. Between warp steps, my special cooking style, and what she witnessed in Author, this shouldn't be too bad. If she wants to be a part of my life, I can't hide forever, especially in front of my family. The play didn't seem to scare Camilla. Quite the contrary, she remained enraptured by it. After the food and the fun tuckered out the kids for their afternoon nap, she asked Lith to show her around the farm. "That light show was amazing," she said after he brought her to see Celia's old house. The huntress had moved away years ago, yet Lith returned there from time to time, hoping to learn what had happened to the woman who had taught him how to hunt back when he was still a kid, and to his first true friend, Protector. Too bad the story was so childish and full of plot holes. It would be marvelous if you could project more mature stories, even if just for the two of us. She snuggled on his arm while he used water magic to make the snow part in front of them. "More mature stories? It's doable, but I prefer living certain situations rather than just spectating them." His lecherous tone left no doubt about what he was referring to. "Pervert, I meant like those from good books or theatrical works." She giggled and punched his shoulder. "I have always dreamed of meeting the protagonists of my favorite novels, or watching the best scenes of the plays I love the most over and over again. Maybe, now that I have a giant mage boyfriend, he could make my wish come true." "Maybe," Lith nodded. "I don't know who this sucker is, but my suggestion is to entice him by wearing as little as possible when you ask him for a favor. I also heard that hot, passionate sex is a great way of saying please or thank you." "What's wrong with you today? Are you this cheeky because it's your birthday, or does Lucia bring it out in you?" Camilla's tone sounded like a rebuke, but she actually moved his hand from her shoulder to her hip. I'll tell you what's wrong. After bugging me for days about what to give me as a present, I have yet to receive a single present. I'm the birthday boy, yet I have worked all day to fill your bellies and keep the kids entertained. How is that fair? Lith said with an overly dramatic tone while pretending to be heartbroken. His acting was as terrible as he wanted it to be, making Camilla laugh heartily. Maybe Lady Erna's is right. Maybe if I really get to become a constable, I should get myself a forgemaster for a husband, she thought as she pulled the collar of his coat with both hands to give him a passionate kiss. Does it feel better now? Not yet, but it's definitely a start. When the presents were finally revealed after dinner, Lith thought that by mentioning them he had jinxed his own birthday. Both Camilla and his parents had only bought clothes for him, the thing he hated the most as gifts, if they weren't enchanted, of course. His face when opening them was worse than the one he made when checking the bill at a fancy restaurant, which made most of those present laugh until they cried. "I'm sorry, sweetie," said Alina once she managed to catch her breath. Gifting enchanted items to a forgemaster is like pouring water in a river. You have no hobbies and you already decorated your house as you thought best. It's not like you left us a choice. Same here, Camilla said. Lith cast the hush spell around the kid's ears and was about to say something very rude when his army amulet drew his attention. His free days weren't actually free. He was always on call. His temporary handler warned him about an emergency in Kogaluga. Something had been pushing on the barrier protecting the lost city with growing intensity. It was an alarming sign since Lith had cleared the zone recently. The only good thing about the lost cities was their predictability. Any anomaly was considered a high-level threat to the kingdom. Lith cursed his bad luck and left along with Camilla. Actually, half of my gift is waiting for us in my apartment. It's something I'm planning to wear the next time we spend the night together, she whispered in his ear before she took the warp gate to Belias. Please take care. If something happens to you, it would become useless, and there's no way I'd get a refund. I'm really rubbing off on you? Lith chuckled, trying to cheer her up. She was clearly disappointed of having to part from him so abruptly after planning that day for so long. Chapter 492, Growth Part 1. After she left, Lith had the desk sergeant set the coordinates of the gate to the city of Author, the nearest waypoint to Kogaluga. He had the impression that after Camilla met his parents, that small gap between them was gone. Lith didn't know whether to be happy or worried about it. He only had 1 year left in the army, and after that, he might be forced to expand his search to other countries. He hadn't planned Camilla, just like he had never expected to become so attached to Floria during the academy. He was afraid history was going to repeat itself, setting an expiration date on his new relationship, too. Once Lith reached Kogaluga, it took him only a few hours to discover the truth. The anomaly detected by the Lost Cities array system didn't come from the inside. Lith had been thorough during his last sweep, and the undead inside were still few in number. A tribe of trolls had reached the city, lured by the darkness magic flooding from the rift. They had been trying to get in for a few days. Without food, their numbers wouldn't rise, but the energy seeping out of the barrier was enough to strengthen each one of them over time. The good news was that all Lith had to do was kill them from a distance with fire magic and make sure they stayed dead. Trolls could regenerate even from their smallest bits, so even with life vision it took him a while. The bad news was that once he was done with them, it was already late at night. Too late to go back to Belias to spend the night with Camilla or even to give her a call. The only silver lining was the presence of the nearby Mana geyser, so he could at least spend the remaining hours of his birthday with Solus. Once inside the tower, he noticed that the core inside the wisp had grown bigger from the last time he had seen it. Solus, did you have a breakthrough? Yes, she had an ecstatic tone. It's the second one already since you got your blue core. At this rate, I'll get halfway through green in just a few months. Lucky you. Between the boot camp and the constant traveling, I couldn't use accumulation as often as usual. I've only promoted my core by 1 shade so far. I'm 2 levels apart from you even though, and I'm constantly nurtured by both you and the world energy. I should be the one complaining, she rebuked him. Did you enjoy your birthday? Well, it went much better than I expected, Lith said while taking a long hot bath. Even though he had acted tough all day, he had actually been worried things could not work out for either Camilla or his family. Indeed, Solus replied from the alchemical lab, where she was sorting out all the new equipment they had received from the crown as a reward. Much more had yet to come. It would give her something to do the next time Lith didn't need her help or presence. It's the first time we have to skip your second birthday, though. I'll miss Count Lark and his staff who still believe you are his son, just like I really wanted to check on Freya and Quilla. We haven't seen them from over a year now. She sighed. Lith usually celebrated his birthday twice. Once only with his family and his closest friends, like Nana or Celia, and a second time during a social event hosted by the Ernas or by Count Lark. Lith was tired of always being alone, but he had no other choice. He regretted not meeting Count Lark, Gianni, or any of the Ernas girls for his birthday, but he had only one day and had to make it count. Me too, Solus, yet Camilla is my home away from home now. I have to give her and my family priority. I will call the others tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Okay. Okay. Later that night, while Lith was fast asleep inside his bed, Solus's wisp form escaped from his embrace and moved to the bedside. Suddenly, it started to pulse as its core expanded until it touched the fringes of the wisp sphere of light. Solus's life force broke free of its restraints, taking the form of a humanoid female, entirely made of golden light. It had no facial features aside from her shining eyes and lips half opened in a very sweet but sad smile. A cascade of golden hair enveloped her whole body as it floated in the air like she was underwater. Yes, I knew I felt different the moment I assumed my tower form. Solus danced in the air out of joy before looking at her figure, thanks to a series of mirrors that she had conjured around her. I do have some baby fat, she inwardly griped while she stared down and squeezed her belly. Whoever I was before turning into a tower, I must have been a couch potato. There's no way a mage would be so cruel as to make their tower's avatar short and paunchy. I've always known I'm not a thing. After looking at her form from every possible angle, Solus was satisfied overall. At least I'm well proportioned for my height and have a tight ass. Yay me, she chuckled. Solus swept her hair back, to be sure it wouldn't tickle Lith's sleeping face before kissing him softly on the cheek. Happy birthday, Lith, her voice was barely a whisper. I've waited for 12 years, I can wait a bit longer. If I tell him now, it would make our relationship even odder. I don't want to risk ruining his relationship with Camilla for just this. Solus had waited for 3 years to have even a semblance of a body, just to discover it was still not enough. It still didn't allow her to have a normal life nor to be with Lith like she wanted to. Solus caressed his hair for a second before going out to see the stars accompanied by a glass of milk and a trail full of all kinds of biscuits. The following morning, Lith noticed immediately that the tower had changed overnight. The stones which composed his room were sturdier and smoother compared to their usual crude look. Every room of the tower was now larger than he remembered. Solus, he looked around before noticing the wisp snuggled in his arms under the blankets. Let me rest 5 more minutes, I'm dead tired, she grumbled. Not only did I eat so much that I got a stomachache, but also I can't remain in human form for more than an hour without spending a lot of mana. Worst power-up ever. She was careful to hide her thoughts where Lith couldn't find them. How could you possibly be dead tired? We slept all night to recover from using all the warp steps necessary to go back to Dirios and then reach Kogaluga. Lith had indeed slept all night, whereas Solus had joined him just an hour earlier, just in time to experience what an embrace felt like before exhaustion forced her back into being a wisp. Chapter 493 Growth Part 2. Lith was true to his word and called all of his friends before hitting the road again. Some of the news he received was expected, some of it not so much. Damn, Gianni's birthday is going to be a real pain in the ass this year. I can only hope an emergency will give me a decent excuse for not attending. Lith cursed. So much for missing your friends, Solus grumbled. She had never felt so tired and would have much preferred to keep sleeping. They are going to celebrate their 25th anniversary. You should have expected something big for the occasion. Aren't you happy to finally see Floria and the rest of the gang again? No, really no, Lith shook his head. If I don't bring my girlfriend to the party with me, Camilla will think I still feel something for my ex. If I do, there's going to be a showdown between them, and even if violence is rarely involved, back on Earth these kinds of things were never pretty. How can you say you feel nothing for Floria? One of the reasons you asked Camilla out is because she reminded you of her. Even now you refuse to call her by her name and just use the X word. I think that says a lot, she sneered. I haven't forgotten what we had together. I owe her a lot, maybe more than I could ever repay her, but the past is in the past. By the way, someone is grumpy this morning, and for once it's not me. Lith laughed, making Solus feel awkward. She still had conflicting feelings about her new ability, and most importantly, about her decision to not share it with him. The exhaustion coupled with the guilt were making her touchy. Lith resumed his duty, and for more than a week, he was unable to stop in one place if it wasn't for eating or sleeping. Winter in the north had started earlier than usual, catching many cities and villages unprepared. He would often be called by their local authorities to resolve disputes about food provisions or to rid them of potential threats. Even bandits needed a place to shelter from the snowstorms, but no one wanted them to live in their neighborhood. Criminals would try to infiltrate settlements at the last moment, hoping to either escape detection in the slums of medium-sized cities or exploit the lack of security typical of small villages. Unfortunately for them, the people in the north were as harsh and unforgiving as their climate. They hated even the foreigners who wore the kingdom's uniforms, let alone those whose faces only a mother could love. Once Lith reached a village, he would give them two choices, to spend the rest of the winter in prison or in the graveyard. Banishing them wasn't an option. They could return as soon as he left, and he had no desire to waste his time with mercy. Some of them tried to escape, while the bravest ones attempted to resist being arrested. They all died the same way, with their necks snapped by a flick of Lith's wrist and a touch of spirit magic. It seems until people settle down for winter, we'll be doing a lot of back and forth around the whole Kellen region, Lith thought. Yeah, you won't be able to go back home for a while. I expected you to nag like usual, yet you are smiling. Solus was confused seeing him so laid back. I would if I were a normal ranger, stranded in the middle of nowhere during a snowstorm. I'm a lucky man who can seek shelter inside his own mage tower and enjoy the company of his only true friend instead. Lith was eating a steaming meal in the dining room Solus had created for him. Between working, taking care of my family, and Camilla, it's been a long time since we could just spend a bit of time with just you and me. He patted the wisp who was floating in front of him. Even though we are always together, I still missed you a lot, Solus. I wish we could share this meal together. The lights in the tower turned beet red. Not for the overly casual physical contact, which had become even more awkward since she had acquired a human body, but because she had actually already eaten her fill while Lith was setting up the Forgemastering lab for their next experiment. You have an odd concept of quality time, Solus telepathically pouted. You are using the mind link to communicate without interrupting your meal to save time, and ever since we got stuck in here, we have done nothing but work on our magic. We could take a nap, watch a movie, read a novel, anything but work. You are joking, right? Neither of us needs to sleep. The only movies we can watch are those I know by heart, and we read a book in a split second with Soluspedia. Any of the above would be just a waste of our precious time. Lith was confused by her recent behavior. She had always insisted on making him rest regularly and had always been fond of cuddling, but for a while now she wouldn't take a no for an answer. Truth to be told, Solus was trying to follow Tista's advice and live her own life. Yet since she could only take physical form inside the tower, and she could only do as she pleased when he was asleep, her window of opportunity to experiment with new things was quite small. To add insult to injury, Solus really enjoyed spending quality time with him, and in her book, work did not qualify. Besides, I don't care what we do. As long we are together, it's like a holiday to me. Lith stressed his point by hugging her tightly and making the dining room turn even redder. In the end, they reached a compromise. Lith would decide what they would do for 16 hours a day, and Solus would decide for the remaining 8. By the end of the blizzard, Lith had converted a few of the new spells the crown had awarded him with into true magic, and gained a deeper understanding of first magic. Once Solus noticed that even when she forced him to rest, Lith would actually practice accumulation to further refine his core. She came this close to giving him a piece of her mind. Unfortunately, when she opened their mind link, the only thing that he was thinking about was the hope that, by improving his core, he could help her to gain the light form she had actually already acquired. Solus was deeply touched by his affection for her, realizing once again she held a very special place in his heart. A few days later, they were on the edge of the ruins of Kush. The creatures populating the city had such a strong life force that they would regenerate even after being pulverized by darkness magic. Lith was studying the ghost-like life force of a freshly killed monster with Scanner. None of his Tier 5 body sculpting spells were able to cause the slightest alteration to the ethereal figure in front of him, who was silently collecting his remains floating in the wind. If my life force were to become immutable like theirs, I would achieve immortality, he thought as his army amulet broke his focus. Fuck, another call. More petty quarrels between nobles, or is it bandits again? Solus asked. Neither, he replied when the call ended. A tribe of monsters is about to attack the city of Mikosh. Chapter 494, Warg Part 1. Another tribe of monsters already. The news left Solus shocked. We dealt with another one less than 2 weeks ago outside Kogaluga. How can they possibly spawn so fast despite our rounds and the lack of resources due to winter? Don't tell me it's more trolls. Those things are disgusting, they give me the creeps. No trolls, it seems they are dealing with a pack of warg. Also, I agree with you, it shouldn't happen this often. Lith thought as he dispelled scanner and scalpel. I can only think of a few possible explanations for this. If we are lucky, it's just them coming out of their nests after running out of resources. Monsters are as powerful as they are dumb. They are incapable of planning ahead for a whole season. Worst case scenario? Solus asked. Someone is making them spawn to further their own agenda. Yeah, right, she chuckled. Even by Lith's standards, that was full-blown paranoia. I wonder where you left your tinfoil hat. We don't want aliens to read your mind. Free country of Lamarth, beyond the eastern borders of the Gorgon Empire. The Master had been on Cloud 9 for months now. The incident in Author had given them exactly what they needed to put an end to the slump their research had been in during the last 2 years. I'm telling you, Xenagrosh, this is the will of Magur. Everything happens for a reason. The Master's usual mean, lecturing tone had been replaced by one of a child on a sugar rush. They spoke with a shrill voice, talking fast as their hands operated the experimental machinery the abominations were assembling in the magical lab. Ever since the Master had managed to acquire a copy of the Spellbreaker's report, they had barely slept. Xenagrosh, the eldritch abomination who served as their right hand, was worried about the Master. Their maniacal enthusiasm for magical research was a double-edged sword. It had brought them far, but had also caused many casualties among their ranks. Abominations were even rarer than awakened ones. Their numbers were limited. 4 years ago, Bulker taught everyone with a working brain how abominations' tissues can be implanted inside other creatures to control and empower them. At first, I thought it was as ingenious as it was useless, until Thrude showed me how wrong I was. She brilliantly solved the main problem of Arthan's madness, low-energy assimilation, rate by converting her victims into copies of herself before harvesting them. I've devised a way to fuse Bulker's and Thrude's research, which has solved many of our problems. Abominations' tissues are much stronger than humans. They can take root in any living being. By creating copies of our associates, we can boost your powers endlessly and get rid of the madness which ensues after fusing several abominations into one. If they share the same mind, there will be no conflict. It's just perfect. Xenagrosh's enthusiasm was limited. She had been a powerful awakened before turning into an abomination and being forced to rebuild her strength from scratch. She knew all too well that saying and doing were two very different things. I don't know, even if I knew I was just a copy of the original, I'd rather die fighting than let myself being sacrificed. Also, we still need to kidnap a lot of specimens for your experiments. I don't see much difference in our situation now, she shrugged. How can someone who once was so brilliant have become so idiotic? The Master sighed. We'll harvest them before they reach full sentience. We can't risk a civil war of our own. As for the specimens, we're only going to use monsters for the trial runs. Xenagrosh was stunned by her mentee's brilliance. Monsters spawned fast, had great magical potential, and no one cared how many of them died. What about the orc shaman's crystal? The Master asked, interrupting her musings. We need it as energy source, otherwise mass-breeding abominations will take too long. It's lost. What do you mean lost? The Master's good mood disappeared. The retrieval team spooked the shaman enough to make him detonate along with the mana crystal, rather than let it fall in the hands of demons. Both the Master's rage and eloquence reached a new peak, making them say words so crude that it's best for them to remain forgotten. City of Mikosh, prancing Griffin Tavern. It was Lith's second time being there, and his first visit hadn't degenerated into a brawl solely, because he was as happy to leave as everyone else was eager for him to go. As long there was a mana geyser in the proximity, Solus's company was the only thing Lith needed to enjoy his stay in a new place. As I told you the last time, Ranger, your money is most welcome here. You, however, are not. Zelos, the tavern's owner, was glaring at Lith in such a way that if looks could maim, the Ranger's remains would easily fit into the establishment's trash bin. Like many medium-sized cities in the north, hospitality wasn't a strong suit of its inhabitants. Most Northmen lived in fear of the borders and of the spies that might come from the Gorgon Empire. Uniforms and badges could be counterfeited, so even during the good season they only trusted strangers as far as they could throw them. Winter made everything worse. With no warp gates and snowstorms that could isolate a city for weeks, a single foreigner mouth was one too many. No one was willing to share their rations and risk suffering from starvation in case something happened, or if the cold lasted longer than expected. The tavern's usual patrons shared Zelos's hatred for Lith. Everything he ate or drank was something they wouldn't get to enjoy. Even if he was paying for his meals, they still considered his presence like that of a thief. And as I replied to you last time, you will give me what I paid for, or suffer the consequences. Lith considered Mikosh a shithole, but the variety of beers they brewed there were top-notch. He had got a taste of them from a merchant in Author, and found them a marvel for his taste buds, even at room temperature. Served cold, they were simply divine. Lith had added as many kegs as he could to his stocks during his first visit. Unfortunately, they didn't amount to much. Winter was coming, and most of the supplies were already sold. "Like what?" Zelos sneered. "You are nothing but a military dog, so follow your precious orders and get lost." "I'm glad you asked," Lith replied with a soft smile, as his mouth and fingers weaved an incantation. "You can't use your magic." Zelos didn't lose his spunk. "Everyone here is my witness. Uniform or not, the Griffin Kingdom won't stand criminals." Indeed, Lith opened a warp steps right behind Zelos, using a bit of spirit magic to push him through it before closing the gate. The patrons jumped from their seats in outrage, but he remained calm. "I'm a civil servant, not a slave. There's a big difference to it. According to the law, robbing a ranger, refusing to serve him, and slandering him are all criminal offenses punishable by imprisonment. Which means that you only have two choices left. Waive my protection and face the monsters on your own, or join your friend in a solitary cell for the entire time I'm forced to stay here." Silence befell the tavern. When pride and fear clashed, the latter usually won by a landslide, especially when monsters were involved. The patrons went back to their seats, and no one protested when the barmaid served the ranger his meal. Chapter 495 Warg Part 2. Lith's eyes were brimming with mana, but not because he was angry. He was staring at the steaming plates in front of him with life vision to make sure no one had spat in his food or beverage. There was only a brief time window before saliva became invisible even to his magical perception. The waitress had no idea what was happening, so the scene made her quiver. "I'll take that one, thanks," he said to a second waitress as he switched the tray she was carrying with the one in front of him. Lith had ordered the house specials because it made it much easier to replace them without notice. "Tell whoever spiced my food that they need a healer fast, or they will not live long enough to see spring. I advise throwing away the stuff on that tray if you don't want to spread the disease." Lith lied through his teeth. Not even he could diagnose something from saliva, but those present had no way to know that. Panic spread inside the tavern as a terrified yell came from the kitchen right before the service entrance was slammed by someone who was in a great hurry. The tavern's patrons looked at their plates like they had been served live rats. Many of them started to hold their bellies, while fear and self-suggestion made them feel sick one after the other. "I'm sorry, are you also a healer?" asked a pretty waitress who looked like she had just dined on rusty nails. She was a redhead with a lot of freckles on her face and a nice figure. "Depends. Can you afford one?" Lith loved it when his plans came together and hated his meals being interrupted. His voice oozed sarcasm and annoyance. "I'm just a waitress," she replied. "Then I'm just a ranger." Lith's smile was as sweet as an unripe lemon. Soon he was the only one still inside the tavern. That was a low blow, Solus thought. Her reprimand lacked conviction since she liked unwarranted hostility even less than Lith's antics. She couldn't understand how the very people he was about to risk his life for could treat him like that. All is fair in love and beer. Lith filled his glass with a second pint and left the money on the counter. He was many things, but not a thief. He had just finished his meal when a sadly familiar voice came from behind him. Was that really necessary? Baroness Enya was the ruler of the lands surrounding Mikosh. She was a middle-aged woman with long blonde hair braided into a single tress which almost reached her waist. She had sharp features that, together with several wrinkles, and her ice-blue eyes gave her the stern expression of an eternally disgruntled monarch. "You have to be a little more specific than that, your ladyship." He stood up calmly before giving her a small bow. "The tavern keeper is a certified idiot, but sending him to the dungeon after taking all the keys with you is overreacting. She was still unaware of the fake pandemic spreading throughout her city while they were talking. It was a group of foreign merchants looking for shelter that spotted the warg and gave you the time to call for help. I'm a foreigner too, and I'm going to put my life on the line for every certified idiot who lives here. I don't ask for gratitude since I'm just doing my job, but your citizens could at least treat me with the respect this uniform deserves instead of like a thief. Real heroes don't ask for recognition, medals, or rewards. They just do the right thing because it's what heroes do. The Baroness' voice was as sour as Lith's. Well, your ladyship, when you find one, I'm sure they will be glad to help. Meanwhile, as long as my services are required, I'll be this city's judge, executioner, jury, executioner, warden, and when necessary, its executioner. Lith warped to the western wall, where, according to the witnesses, the pack of warg was supposed to arrive. Warg were another one of the fallen races. They were wolf-like creatures that legends said descended from a tribe of hunters who had been cursed by the wolf god for killing one of their cubs. Taken individually, each one of them was as strong as a magical beast. It made them dangerous, but alchemical tools and the protection offered by the city walls would be enough to decimate them if that was all they were capable of. Unlike real magical beasts, monsters were not intelligent creatures. They were unable to coordinate their attacks nor to exploit their enemies' defenses' weak points. The larger a pack of warg, the stronger it was. They were able to share their life force, their mana, and even their wounds. According to the bestiary Lith kept in Saluspedia, a pack with enough members could employ some animal tricks, like their intelligence also grew with their number. The Baroness had asked Lith to kill them in front of the city walls instead of hunting them in the wild for several reasons. The most important one was that she hoped that by witnessing the Ranger's actions, her people would stop being so arrogant. It wasn't only Lith that was fed up with their attitude, but also the merchants and the Mage Association. Without merchants, Mikosh would turn back into being a poor city. Without mages, the city would always be dependent on the army for its protection. The second most important reason was that otherwise no one, her included, would have trusted the Ranger to do his job properly. After how they had treated him during his first visit, the Baroness had been surprised to see him arrive so quickly instead of making up an excuse or giving priority to another city. Lith was unaware of her worries, and if he learned the truth about her odd request, he would simply not care. His success streak as a ranger was the only thing that mattered to him. So far, his services to the army and the crown had been well compensated with money, resources, and connections. His policy had always been to follow his job through as long as he was paid. The complaints of the inhabitants of Mikosh were just white noise in his ears. I don't like this one bit, Lith thought while scouting the city's surroundings from a turret. It's already odd that the merchant caravan spotted the warg without being attacked, but what really baffles me is what's taking them so long to reach the city. I checked the map. There are no settlements between the place they were spotted and Mikosh. There's nothing that should have delayed their arrival this long. Solus had no answers to offer. Their knowledge about their opponent was limited to what the book said, and bestiaries were written by survivors or based on their stories. The bestiary provided by the army was much more detailed than the old one they possessed, but Lith didn't trust it. Not after what had happened with the orcs. He stood watch for a few hours, using accumulation to refine his core while he waited together with the city guards for the incoming attack. The setting sun blinded the watchers looking at the horizon, while its rays reflected on the snow blinded those checking the ground. It was only then that the attack began. Chapter 496 Mutation Part 1. Timing their attack with the position of the sun is not just a trick, it's plain smart. Lith inwardly cursed as one of the nearby watchtowers exploded, spreading the smell of barbecue and pieces of entrails in the afternoon air. They are not charging at the walls. Solus's senses were unaffected by daylight. The warg are taking down the guards first. This wasn't supposed to happen. Lith switched to life vision, noticing a barrage of spells were being unleashed on the positions where the guards had taken cover. Fire and lightning charred the stone and sent the guards into a panic, making them lose their tinted glasses. This is too clever for monsters who for decades have been recorded as mindless beasts. A wave of Lith's hand dispelled most of the incoming attacks. They were just your magic cantrips the warg used to cover their real targets. The guards had no way to know this and stared at him with a mix of awe and fear, like a god of war had descended among them. How the heck can they attack with such precision even while being so far away that not even my mana sense can spot them? Solus thought. The situation was becoming more absurd by the second. Lith racked his brain for an explanation, but found none. Even if it was a violation of his orders, he took off and flew at full speed and followed the spells back to where they came from. The area in front of the city walls was kept clear for hundreds of meters, which made a sneak attack a formidable feat. The moment Lith passed near a small patch of trees, something as big as a horse and as fast as a missile bolted up from the ground to intercept him. Lith had seen the unknown enemy thanks to life vision and was waiting for them. Despite the high speed he was moving at, he managed to dodge the living bullet as his right hand, wielding the gatekeeper, sliced through the enemy's side, and his left hand released 3 fireballs in a triangle formation. The warg wasn't as skilled as Lith in aerial fights. The creature took the full force of all of his attacks and was engulfed in the resulting conflagration. Lith managed to catch a glimpse of his opponent before the flames consumed it. The army bestiary was right about the warg's appearance. The creature looked like a humanoid wolf with a thick gray fur and bone spikes coming out of its spine and joints, yet it was dead wrong about the rest. The creature Lith had just killed was over 3 meters, 910, tall instead of just 267, and had hands bigger than Lith's head. Warg were also described as incapable of using air magic to fly. Their eyes were supposed to be yellow and filled with endless fury. What Lith saw instead were black eyes filled with surprise, malice, and confidence. That wasn't the gaze of a dying man. Something is off. Lith stopped advancing to scout his surroundings when the warg came out of the smoke like a speeding train. The creature wasn't just alive, it was unscathed. Lith dodged the attack with ease, turning the enemy's body into a pincushion riddled with razor-sharp icicles. But that didn't even slow it down. The warg attempted another charge only to be showered with lightning bolts that flowed through the ice directly into its organs. Once again, the enemy remained unfazed. The clash continued for a few seconds, but despite Lith held the upper hand, the fight seemed pointless. The warg was fast and strong, but it couldn't land a single hit. Every one of Lith's attacks struck with surgical precision, but none left a mark on the monster's body. Lith stabbed the warg with the gatekeeper several times, but the blade went in and out almost like it struck an ethereal enemy. "Solus, please tell me this makes sense to you. The life force of this thing is still as strong as when the fight started," Lith asked while weaving a Tier 5 spell. He would have preferred to save them for once he found the rest of the pack, but solving this mystery took priority. The idea of having an immortal creature within arm's reach made him worried and excited at the same time. "Sorry, I have no idea what's happening. I think—" Before she could finish her thought, the creature howled in frustration and flew away. A few hundred meters from the scene of the fight, the warg tribe was cursing their bad luck. Many of them were gritting their teeth to withstand the pain of the terrible wounds that kept appearing on their bodies. One of them had his side cut wide open, while others had their flesh covered in burns or their bodies trembling in a seizure. "Retreat," the warg alpha telepathically ordered to his chosen beta, who promptly obeyed. "Not enough food to mend so many wounds in so little time. We need more time to increase our numbers. The alpha paused, searching for the right word. The master's experiments had enhanced the warg's skill to share their abilities among pack members. Each one of them had a small fragment of the same abomination inside of them. A single piece was too small to have a consciousness, but because of the warg's nature, they were able to form a network that created a mind link. As the fragments developed, the mind link was turning into a hive mind. "Too stupid, don't get caught." 6 wargs were sitting on the ground, weaving spell after spell, which their brothers and sisters inside the city were able to unleash without blowing their cover. "Take the wounded," the alpha said. He used the mind link only when he was forced to. The voice in his mind was too different from his own. "We retreat now." Lith followed the fleeing warg, noticing how its size turned to what the army bestiary described. Probably it was that big because it was borrowing strength from its companions. "Are they in the area?" Lith thought. "Still nothing within range," Solus replied. The monster tried to shake the human off its tail by increasing its speed, but the gap in air magic mastery between the two was enormous. Realizing he was no match for the mage, the warg grinned. "For the pack," it yelled as it recalled all the wounds it had sustained during the fight, as well as all those the other members of the tribe had received during the march toward Mikash. The warg's body was ripped to shreds in an instant, leaving Lith shocked. "You have heard that too, right, Solus? I'm not imagining things right." "I did. The warg used air magic to speak in the human language, just like a magical beast would. It shows they are both intelligent and willing to sacrifice themselves. We cannot underestimate them like the army did. Solus couldn't believe decades of information could produce such a poor result. I wasn't talking about that. The way it ended its life, the words it used. It reminds me of what happened when we faced Bulker's creatures. Chapter 497, Mutation, Part 2. Lith and Solus stored the warg's remains inside their pocket dimension before scouting the surrounding area to search for the rest of the pack. Thanks to the beta's sacrifice, the warg had been able to quickly retreat inside their underground den. They hadn't been expecting a mage, but a voice in the back of their heads had warned them not to stray from their haven. Even though it was hard for them to even grasp the concept of caution, the Alpha had followed the advice. With intelligence came fear. None of the monsters would hesitate to sacrifice their lives to save their kin, but with each new member of the tribe, the warg experienced more emotions. If before life was all about feeding and breeding, now they wanted more. So much more and enough time to enjoy their achievements. They weren't willing to die in a blaze of glory. The monsters wanted to live, which made them more dangerous than all of their new abilities. Lith was slowly expanding the search area when his army communicator drew his attention. "Where are you?" Baroness Enya asked with more than a tinge of fear in her voice. "Taking care of your enemies. Your call might as well have given the creatures the time to escape. I told you not to bother me unless it's an emergency. 4 watchtowers are down, we have dozens of casualties and injuries, plus the only mage for kilometers is outside the city walls. I'd say it's quite an emergency. If another attack happens in your absence, the city will fall. Come back immediately." Lith hung up in reply, pondering what he should do. Dozens of casualties? 4 watchtowers. This doesn't make sense. Only 2 exploded before we left, and we counted less than 6 corpses. If the attack continued even after we engaged the warg warrior, it means someone else was acting as the tribe's eyes and ears. We'd better get back to Mikosh. Something doesn't add up, he thought as his civilian amulet lit up. "Is everything okay? Are you all right?" Lith asked. Camilla had never called him during her working hours just to chat. "That's my line. We are getting reports of monster tribes popping up like mushrooms. The Central Command is revoking all leave until the matter is resolved." "Are you saying the whole north is affected, not only the Keller region?" Lith could see from the hologram that she was pacing around what looked like a smoking area. "Not just the north, but the whole kingdom. Or rather, according to a friend of mine in the Foreign Affairs Department, the same is happening to all of our neighbors. To make matters worse, some of the reports say the monsters are abnormal." "Abnormal how?" Camilla checked her surroundings to make sure she was still alone before answering. "Some seem to be more powerful, others more intelligent, and a few both. The information is considered strictly confidential so as to not spread panic. At least until the Central Command can confirm the claims, so you heard nothing from me. Actually, you may hear about it from me soon. My warg case falls into the worst-case scenario. I'll give you a full report as soon as I finish examining the corpse I collected." "I don't care about a full report. When I call from my personal amulet, I'm your girlfriend, not your handler. I want to know if you are all right or not, you dummy." Lith's lack of care for his own well-being irked Camilla to no end. "Oh, sorry, I'm perfectly fine. The warg I faced was completely different from what I expected, but overall it wasn't much. I'll call you later, Baroness, I've got to stick up my ass is in sight." Lith put the amulet away before landing on the western wall. Enya was waiting for him along with the soldiers. She was wearing the blue shirt and brown pants which made up the uniform of the city guard. On her sleeve, there was the insignia of a captain while an enchanted blade rested at her side. The situation was much better than he had expected after looking at the Baroness' stern face. Aside from the destroyed watchtowers, there was no significant damage. "Thank you so much," several guards offered him their hands. "Thank the gods the attack stopped almost as soon as you left. Otherwise we would have lost a lot more men," said a middle-aged sergeant whose uniform was covered in dust and dirt. "You saved our lives by blocking all those spells. Your powers must be unparalleled," said a young guard who gave Lith a deep bow. "Why did you disobey your orders?" The Baroness looked relieved to see the morale so high, yet she wanted to understand if Lith's actions had lessened or aggravated the carnage. "The enemy wasn't in sight. There was nothing I could do by staying on the walls." "Is that true?" she asked the guards, who promptly nodded. "It was a nightmare. An invisible enemy kept raining death on us from thin air. We were like fish in a barrel waiting for the slaughter," said the sergeant. "There's no such thing as invisible enemies. Warg can use each other as relay points for their spells. It was only a matter of finding their sentry and kill it to stop the attack. It wasn't actually that simple, but spreading the news of mutated monsters in a city under winter lockdown was a recipe for disaster. Excellent work, Ranger Verhin. Please follow me. The Baroness made way without waiting for his reply. Lith could tell that all the angry facade and the captain dress-up was for the troops. Enya was good at bluffing, but not good enough to make him fail to notice that she had some urgent matters to discuss. The city lord would never expose herself for a small skirmish. To be where the crossfire could start again at any moment, she had to have a problem that couldn't wait. Otherwise, she would have just summoned him to her office. Enya walked down the stairs to the base of the wall, where a stagecoach was waiting for them. After a short trip, the carriage stopped in front of the city morgue. It was a one-story stone building. The ground floor was furnished as a waiting room for the relatives of the deceased, and the underground floor was insulated to keep the bodies in a cold and dry environment. Lith noticed a couple of guards were standing behind the double doors leading to the lower level. They tensed up when the entrance opened, but relaxed the moment they saw the Baroness. The basement was neat and orderly. Metal scaffolds which held corpses covered by black blankets were placed along the walls. Most of them were empty. Lith counted a dozen bodies. 3 metal slabs occupied the center of the room, but they weren't enough to deal with the recent events. Several stretchers were lined up next to the slabs, and each one carried a body. The ones on the scaffolds are the victims from the city wall. The Baroness walked to the nearest one and uncovered a couple of corpses. Lith nodded, recognizing the damages an amateurish fireball could cause. The ones on the slabs guarded the West City gate. Please tell me what you see. Lith's eyes sparked with interest. The attack site was far from the gate. He removed the blanket from the stretcher, revealing a butchered corpse. Someone had tried to cover the claw wounds with first magic, but fire could never tear flesh that way, and only made the marks on the bones more evident. Chapter 498, Prejudice Part 1. Clearly the attack on the watchtowers was a diversion. The wargs wanted to get rid of the sentinels before opening the doors and sneaking inside the city undetected. Lith pondered. My thoughts exactly. We have traitors in our midst, said the Baroness. Yes, but you are lucky, your ladyship. Winter has barely started, and my city is cornered by enemies from outside and within. How dare you call me lucky? She was seconds away from punching the ranger in the nose. Idiots are the best kind of enemies one can ask for, Lith replied before examining the bodies on the stretchers. Some had been killed by a bite to the neck, others had been disemboweled by claws. Each attack had been executed with deadly precision, and then followed by a sloppy attempt at covering the wounds with fire or air magic. Does this look like the work of a warg to you? Asked the Baroness. Yes, but it doesn't make sense. First magic can easily kill, and so will blades. Using their bodies to attack was really stupid of them unless they didn't expect me to foil their plan. More importantly, how could something like this go unnoticed? Lith cleared off a slab before taking out the warg's corpse from his pocket dimension. Baroness, Enya nodded as a disgusted expression appeared on her face. It shouldn't have, yet it did. The west gate remained closed the whole time, yet the people guarding it had been slaughtered. No matter how absurd it sounds, it must have been an inside job. Agreed, but something tall, dark, and hairy like a warg couldn't have hidden in plain sight. Lith replied as he cut open the creature's chest with an air blade. Even though he couldn't share the information Camilla had provided him, he could still find evidence of mutation on his own. The army's bestiary had included a complete anatomical description of the creatures, allowing Lith to perform a necropsy. Unfortunately, the body's poor condition due to the extensive wounds sustained at the moment of death gave him a single clue. The internal organs appear to be slightly shifted from where they are supposed to be, leaving extra space near the creature's mana core. Yet I can't tell if it's because of a mutation or just because the remains more closely resemble a jigsaw puzzle than a carcass, he thought. Solus, do you think the wargs could have infiltrated the city by shapeshifting? That would be almost impossible, she replied. Not even all evolved monsters learn how to shapeshift like Kala or Fillard. Even if the wargs could do it in a city like Mikosh, the slightest blunder would blow their cover. The people here are far from welcoming, and the creatures who attack the guards are clearly dumb. Maybe the army can offer us some insight. Lith used his army communicator to give a full report to his handler. He stressed the creature's ability to speak, fly, and its temporary invulnerability. Then he explained the city's current predicament. Your situation is abnormal, Camilla said. Both the warg warrior's resilience and its death cannot be explained by their innate abilities. Even a large pack can only share part of the wounds one of its members sustains, and not as fast as you described. I'll consult the archives and get back to you as soon as possible. What if it's a new species entirely? A single ranger might not be enough. Send reinforcements immediately, the Baroness ordered. The army can't act based on a local ruler's worries. Camilla's voice turned stone cold. You've been allowed to listen to the report only because as the city lord you must be aware of what's happening to arrange your citizens' safety. Over and out. It was the second time in a single day that someone had hung up on her. The Baroness was livid. I need to speak with the merchants who first cited the wars. Where can I find them? Lith had no time to coddle her feelings. In jail, of course. The Baroness' eyes had no trace of humanity. Her hands gripped the metal slab like she wanted to tear it apart. Aside from you, they are the only outsiders in the whole city. It was already suspicious that they spotted the wargs without a single casualty, and when the gatekeepers died, I had to lock them up. They are the main suspects. Lith was flabbergasted by her words. That's idiotic. The merchants had no reason to warn the city about the attack, nor can humans bargain with monsters. They have nothing to gain if the city falls. Lith was worried enough to place his hand on the Baroness' shoulder and use invigoration while pretending to reason with her. You did the right thing for the wrong reason. At least in jail they are safe from angry mobs, and when the next attack happens, because it will, you'll be forced to admit their innocence. You guards would never turn their backs to outsiders. Invigoration revealed nothing, and prejudice was something even light magic was powerless to heal. Lith recovered the warg corpse and left the morgue for the prison below the city's courthouse. The flight wasn't long, yet it reminded Lith why he didn't like Mikash. He liked order. Lucia was a small village, but each home had its space and individuality. Belia seemed like a Lego city, all blocks and squares. Its architects had sacrificed beauty in favor of efficiency, something that Lith had learned to love during his time at the academy. Author's outer circle could seem chaotic at first, but there was a method to it. Mikash, instead, looked like a long line of different builders had worked on it on succession, and for some reason, all of them had quit halfway through the job. The same city block could host stone buildings and wooden shacks. Some had a lot of space between them, while others were stacked on the top of each other. Merchant shops were so close to abandoned houses that sometimes suppliers would bring their merchandise to them thinking they were warehouses. Mikash was a poor city, which had gone through periods of rapid growth and recessions multiple times over the years. The brewing trade was its mark of success, while its inhabitants were that of its failure. Their fear of outsiders made them reject any potential investors, and no merchant liked to renegotiate their deals whenever a brewer had a bad day. When business went well, they were forced to hire people from outside of the city, and temporary houses would pop up like mushrooms. These foreigners were paid less and had to work more hours than the real citizens. Inevitably, the outsiders became irate at their treatment and quit, ensuring that their unwavering employers did not reach their quotas. Anyone who moved to Mikash hoped for a better life. Slave labor jobs were available everywhere, and finding one in a much friendlier environment was easy as pie. After Lith reached the prison, he shook the merchants' hands one by one before opening the doors of their cells. Invigoration cleared them from his suspects list. They had weak mana cores and bodies. Shapeshifting could alter someone's physical form, but their strength couldn't be hidden. The group was composed of men and women of different ages. Each merchant traveled with their apprentices who served them as handymen. At first, they couldn't wait to be released, but after hearing from Lith what the townspeople were going to blame them for, they were happy to remain behind bars. Chapter 499, Prejudice Part 2. These people are crazy. I would never stop in a shithole like this if it weren't for the wargs. Our destination was Shaku. Do you know if my goods are safe? Asked a scrawny, middle-aged woman with more wrinkles than a crumpled paper. How did you escape the wargs? Lith couldn't care less about their cargo. We didn't escape. They ignored us, said a lean man in his late 50s with grizzled hair and beard. They were too focused praying to pay us any attention. Praying? Lith was even more incredulous than he sounded. Well, they were kneeling on the ground, doing nothing but chanting some gibberish. The man shrugged. It wasn't gibberish, Master Dahel, but magic, said a young man about Lith's age who looked more like an artist than a wannabe merchant. He had handsome features and arms so thin Lith doubted he had ever lifted something heavier than a toothpick. How can you be so sure? Lith asked. I was the one standing guard. I noticed the wargs because of the light they emitted. They were divided into groups of 6. Each group was engulfed in a magnificent golden light that formed a circle. Golden light, Lith echoed as his stomach churned. 6 points inscribed inside a circle. Solas's stomach was non-existent, but she felt like puking nonetheless. By chance did it look like this? Lith opened his right hand, making a Silverwings hexagram the size of a towel appear. Yes, it was exactly like that, at least as far as I remember. What does it mean? That we are royally fucked, Lith thought. Nothing, don't worry, he actually said. You have helped me a lot, just a few more questions. Did the monsters have something unusual about them, anything at all? They shook their heads, making Lith inwardly curse. I hoped they had seen the wargs shapeshift, or at least in the company of humans. That way at least I would know where to start looking. My usual bad luck, he griped. Where did you spot them, exactly? Lith took out a map from his pocket dimension and had the merchants point out the location to him. Before he left, he gave them enough food and water to last for a couple of days. Lith also barred the door and took all the keys with him. Then he called the Baroness. I'm leaving Mikosh, so I need you to stand guard and call me if anything happens. Trust no one but me. No one can know of my absence. What? That is unacceptable. Your duty is to defend the city. How can you leave? Fear and outrage fought in her voice, but fear prevailed, lowering it by 1 octave. The merchants saw the wargs practicing arrays, Lith lied. If we allow them to increase their numbers, they will be able to destroy the city from the outside. They need to be culled. It's actually much worse than that. Solas quivered in anxiety. Someone has taught them the impossible array we used to practice true magic. Can share the experience they gain by practicing individually. They could master it even with their limited intelligence. Even worse, they are learning how to use every element instead of just 2. Can you imagine the threat a tribe of awakened that spawns as fast as monsters do could pose to our lives? On Earth there was traffic because anyone could drive a car. Magic is rare, and awakening is even rarer. Yet those things are breaking all of Magus' rules we've learned so far. Lith warped to the same spot he had fought the warg warrior, checking his surroundings for enemies. Neither life vision nor mana sense perceived anything, so he flew at full speed toward the place the merchants had pointed out to him. I know where they trained and where they were going. If they didn't fly, I can hunt them down by following their smell. Lith-enhanced senses allowed him to even track a person's scent. It was useless inside a city. Too many people and too many strong odors coming from every direction would easily mess with his senses. After all, Lith wasn't a trained dog. He had neither the instinct nor the skill to isolate a single smell among many. In the wilds, though, especially during winter, there weren't many odors. Lith took out a piece of the warg to sniff it. It smelled like a wet dog after rolling in a pile of dirty sportswear and sweaty socks. The stench made his eye water, but it also gave him a scent to follow strong enough that only an open sewer could mask it. The fair weather of the last few days also helped him greatly. The snow preserved most of the tracks the warg left, since they didn't bother to hide them in any way. I know how those poor bastards must feel. Practicing magic, hunting to eat, sleep, rinse, and repeat. That's how I became strong. If we can, we need to capture one of the wargs alive. I want to learn the secret behind their mutation and kill the idiot responsible for this abomination. Lith inwardly snarled. He was unaware that if the master knew about the magnitude of their failure, they would be the first to kick their own ass to the moon and back. Lith could have reached the monster's den in a few minutes of flight, but his paranoia slowed him down. He couldn't know that the wargs were still at odds with their newfound intelligence. They continued acting as predators, not prey. Hence they had no caution, while moving unless they were planning an ambush. Lith was forced to keep his best spells ready and check his surroundings whenever he entered a good spot for an ambush. Nothing happened, but the tension of the hunt weighed on his nerves. While facing an unknown enemy on their own turf, the line between hunter and game was paper-thin. Their warrior didn't hesitate to commit suicide to hide its pack's location, yet they did nothing to cover their tracks. My enemies go from smart to plain dumb like they suffer from split personality. He had no idea how close to the truth he was. I counted at least 30 adults and a dozen kids. What are we going to do about them? It wasn't the first time they dealt with younglings, but Solas had never come to terms with what had to be done. Kill them, or would you like me to wait a couple of days so they turn into adults? I can spare them, but are you willing to take responsibility for every life they will take? Solas didn't reply. It was an old, unsolved argument of theirs. To her heart, giving the cubs a second chance was the right thing to do. Unfortunately, her common sense found it simply idiotic to let them go just to kill them a few days and many victims later. That was one of the rare moments she was happy to not have a body, so the choice was out of her hands. Lith followed the smell until he found a well-camouflaged cave at the base of a small hill a few kilometers from Mikash. He had used the hush spell to cancel the noise and darkness magic to hide his smell the moment life vision had picked up a faint signal. The cave went deep into the ground, and the surface of its walls was too smooth to be natural. Fuck, they have already grasped earth magic. Worst case scenario, they used it to be aware of my arrival and they will negate my spells with the hexagram. Let's hope I'm not stepping into a frigging trap. Chapter 500, Hybrid Part 1. Lith was right about the wargs learning enough earth magic to create a den wherever they liked, but he was wrong about everything else. The voice in their heads was getting stronger with each new member added to their pack, and pushed them to practice first magic relentlessly. It left them enough time to hunt but none to care about their security. This pack bore pieces of Tezca, one of the masters chosen. He had been a powerful awakened when he was still a Zog, fox-type magical beast. Even though he had yet to regain any sense of self, his habits were so deeply ingrained in his personality that they influenced his hosts. All of their new knowledge, feelings, and tactics came from him. In a way, their relationship was a twisted version of that between Solus and Lith. At least mana sense and life vision make it almost impossible to take me by surprise, he thought as he floated along the ample stone corridors. Even his array detecting spell hadn't picked up anything, which reassured him about his enemy's abilities. Inactive arrays were among the few things that their mystical senses were unable to perceive, and one of the reasons Lith never underestimated warden magic. The tunnels had been created with a defensible layout. There were several turns at uneven intervals. After each one of them, the tunnels would change in width, height, or direction so that a group of rushing invaders would get stuck, slam their heads against the ceiling, or run into a wall. Lith was once again surprised when he realized that whoever had planned the den knew exactly how deep it had to be to escape life vision's detection. How can an awakened one be so crazy as to mentor a tribe of monsters? Solus couldn't find any other explanation for what they were witnessing. We'll ask them before we kill them. Lith was simply joking. There was no way he would waste time talking if another awakened was really involved. The tunnel led them to a huge cave. It was a wide circular space with a diameter of about 100 meters, 328 feet. Lith counted at least 50 pack members, most of whom were adults or close to maturity. Aside from the mothers with small cubs, the others were divided into groups of 6, and were practicing Silverwing's hexagram in a way that would have been impossible for a loner like Lith. What the heck? Each warg is in charge of a single element, so that by keeping the array active they can not only train the element they are least proficient with, but also every other element at once, simply by feeling and harmonizing with the mana flow. If I ever have one or more disciples, this can be a great teaching method. Lith studied them for a while as he planned his next move. He noticed that Silverwing's hexagram allowed the wargs to switch the element under their control at will, further improving their training. He cursed whoever created that method and took action. The cave was an open space which offered him no cover while he moved, yet Lith still had an opportunity for a surprise attack. Those working on the arrays were too focused, and while he studied their technique, the mothers had fallen asleep. Lith used invigoration to get back to his peak condition. Then, he prepared a new set of spells based on the most likely situation he expected to face. A hush spell appeared around the nearest group, enveloping them in a shroud of silence. The wargs were so focused that they didn't even notice Lith's Tier 3 full moon spell create a circular spinning air blade, which decapitated them all at once. The air dome surrounding them prevented any noise, blood, or even its smell from escaping Hush's boundaries. Okay, so they are not invulnerable, nor do they have any magical protection, otherwise full moon wouldn't be enough. Lith inwardly nodded in satisfaction. Hard kills worked. Whatever the warg's sharing ability had evolved into, they still had vital organs. He was about to hush the next group when the pack suddenly turned toward their fallen brothers and sisters in unison. Their howls filled with pain and grief gripped Solus's heart. Before he learned Tier 4 light magic, Lith had lost many patients over the years. The sounds the wargs made were too similar to the wails of the mourning relatives of the people they had failed to save. Plan B it is. Lith unleashed the Tier 5 War Mage spell Raging Sun right in the middle of the cave, quickly followed by another one he had received from the crown, Stormnado. His own spells couldn't hurt him, and he had ready another spell to survive the cave-in. He quickly moved inside the hushed zone, collecting the 6 corpses and their heads. "Protect the equals, cubs, equals," the alpha and the voice in their heads shouted as one. Tezca had sired many puppies. His parental instincts created a bond between the wargs and their younglings which wouldn't have otherwise existed due to their offspring's fast development. The wargs' reaction speed and technique surprised Lith. Despite the fact that they seemed to only be able to employ Tier 3 spells, by acting as a single being thanks to their mind link, they were able to perfectly stack the effects of their protections and keep Lith's spells at bay. The wargs used air and water magic to hold the magical monstrosity at bay, while the others ran away through several hidden corridors leading outside. Tier 5 magic wasn't so simple, though, and Lith had chosen those 2 spells because they synergized. Raging Sun was a mixture of fire and earth, which generated a powerful explosion and flames so hot that they could melt stone. Its effects were akin to a volcanic eruption. Stormnado was a mix of air and darkness, which conjured a thunderstorm of poisonous gas. The resulting effect was a toxic tornado with a temperature in the hundreds of degrees that carried rocks as dangerous as small meteors. Lith could feel his spell's every fluctuation and identify where the enemy formation was weaker. By focusing on those points, he penetrated the enemy barrier and destroyed it, like a flood bursting through a cracked dam. Even though they were wielding the collective magical prowess of the whole pack, the area around the wargs covering the retreat turned so hot that it burned their lungs. Lightning bolts coursed through their bodies, bringing many of their comrades near death just to allow them to keep the barrier in place. "You can't do it alone." Tezca begged the alpha as his black tendrils were working at top gear to keep its body in one piece. "Let me in. I can save them all. We can save them all. Together." Along with the magic of most of the pack, the alpha was also wielding enough of the Eldritch's consciousness to turn it from just a voice to a person. The alpha was unwilling to lose its identity, but its resolve was shaken when it noticed that the ranger was exploiting their struggle to strike at the fleeing wargs and kill all those who were still inside the cave. "Deal." The alpha howled in pain as the Eldritch's energy replaced his blood and devoured its mana core like a hungry beast. The Tezca Alpha hybrid let go of the barrier, devouring all the light in the cave to turn darkness into chaos magic. /protect. Chapter 501, Hybrid Part 2. The Monster Eldritch Hybrid executed Tezca's Tier 5 chaos magic spell, Hungry Void. Normally, it would have been impossible to weave such a powerful spell so fast, but the warg's mind link allowed the abominations to use the fleeing monsters as catalysts. Each one of them cast a small part of Hungry Void, leaving to Tezca only assembling and harnessing its energy. A black sphere materialized in front of the hybrid, clashing against Lith's spells with such strength to make the ground tremble. Lith didn't like this turn of the events, but everything was still within his expectations. He believed that just like the warrior he had previously defeated, the warg in front of him was simply being empowered by its pack. He had his spells envelop the black sphere, as he unleashed more spells to finish off the wargs still in sight and cripple the enemy. "You lied. You said we could save them." The alpha cursed Tezca when more of its kin fell due to deadly wounds. Not even the maelstrom created by the conflicting spells made Lith miss his marks. "Focus, you idiot. The enemy did it on purpose." Tezca tried to warn the alpha, but its fury made Hungry Void unstable. Lith didn't miss his chance and had his spells detonate, tainting the enemy's spell with his own energy. The resulting explosion engulfed the hybrid and ravaged its flesh. The chaos magic was now unable to recognize its master, adding its remaining strength to what was left of the other 2 Tier 5 spells. Thanks to life vision, Lith could see through the smoke and debris at the hybrid's body on the verge of breaking down. Only tendrils of black energy kept it together by wrapping around it like bandages. "I couldn't save you, but I'll not let you die either." The Tezca Alpha hybrid had its tendrils collect the abomination's fragments from the bodies of the dying wargs as he took away their remaining life force and forced them to take his wounds. "You'll live on as a part of me," it yelled as Lith ignored its ramblings and gave chase to the rest of the pack. "Scum of the earth, don't you have any honor? Come back and fight." Lith sneered in reply, using the spell he had readied to survive the cave-in to actually cause it and bury the hybrid under tons of rocks. "Yeah, right, you have an extra life for every member of your pack and I'm the one with no honor. I'll face you as soon as I get rid of your mushrooms, dear Mario," he thought. Lith, those aren't simple monsters. They have feelings, they can even talk and reason. The one behind us is almost like you. He's a hybrid, Solus said. A lot of those who I kill have feelings. Humans, crazy beasts, game, undead, take your pick. Yet it has never stopped me because it's a matter of survival. Also, he is nothing like me. These wargs have been modified in a similar manner to what Bulker does to his undead, Lith replied. He could sense the hybrid's aura behind him becoming more powerful. Half of the warg's body was now composed of raw darkness element, giving the alpha a demonic look. Its yellow eyes burned like torches as several horns were growing on its head. Its fur was now completely red, making it look like a living incarnation of fire. Its body was completely healed thanks to its packmate's sacrifice, and now it had 2 tails. His own plus a fox tail comprised of pure energy. I said come back, the hybrid yelled as he unleashed the Tier 4 Chaos Magic Howling Void. A spear made of darkness as thick as an arm erupted from his palm, aiming for Lith's heart faster than a bullet. Lith switched his position with the nearest warg, making the pack's strength dwindle even further. That's the problem with sudden power-ups. What you gain in strength, you lose in accuracy, sucker. Lith blinked behind the hybrid, thrusting the gatekeeper towards the creature's head. Somehow, the Tezca Alpha hybrid perceived Lith's movements and turned around abruptly. A new horn grew on his forehead. It moved fast enough to push the blade aside and aim for his enemy's throat. Lith switched position again, and another warg died by its own alpha's hands. Another of the lights in the hybrid's mind was replaced by a sudden void, driving him almost mad due to the guilt he felt for his incompetence and his hatred toward the human. Even though Tezca controlled half the body, he didn't have the mastery to perfectly control the body, nor was his essence developed enough to allow him to use most of his skills. The Alpha's emotional instability was crippling their already limited battle prowess. Fuck, they had an escape strategy planned. The wargs divided into small groups and took flight in different directions. After killing the wargs who had yet to run away because they were too tired after sharing the barrier's burden, Lith turned to the Alpha. He could follow only one group at a time, and that would mean leaving his back exposed to someone capable of using chaos magic. Lith had already witnessed how powerful it was. Even though he had yet to understand its nature, Lith didn't underestimate his enemy. How many did we take down? He asked. 11, Solus sighed. She almost felt like they were the bad guys, chasing creatures that just wanted to live. Fighting the Black Star or the Carpenters was so much easier. Lith had her assume her gauntlet form and take the gatekeeper, leaving his hands free. Now a yellow gemstone was embedded on the back of the gauntlet's hand, right beside the green one. He decided to investigate what that evolution meant, after getting rid of the last warg standing in front of him. Curse you, human! Tezca was afraid of the sword flying circles around them. He was using sheer willpower to hold the Alpha back, but after losing so many developed fragments and the rest of the pack getting farther away by the second, his consciousness faded away. The hybrid bolted at Lith, who infused himself with all the elements and took the charge head-on. Please don't, it's a trap, Tezca begged the Alpha in vain. Being so close to its nemesis that it could almost smell his blood sent the Alpha into a frenzy. The hybrid unleashed a chain of lightning that Lith grounded with earth magic and countered with a volley of wind blades. The dark matter of the abomination half of the body absorbed part of the damage and immediately started to heal the rest, but it needed time. Unfortunately, time was running out. Lith's hands grabbed the hybrid's claws, leaving it shocked in realization that the human was physically superior to itself. Without its pack, even merging with Tezca wasn't enough to face Lith's enhanced body while boosted by fusion magic. Things became even worse when Lith unleashed the Tier 4 darkness magic spell, Grim Reaper. The power of dozens of plague arrows flowed from his hands into the trapped claws. Direct contact made the spell's slow speed irrelevant. The hybrid felt his strength flicker as his fingers were crushed into a broken mess. /I. Chapter 502, Troubling Guests Part 1. The creature tried to bite Lith only to have his mouth forced shut by a headbutt before the ranger released his grip, and performed a front kick which hit its solar plexus like a truck. The Alpha grinned as it jumped back to dissipate part of the impact, gaining more distance and time to heal its wounds. What part of trap did you not understand? Tezca sighed in resignation. The kick coupled with the Alpha's own strength allowed Solus to pierce the creature's heart from behind. The darkness-infused gatekeeper went straight through its chest, until the hilt of the blade struck the fur on its back. And that makes 12, Lith said after ripping the hybrid's head from its shoulders. He stored all the carcasses inside their pocket dimension as Solus returned to his hand. "Good job. I wasn't sure if it would work, but it was worth a shot." "Thanks," she replied. "I noticed that the angrier it got, the stupider it became. Also, the moment we separated the warrior from its pack, both its physical and magical strength plummeted. Even if it has been artificially boosted, their sharing ability still has a limited range. I was counting on that. Why do you think I was so focused on getting rid of those who stayed behind? The bestiary is right about one thing. A pack is dangerous, a warg is just annoying. At least to me." Lith inwardly smirked. "By the way, what does the second gemstone on the gauntlet do? I always thought the first one represented your mana core, so a second one should mean you got another core." "Beats me," she replied honestly. Whenever Solus gained a new ability, she would also acquire the knowledge to use it as if it was something she was born with. This time, however, aside from her temporary energy form, she had gained no ability that would justify the change her gauntlet form had undergone. After she gave him her consent, Lith performed invigoration on Solus, discovering that she still only had a single green core. "We'll solve this mystery another time. We should get back to Mikosh. I need some rest," Lith sighed. There was a mana geyser just a few kilometers from the city, but he had no way to justify to his superiors why he loved camping so much to leave the city unprotected in the middle of a crisis. While he flew toward Baroness Enya's mansion, Lith called his handler and gave her a full report on the situation. "Oh gods," was Camilla's only reaction. She forwarded the report as urgent to her supervisor, who joined their open channel right after she heard about Lith's hypothesis. "Do you really think this is Balker's doing?" Captain Legato asked. She was a woman in her mid-30s with blonde hair, blue eyes, and such a serious face that you would expect it to crack at the slightest smile. It would explain the abomination, the hive mind, and the sudden monster outbreaks. Maybe during his absence, he was experimenting on something different from undead, or maybe these monsters will be the base for his next batch of creatures. Lith replied. "I will inform the Crown immediately and send someone to retrieve the fallen wargs. The Balker department has a long history in dealing with his creations, and they could extract useful information from them. Sadly, our resources are stretched thin. I can't offer you reinforcements unless it's strictly necessary. In some regions, the monster's population has grown big enough to require joint operations between the army and the association to eradicate them." Lith understood the implied apology and gave Legato a salute before she left. He was actually happy to work alone. Aside from Gianni and a few others, companions were usually dead weight to him. "One more thing. I need a background check on Baroness Enya." "Just 1 second." Camilla knew what he meant and didn't know whether to be jealous or giggle at his stinginess. Lith would never ask a noble for hospitality unless he was forced to. Being a guest in their homes usually meant giving them the opportunity to require his services as a healer or, even worse, to set him up with their daughters. Lith much preferred investing a few coins for a hotel room. Commoners were too scared by mages to delude themselves enough to try and seduce him. Mikosh was a special case. No one would bother him, yet Lith wouldn't trust eating anything he hadn't prepared himself. Especially after locking up the tavern owner. "She only has sons, no daughters nor nieces," Camilla replied. "Thank heaven, I was starting to fear I would have to spend the night in jail with the merchants." "Is Mikosh that bad?" she giggled. "It's even worse. I can't wait to come back to Belias and eat the delicacies my girlfriend promised me she would learn to cook," he teased her. "These are terrible times. You'd be lucky if she practiced just one of them with all the mandatory overtime she's sure to be experiencing. Give her a kiss for me the next time you see her." She managed not to laugh while talking about herself in the third person. "Will do, over and out." On his way, Lith opened a small gate and gave Zelos, the prancing griffin's owner, enough bread and water to last for a couple of days, if properly rationed, of course. The Baroness was very happy to have him as her guest. The whole Enya family sighed in relief, knowing that the only ranger and healer for hundreds of kilometers was just a few doors away. After a delicious meal he could enjoy without worrying if it had been spiced, with spit, snot, or maybe walked over by a couple of roaches. Lith disappeared in his bedroom with the excuse that he needed to rest in case something happened during the night. Maybe it was his keen instinct talking, or maybe the heavens didn't want him to pass for an ungrateful freeloader. Whatever the answer was, something did happen. A family of 5 was butchered overnight and their house set ablaze. This time the culprit didn't bother to cover their tracks. The bite marks on the victims' bodies left no room for doubts. Something big and hairy had barged through the front door for a late-night snack. No one had noticed anything until the fire broke out because the house was surrounded by vacant homes. At first, everyone blamed the merchants, but when Lith showed the Baroness and the captain of the city guard that they were still locked up and their clothes were pristine, the crowd had to put down their pitchforks. Mikash's only protective formation was a detection array that would have been triggered if someone had entered the city's premises without passing from its gates, so the wargs couldn't have come from outside. Old grievances resurfaced, and soon people started pointing fingers. Only the rising sun and their need to get ready for work prevented the body count from increasing. This is really bad, Lith thought. Either some wargs are capable of shape-shifting, or I'm about to play a goddamn round of Town of Salem. Chapter 503, Troubling Guests Part 2. Contrary to Lith's expectations, the following day the wargs didn't attack the city, and during the night no one died. Yet it didn't make him feel happy, it only made his worries increase. So much self-control can only mean one of two things. Either they are waiting to increase their numbers before they resume attacking, or losing 2 warriors in a single day made them scared. Lith thought. In their shoes, I'd regroup and pick an easier target. Since I'm in my shoes, I need to find them as soon as possible either way. If the pack becomes too big and they all learn true magic, I'll need backup. If they change targets, it will just be the same situation in a different location, since I'm in charge of the whole damn region. Lith was no genie, but after spending so much time together in Author, he had more an idea of how to conduct his investigation. Tracking the warg's accomplices within Mikash was just a waste of time. No matter if they were shape-shifting wargs or just humans that had smuggled them inside the city and hid them in their homes, if they had managed to fool the overly paranoid inhabitants of the city, Lith had no way to find them. There were simply too many people to check with invigoration. Without a solid lead, it would be like looking for the proverbial needle in the haystack. Finding the wargs, on the other hand, was likely to be easier. To feed the pack and increase their numbers, they needed food and a lot of it. Lith had no idea if a monster could die of starvation, but he was almost certain that they would not fast for long willingly. During winter there wasn't much they could hunt, so he found the closest settlements to Mikash on his map and alerted them of the threat with his communication amulet. He could only hope that hunger would cause them to make a mistake, or that by examining the carcasses the Bulker department could help him to track his prey. Free country of Lamarth, beyond the eastern borders of the Gorgon Empire. Like any decent mage in the 3 great countries, the master received countless reports about the monster outbreaks he had caused. At first, they had considered the anomalies to be a good omen. Their treatment worked even better than they had predicted, and if it was applied to an orc shaman, it could make them friendlier to the cause. Soon, however, everything spiraled out of his control. Some spawned too fast, others had become too powerful, but the worst part was that all of them stuck out like a sore thumb. Their plan of raising abominations disguised as monsters quickly backfired as every country started to investigate the phenomenon. I don't get it, Zenegrosh. What could have possibly gone wrong? The master whined. It's the nature of research, the Eldritch shrugged. A lot of failures are required before succeeding. Now we know why Thrude limited her experiments to humans. Monsters are great breeding grounds, but their unique nature makes them unpredictable. From this experiment, we learned that it's better to stick with Thrude's strategy. Humans for the abomination who are humans, beasts for beasts, and so on. It will be slower, we'll still need to kidnap a lot of people, but it's much safer. Your plan was sound, my disciple, only its initial result was poor. We'll do better the next time. She patted his shoulder. I guess you are right, the master sighed. I've never been so wrong, though. I never am, damn it. Don't worry, Sugar, you weren't wrong, Zenegrosh's sensual voice said. Sugar, are you drunk or what? The master respected her, but there was nothing more between them. That wasn't me, Zenegrosh said, turning toward their surprise guest. She was a woman of rare beauty, with gray skin and silver hair. She was wearing a comfortable mage suit which emphasized the perfect proportions of her body. More than her skin or hair, it was her second set of arms that identified her as not human. Zenegrosh couldn't believe her own eyes. The body was all wrong, and so were the creature's golden eyes, but she could never forget that face nor the dress she was wearing because they were her own. I know I've never been this beautiful, but who cares, said the woman. Trolls have such magnificent bodies in their true form. I'd say it's only fair to enjoy them for a while after being stuck for centuries as a monster. Being an eldritch, Xenogrosh could shapeshift into many forms of her choosing. Sure, in her natural state she wasn't easy on the eyes, but abominations were survivors. Only being pretty just meant leaving a pretty corpse to them. Yet the insult bothered her, because it voiced one of her most private inner thoughts. "Why are you here?" Xenogrosh asked her troll self. "What do you think?" she replied as one chaos spell appeared on each of her 20 fingers. "I'm not going to let you use me as an energy potion. We're going to merge on my terms and using me as the base. There can be only one." And so the fight for survival began. The mages from the Bulker department came to pick up the bodies first thing on the morning of Lith's second day in Mikosh, and gave him the results of their preliminary analysis the next day right after noon. Already, that was fast. Lith was also amazed the investigative department had sent someone instead of just using a communication amulet. "Let me begin by saying thank you for storing the bodies immediately after their death," said Mage Pazal, a man in his early 20s with black hair and brown eyes. 3 long and thin scars ran from his jaw to his neck. Lith recognized the marks left by Bulker's valors. Like many survivors of his last attack, Pazal had decided to keep his scars to never forget and never forgive. "Well-preserved specimens make our work much easier. Sadly, the monster outbreaks aren't Bulker's doing," he sighed. "That news should be worth celebrating. Being so obsessed about anything is an unhealthy behavior," Lith thought. "Hello, Pot, my name is Kettle," Solus chuckled. The people responsible for these wargs have improved his method, turning it into something completely different. The abomination fragment is not used to just create a hive mind and give the monsters new powers. It's a seed meant to grow. Almost a quarter of the body of the second warrior you fought had turned into a monster abomination hybrid, and I'm sure that the abomination side is programmed to convert its host over time. As for the good news, whoever did this plan to retrieve their creatures, so they added a tracking spell to each abomination fragment. Pazal took out an enchanted amulet made of silver, the size of a tablet. It had a blue mana stone on its center, and a green one on each of its corners. "We managed to prepare a receiver for the signal that you can use to track them down. There is one problem, though. Even if the bodies were perfectly preserved, the spells deteriorate fast after death takes away the mana fueling them, so the data was corrupted. It will not work unless you are within 200 meters, 656, of the signal's source, but once it locks onto the target, you should be able to follow it with ease. Have a good hunt, Ranger Verhen." A cruel smile appeared on Pazal's face. Destroying every trace of Bulker's work was the sole reason for his existence. Chapter 504 on the Prowl Part 1. Lith thanked Pazal before he left and started to plan his next move. "Well, for once the kingdom is being really helpful instead of just trusting me to clean up their mess," he thought. "Now I can search the city for enemies. Once I find them, the tracker will lead me to their nest. Easy peasy." Yet even after scouting the entirety of Mikosh twice, the magical device didn't pick up any signal, making Lith doubt it even worked in the first place. After even a third round of the city gave no results, Lith felt dispirited. Time to fill up on spirits. He sighed as he went back to the Prancing Griffin for a few draft beers. Ever since he had made the kitchen staff quake in their boots with an alleged infective disease, the tavern was much quieter. Lith was one of the few brave souls that still dared to step inside, so the waiters treated him like a VIP. The fear of ending up locked in isolation along with Zelos, their employer, was a strong motivator. Yet he didn't eat anything that didn't come out from his pocket dimension. Unlike the freshly tapped beer, food couldn't be prepared in front of him. "I don't have much time, but luckily neither do the wargs," he thought. The first warrior was weak while the second one was already a hybrid. If I'm lucky, the lack of food will prevent them from focusing on magic and slow down the abomination fragment's development. If I'm not, I might have to face a small army of hybrids or a single combined entity. According to Pazal, all of my wargs bear fragments of the same creature. It wouldn't surprise me if they merged into one like the second warrior did to boost its strength. Agreed, Solus pondered. Another problem we have is the enemy within Mikosh. At this point, I have a theory, but I'm pretty sure you won't like it. Lith inwardly nodded for her to continue. The reason to choose monsters as guinea pigs is pretty obvious. They are strong and spawn fast, which means that somehow the procedure they have undergone allows the abomination fragment to be passed down to their offspring. Well, yeah, otherwise there would be no hive mind, nor would there be any sense in letting them roam free, Lith pondered. Exactly, Solus continued. The presence of the tracking spell tells us the hybrids are meant to be harvested at some point, but what if the wargs aren't only limited to spreading the fragments to other wargs? Sharing is their innate ability, and we have no idea about the limits of their mutation. So you are saying that we have been looking at things from the wrong angle, that maybe there are no wargs in Mikosh but human hybrids. Lith was getting a headache at just the thought of it. Yes, it would explain a lot. The night of the attack we had just killed a lot of wargs, maybe the collective grief drove the human hosts mad. Also, the tracker doesn't pick up anything either because the signal is being generated by a human body or maybe simply because the fragments are still too small. Humans develop in years, not days, so even if they are turning into wargs it could take months before it actually happens. I'm really sorry to bother you again, but I think I need a healer. Lith had just started to inwardly curse his bad luck in every language he knew when someone interrupted his creative flow. It was the same redhead waitress who served him the day of his arrival. Lith was about to give her the finger when he realized the opportunity in front of him. "What's wrong with you, exactly?" he asked, pretending to be annoyed. People were much more grateful when they believed you were doing them a favor rather than using them for your own purposes. The girl listed many and disparate symptoms that casually had manifested after Lith's petty revenge against the tavern staff's rudeness. It only took him a glance to diagnose her, and he used a touch of invigoration, just to stay on the safe side. Hypochondria, he thought. It's pretty bad, but nothing contagious, he actually said. It wasn't a lie and made Solus laugh heartily. Can you help me? She asked on the verge of tears. It depends if you can help me. My services aren't cheap, you know. After clearing the merchants from his suspects list, Lith had interrogated the gatekeepers about who had gone out of town before the wargs had been spotted. Unfortunately, the winter was cold and their pay was low. Aside from foreigners, they didn't keep any records. Many citizens went in and out of Mikosh to gather wood, seek out the nearest healer's help, hunt, or simply to check the frozen cultivated fields outside the city walls. Aside from the guards, no one had been willing to talk to him, until now. I don't have much money. I'm a waitress and only a waitress. She blushed a little, having completely misunderstood his words. She found mages to be scary, and the ranger wasn't even of her liking. The dead family, did they have enemies? Someone in particular that resented them? Lith didn't care about her assumptions, only information. If he was looking for humans instead of wargs, then maybe they had a motive to attack that specific house. No, not that I'm aware of. They were just farmers. It's hard to have enemies when you have nothing to be envious about. She blushed even more, feeling incredibly stupid and a bit perverted. Did something bad happen before the wargs? Something that could create a lot of resentment? Lith was clutching straws. If there was no solid information, rumors would have to suffice. The redhead told him about a lot of petty quarrels, of how the Baroness taxed the brewing industry too much, cases of domestic abuse, and many things that made Lith think he was at a hairdresser rather than a tavern. Soon the rest of the staff, who were bored from doing nothing, joined the conversation when they understood they would get treatment in exchange for gossip. To avoid his headache getting worse, Lith jotted down the most likely suspects. Workers who had unjustly lost their jobs without receiving any support from their peers. Grieving parents who had lost their children due to the constant harassment from their fellow citizens having driven a foreign healer out of town before winter, and things like that. If I lost everything because of those blockheads, I would cheer for the wargs too. The more I hear about this city, the more I wish I could just wash my hands of its fate. At least the wargs fight for each other. These guys would sell their mother for a few coins, he thought. Lith's new suspect list was longer than his arm. The silver lining was that no one aside from a couple of waiters with the flu needed any healing. He just chanted a few light magic cantrips and pretended to have cured them of a few illnesses he made up on the spot, earning their gratitude and a steaming steak on the house. He was just about to comment about how delicious it was, while Solus stressed the importance of being nice to others, when his army amulet rang. The wargs had just attacked a nearby village's granary, leaving him no time to spare. Chapter 505 on the Prowl Part 2. Lith had already been to the village of Traros to share his communication rune with its elder. Crossing the couple hundred of kilometers which separated it from Mikosh with warp steps only took him a handful of seconds. Lith appeared inside an isolated alley while people all around the village were screaming and begging for help. Their prayers didn't stop the wargs' fangs nor their claws. A dozen wargs were pillaging the food supplies, while several others were feasting on those who had attempted to stop them, and the passers-by who had not fled from the scene fast enough. The starving monster's aim had only been the stored meat, but the first drops of human blood spilled during the initial assault had sent them into a feeding frenzy. Wargs were predators, whereas the squishy humans were just food after all. Much to Solus's dismay, aside from cloaking his presence with darkness magic, Lith did nothing. He held the magical tracker and watched the green gemstones at its corners lighting up one after the other. The device needed time to lock onto the signal emitted by the abomination fragments inside the wargs' bodies. "You can fight while I take care of the tracker." Being helpless in front of the massacre was killing her soul. With each passing second, someone was dying. Then what? The wargs would split up again and fly away. If the warriors left to fight me commit suicide before the link is established, we'll go back to square one, and the next time even the army might not be able to stop them. I'm not a fan of collateral damage either, but if we don't find the whole pack, it will be all for nothing. Lith replied while impatiently looking at the tracker and weaving all the spells he could need. Only when all the gemstones lit up, and the holographic display not only pointed the nearby wargs, but also the location of the rest of the pack, did Lith came out of the alley. The monsters that had yet to take off died before they could even realize what was happening. Lith's surprise attack struck them while they were still recovering from their berserk rage. In the blink of an eye, 6 wargs were dead. Lith stored their bodies away and healed all the injured villagers before leaving. He couldn't stand Solus's suffering, and he needed some time to recover his strength with invigoration anyway. Warping there so fast would have left a fake mage with little mana left. Helping Traros would look good on his resume and lull the wargs into a false sense of security. Lith wanted them to have all the time they needed to regroup and maybe even change the location of their den. He had already killed a total of 18 wargs out of the 50 he had counted during his first day in Mikosh. Even if a few more had been born during the last 2 days, they would still be cubs. His plan was to wait for them to settle down and strike at them while their mind and bodies were lethargic from the feast that they would soon have. Just as he predicted, his first ambush had made them cautious. The pack moved as soon as the last warg carrying the supplies arrived, flying for hundreds of kilometers before stopping. Only then did Lith left Traros. He was back to his peak condition and was certain that by the time he arrived, every warg would be too busy stuffing their muzzles to notice his presence. Once again, they had chosen the base of a small hill to build their den with earth magic. Lith checked his surroundings with life vision and the terrain with the array detection spell before landing. This time, several arrays were in place. Fuck me sideways? They didn't waste a single second. Their mastery of magic is progressing so fast that I wouldn't believe it if I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes. Could it be that the one behind the mutated monsters is an awakened? If so, how come despite the amount of time he has invested in training them, we've never seen him? Solus had no answer to offer, so she focused on the arrays to identify their focus points and dismantle them with true magic while they were still inactive. Lith and Solus each took care of half the magical formations. After checking the underground maze with life vision, Lith decided to place an anti-air array right above the den. He had no time to waste searching for all the possible exit points, so he made it impossible to fly away. It was supposed to take the fleeing wargs by surprise and give him enough time to catch up with them in case something went wrong. By my maker, Lith, we must hurry. The shock in Solus' voice gave him a bad feeling about the mission. She hadn't lost her cool even when they had faced Scarlet the Scorpicore. He followed the ever-changing tunnels to the huge cave, located several dozens of meters underground, as Solus kept watch on their surroundings with mana sense. When we were outside, some of them must have awakened or something. Their mana signatures grew so much that I could clearly see them even from such a distance. Yet now I can't feel them anymore. I don't like this at all, she said. Lith focused on moving fast without losing his breathing rhythm. Whatever was going to happen, he wanted to be at his peak condition, and disabling so many arrays without alerting their maker had taken a toll on him. Solus was already in her gauntlet form, and both of them had woven their best spells. If the enemy now had both quality and quantity on their side, the only advantages Lith and Solus had left were speed and battle experience. When they reached the underground cave, they stumbled into a scene completely different from what they had been expecting. The wargs were almost all dead. The floor was littered with mutilated corpses and entrails. The smell of blood, bile, and shit was overwhelming, yet Lith barely noticed it. The tight-knit warg pack seemed to be fighting among themselves, with many gray wargs fighting and losing against a few black wargs as they tried to defend pregnant females and cubs. The black wargs had a similar appearance to the hybrid alpha. Half of their bodies was composed of raw darkness element, giving them a demonic look. Their fur was shiny and black, quivering under the magical light like it was alive. Their yellow eyes burned like torches, and now Lith could see that the things he had previously mistaken for horns were actually quills like those of a porcupine. They grew not only on their heads, but also on the rest of their bodies. Each one of the black wargs had at least 2 tails, their own plus 1 or more fox tails comprised of pure energy. What the fuck? That's no internal strife, it's a battle royal, Lith realized as the black wargs also fought among themselves. The winner would assimilate all the black matter from the loser, whose corpse would then revert to a normal wargs. Everything happened in just a few seconds, while Lith's and Solus's minds were processing the events taking place in front of them. Chapter 506, Fury Part 1. Lith dashed forward. The chaos and mayhem of the cave made caution irrelevant. I must stop the hybrids from getting stronger, he thought as he unleashed a series of Tier 4 spells that struck the black wargs where their vitals were supposed to be with surgical precision. Lith had added the bestiary to Soluspedia, so that he would always know the most efficient way to kill the monsters it contained. 3 hybrids died on the spot, but 4 somehow survived even with their heads removed or their hearts replaced by a gaping hole. At least until a 5th hybrid extended its tendrils to suck them dry. Thanks, brother, much appreciated, the creature said before exploding into maniacal laughter filled with ecstasy. Lith could distinguish 2 voices talking in unison. One of them was feral and rough, yet it was barely audible like it was fading away. The other was ancient and erudite, its phrasing a bit out of date. It held a feeling of malice and power that gave Lith the creeps. One of the female wargs ran in front of Lith, her teeth bared, her eyes pitch black with the same darkness which was coursing through the hybrids. She tried to stab at Lith's throat, but he easily avoided the hit and pierced her heart. Lith let darkness magic flow through the gatekeeper, expecting her to commit a suicidal explosion. The warg's attack had been too sloppy and hesitant. Killing her had been too easy. It had to be a trap. Except it wasn't. Thanks, brother, she said as the darkness faded from her eyes. The gratitude in her voice, which terribly resembled Rena's, almost shattered Lith's heart. It's eating us from the inside. The warg coughed blood, revealing the small furball shivering with fear she had hidden in her other arm the whole time. I couldn't resist much longer. Please, I don't want to kill my baby, nor do I want him to become part of that thing. The gatekeeper flickered in Lith's hand, severing both lives at once. The 2 wargs died painlessly, but Solus was crying. The remaining gray wargs literally threw their lives at Lith, unwilling to hurt their pack mates. The abomination inside of them was too strong to resist its calling. They could only ride its hate toward the intruder and use him as a means to escape their fate. With each swing of Lith's blade, a warg fell into oblivion and Solus cried harder. Rage and hatred burned like a sun inside Lith's heart, making him once again wonder if death was just a part of life or more like a part of him. Death had brought him to Magus and had kept walking with him the whole time. He would either fight it as a healer or dispense it to those who stood in his path. For the wargs it had been a blessing. A quick, painless way out from an eternity of slavery, trapped inside the monstrosity consuming them. He promised to his companion that the thing in front of them would receive no such mercy. You shouldn't have messed with my plate, brother. Tezca was busy consuming the 4 hybrids before their energy was lost forever while Lith killed the last wargs. It took me time and effort to make proper nourishment out of this horseshit. I'm still far from being whole, and every bit helps. During the last 2 days, the warg pack had followed Tezca's instructions. They had exhausted all of their food reserves while practicing magic under the caring eye of the magical beast's memories. Until the hunger prevailed, awakening the real Tezca. For the centuries-old abomination, they weren't cubs, but merely a means to an end. He would use them to regain his body and power before confronting his other self. It would lead him on the next step of the evolutionary scale that had eluded him for so long despite all of his efforts. Despite the countless lives Tezca had consumed, he was still just an eldritch. Now he could become so much more. The eldritch was sure of it. The last gray warg had yet to reach the ground when Tezca charged at Lith like a freight train. 2 quills as long and thick as a blade erupted from his forearms, while his fur turned into an armor composed of small spikes. Lith infused himself with every element and sidestepped the enemy's attack. His gloved fist struck Tezca's liver like a machine gun. Each hit delivered a Tier 4 darkness magic spell, Grim Reaper, right inside the hybrid, sending him crashing against a wall with a boom. Tezca shook off both the spell and the impact before the Tier 4 fire magic spell, Burning Prison, could trap him. He blinked to safety only to find Lith right behind him. The left-handed hand slash from the gatekeeper severed Tezca's head, as the razor-sharp claws of the gauntlet made it possible for Lith to pierce through the Eldritch's heart. The abomination just laughed and retaliated at the flabbergasted ranger with an elbow strike that would have shattered his ribs if Lith hadn't blinked away at the last second. Black tendrils reconnected the head to the body and sewed it back in its place. "Who are you? Why did you do this?" Lith asked, voicing the questions that were ravaging Solus's heart as he planned how he was going to kill something with no vitals. "I'm just like you, brother, an abomination. As for the why, I did it because I can." Tezca wasn't a big talker either. He would speak only to mess with his opponent's head while he cast his spells. His right hand released the Tier 5 Chaos Array, Chaos Dimension. Gray specks of light filled the underground cave, making it impossible to use dimensional magic unless it used chaos instead of darkness. The Eldritch's left hand drew a circle in midair, tearing space apart to take out his prized sword, Endless Night. "Let's see how good you are without the edge life vision gives to you, brother." A cruel grin twisted Tezca's snout as he blinked in for the kill, now that he was certain that Lith couldn't follow his movements anymore. Blood Desert, outside the Forgotten Plum Camp now. The real Tezca had been sent by the Master to keep an eye on Bulker's family and kill them the moment the opportunity presented itself. With them gone, the God of Death would have no reason to help the Guardians. The Eldritch didn't like the job, nor following orders, but the Master was the only chance he had to overcome the bottleneck he had been stuck at for decades. Suddenly he felt like his soul was being ripped apart. He felt something he had thought long forgotten. Tezca felt fear. "What the heck? Someone just stole my Endless Night. That's impossible. Both my Omni Pocket and the sword are linked to my life force. Fuck Bulker, I want answers now." Lith was sick and tired of Tezca calling him brother. Carl called him that, and so did Tista, Renaa, and now Aaron. It was a word that meant the world to him, no matter which planet he was on. Every time it came out of Tezca's mouth, it was filled with poison. It tainted the memories of his lost brother and those of every happy moment he had ever lived. Tezca's blink landed him right in the middle of a stream of blue flames that was coming out of Lith's mouth. They burned through everything they touched. The array, Tezca's body, even the rift in space was forcefully shut down, almost cutting the Eldritch in two. Origin flames? The hybrid had no idea what those words meant, but a shiver ran down his spine. That was before Solus's gauntlet started to grow. Chapter 507, Fury Part 2. Origin flames, also known as dragon fire or phoenix flames, were a peculiar type of flames that only a few living beings could employ. Unlike normal fire, origin flames didn't require the expense of mana to ignite the world energy, but only a spark of life force. Born from life, they were capable of destroying anything, no matter if they were physical or magical in nature. They were purifying flames capable of restoring the natural balance. Magical beasts considered them a manifestation of Magus' will to clear any past mistake, whereas its targets just called them death. The hybrid only had a part of Tezca's memories, but it was enough for him to be aware of the danger they posed. He blinked away to safety as he used a water spell to extinguish the flames. Chaos Dimension had no means to defend itself. The blue fire spread along its lines of power, making the array crumble less than a few seconds after its creation. Meanwhile, Solus's form had turned into a full arm protector, which covered Lith's right arm and shoulder. Her rage was as hot as Lith's was cold. Mana endlessly flowed from the green gemstone on the back of the hand to the yellow one engraved on the shoulder pad, like a raging river about to breach its banks. There were no words that could express her fury, nor lift the weight she felt oppressing her soul. Only crushing Tezca's skull with their hand could give her peace of mind. Lith had turned into his hybrid form, and was floating in mid-air without a spell thanks to his wings. Even though he's a hybrid like me, he has no vitals just like pure abominations. The only way I can kill him is by making him exhaust all of his energy. Black cores cannot be replenished without feeding on life force or world energy. How strong is he, Solus? Lith hoped that his voice would snap her out of her frenzy. "A bit stronger than you but weaker than us," she snarled. Solus had always been a gentle soul. Seeing the wargs caring for each other had given her hope. Hope that not every living being was bound to just be what someone or something had turned them into. If even a female warg could learn to love her cubs, then maybe she too could allow herself to fall in love and wish for a better future. Solus couldn't help but see herself in them, in their willingness to sacrifice their lives for their pack mates. The same humans that would consider her just a thing to possess saw the wargs as nothing but mindless beasts, but they had feelings just like her. Discovering that everything had just been a ruse, witnessing the abomination forcing a mother to commit suicide to not injure her own child was more than she could bear. Solus wasn't Lith. She strived to live her life, not to just avoid death. Tezca had just torn apart all of her hope and dreams right in front of her face, set them ablaze, and then took a dump on them to put out the flames. "You are really handsome, brother," Tezca said while watching the monolith exuded with gluttonous eyes. By assimilating Lith's power, Tezca was certain he would be able to challenge his other self. "I wonder why you feel the need to hide under a human shell, despite the fact that you even possess a living legacy. I'll take good care of it for you." The word struck at Solus like a poisoned needle. The hybrid somehow knew she was alive, yet he had called her an it. Solus almost snapped because of it, but feeling that Lith was as outraged as she was, calmed her down. The hybrid charged forward, using Endless Night's ability, Nightmaze, to cut the space in front of himself and open several exit points throughout the cave at the same time. It created a permanent dimensional crossroad that would make life vision useless in predicting the direction of the next attack. A hail of black quills as big as spears erupted from a gate on Lith's right. He conjured a stone wall to block them, but each one of them was imbued with both air and chaos magic. They pierced through the barrier like it was made of paper, taking Lith by surprise. The sudden turn of events forced him to stand still and deflect them with the gatekeeper, leaving his back and sides exposed. Just like Tezca had planned, he emerged from a portal at Lith's backside, thrusting Endless Night toward Lith's leg, the only part of his body he couldn't move without his defenses crumbling. Endless Night wasn't a common sword, nor had it been created with normal means. Its bite would create a link between Tezca and his prey, allowing him to feed even in the heat of the battle. The hybrid was just about to strike when Solus reacted with her Tier 5 spell, Tower Defense. The whole cave came alive, turning into an extension of her will. The ground at Lith's feet opened up, letting him take cover as the quills flew past him and ran into their own master. The magic they were imbued with was Tezca's, so it couldn't harm him. The physical aspect of the quills, however, was another story entirely. The clash stopped the hybrid in his tracks, knocking him off balance. The damage he sustained was negligible, but his opening was lost. Cursing his bad luck, Tezca dove back inside the closest gate, ready to switch to Plan B while walking into Solus's trap instead. Endless Night opened several dimensional doors at once, making their user's path unpredictable, but the sword's ability had one weak point. All the gates were static, making them exploitable once the element of surprise was lost. Solus had countless stone spikes infused with darkness magic rain inside each of the dimensional doors. Tezca was already at the dimensional crossroad when he understood he had no way to escape the attack. Impressive, he analyzed Nightmaze and turned it against me with just a glance. Too bad he underestimated how powerful an eldritch is. Tezca grinned while he rushed towards one of the exits. The quills covering his body would allow him to tank the stone spikes and suffer minimal injuries. Unfortunately, Tezca hadn't gotten a single thing right. Lith already had his hands full keeping life vision active to predict his enemy's strategies, deflecting the incoming attacks, all the while he cast and kept active several spells at once. He had noticed nothing. Solus, on the other hand, and pun intended, had long since learned to quiet her emotions to look at every battle like it was just a chessboard. In the past, her weak core didn't allow her to take part in the battle, only provide Lith intel. Even now she barely had a couple of decent attacks in her, so she had to make them count. A deep green core didn't give her much juice, so what her spells lacked in power she had to make up with planning and accuracy. She knew that she didn't have enough power to pierce the hybrid's skin, but that was what the previous attack with his own quills had been for. They had cracked her enemy's armor enough that Tower Defense's stone spikes had an easy time piercing through it and stopping Tezca in his tracks. The damage combined with the surprise effect paralyzed him long enough for the spikes coming from the other gates to reach him and stab him from every side. Chapter 508, Hollow Victory Part 1. Living Legacy was just the name abominations had for cursed objects, since for them they were more of a blessing than a curse. An abomination had no body that the living relic could corrupt, nor could their minds be swayed with promises of power. Abominations were power made flesh. They would actively seek cursed objects and enslave them to their will. Lith smelled like an abomination to Tezca. His gauntlet was clearly alive, so he did the math. Or so he believed. Living legacies would never help their masters. They would only wait for their captor's destruction to regain their freedom and find a victim they could subdue. Abominations and cursed objects were like-minded. They sought slaves, not companions. Tezca's biggest mistake had been misunderstanding the relationship between his opponents, and he was now paying the price for it. Solus's spell was now injecting darkness magic into his body, sapping his strength by the second. Tezca tried to shapeshift into tendrils to escape the spike's deadly grasp, but his body was still that of a hybrid. Cursing the weakness of his own flesh, Tezca had to employ an expensive chaos magic spell to break free before it was too late. While Solus kept him busy, Lith had cast his Tier 4 dimensional spell Collapsed Space to forcefully shut down Nightmaze and killed Tezca in result. Abominations were sturdy, but not even they could survive being ripped to shreds. The hybrid could feel the space around him distorting and managed to escape from the jaws of death just in the nick of time. Lith welcomed him with a barrage of Tier 4 spells that would have finished Tezca off if not for Endless Night's second ability, Night's End. The enchanted blade cut the space around him and created a dimensional sphere that warped the incoming attack in random directions. "You are much better than I expected, brother," Tezca said, trying to buy enough time to mend his wounds while under the protection of the dimensional shield. He had more holes in his body than Swiss cheese, making it impossible for him to even stand. "We shouldn't fight but join our forces. We are both incomplete. I can teach you chaos magic and you can help me against my enemy. Once I train you, he will not be a match for us. What do you say?" Lith didn't reply. He cast cantrips at the barrier's every side, making sure it had no gaps he could exploit. He didn't need Solus to notice Night's End weakness. As long as he stays in there, he is invulnerable, but he is also completely blind. They thought in unison as they used dimensional magic to empower Night's End more than it was necessary. Barrier or prison, it was only a matter of balancing the elemental energies in play. A prolonged dimensional spell like those Endless Night unleashed would already put the surrounding space under a heavy stress. Lith and Solus boosted the defensive spell until cracks appeared in mid-air, distorting the air like a kaleidoscope. Then, they twisted and turned the spatial cracks before darting away from the cave at breakneck speed. The sudden silence scared Tezca more than any explosion could. He could be casting an array to negate dimensional magic. It would make Endless Night useless, but at least neither of us could use Blink. It would take away the advantage he gets from live vision, the hybrid thought. As soon as he was able to move again, Tezca dispelled the barrier. "Round 2, brother. He chalked on his own words as Night's End disappearance triggered a chain reaction. The whole underground cave exploded with such strength to make the ground within several hundred meters tremble. Free country of Lamorth, near the Master's hideout. The real Tezca suddenly fell to his knees, feeling like a part of his soul was being torn to pieces. Endless Night wasn't just an artifact, it was part of his own life force. Pain ravaged his body as he realized that whoever had stolen his weapon had managed to destroy it, probably for good. From outside the cave, Life Vision, Mana Sense, and the tracker agreed about the eradication of the abomination fragments. Even when Lith stood at the base of the hill, the magical device was unable to pick up any residual signature. Normally, Lith would have grumbled about losing his loot due to the explosion or rejoiced at the destruction of his enemies. Yet this time victory felt sour. The satisfaction from killing the hybrid wasn't enough to make them forget about the rest. Solus was still shocked by the carnage he had witnessed, while Lith was trying to find a way to cope with his actions. The desperation in the warg's eyes when they had chosen to die rather than submit to their fate had opened old wounds. It was the first time he empathized with his victims. The abomination was their cancer, and just like Lith back on Earth had used a gun, they had used him. He didn't feel what he had done was wrong, yet it upset him in a way he couldn't put into words. "Are you all right, Solus?" he asked, the only question that really mattered. No, her tone was sad. Giving in to her anger didn't make her feel better. It had just been a temporary respite before having to face her doubts and fears again. "Are you?" "No, let's return to Mikosh. If your hypothesis is correct, the death of the Warg Pack will trigger their accomplices within the city," he replied. "Honestly, I don't care about the mission anymore. I just want to get out of here. I want to be alone for a while." Solus meant it. This time each one of them was facing a personal crisis, making them unable to support the other. At their arrival, the tracker revealed one weak signal coming from a house in the farmer's district. Pazal's obsession led his creations to be so precise that now that the tracker was locked on, there was no escape from it. Life vision showed only one faint life force inside, and it was slowly getting weaker. Lith prepared his spells nonetheless and readied himself for the worst. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Inside the small and messy home that painfully reminded him of his own, there was a deadly pale man sitting on a chair. He looked so ordinary that Lith might have crossed paths with him several times during the past few days, and not even registered his existence once. The farmer's eyes were dimmer than his life force. He was still alive, but already dead inside. Lith recognized that gaze. He had seen it every day while looking at himself in the mirror after Carl's death. Near the man, there was another chair where another woman was sitting with a small baby held in her arms. They both seemed to be peacefully asleep, but Lith knew they were actually dead. "Do you feel proud of yourself?" The man wheezed while looking at Lith with a deep-seated hatred he knew all too well. The farmer was able to recognize the ranger from the memories of his fallen friends. Chapter 509, Hollow Victory Part 2. Bravo, you killed the monsters. Monsters that treated us better than this fucking city ever did. When my daughter fell ill, there was no healer because my fellow citizens drove him away. Each of the farmer's words was coated with venom and spite. My wife fell ill while taking care of the baby, yet no one did anything. I was forced to leave Mikosh on my cart, hoping to find a healer before death claimed them. I found the wargs instead. Can you believe it? Monsters took pity on me when even my own kin betrayed me. Lith could see the man's life fading away with every breath he took, yet his hatred was stronger than death. They cured me of my humanity, making us all stronger. Now they are dead, and so are we. I regret killing those farmers. They had done nothing wrong. They were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. When our alpha died, Etta and I lost our minds. The bond between wargs is something that a murderer like you could never understand. His breath became ragged, his voice barely a whisper. The wargs just wanted food and shelter. Is that so wrong, to try to escape from cold and starvation? Did my family deserve to die just so that fucking Baroness could pin a medal to your chest? Lith didn't reply. He had walked more than 1 mile in the dying farmer's shoes and knew that nothing he could say would matter to the man. Nothing would give the man his family back. Free country of Lamorth, beyond the eastern borders of the Gorgon Empire. Thank the gods I warped both Xenogrosh outside my lab. According to an old saying, when two guardians fight, maps get redrawn. Yet I believe the same can be said for Eldritches. The real Xenogrosh had the advantage of being able to shapeshift her body at will, the wisdom of centuries, and most of her magical artifacts. Unfortunately, the troll Xenogrosh still seemed to be able to hold her ground. Trolls were naturally attuned with the light element, and it was their inability to process the darkness element in the surrounding world energy that had led their race to their fallen status. Abominations, however, had a black core that was naturally rich with darkness and incapable of assimilating the light element if it wasn't leached from other life forms. The Master's experiment had created a being with both the trolls and the abominations' monocore, thriving together in a symbiotic relationship. Their complementary nature had made the troll Xenogrosh into an almost perfect being. To make matters worse, by devouring her whole tribe, she had regained most of her original self's memories. Also, before making her appearance, she had taken the precaution of liberating from Xenogrosh's pocket dimension all of the artifacts she could get her hands on. She had got the first choice of which ones to use for this battle, but unlike the real Xenogrosh, she didn't know the strengths and weaknesses of each enchanted item. The Master needed all of their energy and arrays just to prevent their battle from being detected from afar, since the destruction they caused had turned hills into plains and grasslands into barren lands. The Master knew that unless one of them made a blatant mistake, their clash was likely to raze the entire country of Lamorth to the ground. "Don't worry, old friend," the Master yelled at Xenogrosh. "As soon as I finish setting up this array, we will take down that knockoff copy together." The troll Xenogrosh laughed at those words. "How low have you stooped to need the help of a human? Even if you win, I would not lose. I always strive to reach perfection, and now I know I've made it. Think about all the pain and effort it costed us to become what we are now. Do you realize how much you are struggling despite your alleged superiority? You're a relic of the past, whereas I'm what we were always supposed to be. Not a weak human, but not a filthy monster either. I've achieved the best of both worlds." She released 2 Tier 5 Chaos spells at the same time, Flames of Absolution and Judgment Call. The former was Xenogrosh's best attempt at imitating Origin Flames. The black fire infused with chaos magic filled the area within 100 meters of her, eating at all of the defensive barriers the original Eldritch had set up, and also preventing her from blinking away. Flames of absolution wouldn't so much cleanse as they would corrupt, but they were still capable of making it impossible to perform the fine mana tuning that complex spells like dimensional magic required. Judgment Call was even trickier. It would conjure a twin stream of black lightning that would chase their prey, leaving them only one of two options: take the damage in full or dodge them until the spell ran out of juice and leave the opponent plenty of time to set up something even worse. Seeing her prized spell combination used against her, the real Xenogrosh roared in outrage. She assumed her true form, that of a shadow dragon so big that she could destroy the town of Lucia simply by sitting on it. A jet stream of purple flames came out of Xenogrosh's maw, true origin flames, which consumed Judgment Call before unleashing their fury against the troll Eldritch. "Not so cocky anymore, eh?" Xenogrosh said with a laugh. "Seems my little defective counterpart doesn't remember much, but she's right about one thing. This fight will prove which one of us is worthy of living," she said to the master. "If I don't win on my own, it would be a hollow victory. If I need someone's help, no matter the reason, then my whole existence would be a lie." The shadow dragon roared her challenge before unleashing her most recent and powerful creation. Tyrant's will severed the light element from the surrounding world energy, turning all the other elements into chaos magic. The hybrid could only conjure her best defenses as the whole Magus became her enemy. The air she breathed was toxic. The humidity turned into acid as the ground beneath her erupted, trapping her in a pool of black magma. Her barriers shattered one after the other, forcing her to sacrifice some of her artifacts to escape from the clutches of death. When the dust settled, the troll Eldritch was still alive. "Not bad, sister, but it wasn't enough." She had lost most of her body in the assault, only part of her head and abdomen remained. She had sacrificed the rest to make sure her twin cores wouldn't suffer any damage. Trolls regenerate fast. A dragon is indeed sturdier, but how quickly does that massive body heal? How much energy does it drain? I bet that was your last card and it failed. Once I get my arms back, you'll be a sitting duck until you recover from the exhaustion. The dragon Xenogrosh knew her other self was right, yet she still laughed her heart out. "Well, what do you think I'm here for?" The master used one of their arrays to completely seal the injured troll before throwing her inside the dragon's maw. "How could she possibly be you and still believe all of that bullshit? If you really were unwilling to get help, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have taught me everything I know about awakened and abominations." Chapter 510, the day after Part 1. "She was me, yes, but the past arrogant, selfish, and conceited me," Xenogrosh replied as she feasted on the flesh and mana cores of her doppelganger. "Back then I thought that I was invincible, that as long as I kept my belly full and my turf clear from any rival I would be happy. Now I know better. Abominations don't thrive because they all live alone. While other races pool up their resources and knowledge, we hoard them and spend our eternal lives in seclusion. I came to you when I realized the limitations of that kind of lifestyle, when I decided I wanted more than be powerful to be happy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have undergone all of your experiments, traveled Magus to find companions for our cause, nor realized that even an Eldritch is flawed in both the mind and the body. Or at least I was." Xenogrosh yelled with joy as she felt her body changing. The shadows composing her dragon body were now less ethereal and more physical. A new power flowed through her black core, making it different and more powerful than it had ever been. The master looked at her in amazement. Even after returning to her humanoid form, the Eldritch was now womanlier than the previous construct made of stolen energies. Her body had partly recovered its features, like her shiny golden hair and two lively chestnut eyes. "Do you think you could face a guardian now?" The master's voice was full of expectation. "No, but for the first time in centuries, I'm not hungry. Whatever I have become, I'm already more than just an Eldritch. Imagine what I could be tomorrow." After the farmer died, Lith returned to the Baroness mansion and announced her that the crisis was averted. She was so happy that she wanted to throw a party in Lith's honor, who politely declined. Winter didn't allow to waste provisions, nor he wanted to spend a single second more than necessary in Mikosh. Both Solus and him felt there was nothing worth celebrating, and the city's inhabitants made their stomachs churn. Lith returned to Belias to give Pazal his tracking device back and all the corpses he had collected, even those of the farmer and his family. Lith understood the man's rage, his spite for mankind, but at the same time he had a duty. A duty towards Solus and himself. If all the tribes involved in the monster outbreaks were bound to give birth to hybrids that powerful, then he wanted the Griffin Kingdom to take care of them on its own. The idea of the corpses being subjected to Pazal's experiments was much less disturbing than that of him being forced to face those things again, before he could even understand the nature of the inner conflict he was experiencing. For once, Solus had nothing to object. Rather than see such misery and death again, she would have rather preferred that Lith deserted. She was having a hard time understanding how big was Tezca's role in playing with her emotions and how big was her own. Was it really his plan to make us feel sympathy for them, or did I just delude myself into hoping for the impossible? She pondered. Pazal was so happy, while Lith described him the effectiveness of the magical tracker, that he laughed like Lith's report was the best joke ever. Now if only Balker dares to raise his head, we'll be able to find him and pay him back in full. There was madness in the youth's eyes, the same madness that led him to never fully heal his own scars. Lith left him wondering which one of them was more disturbed. At least I don't rejoice at the idea of someone as dangerous as Balker returning, but maybe it's just because he took away nothing from me. Lith wondered. Such morbid thoughts left him the moment he opened the door in front of him. Since he was in Belias, he could give his report in person. It was the real reason why he had personally delivered the bodies. At first, Lith had considered having his girlfriend as his handler as a bother, especially after Author's events. The fact that people like Burian could use her was a weakness irked his paranoia to no end. After a while, though, he discovered that the issue was irrelevant compared to the benefits it provided. Lith had always kept many secrets from everyone, some because of need, others by choice. All the things he went through, the price he had to pay to provide for his family and his research, he had never shared them with anyone but Solus. Back then, Floria was too young and came from a pampered background. She only did things because she wanted to, not because she had to. It created a small but significant gap between them that prevented Lith from sharing with her the most horrible details of his experiences. Not because he thought they would scare her, but because he was certain she wouldn't be able to understand them. As for his family, he didn't want to become their window on that side of the world he had spent his life protecting them from. Lucia was a small piece of paradise for them, and he wanted to keep it that way. With Camilla, everything was different. As a member of the army, Lith had to explain everything relevant to his missions, no matter how gruesome, and she had to listen. He would always hide the parts about his hybrid nature or true magic, but he could speak freely about anything else. Over time, giving a report had turned from a duty to a way to share part of his burden. It had allowed him to open to her bit by bit, to let her in the loneliest part of his life, and realize they grew closer for it. "Welcome back, Ranger Verhin. I'm glad to meet you again." Whenever they interacted because of their work, her voice was detached and professional. Yet the moment Camilla saw him, a warm smile appeared on her face and extended to her eyes. It always rose the temperature in his heart by several degrees. They sat down in the report room after shaking their hands. A report room was a small office that reminded Lith of an interrogation room from crime series. The furnishing consisted of just 2 chairs, a desk, and a recording device. There were no magic mirrors nor cameras. On the contrary, the room was enchanted to guarantee their privacy. "Sorry if I rush you, but the Balker department is eager to hear about all the details of the mission." She turned the recorder on. Lith told her everything that had happened that day, without stopping not even when in his mind the image of the warg mother he had killed overlapped with Renaz, nor when he could almost identify himself with the dead farmer. In his shoes, Lith would have done much worse to save Carl's life, or that of any member of his new family for that matter. He only stopped when a click made him aware that Camilla had stopped the registration. Only then did Lith notice that she was covering her mouth with one hand and that tears were streaming down her face, forming 2 irregular pools on the otherwise pristine surface of the desk. Chapter 511, the day after Part 2. "I'm so sorry you had to go through that," Camilla stuttered between hiccups. "Through that what?" Lith's mind was still numb, her words made no sense to him. "You know my personal file by heart. I've killed people, beasts, monsters, and even younglings in the past. I've faced much stronger opponents and seen worse bloodshed. What happened during this mission is far from being a novelty. I can't understand why you are making a big deal of it, even though I must admit that this time everything felt wrong." Lith was the first one being baffled by his own reaction. Of course it did. She could tell from his expression that Lith was struggling to put his thoughts into words. It's because I know your personal file that I know you have never killed someone who was fighting to protect their family, no matter their race. Lith pondered her words before realizing that she was right. In the past, all of his opponents had been people who either had tried to kill him or those whose interests clashed with his own. Let's be honest, even if those wargs were actually capable of overcoming their violent urges, they had to be put down. What made them human also made them dangerous beyond reason, Camilla said as Lith nodded for her to continue. They were an abomination's breeding ground, and even if they weren't, they couldn't coexist with us. With their spawn rate, the amount of food they need grows exponentially. In the long run, either them or us would have been forced to starve. Yet all of our reasoning doesn't change that. In a way, they were innocents. There was no malice behind their actions, only the will to provide their beloved ones a better future, which is exactly what you do from a tender age. It doesn't matter if you did it out of duty, or because this Tezca forced your hand. Either way, you have been forced to kill yourself over and over. Lith remained dumbstruck at the realization. The act of killing the wargs was nothing but a drop in the ocean for him. Even the farmer's death wouldn't have left such a strong impression if not for the man's tragic past being so similar to his own. Lith didn't feel bad for them. He felt bad because he had walked more than 1 mile in their shoes. He knew how hard it was to fight against impossible odds, just to fail miserably because of an unavoidable fate, like it happened with Carl. "Are you saying I'm feeling bad for myself?" Lith said with a flat tone, the numbness still paralyzing his feelings. "Yes, and you have every right to. Because you did the wrong thing for the right reasons, and because this job just took away a piece of your heart." She angrily slammed her fist on the table, yet her tears never stopped. "Why are you crying? Why are you so angry?" Lith asked. "I'm angry because of what the army made you do. They can call it collateral damage or with any fancy word they want, but it's still murder. I'm crying because you can't," she said while placing her hand above his heart. "You don't have to cry in my stead," he replied. "I want to, someone has to. Otherwise you'll just shrug everything off like it's nothing and add another scar in here." Camilla placed her hand above his heart. "Believe me, I know that there are wounds that never heal. They can get better, but the pain is always there." She remembered the pain of living her early life feeling nothing but a tool in her parents' hands. How difficult it had been to leave everything behind, even her beloved sister Zinnia, to have at least a chance at happiness. After Camilla joined the army, her father had disowned her, breaking her heart. He later revoked it when she became a lieutenant, but he only did it with the aim of exploiting her authority. She had hoped that time and distance would help her parents to understand how much they loved her. It worked. Unfortunately, their love amounted to nothing. The realization hurt her deeply, but at the same time it set her free. At that point, it was Camilla's turn to disown her family and change her last name. Family had become a 4-letter word for her, and it was one of the reasons why she had yet to marry. "I know how hard it must be even talking about this. There is no escape from such ugly events, but you don't have to bottle them up nor to face them alone. Do you have plans for tonight?" she asked. Lith shook his head. He was way ahead of schedule for his rounds. Unless an emergency happened, he had at least 2 free weeks. "Then it's a date. I'd love to leave early, but my supervisor would skin me. We are currently understaffed," she said while wiping off her tears. "These are the spare keys for my apartment. Wait for me there. I'll come back as soon as I can." She took the recording device and left before Lith could reply. Even in his confused state, he realized how big of a step it was for her. Giving him free access to her apartment meant she was willing to further deepen their relationship. "I doubt she usually brings along spare keys, unless she had been considering to give them to me for a while," he thought. "Agreed," Sola sighed. "She's completely right. The mission with the wargs pushed all of our wrong buttons. I feel like crap too, and I'm not in the mood of remaining alone either. I can't stand being the third wheel, not today. Can you please bring me to Lucia and call Tista? I could really use a friend." "Of course I can," Lith replied as he left the army's headquarters for the local branch of the Mage Association. Solus didn't understand why he took that detour instead of using the army's warp gate until he bought another communication amulet. "I know how bad you feel and how insensitive I can be, especially when I'm neck-deep into my own shit. You shouldn't spend the night holed up in the ring while I have fun. You deserve so much more, and I'm sorry I can't give it to you," he thought. "The least I can do is to give you as much independence as I can." He had Solus imprint her own amulet before sharing with her his rune, Kala's, and Tista's. Solus was deeply moved by his gesture. Even though she had never expressed it, Solus had long since desired to have a way to freely talk with her friends without going through Lith every time. It was the first present he had ever given her, and it was akin to freedom. Solus didn't perceive it as distancing himself from her, quite the opposite. Lith was recognizing her as an individual, giving her some personal space and his trust. They shared an enormous pocket dimension, yet until that day it never contained anything of hers. That communication amulet was her very first possession in over 12 years. She loved both Lith and the amulet beyond what words could express. Chapter 512, The Day After Part 3. As joy overwhelmed Solus, she couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if she had made her move before Camilla did. Solus was hurt, and so was Lith. Maybe it could have been the right time to reveal him her human form. Maybe, by sharing their weaknesses, they could have grown closer and stronger. Unfortunately, happiness was but a temporary respite before her wounds ached again. Their bond made them experience each other's suffering. The combined emotional pain was unbearable to her. I need some time to understand how much of what I'm feeling is because of him and how much it's because of me, she thought as Lith brought her back to the Mana Geyser near Lucia. In her tower form, Solus could remain separated from Lith for a prolonged time without any of her abilities being diminished. As soon as he left, Solus asked Tista to join her. In the past, Scarlet had told them that Lith was corrupting Solus. Back then, she had given no importance to those words. After what had happened with the wargs, she needed time, distance, and a friend to make sure that they didn't hold any truth. House Erna's Grand Duchy. Gianni's birthday was nearing, and the entire household was busy with the preparations. Usually she would keep things simple, making it a social event of small importance. Her job as a royal constable coupled with her personality didn't make her very amiable. The events in Author, however, had forced her hand. The Crown had decided to award Gianni for her services during the celebration, using her as an example for the other ancient noble households. This made her guest list much longer than usual, and not limited only to her closest friends and family members. It was the reason why she had recalled home all of her children and invited most of Lith's family. Aside from her eldest son, Gunnian, who would inherit the title of Duke in case anything happened to his parents, everyone else hadn't attended to a real social event in years. After finishing the academy, Quilla had been working in the light department of the White Griffin. After a couple of failed attempts as an adventurer, she was usually too busy with her research to take part in any non-mandatory celebration. Becoming a professor without solid achievements was impossible. After realizing she wasn't a fighter material, Quilla was resigned to obtain that role by contributing to expand the magical knowledge of the kingdom. That kind of discoveries required time and effort. Quilla was also determined to having a family of her own, so between her research and her social life, she didn't have much free time left. Gianni missed her, but at the same time was really happy that Quilla had overcome her trauma and managed to live independently. Also, she seemed to have the most successful romantic life among her sisters. "Are you finally going to introduce to me this boyfriend of yours?" Gianni asked, while the butler served tea and pastries, as the entire family was taking a break in the living room. She already knew everything about him. She had performed a full background check the moment Quilla had mentioned him twice. When she started to speak with Gianni about her boyfriends, it meant things were getting serious, and so would Gianni. She feigned ignorance only to not make Quilla feel pressured or scare him away. Most young men would quake in their boots just by hearing Gianni's name. Everyone had something to hide, and even if they didn't, their families would. "I hope so, Mom," Quilla sighed. Time and her adoptive parents' loving care had turned the skinny and child-looking small girl into a pretty young woman. She was now 1.65 meters, 55, tall with long brown hair with shades of silver which proved her affinity for light magic. "I really like Anathar, but I'm starting to fear he doesn't feel the same. Either that or he has something to hide, which would be even worse. He's making too much of a fuss about meeting you and Dad. It's suspicious." "My thoughts exactly," Gianni inwardly nodded. "Don't worry, dear. Maybe he is just shy or he doesn't feel yet ready to marry," she actually said, not wanting to sound paranoid. Yet she was proud of her daughter not letting her feelings preventing her from using her brain. For a noble, meeting the parents is a big step forward. "Yeah, or maybe he's just another jerk," Quilla grunted. Being a member of a very powerful family and a powerful mage, she had learned most of her lessons the hard way. Men would usually approach her and her sisters with a hidden agenda. "Well, at least you have someone," Freya snarled while sipping her tea. "I'm single for months, and my last boyfriend lasted less than the effects of a potion. After Nalar's attack, she had become wary of both men and women. Freya was a gorgeous girl, 1.67 meters, 56, tall, with long black hair with shades of red held up in a ponytail. Her soft curves and ample bosom usually brought her the wrong kind of attention. After leaving the White Griffin, she had founded her own mercenary group, which had a remarkable turnover of its members. Most of them would leave after making and failing a pass at their indomitable leader. Freya didn't join the army to not have to compete with Floria again, and she had learned from her time as assistant professor that she didn't enjoy teaching. The missions regarding monsters were so difficult, and most requests from the nobles so disgusting that she was seriously reconsidering her career. If I have to risk my life again for pocket change, I may as well join the army or the association, she inwardly grumbled. After paying for the equipment and covering the travel expenses, even killing a tribe of monsters didn't pay much. That's because you have high standards and you travel too much, Floria shrugged. Unless you start dating the members of your unit, only gold diggers will be willing to put up with your crazy schedule, said the one who didn't have a single date for over a year after dumping her boyfriend. Freya's retort made Floria spill most of her tea on the table. It was an unwritten family rule that only their parents were allowed to mention Lith in front of her. Boot camp is no vacation. After that, I was just too busy. Floria quickly regained her cool. Please, even I don't need over 6 months to get a date. I think you made a mistake breaking up like that. You could have just taken a pause. Freya was still angry at her sister. Lith was Freya's best friend, and the only man beside Orion she was able to fully trust. She blamed Floria for cutting him off their lives. Agreed, Quilla, Gianni, Orion, and even Lucky said in unison. The big dog had evolved into a magical beast, becoming able to talk and reason. It had also earned him a spot at the family table and a strict diet. It's not because of lack of trying on my part, Floria said while blushing violently, noticing that most of the house staff was nodding at the family's statement. In fact, I do have a date for the gala, she said, leaving even the butler with his mouth wide open. Chapter 513, The Day After Part 4. Is this guy for real, or is he just someone you've made up to avoid the crossfire? Freya asked. Callian is real, and just for your information, he is my boyfriend. Floria didn't even try to hide the pride in her voice. She had much more difficulty compared to her sisters finding someone to date. Floria was a very tall woman by Magus standards with her 1.8, 511 meters. She had long black hair with shades of blue, hazel eyes, and the build of a professional swimmer. Her features weren't as cute as Quilla's, and she was nowhere as curvy as Freya. She was taller, stronger, and magically more powerful than most of the male population, which made her quite intimidating at first sight. Even a second or third might not help. Floria was pretty, but her serious expression coupled with her physique gave the impression she could kill a man with just one hand. When her suitors discovered it actually was an easy feat for her, they would usually run away. Why have you never mentioned him before? Gianni was really curious to meet this Callian. He had to be either a remarkable man or a fool. Because I wasn't sure if he is looking for a fling, a relationship, or something more. Actually, I'm still not sure. Since I don't think that more dates can clear things up, I decided to see if he's willing to meet you, and he said yes. She said while gloating at the thought that her worst fears hadn't come to pass. Callian's choice meant he was serious about them, otherwise he wouldn't dare face her parents. Whatever, I bet he is a fool. Orion's voice was sour like an unripe lemon. You should have kept the little monster. He at least had a spine. Not to mention he is collecting titles like they are autumn leaves. Gods, I never thought I would say it, but I miss him so much. Dad, you never liked Lith when he was my boyfriend. You never like any of them. I'm sure that if we were to get back together you wouldn't like him again. Floria rebuked, obtaining an approving nod from the rest of the family. Floria is right, Dad, Freya said. Try not to ruin everything for Quilla and Floria. We deserve your support, not your sabotage. I'm really glad to hear that, dear, Gianni said with a soft smile that gave her daughters the creeps. It was the kind of warm, motherly smile that she usually displayed before landing a killing blow. It would have been so awkward introducing Lith's lovely girlfriend to you otherwise. As usual, Gianni didn't disappoint them. Most of their tea fell onto the table while a couple of cups broke into pieces. Floria's and Orion's. It's over. Gianni already met her and she is giving her approval. She would never call a gold digger lovely. Orion inwardly griped, feeling his heart sink. Her name is Camilla. She is a smart woman who will become my apprentice in a while. Are they? Floria attempted to ask with a casual tone. Planning to marry? Gianni interrupted her to land another sucker punch. Maybe. All I can tell you is that they seemed really close back in Author, and Alina was crazy about her after Lith brought Camilla home a few months ago for his birthday. The rest of the cups shattered in unison, making the butler emit a low whine. He had just finished cleaning the floor for the second time in less than 5 minutes. Too bad I liked him, Lucky said. He had a pleasant smell, and whenever Floria was worried about my weight, he slimmed me down a bit. First, he's not dead. Second, he did what? Even though they broke up 3 years back, Floria still felt a bit hurt at the idea that even after being together through thick and thin, she had only scraped the surface of the living mystery that was Lith. At the same time, learning he had cared so much for her that he had even kept Lucky healthy deeply moved her. Floria wasn't the kind of woman who would dwell on the past. She had moved on, yet she had never forgotten about what they had and what they could have become. Gianni didn't miss the lingering affection reflected in her daughter's eyes and exploited that moment to give Floria advice. I understand why you left him, and in hindsight, I think you did the right thing. You were too young and had yet to discover who you really were or what you wanted. Now things are different. Sometimes you have to take a step back before being able to move forward. Gianni had no desire to force Floria or Lith into a relationship. It was their life, their choice. She only wanted them to realize how much they meant to each other, and that they didn't have much time left before their feelings turned into nothing more than a pleasant memory. Tron Woods, Solis's tower. Unlike the rest of her family, Tista had no need for Gianni's etiquette boot camp. The Verhin household had never missed one of her birthdays. They were nervous as heck, but up to the challenge. The more Lith's and Tista's reputations grew, the more often they would be involved in social events. They had decided it was time to suck it up and stop avoiding the problem. Tista would have loved to spend some time with Quilla and Freya. They had become good friends during her time at the academy, when Quilla was retaking her 5th year. Solis took priority, though. Tista had never heard Solis so shaken, and the opportunity to spend a few days together without Lith meddling was too good to turn it down. "Wow, you are gorgeous," Tista said after Solis showed her humanoid body to her. "If that's a joke, it's not funny. I'm a midget, and even if this is actually a template of my real body, I have no damn features. I could look like a witch, have green skin, or only my maker knows what," Solis pouted. Being called gorgeous by Tista sounded more condescending than complimentary. Even if Solis's real face was that of a goddess, she would still look like an ugly duckling compared to her friend. "Someone is really grumpy today. Are you sure my brother isn't around?" Tista was surprised and hurt by Solis's outburst. She had just arrived and knew nothing about the Warg's mission. Tista thought that after longing for a body for so long, Solis would rejoice and hug her. Such behavior was completely out of character. "I wish he was here," Solis sobbed. Small drops of golden light streamed down her face, disappearing the moment they left her skin. "At least I could blame him for how I feel. I wouldn't have to face this horrible void that is eating me from the inside alone. How can you people stand all of this silence? It's driving me crazy." Her shout echoed throughout the tower. Like it had happened in Author, Solis and Lith were so far from each other that their mind link was broken, no matter how hard she tried. Back then, though, the separation had only lasted for a little while, and she had been so worried that her mind was kept busy. Now she had remained completely alone for hours until Tista had finished her business and joined her. During that time, Solis had realized that her problems were worse than she thought. Chapter 514, the day after Part 5. Solis broke into tears and hugged Tista. Only after a few minutes did she manage to find the strength to tell Tista everything that had happened since Lith's birthday. The discovery of having finally acquired a body made of light, how her happiness had turned into disappointment while testing her new limitations. Back when Solis was just a ring, human contact was simply impossible. It made her life lonely, but at the same time it was easier to accept her fate, since she had no other option besides enduring. Now she was constantly conflicted about whether or not to share her new form with Lith. On one hand, she felt guilty for keeping it a secret, but she only did it because she was afraid of ruining his relationship with Camilla. On the other hand, it was her opportunity to make her move on him and understand if the deep feelings they had for each other were just friendship, or if they could develop into something more. Solis's words were like a flood, and Tista never interrupted her. Not even when she told her about their encounter with Scarlet the Scorpicore, about the existence of cursed objects, which Solis was supposed to be, nor when she recounted the story about the wargs. "Let me get this straight," Solus's narration had been a bit incoherent, jumping from past to present events. Tista needed to make sure she had a clear picture. You are supposed to be either a sentient tower or a soul trapped inside it. You believe you have romantic feelings for my brother, who is allegedly corrupting your mind, and you feel guilty for how you reacted during the warg's onslaught. Yes, Solus nodded while wiping her tears. You are oversimplifying things a bit, but yes. That's quite a lot to take in all at once. I really need to sit down. Tista felt lightheaded from all the sudden revelations. Having spent the last hour and a half standing in the middle of the tower's ground floor with Solus hugging her so tight that she had squeezed the air out of her lungs didn't help. Despite her diminutive stature, Solus was really strong, even by awakened standards. She warped them both inside Tista's room, leaving her friend flabbergasted as she sat down on the bed. "Why are we in my room?" Tista asked. "Because I don't think we should get inside Lith's without his permission." "No, I mean, why are we not inside your room?" "I never thought about making one for me," Solus stuttered. "Okay, let's talk about one thing at a time. I have no idea what a cursed object is exactly, but I'm certain that you are not just a thing. You think, reason, have feelings and gods. You're too messed up to be anything but human." "Thanks, I guess." Solus looked on in confusion as Tista was holding her own head between her hands, trying to find the right words to help Solus. "Why do you feel bad about the wargs exactly? It's not like you had much of a choice. Sure, it was a situation that would give me nightmares for months, heck. I still do dream about Author's flesh monsters, but according to your own words, you've seen much worse. What's different this time?" "I'm different. Usually, amid all that chaos, while your brother only thinks about how to eliminate the threats around him, I'm the one who is worried about his survival. I'm the one that steers his emotional reins to make sure he remains human. This time, he was the one empathizing with the warg's sacrifice while all I could think about were my own hopes and dreams. I didn't cry for them, but for myself. I wasn't angry at Tezca for what he had done to them, but for what he had done to me. I felt so betrayed when I discovered that the mutated wargs were puppets in his hands, instead of the beacon of hope. I had made them out to be in my head, that I gave into my anger without thinking about the consequences. I could have killed us both. Maybe I really am a cursed object. Only a monster could be so egotistical in the face of such terrible events." She hiccuped. "So you're sad that you're becoming human." Tista had a hard time suppressing a sneer. "Honestly, I already find it amazing that you have lived your entire life caring only about other people's feelings, to the point of trampling over your own. You're setting your standards too high, Solus. Being egotistical is the proof of being human. You can't call yourself a monster for a single slip-up. Nobody's perfect." At first, I thought it was Lith influencing my emotions, but even after being separated for a while, I still feel the same. I mean, I feel bad for the wargs and for the farmer's family, but most of all, I feel stupid for having fallen for the abomination's deception. I feel betrayed, like something important has been robbed from me. Also, I feel guilty because my first thought was blaming Lith for my own thoughts and actions. Once he left me here, I felt better for a while, but as time passed, I felt much worse. He may make the world appear bleaker and colder, but at the same time he fills me with confidence. Lith's unwavering determination is something I got too used to. Without it, my doubts and insecurities eat at me from the inside. Well, saying that my brother goes around corrupting people is too much. Tista shook her head. It makes him sound like some dark lord hell-bent on world's domination. In the land of Magur where the shadows die, Solus chuckled at her joke. "The what?" "Nothing, something only Lith would understand," Solus shrugged. "And that's the real core of your problem. Being reliant on someone is a good thing, being dependent is not. I'm not questioning your feelings, but you've lived all this time as nothing but his secretary." Tista would have slapped her brother for being so inconsiderate. Luckily for him, he was beyond her arm's reach. "You gave yourself such a small role in your own life that you didn't even make a room for yourself. You need your own spaces, damn it. Buy yourself some clothes, some furniture. You can't spend your life being Lith's ring. The relationship you two have is wonderful, but it becomes unhealthy the moment it prevents the both of you from growing further. As long as Lith is the only man you know, you'll never understand if what you feel for him is love or just affection." But Solus timidly replied. "No buts, you made his room mine, now make your own," Tista ordered. "How should I make it?" "How should I know? It's your room, you are the one who has to like it." "I don't know what I like." Solus lowered her gaze in embarrassment. "Can you leave the tower's premises?" Tista asked. "Yes, if I return to my ring form." "Do you have money?" Plenty in my pocket dimension. Then get changed. Today I'm going to teach you all about shopping. Lith woke up the next morning in Camilla's bed. His memory was fuzzy. The last thing he remembered was returning to Belias after leaving Solus in Lucia. My clothes are on, which is new but unsurprising. I was quite messed up yesterday and definitely not in the mood for. His train of thought derailed when he realized that he couldn't move. Chapter 515, the day after Part 6. His battle senses awakened immediately, clearing his mind and priming his body. Lith remembered how after reaching Belias, he had noticed that his pain and suffering had decreased remarkably. The mental relief had been so intoxicating that he felt like he could break a random stranger's neck with the same ease he could order a beer. His conscience remained as dead as a doornail until someone bumped into him, and Lith almost gave in to his impulses. Until he thought about what his family, Camilla, and Solus would think of him if he actually did it. Only then did he regain his common sense. He could easily make up a lie for the local constables, but he couldn't lie to them. Is this really who I am without Solus and without a mission? Do I really not give a rat's ass about other people's lives? It took barely a single minute to admit to himself that the answer was yes to both questions. Just like back when he was still a kid on Magus, he didn't care about hurting others as long as he was certain he could get away with it. Yet all those years since then had changed him enough to realize how wrong it was, to the point that he was almost scared of himself. His next move had been going to a bar to drink. Alcohol made him softer and more susceptible to emotions. Lith drank until he was certain he would think about it at least twice before offing someone for petty reasons. Only then did he go to Camilla's home, where he fell asleep due to the boredom of waiting. Whoever bound me is about to enter in a world of pain once I. His angry train of thought derailed when a simple air spell lifted the bedsheet revealing Camilla, snuggled up between his arms wearing a thin nightgown. Is that a spell in your hand, or are you just happy to see me? She asked with a sleepy voice as the small storm in Lith's right hand faded away. How did we end up like this? Lith asked, pointing at his left arm and leg stuck under her body. Well, when I returned home last night, someone had one drink too many and screwed up all my plans for our evening. She sighed while thinking about the time and effort she had wasted to come up with a way to console him and pick up his favorite dishes from their favorite restaurant. Then, as soon as I got in bed, you clamped me like a bear trap, and here I am. Lith checked his pocket watch, discovering it was quite late in the morning. Why didn't you wake me up? You should be at work already. Lith felt like an idiot, yet he didn't let go of her. Camilla's warmth was keeping the cold, indifferent void his mind experienced while Lith was away from Solus at bay. Don't worry about that. I took sick leave to take care of a relative in need, she replied with a giggle. Camilla didn't have the heart to wake him up, nor to leave him alone after what he had gone through. Little did she know that the nightmare she had witnessed Lith experiencing had nothing to do with the wargs. Alcohol was a double-edged sword which opened old wounds related to his brother's death. I'm not your relative, and as far as I know all leave had been revoked. This could get you in trouble. Why did you do that? Because you looked like you needed it. Her loving smile warmed Lith's heart, and so did her words when he realized they were the same he had used during his birthday party. Besides, according to the law, I have no family, and after 10 years of loyal service, I doubt someone will care about a couple days off. Camilla noticed that despite Lith seeming to have completely recovered, his hands were shaking. She pulled the blankets back up, hugging him tightly as she tried to understand why he felt so cold. What do you mean, no family? I remember you talking to me about your parents and your siblings. Lith tensed up, thinking that Camilla had lied to him right from the start. Lith pushed her far enough away to look her in the eyes while questioning her. His voice sounded much colder than usual. Camilla swallowed a lump of saliva along with her feelings. His lack of trust hurt her. I think it's time to talk about those sad things I often mention but always gloss over, she said with a sad voice. Reopening old wounds was painful, but the sudden gap that had appeared between them was much worse. During the past few months, every time Lith had given her his report on the army amulet, he would later call her from his civilian one to share his feelings about his missions, the loneliness he experienced in the wilds, or simply to enjoy her company. He had opened up to her little by little, whereas she had kept him in the dark about her past. It's better if I explain everything to him now instead of letting this grow into a stupid misunderstanding. The gods know both of us have no need for useless drama, she thought. Camilla told him about how she had escaped from her family to avoid an arranged marriage, how she had gotten disowned by her father, and how she had later returned the favor once they had tried to manipulate her again. "Why didn't you mention any of this before?" Lith inwardly sighed in relief as his doubts were replaced by empathy. Camilla's parents reminded him of his own back on Earth, making him feel compassion for her and bloodlust for them. "Because at first it was none of your business," she said with a firm tone, never averting her gaze. "I don't go around dumping my problems or my baggage on complete strangers. I agreed when you asked me out because you were the first mage who ever gave me a second glance, and also because I was curious about Lith Verhen, the kingdom's new golden boy. I never expected things to develop this way. I'm afraid of commitment, and I thought that between our difference in social standing and the age gap, you would have soon lost interest in me." Then she lowered her eyes. "After Author the Camellia and meeting your sister, I still didn't tell you because I was afraid of driving you away. Let's be honest, I have nothing to offer besides a troublesome past and an uphill career." Lith drew Camilla close to him and held her tenderly. "That's bullshit, you have a lot to offer, and since we are talking about sad stuff," Lith told her about his early years, about the cold, the hunger, his two brothers, and Tista's illness. "Wow, Orpal really was a dick. He and my brother Kaz could be best friends," she blurted out while snuggling between Lith's arms again. They spent the next hour not saying anything, just thinking about each other's past while exchanging cuddles. "Do you want to stay in bed a bit longer, or do you want to try the delicacy I've been practicing?" Camilla asked, when Lith's stomach repeated grumblings broke the tenderness of the moment. Aside from the beer, he hadn't eaten anything since he had left Mikosh. Chapter 516, Preparing for the Gala Part 1. While Camilla cooked, Lith took a shower and assessed his mental condition. He had never spent so much time away from Solus, so he had never had the opportunity to understand how much their bond influenced his way of living. Without her, Magur was an awfully silent place. He felt no pleasure while the hot water ran over his body, washing away both his physical and mental fatigue. Everything felt like a waste of time to him, so Lith mulled over the progress he had made in his research to bind his soul to Magur. Becoming a cursed object is a no-go. The Black Star proved that even years of planning can be screwed up by a small mistake. Turning into an undead is feasible, but aside from attaining lickhood, the other species have too many limitations. After comparing notes with Kala, even if I use her research as a base, it would still require a lot of work. There is no precise method. Each person has to find the proper way for their soul and life force to be split and stored. The process is unique, just like the individual attempting it. There is no cookie-cut version or shortcut. Fuck dungeons and looting, here sacrificing innocence makes you a sociopath, not a lick. So far, my best shot is Arthan's madness. If Thrud made it, so can I. There are too many people on Magur that don't deserve to live. Thanks to invigoration and body sculpting, I can turn anyone into a proper vessel, at least in theory. I'll keep that as a backup plan if I can't find something more definite. Repeating the process is a hassle, not to mention Solus might not be enthusiastic at the idea. Only the thought of his loved ones prevented him from considering human lives in terms of statistics, or in terms of a cost-benefit analysis. The bad news is that I'm still a monster, and that without Solus my family is the only thing that prevents me from acting as a living lick. The good news is that now I'm able to care for someone even if they have no use to me. Back when I attended the academy, I wouldn't have given a damn about someone like Camilla. Uriel and the others were just a means to an end. Even though I'm alone, I regret treating Uriel like I did and letting Floria go without fighting for her. Now instead, my feelings for Camilla are strong enough that as long as we are close, I can fight the void in my soul. I don't want to screw things up with her as I did with Floria. I never thought the day would come where I would say it, but I'm happy Solus and I are separated. I become so dependent on her that my self-control and emotions are almost impaired. Lith joined Camilla in the kitchen. The wonderful smell spreading from the oven made his stomach grumble again. He used spirit magic to set the table while thinking about how to bring up the latest news. Every time I said, "We need to talk," Floria thought I was going to break up with her, just like Camilla finds. "I need to tell you something ominous. I'm out of opening lines, and without Solus, I only have the direct approach left," he thought. Camilla had prepared the Magur equivalent of lasagna, and practice had made it delicious. It was supposed to be enough for a second meal, Camilla said as Lith cleaned the oven dish with some bread after taking his third serving. "I was hungry. All that work in the kitchen and you ate everything in just a few minutes. You could have at least chatted a bit, maybe have even complimented the cook instead of eating like a famished troll," she grumbled. It was really good, Kami. You make a great cook. I'll do the dishes to make up for my gluttony. Lith said, hoping she wouldn't remember that with darkness magic it would take him less than a minute to perform his Herculean labor. Camilla was delighted at his offer. There was a lot of stuff to clean, and she could use some help. The compliment sweetened the deal and made her heart flutter. I've been invited to Lady Ernest's birthday, and I was wondering if you wanted to come as my date. Lith dropped the news like a live grenade, making Camilla's fork fall onto her plate. Isn't that a really big event? She said, swallowing a big lump of saliva. Yes, Gianni's birthday is also the day of her wedding anniversary. This year she and her husband celebrate their 25th. She and I are going to be awarded for the mission in Author, so there will be a lot of stuck-up nobles, part of the royal family and mages. I'm not a big fan of galas. Camilla's stomach was churning. I have never attended one, I have nothing to wear for it, and my etiquette is rusty at best. Also, if I come with you, all eyes will be on me. It would be incredibly awkward. Thanks for the invite, but maybe it's better if you take Tista. Actually, my whole family has been invited already, so Tista will come with her own date. I've been friends with the Ernas ever since I dated their daughter, Floria. I can understand if you would prefer to. The lasagna in Camilla's stomach rose like a Romeo longing to be reunited, with the Juliet waiting for him on the plate. I've changed my mind. I'll gladly accompany you. Camilla cut him short. The opportunity to meet her mentor was already a strong motivator, but Lith's family's presence and the potential threat of an ex gave her all the courage she needed. When is the gala? A couple of weeks from now. I received the invite right before the mission in Mikosh. I didn't bring it up earlier because you already had a lot on your plate. He explained before she could ask, just to play it safe. Oh gods, I have a lot to do. I need a dress, a few etiquette lessons, and time to practice. Camilla stabbed at the remaining lasagna like it had betrayed her. I can provide you everything you need. You're my guest, so it's my treat. Unless I get called for an emergency, I can be by your side the whole time. He took her hand and kissed it, making Camilla blush. Really, would you do that for me? Even the simplest gala dress was bound to be expensive. She was aware of what it meant for someone as stingy as Lith. Of course, I will even craft some jewels for you. She took his offer as affection, but it was actually a way to save some money. Thanks to Renaz's father-in-law, Zekel the blacksmith, Lith could obtain the materials at a discounted price. Lith had long since learned to use magic in the forge to shape precious metals without the need of a goldsmith. Even in the past, every piece of jewelry he had gifted someone had been made at cost. Thank you so much. Camilla was almost moved to tears. If there's anything I can do to repay you, you just have to ask. She rubbed his hand against her cheek before kissing it. Actually, there is. Speaking of plates, are you going to eat that? Lith pointed at the remaining lasagna. Yes, of course I will. She took a big bite to emphasize her point. Lith had ruined the moment for her. The least Camilla could do was return the favor. Chapter 517, Preparing for the Gala Part 2. Lith and Solus spent the next few days apart, each trying to find a way to cope with the sense of inadequacy the absence of the other caused. Where Lith was bordering on impassivity, Solus was too emotional. He was as strong-willed as she was indecisive. Even when Tista had brought her shopping, Solus worried more about what Lith would say after checking the prices or about Tista's opinion instead of focusing on her own needs. Tista ended up buying her a lot of clothes that Solus wanted to return at first, only to then spend hours trying on each of them once they were back at the tower. Lith was surprised when Gianni summoned him to house Ernas a few days before the party. He gladly accepted so that he could give her his gifts, but went to pick up Solus first. He was certain she would like to meet the Ernas girls again. Also, he really missed her. Neither of them shared the details about their days apart, and simply enjoyed the feeling of being whole again. Solus told him about her own room and the furniture she had chosen, but not bought for it. Since she could materialize almost anything within the tower's premises, window shopping had been more than enough. As for Lith, he told her about Camilla's issues with the gala and the presents they were about to offer Gianni. You really are a cheapskate to the bone, she sighed. Couldn't you just buy something for Camilla and Gianni instead of doing the gifts yourself? With all the money we have in our pocket dimension, it's not like we're poor. Solus felt a bit hypocritical, since she was borrowing Tista's words. The difference between them was that Lith really was stingy, whereas Solus felt guilty at spending the money they earned without his consent. It's not being stingy so much as creative. Lith had been expecting her remark, so he had a rebuke ready. Anyone can buy a gift, but that's impersonal. My creations instead express how well I know the person who receives them. Besides, feel free to check the market prices. Be they jewels or enchanted items, what I make is worth a lot. Solus had to admit that, thanks to Zekel's help, Lith was able to craft small masterpieces by using spirit magic as a mold. Yet it was his ability as a healer that was truly priceless. I wonder why Gianni wants to meet you in person. Solus changed the topic, a bit sad at the idea that she couldn't take part in the gala. Even if she had a human form and everyone accepted her as a friend, there was no Mana Geyser nearby. We are about to find out, Lith replied as they walked through the Ernest's gate. Gianni had never revoked the pass they had granted him back when he dated Floria. The room he stepped into was richly decorated for the incoming gala. A pleasant smell emanated from garlands were hung on the walls, but instead of being made of woven flowers or plants, they were made of gold and silver. Several coat hangers were lined up against the walls, along with sealed weapon racks for their esteemed guests. Most of them would only bring ceremonial weapons, but some members of the military would refuse to leave their arms home. A single long carpet led from the gate to the double doors of the main hall. It was blue and white, the colors of House Ernest's coat of arms. Lith found a handmaid waiting for him. She was a petite woman in her 30s, with ashen gold hair and clear blue eyes who somehow reminded him of Gianni. Her uniform had been replaced for the occasion by a simple but stylish black day dress with white evening gloves. I don't think she's a servant at all, Solus thought with a stupefied tone. She is wearing so many enchanted hidden weapons that she glows like a chandelier to my mana sense. Lith checked her out with life vision the moment she turned around to show him the way. This woman is no mage, but no handmaid either. Unless since the last time I checked, house staff is required to have the strength of a professional athlete. She might really be Gianni's relative. Maybe she's part of the security, Lith thought. Lith, it's so good to see you again, Gianni said with a radiant smile the moment the handmaid opened up the door to her dressing room. It looked like a 5-star hotel lounge, with white walls decorated with gold inlays and many silk-covered sofas arranged around a small table. Several mannequins dressed in Gianni's most beautiful evening gowns were orderly put on display in front of a huge mirror covering the center of the north wall. The mannequins lacked heads and arms, so that by standing right behind them Gianni could see her reflection like she was wearing the clothes they had on. Lith remained amazed when he noticed that every single wall was actually a finely carved closet, each one filled with dresses, shoes, and hats for every season. The doors separating them were so smooth that he would have never realized their real nature if some of them hadn't been left open. His surprise peaked when he managed to stop calculating how much money that single room was worth and looked at his host. For a moment, Lith didn't recognize her. Lady Gianni Ernest was a petite woman, barely 1.52 cm, 5 tall, with blonde hair that extended midway down her back and sapphire blue eyes. She wore a beautiful light blue day dress worthy of the court. Her hair was perfectly curled, framing her face like she had been taken out of a painting. It wasn't the smile, the dress, or the stylish hairdo in place of her usual ponytail that left him dumbfounded. He and Gianni had attended several galas together. It wasn't his first time seeing her all dolled up. Gianni was a woman in her early 40s, but thanks to proper care and good genes, she usually looked like she was in her mid-30s. Now, she would barely pass as older than Camilla. It was like she had suddenly got 10 years younger. Lady Ernest, you're stunning, he said with a little too much enthusiasm, making both his host and her maid giggle. Thanks, but remember that I'm a married woman, young man. She hugged him as he bent down to give her a bow. You're among friends, drop the formalities and call me Gianni. You've already met my cousin Dida. She'll supervise the security of the event. My maiden family always takes care of these kinds of events. Dida was surprised by Gianni disclosing such details to a stranger, but she didn't let it show. She gave Lith a polite curtsy and left them alone. Where are the girls? I was hoping to say hi and catch up with them. I haven't seen them in months. Lith looked around a bit disappointed. He liked Gianni, but she always had a hidden agenda. I asked you to come now precisely because only Lucky and I would be home. There are a few things we need to talk about before the gala, she sighed. Chapter 518, Bearer of Gifts, Part 1. Lith had no idea why she included the dog on the list. Lucky's only worth was that it made Floria happy, otherwise Lith would consider it just an overweight lump of fur. First things first, Lith took out the first part of his gift from his pocket dimension. I wanted to give you this now so that you had the opportunity to wear it at the gala, if you like it, of course, This is my birthday present. He handed to her a finely decorated circlet. Since Gianni was blonde, Lith had made it out of silver, so that the contrast would emphasize the beauty of its wearer. The diadem seemed to be made out of small and thin feathers, each one with a small black diamond set near its end. It's beautiful, almost worthy of a queen. Gianni wasn't being polite. Although the circlet was really light, each feather was so lifelike that she expected to see them fly away at the first gust of wind. The almost was required, since to be perfect, the diadem needed a big black diamond on its center, where Lith had left an empty space. It wasn't just a matter of him being stingy. The Verhin household had no fief nor noble titles. Any more effort on his part would be interpreted as showing off or even make the circlet appear like a betrothal gift. That was the reason why Lith had left it perfectly imperfect. "Now it's time for my anniversary gift," Lith said. "Please give me your hands." Gianni did as instructed, feeling a warm sensation spread throughout her body the moment they touched. Lith used invigoration while chanting some gibberish to spot and fix all bone, muscle, and even intervertebral disc damage. Normal healing magic only sped up recovery, so internal scar tissues and calluses had accumulated inside Gianni's body over time, due to her line of work and aging. Good gods, not only do I look 10 years younger, but I also feel that way now. Gianni knew her body well enough that it only took her a few steps to realize what had happened. Healers capable of using rejuvenation magic are already rare. I would have never thought to meet one also capable of dabbling in cosmetic magic, Gianni said with a grin, making Lith lose his poker face for a split second. Rejuvenation magic was a rare branch of healing magic that allowed the mage to restore an aged body to its prime condition. Even the 3 great countries had very few mages capable of using it, and they were all as elusive as Manohar. It made his gift extremely valuable. Each treatment was valued at 5 gold coins for a regular person, but over a dozen for the battered body of a veteran fighter. Cosmetic magic? Lith had never heard of it, not even during his studies at the White Griffin Academy. No need to feign ignorance, Gianni laughed. I had my suspicions since the first time I met your parents. I would have never been sure if Lucky hadn't ratted you out. Lucky did what? As if to answer Lith's confusion, a small rye entered through one of the doors, waggling its huge tail. It was as big as a pony, and had the characteristic crimson fur of the wolf-type magical beast. Sorry, brother, I didn't know it was a secret, he said with an apologetic tone while offering Lith his huge belly in sign of contrition. He also hoped for a conciliatory scratch, of course. He told us how you slimmed him down from time to time. Also, do you think that I missed how Floria's skin and hair improved while you two were together? Yours are minor treatments, but it's still an amazing feat for someone so young. If you manage to master it, you'll be set for life. Consider that I had to spend 100 gold coins to become like this. Gianni waved at her own younger appearance. 100 gold coins? Lith almost chocked on those words. It was more than the whole village of Lucia and its lands were worth, his own house included. A single gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins. Even officers like Lith, Camilla, and Gianni were paid in silver. Are you saying that a mage did that? Lith found it hard to believe. Rejuvenation magic was already a very difficult subject. He wouldn't be able to use it if not for invigoration. Cosmetic magic was simply unheard of. Yes, it's a new trend in the capital. It's very expensive and doesn't last long. It requires heavy alchemical machinery and according to its creator, Mage Hassa, it's a safe procedure even if it involves the alteration of the patient's life force. Normally, I wouldn't care for such things, but since half of the royal family has become their regular clients, so did anyone who can pay for the treatment. I can't afford to be outshined by any of my guests, at least not on the day of my anniversary. It's one of the reasons I called you here. Even if you don't possess Mage Hassa's expertise or equipment, you're the only mage I know who can use it. Before spending a small fortune to get my whole family treated, I want the opinion of an expert. Is it really safe? Lith inwardly cursed Lucky, then himself, and lastly his bad luck. Who would have thought that such a couch potato could evolve and become able to talk? Did I ever tell him anything compromising? Aside from cursing Orion from time to time, no, Solus replied. She had checked Lith's memories for every one of their past interactions with the dog. Lucky was true to his name. There was no reason to have an unfortunate accident befall him. Lith sighed in relief while checking Gianni's condition with invigoration. What the heck, cosmetic magic my ass. An awaken just removed some impurities from her skin and hair. I wonder if they are doing it because they need money or simply to get connections with the most important families in the kingdom. He pondered. When did this new trend start exactly? Lith asked. About a few months ago, but the shop has moved around for years. Cosmetic magic is not officially recognized because only one mage knows how to use it, and its exorbitant cost makes it impractical. Mage Hassa returned recently from the Gorgon Empire. Princess Scintilla decided to give it a try and got one heck of a makeover. After that, all the homely and rich heiresses became her clients, forcing the pretty ones to do the same. Well, for starters, it's safe, Lith replied. There is no damage to your life force, but I must warn you the treatment will barely last for a week. Unlike me, Hassa can make big changes, but they are temporary. Can you do better? Gianni had an expectant look. No, but I can make it last longer. With my skill, I can make it last for at least a month, but I must ask you to not divulge my secret. I don't want this Hassa to feel threatened, nor do I want to spend my life treating vain people, he said. More importantly, she would discover that I'm an awakened just like her. Maybe Hassa could put me into contact with the council. She could be a precious ally if properly handled, he actually thought. Chapter 519, Bearer of Gifts Part 2. Don't worry, between her prices and her travels, Hassa is a flash in the pan. Once she's gone, everyone will return to their senses and stop wasting money, Lith attempted to take her hands again to perform the treatment, but Gianni stopped him. That can wait. I didn't call you for your gifts, nor just for cosmetic magic. I need your assistance with a couple of things. First, since you are good with holograms, I'd like your help to make the event memorable, I've already tried to ask Manohar, but he ran away the moment he heard my voice over the communicator, and I'm not going to chase him over such a trivial matter, Consider it done, Lith nodded. Second, I'm worried about the girls' boyfriends, especially Floria's, Those words stung at Lith's heart, and Gianni rejoiced for it. What's the matter with him, He had suddenly found his old glare back. His name is Callian Nurager. He's a powerful mage from a noble family that has done nothing bad in the recent past, but nothing good either. I have a strong suspicion that he's just using her. If anything happens to Gunnian, my oldest son, Floria is the next in the line of succession. I can't rest easy until I discover the game he's playing, Have you told Floria, Lith clenched his hands hard enough to turn his knuckles white. What for? If you were in her shoes, would you listen to your paranoid and manipulative mother? Besides, forbidding a relationship is the best way a parent has to make it thrive. Floria needs to burn her hand to learn her lesson, Lith had to admit that she was right. What do you want me to do? Lith asked. I'm sorry to have to ask this of you, but I need you to do nothing. Gianni sighed. What do you mean nothing? If I'm right, Callian will try to provoke you. Nothing big, just enough to look good at your expense. You're going to become the youngest spellbreaker of your generation. Ever since the plague in Kajuria, you've kept stealing the old noble household's spotlight. There are many who resent you for that and would do anything to destroy your reputation. Whatever Callian does or says, I need you to stay calm and endure. I'll do the rest, What about Freya and Quilla, Quilla may have gotten herself another gold digger. His name is Anathar Voros. He is an assistant professor at the White Griffin and comes from a minor noble family. His background check is clean, but he's been avoiding me too much. I'm afraid he is just playing with her feelings. I need you to grill him in my stead. Quilla will not be on guard against you. She loves you like the brother she always wanted. As for Freya, alas, she's got no one. Can you introduce someone to her, Sorry, but no. In my line of work, I don't get to know many people, and Camilla mostly has female friends, Lith shrugged. You know what the worst part of cosmetic magic having your seal of approval is? That now I'm going to have to waste a bucket of gold coins for my daughters, and to avoid my poor husband looking like my father while standing by my side, Contrary to what many would expect, the use of the warp gate Lith had used just a few days earlier was reserved for the arrival of guests of secondary importance. During big events, members of the royal family or special guests would walk a red carpet. According to tradition, they had to arrive by stagecoach and walk their way to the entrance, where their host would personally receive them before they would be announced to the other guests. It was intended as an opportunity to flaunt one's wealth and status. The later a guest arrived, the more important they were. The last ones to come were always the members of the royal family, so that they were the only ones who didn't have to introduce themselves. Lith would have gladly passed as a minor guest, rather than waste so much time in the stagecoach that Orion had waiting for him outside the local branch of the army. For warriors like Gianni and him, being rejuvenated was a priceless gift. After Lith had restored Orion's vigor, making him feel like he was 20 again, the commander of the Knights Guard had been adamant in assigning Lith the best stagecoach and the best honor guards his Grand Duchy had to offer. "I can't believe I treated him so badly in the past," Orion inwardly griped. "He could have asked me hundreds of gold coins, and I would have gladly paid the price. No amount of gold is worth making sure that I come back home to my lovely wife and children. Yet he gave it freely to me, even though he knows it's easier to find a unicorn than a rejuvenator. I take back at least half of the bad things I thought about him." Yet Lith didn't do it out of the goodness of his heart. The crown had finally granted him access to several forbidden books about souls, allowing him to take a new step forward in finding a solution for his reincarnation problem. Unfortunately, most of them were very obscure. They would constantly quote other books or complex theories that Lith had never heard about, requiring him to further expand his research. To do that, he needed to prove his worth as a healer. He couldn't afford to be considered just an exceptional diagnostician. Revealing that he was able to rejuvenate made him the fourth most important healer at the Crown's service. Only Manohar, Marth, and Vaster were known to be capable of using rejuvenation magic. This move had allowed Lith to help his friends and make the Crown grant him more privileges without him even asking for them. Two birds with one stone. Lith had discovered that souls were a controversial matter. Only necromancers and healers who had sought the perfect resurrection had thoroughly studied them, but each one had a different theory, which made things even more confusing. The silver lining was that thanks to his resurrections, Lith had practical experience on the matter. It allowed him to rule out all those paths of research that weren't able to explain his condition. This is bullshit, Lith lamented for the umpteenth time since the carriage had started to move, making his family and Camilla groan. He was wearing a very expensive and very formal suit, closely resembling white tie attire from Earth. It consisted of a black dress coat with tails over a white shirt, a piqué waistcoat, and a white bow tie worn around a standing wingtip collar. I spent months learning how to open dimensional gates. Why do we have to waste all this time? Isn't it much fancier and more practical to warp to their doorstep, Not at all, Camilla explained. This way our identities have been verified and our possessions searched before the gala. Otherwise, every guest would have to be detained upon arrival until they are cleared. Unlike those who take the Ernest's gate, we get to skip all of the security checks. Use this time to relax, or at least try to not upset me more than I already am. I can't believe I'm going to meet the royals at my very first gala, Chapter 520 Erna's Household Part 1 She's right, dear, Elena said. We're already on edge, don't make things even harder for us. She was wearing a silk satin cream-colored ball gown which left her shoulders and arms exposed and had a square neck. The others joined her plea, forcing him to shut up. Lith was very nervous too and couldn't wait for the gala to be over. Meeting Floria again after so much time was a bittersweet event to him, especially since now they had both moved on. Things with Solus weren't great either. Lith was happy seeing her grow as a person, but at the same time, he was sad at not being able to spend as much time together as before. Solus now spent her free time in her own room, receiving her friends rather than being around him like in the past. Tista, Kala, and even her vampire daughter Nika visited Solus whenever they had a chance. It always happened when Lith was spending time with Camilla, so that Solus wasn't forced to hole up in her ring to give them some privacy. Am I jealous? Lith thought while being careful so that Solus couldn't hear him. I never took Solus for granted, yet I would have never expected that being separated from her even just from time to time could be so painful. Heck, if she ever gets a body, things will become even more complicated. I can only hope that Solus is faring better than me, and she doesn't have conflicting feelings about our situation like I do, Lith thought. Unfortunately, she had realized their problem long before he did, and wasn't any closer than Lith to finding a solution. As for Solus's feelings, calling them a mess was an understatement. The more time they spent apart, the more she understood how badly she lacked in every social aspect. Tista had been schooling both Nika and her about how to act in human society. But despite all the time she had spent watching Lith from the sidelines, the only thing she was better at than the vampire was keeping her clothes on. Nika had gotten used to living with the customs of an undead beast, making personal hygiene optional and her dress code non-existent. She would say anything that came to her mind, no matter how rude, and was completely oblivious of her body language, just like Solus. They would both yawn whenever the topic at hand bored them and eat like starving beasts. Nika because she had no concept of cutlery, Solus because she would become so engrossed in discovering new flavors that she would forget her manners. I would have never imagined that being polite could be so hard, Solus inwardly sighed. Because of our mind link, I'm not used to sugarcoating my words nor hiding my feelings. I'm a terrible liar. I did it only once and I'm still regretting it, she thought. Yet human interactions are mostly based on deception. Even Tista says that my honesty is refreshing at first, but soon becomes obnoxious. To make matters worse, the few humans who I've met in the Tron woods all ran away screaming. No matter how pretty my dress is or how kind I am, I'm nothing but a monster in their eyes. While Solus and Lith were brooding about their problems, their stagecoach finally reached the Urna's ancestral home. It was Camilla's first time seeing something so magnificent. The manor was surrounded by high white crystal walls, which generated an array that prevented anyone from flying or warping past its boundaries without the use of a special amulet. Their coachman showed his ID to the guards stationed at the gates, who in turn lifted an amulet over their heads. It emitted a ray of light that resonated with coachman's uniform first, then his papers, and lastly the entire stagecoach. Each of them glowed with a silver light, proving the authenticity of the documents, the man's identity, and that the magical seals placed on the vehicle hadn't been tampered with. Camilla gasped while looking through the passenger window as she noticed that the park around the manor extended as far as her eye could see. Even though the night sky was covered by black clouds, the gardens were perfectly lit. Each statue, bench, and even fountain which decorated the area radiated a gentle glow, giving the hosts the impression of having walked into a fairy tale. The air smelled of freshly cut grass, flower beds adorned the cobblestone paths that went from the front gardens to the main building. Trees and bushes were all artistically trimmed to resemble mythical beasts, like unicorns and griffins. The benches were made of white marble and engraved with runes that made them water and dirt-proof, keeping them dry and clean no matter the weather. The manor itself was bigger than Belias Army headquarters. It extended for at least 3,000 square meters, 32,292 square feet, divided into a main building, a left and a right wing forming a reversed U-shape. The massive hardwood double doors of the house were wide open, letting all noise and light coming from the main hall reach the stagecoach's stopping area. Gianni and Orion were welcoming their guests as soon as they arrived, letting their house staff escort them inside. Despite the chilly night breeze, the moment the coach door opened, Camilla felt suffocated like she was stepping into a furnace. This isn't right. This isn't my place. I'm just the disowned daughter of a dishonest merchant, she thought as her body was being covered in nervous sweat. Camilla tried to stand up, but her weakened knees failed her, making her stumble on the coach steps. Lith managed to catch her by the waist, using water magic at the same time to cool her burning skin and make the sweat disappear. You almost literally fell head over heels for me. Lith chuckled at his terrible joke as he got off the stagecoach first to help Camilla by holding both her hands. His kind gesture made Camilla find her strength again and made Lith's parents hope for the best. The Urna's couple watched the scene too, but with mixed feelings about it. Long time no see, Lith. It's too bad you haven't grown much since your days at the academy, Orion joked. He was over 1.96 meters, 65 tall, with black hair, brown eyes, and a perfectly shaven face. His physique was lean but muscular. Every one of his movements was full of vigor. It's nice to see you too. Is everyone inside, Yes. I'll join you as soon as we're done with our guests. I have a little surprise for you, Two members of the house staff accompanied the Verhins to the ballroom. One of them was Dita, Gianni's cousin, who was still disguised as a housemaid. The other was Dater, an old family butler who managed to glare at Lith like he was a traitor while maintaining perfect composure. I guess it's reasonable to assume that the rest of the staff blames me for the breakup too, Lith thought. The entrance had a double staircase leading to the first floor of the house, which formed an arch above the door leading to the main hall, where the guests would mingle while waiting for their hosts to arrive. Lith sighed, hoping that when his past and present clashed, he wouldn't be caught in the middle. Chapter 521, House Ernest Part 2. Great Mage Lith Verhin and First Lieutenant Camilla Yavel. The head butler announced with a magically amplified voice. Just like Camilla had feared, all eyes were on her. Lith had stopped being a novelty after the king himself had bestowed upon him his family name. With each achievement he acquired, the old noble households despised him more, while the new magical bloodlines considered him a leading figure for their cause. Half the room watched him walking down the small staircase leading to the main hall with admiration, while the other half just wished that he would fall and break his neck. Both kinds of gaze only lasted for a split second before moving to his date. Many noble dames had a cruel smirk on their faces, their mouths already opened and ready to badmouth the dirty, poor social climber who in their minds had no place among them. They had learned the hard way that Lith had no weak spot. Both his clothes and manners were always impeccable. Belittling his powers was akin to suicide, since not one of their heirs would qualify as his equal even when he had just graduated from the academy. Now that he was a great mage and was about to be appointed as a spellbreaker, many families had to go way down their family tree to be able to name a relative they could compare to him. The nameless civil servant accompanying him, though, was bound to be an easy target. Or so they thought, until their peers started to laugh at them, mistaking their expression for awe. Even after a long look, they couldn't find anything wrong with her looks. Quite the contrary, more than one dame stared at her in envy. Camilla wore a silk satin red evening dress with a V neckline which left her arms and shoulders exposed, plus it emphasized her bosom. Lith had made her a golden circlet that appeared to be made out of small camellias woven together. The gold of the circlet brought out her black hair and vice versa, while both shone under the magical lighting of the room. She also wore one of Lith's forgemastered camellias on her right wrist as corsage. Looking at her adamant gaze, the nobles thought she was treating them with contempt, whereas she was just focused on not tripping over her dress and hiding the terror she felt. She listened with relief as the butler announced the rest of the Verhin family, making many gazes move to the top of the stairs again. Every female member of Lith's family wore a circlet and an enchanted corsage, each one projecting the image of a different flower from earth made from a different element. A fiery rose for Alina, an icy orchid for Renaa, and a black lotus for Tista. They all had pestered Lith to forgemaster something for them, too. Tista wore a skin-tight ball gown that made many of the male guests stare in hatred at her date, while their female companions clenched their glasses so hard that they nearly shattered. "I've spent over 100 gold coins in cosmetic magic, and I'm still an ugly duckling," they thought in unison. "Lith, it's so good to see you again." Several people began to crowd around him, yet he had no idea who they were. "By my maker, they are your academy mates. How can you not remember even one of them?" Solus helped him to put a name to each face. "I only had 4 academy mates, the others were only rivals or bystanders. Their fair weather friendship is as pointless now as it was back then," he coldly replied. Professor Verhin, "I don't know how to thank you," said one of Lith's students. Back when I was at the academy, I hated your classes. Thank the gods you were so strict with me. Your teachings saved my life more than once, "Glad to hear that, Kinyu. How are you doing?" Lith replied while shaking his hand. He remembered all the names of his students. In a way, he considered them to be his creations. Well enough to afford an invitation for this gala. My company could use your help sometimes. Does the army allow you to perform freelance jobs? You're asking the wrong person. Lith smiled as he took a wine glass for him and one for Camilla. As long as I'm a ranger, she's my boss. Oh gods, when are you going to stop growing? Said a familiar voice resounding with fake anger. Little one, you have no idea how I've missed you. Lith lifted Quilla like she was a small child. She would have loved to protest the embarrassing treatment, but her feet were dangling 20 centimeters, 8, above the ground, and she feared that a sudden movement could make the slit in her dress reveal far more than was proper. I'm almost as tall as Freya now. Why don't you ever call her little one? Because when I met her, she was taller than me. In my heart, you will always be this tall. He released her from the embrace and gestured with his hand at her former diminutive stature. Are you still conducting your crazy research? She asked. Indeed, but so far Lady Luck has turned her back on me. What about you? Same, body sculpting is a nightmare. Every small advancement seems to require years of study, but I don't want to wait for years. I want to become a professor, make my own schedule, and not work like a mule until my hair turns white. I might have a lead on something, but I can't do it on my own, and there's no one I trust enough to not steal my research. Academies are a dog-eat-dog world. Do you think you can help me? She said, looking at him with her trademark puppy eyes. Thanks for thinking about me, but what about your sisters? Also, Camilla, this is Quilla, one of my dearest friends. Quilla, this is Camilla, my girlfriend who also happens to be my handler in the army. You might want to speak to her about your problem, Quilla gave Camilla a curtsy, which she promptly returned. While they were exchanging their greetings, Quilla couldn't avoid noticing how much her guest was different from her older sister, and found it ominous how Camilla's jewelry matched the rest of the family's. We would love to have a chat with her. A long chat. Freya glared at Camilla for a second before hugging Lith. Camilla chuckled at her fake hostility, yet Freya's words and hourglass figure stung at her pride. I offered to accompany Quilla more than once, but she doesn't trust my underlings, Mercenaries only follow money, Quilla shook her head. I would have no problem if the mission involved collecting materials, but trusting them with something they can sell to the highest bidder. Thanks, but no thanks, Freya bit her lower lip, not having a witty retort at the ready. Adventurers were mostly grassroots mages who hoped to make a quick buck. As soon as they realized how dangerous slaying monsters was, and that the only treasures they found inside dungeons had once belonged to other adventurers, they would usually change their line of work. Chapter 522, Soda Part 1. Creatures smart enough to distinguish trash from gold were also so dangerous that it wasn't worth facing them unless there was a rich bounty on their heads. In such cases, one had to be as wary of the competition as they were their target. More than one group of mercenaries had been slain by another waiting in ambush for them to soften the prized creature. What idiots called adventure was actually a high-risk, unknown reward business, yet it was the only path to wealth unless one was willing to submit to a noble. Freya had invested time and effort into her personal guild, but its revenue was still far from ensuring that its members would put their honor and friendship above a mountain of gold. Hi Lith, how long has it been? 3 years? Even if the crowd didn't make way for her, Lith could notice Floria from a mile away, and not because of her height. Her scent and the sound of her footsteps were so deeply ingrained in his memory that he could recognize them anywhere. She was wearing a silk satin sky-blue evening gown with a V neckline. Part of her hair was down, like a silky black waterfall that reached her waist, while the rest formed a tress resembling a wreath over her head. Nostalgia put a sad smile on Lith's face, which was quickly replaced by a raised embrown when he noticed that, together with sapphire parure, she was still wearing the gold lily-shaped pendant he had gifted her years ago. Almost 4, only after giving her a small bow did he realize that she wasn't alone. A handsome man in his early 20s was walking arm in arm by her side. He was almost as tall as Lith, with pitch-black hair and gray eyes. His tuxedo emphasized his lean but muscular build. If not for Gianni's words about him, Lith would have been happy for her. Floria deserves someone better than I was. It's the reason why I let her go. How strong is this jerk soulless, he thought. A clean cyan mana core and trained soldier level of physical prowess. Callian seems to be a perfectly normal human, Floria on the other hand. What about her? Lith suddenly remembered about her impurities moving, just like it happened to Uriel before his untimely death. He had sent Tista to check on her from time to time, and according to his sister, Floria wasn't supposed to awaken. Her mana core has gone from cyan to bright cyan, and her mana flow is abnormal. Maybe we should check her with invigoration. Lith cursed his bad luck. He had no reason to touch Floria without making Camilla jealous, nor could he ask to speak privately about her health in the middle of the gala. Lith was renowned to be a great diagnostician, but spotting an asymptomatic illness with a single glance was something not even Manohar was capable of. An awkward silence befell to the group after they had introduced their respective dates. Neither of them knew what to say, at least in front of all those people. Small talk was cheap, but speaking their minds would make things even more awkward. What a lovely corsage you have, Camilla. I'd never seen anything like that. Did Lith Forgemaster it for you? Floria unconsciously touched the dimensional amulet he had gifted her at the academy. It didn't have just sentimental value to her. Floria had yet to find a better dimensional storage. Orion had studied it for several hours, yet not even he had proven capable of such a feat since Lith had used true magic to make it. Yes, it's called a camellia. Camilla replied with a radiant smile as she marked her territory. She didn't feel threatened by Floria. The two of them were too different to make any kind of comparison. Yet she didn't miss the tension Floria's arrival had caused, and she wanted to make things clear with her without being rude. It's wonderful. Floria tried and failed to hide how those words stung at her, betrayed by a twitching smile. Would you be terribly jealous if I stole your date for a couple of minutes? A wound from my last mission has left me with phantom pain the army healers cannot explain. I'm in dire need of a second opinion. Well, to be perfectly frank, yes. Camilla giggled to make it sound like she was joking. However, I know how seriously Lith takes his oath as a healer, and as fellow army members, we have to support each other. I'll wait for you here. The atmosphere tensed up to the point that the bystanders held their breath, hoping things to escalate. But neither of the two women said anything nor stopped smiling. We'll be right back. Floria gave her guest a curtsy before turning her back to them and walking toward a side room while Lith tried to keep up with her pace. That was intense. Callian laughed as soon as Floria walked away to make sure she couldn't hear him above the noise of the small crowd around them. Maybe a little too intense. You've gone overboard, Miss Yavel. I think you should apologize for your behavior when they get back. His cold smile didn't extend to his eyes as his words triggered whispers and chuckles among the bystanders. You're overthinking, Mr. Nuragger. Camilla disrespected his title just like he had done to hers. She was still afraid of the crowd, but not enough to let a pompous jerk order her around while she was an honored guest in her mentor's house. Some gestures come naturally when you really care about your partner. I hope you'll find someone like that soon. The whispers and chuckles intensified. None had missed how quickly Floria had dropped Callian's arm, nor that she hadn't talked to her date before leaving. I'm sorry to say, yet his stone-cold voice didn't sound sorry at all. But it's not a matter of caring so much as of upbringing. Flaunting that small trinket of yours was unbecoming of an army officer, even for one with a shady family like yours. Also, it's Mage Nuragger to you, I guess you're right. Not even my disowned father would use such double standards. If you're going to flaunt your title, then it's Lieutenant Yavel to you, Her rebuke made him turn red from anger, but he didn't dare to continue. Most of the nobles were on his side, but Floria's sisters were not. I'm sorry if I've offended you. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to warn you that the other guests may find your gestures rude. I understand you are new to environments such as this, but your behavior could embarrass Great Mage Verhin. He gave her a small bow as an apology. Between his words and manners, Callian had put Camilla between a rock and a hard place. She could either refuse his apology and risk appearing petty, or accept them and be forced to in turn apologize to Floria even though she had done nothing wrong. Or accept them and be forced to in turn apologize to Floria even though she had done nothing wrong. Chapter 523, Soda Part 2. Meanwhile, after checking if a side room was empty, Lith and Floria entered it, and she locked the door behind them. Don't worry, she said in reply to his silent question. The room is soundproof. No one can hear us from the outside, Lith used life vision to check his surroundings, while Solus did the same, replying only when their magical senses confirmed her words. Are you really hurt, or is there something you need to tell me? Lith knew that Quilla was a healer almost as good as he was, and that the phantom pain was likely an excuse. Lith would have loved to tell her about he too had needed to speak with her in private, but seeing her with his amulet and between the arms of someone else had left him more confused than he had expected. Everything that came to his mind would either make a fool out of himself or make the situation even more awkward than it already was. Floria was experiencing almost the same emotions. She had avoided Lith until that day because time had helped smother her feelings so that their relationship felt like it could be a thing of the past. But everything seemed to be coming back after seeing him again. Floria's mind felt so fuzzy that she didn't even remember the reason why she had brought him there. Camilla seems nice. You two must be happy together, Callian doesn't seem bad. I hope he treats you right. Lith had so many things to say to her, yet only the most idiotic ones seemed to be willing to pop out of his mouth. He doesn't seem bad, Floria chuckled, making him realize how much he had missed that smile and the sound of her voice. So he doesn't seem good to you either. I don't know him. I can only say what I see, Lith shrugged. Why are we here? His question came out much colder than he intended. His brain and his mouth seemed to be disconnected. I just wanted to know, how are you? I mean the real you, not the mask you wear in front of everyone else. Have you mastered death vision yet? She took a step closer, realizing it was the first time she had to look up to meet eyes with him. Their past was so distant, yet it felt like it was yesterday. It's not a power, more like a curse, he replied. I have learned how to keep it under control under normal circumstances, but that's it. To make matters worse, there's no trace of something similar in any book I've consulted. You have no idea how does it feels to watch everything and everyone you love die over and over again. I remember it almost drove you insane. She sighed. Did you tell your family about that thing with you and the shadows? No. I have never told anyone else, but I got better. It pained him to admit that she was still the only one he had ever shared that secret with. In his mind, Solus didn't count because they didn't share anything, they were one and the same. Lith flexed his shoulders as his second form swallowed his tuxedo. He stood slightly over 2 meters tall, covered in thick curved black scales with hands and feet that ended in razor-sharp claws. It still lacked the horns, the wings, and the tail which only appeared during tribulations. His face was a black slate with no nose or ears. 2 yellow eyes were open, while the slits for the other 5, although visible, were shut closed. Why did you do that? Solus was shocked. I don't know, he honestly replied. Just like when he had fought the abomination lurking near his house, it simply felt like the right thing to do. Yet while back then it was a response to his fury, now it was to his fear. The part of Lith which had never stopped hurting ever since Carl had died, which was so full of hatred that it only wanted the entire Magur to burn, was trying to prove its point. It wanted to show him that he had done the right thing by letting her go, that there was no one he could really trust. A cruel grin appeared on his face, revealing a mouth full of fangs and fire as he expected her to scream in terror. Good gods, Floria turned a little pale in surprise, but she didn't flinch. All those years ago I was right. You do really have dragon blood in your veins, Since when do dragons look like this? His voice was a low growl as he waved at his demonic appearance. Dragons look however they want, she shrugged in reply. If you had feathers, I would have thought of a phoenix or a griffin, but scales yell dragon to me. Floria stepped forward instead of back, just like that night in her room. This time she needed to stand on her tiptoes to touch his scaly cheek. Does it hurt? Even the question remained the same. No. Not since I've accepted who I am. Thanks to you, He placed his scaly hand over her soft one, unable to hold his words anymore. As I told you after the second exam, I'm a broken man, shattered into so many pieces that my original form is unrecognizable. Yet you managed to turn the metal I've spent my whole life steeling myself to be into soft fabric. Then, you spent almost 2 years of your life mending me. No matter how many times I pushed you away, either with my rude actions or my endless secrets, you were always there for me. You picked up all those pieces that I had given up on and sewed them back together. You've seen me at my worst, yet you never gave up on me, not even when I showed you this ugly self of mine. You taught me that even in this cruel world there can actually be someone who's worth trusting, someone that can accept and love me beyond what shallow words can express. His thumb caressed the back of her hand as smoke and flames came out of his 7 eyes in small bursts. It was supposed to scare her, but it made her cry instead. Unbeknownst even to Lith, his second life force had no blood nor tears, only fire and shadows dwelled in his body. You made me want to try and be more than powerful to be better. For all that, I'm grateful to you and I always will be. I don't care who you marry or what kind of person you'll become, I will always be there for you. If you ever need my help, just call my name and I will come. I will discard my duty and my honor, I will pierce through the gates of the heavens and the netherworld if they stand in my path. Not even death could prevent me from coming to fight by your side, because that's the only way I could ever repay you for what you did for me. Lith turned around, assuming his human form again. Now it's better if we return to the main hall, otherwise people will start gossiping about us. More than usual, I mean, Floria stupidly nodded at his back, despite knowing he couldn't see her. She and Solus were both crying from the bottom of their hearts, because those words were the closest thing to a love confession Lith had ever done. "Fuck me sideways, Solus, why didn't you stop me? That was the closest thing to a love confession I have ever done," he thought. Chapter 524, Breakup Part 1. First, I had no idea what you were about to say. That wasn't one of your usual rehearsed speeches. Second, even if I knew, I would have never stopped you. I've been trying for years to stop you from bottling up your feelings, Solus replied. I'm happy that you finally admitted how this cruel world is worth living for, yet your words hurt me deeply. I know that I have never held your hand nor hugged you when our existence seemed hopeless, but I was always there for you. I have told you many times the same things that Floria, Tista, and now Camilla have said, yet you never listened. I'm part of you, but I'm not you. After all this time, and after all that we have gone through together, I should deserve your trust. I trust you, Solus, I always have. Lith tried to defend himself. No, you don't trust me. It's just that you can't hide anything from me. There's a big difference. After I lied to you only once to protect your life, you said terrible things to me. You kept me at arm's length for weeks. You never stopped to think how hard it had been for me nor why I did it. You never have any idea how many sacrifices I make for you until we trigger a mind fusion, and then you apologize just to start over again. Back when we reconciled, you gave me permission to kick your ass if I ever disagreed with you, but only now have I found the strength to do it. I never get angry at you because unlike Floria, unlike every single goddamn soul on this planet, I know the real you. Derek McCoy, Lith Verhin, whatever the name, I don't care. Where your family sees an iron-willed man, where Camilla sees a hero, where you see a monster, I see a man that no matter how much he had to crawl, no matter how much shit he had to swallow to move forward, he never stopped fighting. I always respected you for that, and I didn't want to become another burden for you to carry. After the wargs, after spending some time with my friends rather than yours, I've finally realized what being a person really means. I deserve from you the same respect I give to you, and if sometimes my feelings are a burden, well, deal with it. Because I'm as real as Floria is, I'm not just a voice in your head. Lith was still recovering from his own moment of weakness with Floria, so taking in Solus's, all of her pent-up feelings, left him completely speechless. He returned to his friends not knowing whether to feel like a jerk for what he had just done to Floria, or for what he had done to Solus for all those years. Because she was right about everything. By the way, while you played Romeo, I checked your Juliet with invigoration. Her impurities are way closer to her mana core compared to the last time we checked, but she's still safe. You don't need to worry about her awakening any soon. You and I still have a bit of time to find a way to make her survive her awakening. Lith had been so engrossed by his emotions that he had completely forgotten about the issue with Floria's mana core. Yet, once again Solus had covered for him because she cared. Thanks, Solus. I'll never say it enough. Thank you for being my only true friend. If Floria has been my tailor sewing me back together, you are my mold. You kept me from losing myself over and over, and you still do. Solus telepathically nodded, accepting the compliment. She thought about sharing with him the news about her humanoid form, but in the end, she decided against it. It would be a low blow, a cry for attention now that he's still emotional. As I just said, I'm not Lith. I do things my way, the right way. I don't manipulate those I love to get what I want, she thought. As they returned to their friends, Lith heard several whispers. Even though he couldn't piece enough of them together to get the whole story, he got the gist of it. Luckily, Floria and he hadn't been gone for long, and Camilla had yet to give her reply. Lith and Gianni had warned both his family and his girlfriend about the risks of the gala. Messing directly with Lith was suicidal, but they were much easier targets. In front of such an audience, losing their temper could seriously harm Lith, even if he wasn't there. Camilla and Alina were cut from the same cloth. They would have likely slapped Callian into oblivion for his contemptuous words, yet aside from clenching their hands they smiled and didn't do anything. Since both the options he left me with put me in the wrong, I can only pick the third one, remain silent and hope that Lith returns quickly. What's going on here, Lith asked Freya while taking Camilla's hand. Not only was she his friend, but Freya was also a lady of the family. No one could question her judgment without disrespecting the whole Erna's household. She told him everything, feeling a bit embarrassed for not having intervened. Quilla and she hadn't liked Camilla marking her territory since they were rooting for their sister. Let me get this straight. Lith stood straight as an arrow so that he could look down on Callian while staring at him in the eyes. First, you treated my date as a servant, demanding apologies only based on your assumptions. Then you belittled my work, my magic, in front of my entire family and the rest of the guests. Lastly, by questioning her upbringing, you also questioned my judgment. Backslash. Backslash, not at all. You are oversimplifying things, backslash, Callian said with an aggrieved expression. Backslash, I was simply trying to help your girlfriend and defend mine. Backslash. Come on, you idiot. Challenge me, attack me, or something. No one expects me to win, and the harder you beat me, the worse it will be for you. It'll prove you're nothing but a bloodthirsty barbarian, he thought. Backslash, am I? Backslash, Lith shrugged. Backslash, Floria, did Camilla insult you in any way? Backslash. Backslash, no. I asked her about her corsage, and she simply replied. It's beautiful, by the way, calling it a trinket. Backslash, she glared at Callian for a second before regaining her composure. Backslash, so, no apology was required, and you did belittle my work. Backslash, Lith repeated while staring at him in contempt. Backslash, I'm really sorry. Backslash, Floria gave Camilla a bow first and then Lith. She felt terrible since she was not only one of the hosts but also Callian's date. Backslash, no need to apologize, Floria. Backslash, Lith picked her up by the shoulders and made her stand tall. Backslash, you're one of my best friends. I could never get offended with you. Backslash. Those words weighed more heavily than any reproach could, especially after the moment they had just shared in the side room. Floria felt stupid and miserable. She clenched the sides of her dress as her eyes turned watery from the rage and embarrassment, exactly like Lith had planned. Chapter 525, Breakup Part 2. These are the moments when you really act like a monster. How could you do that to Floria? Solus felt bad for her. If I met him in the wilds, I would have killed him. If I were in the middle of the street, I would have challenged him. Here I could only take the sugar out of his venom to reveal the snake he is. A pretty face and pretty words mean nothing. Floria needs to learn her lesson, and a burned hand teaches best, Lith replied. The moment people noticed Floria's distress, all whispers disappeared. Quilla and Freya were glaring at Callian like they could murder him without a second thought, and so did their brothers, their relatives, and even the members of their staff. Callian's plan fell into shambles as the ancient noble households left his side the moment they understood who the Urnas were siding with. There was no point in backing a dead horse, and no sense in beating it. Callian had managed to embarrass his date, his hosts, and his entire household in one fell swoop. It was a social blunder juicy enough to liven up the evening, but not enough to last more than one day. Unless, of course, things escalated. Backslash, Floria, would you like to take a little stroll around the park? We could use some air. Backslash, Callian had played his cards well by avoiding being rude and using Camilla's low social status to justify his words. It didn't go as well as I hoped, but everything is still fine. I only need to make sure that Floria isn't upset and blames the little wench for the mishap, he thought. Backslash, you've taken the words right out of my mouth. Backslash, she finally raised her eyes from the floor. A warm smile appeared on her face, yet her eyes were cold. Backslash, we need to talk, backslash. Chuckles and whispers spread throughout the main hall as soon as the couple walked through the glass doors leading outside. Backslash, do you think she will kick him out? Backslash, Camilla whispered to Lith's ear. Backslash, that's unlikely. He was subtle and I couldn't make a scene. The Urnas will lose a lot of face if she ends up without a date right off the bat, backslash, he replied while listening to the other guests betting about the possible outcomes. Callian being kicked out was given 101, just like their relationship lasting more than a week. Backslash, she treated you like crap. Someone had to say something. Why are you mad at me? Backslash, Callian said after all of his attempts at sweet talk were met with Floria's cold shoulder. Backslash, if I thought she did, I would have put her in her place myself. You didn't do it to defend me, you did it to embarrass Lith. Or do you think I'm that stupid? Scratch that, I am that stupid. Otherwise I would have never dated you, backslash. She was walking double time, clenching and releasing her hands to suppress her most violent urges. Backslash, how can you say that? I'm not completely at fault here. You could have told me you wanted to speak with him privately. You took me by surprise, asking your ex to talk. What was I supposed to do? Backslash, Callian tried to shift the blame again, hoping a bit of guilt would make his reasons more believable. Backslash, are you saying that I am supposed to ask for your permission before talking to a friend? Backslash. His move resulted in throwing jet fuel on the flames of her outrage. Backslash, no, I backslash. Backslash, to answer your other question, you could have taken it out on Lith, like she did with me. Or, if you were that insecure about us, you could have asked me to talk about it in private before embarrassing me in front of the entire Verhan family. Backslash, you took it out on the most vulnerable link of the chain instead. It seems deliberate if not planned to me, backslash. Backslash, how can you say that? He managed to sound aggrieved, even though only his pride was hurt because she seemed to see through his scheme too easily. Backslash, how could you do that if you ever cared even one bit about me, backslash, Floria rebuked. Backslash, we're done. You can remain for the gala, but I don't want to see you ever again, backslash. Callian tried to object, before Floria's right hand closed on his throat, lifting him off from the ground, and reminding him that she was even stronger than she looked. Backslash, that's not up to debate. You can either say yes and act like a true gentleman for the rest of the evening or get escorted out of my house. Your choice, backslash. Callian nodded like a parrot, his lungs screaming for air. This is not over, you bitch. There is more than one way I can use you against that peasant. Bringing down the Urnas and the Verhin is like killing a flock of birds with just one stone. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, the butler announced the Urnas couple, and then the royal couple right after them. Backslash, King Maron Griffin and Queen Silpha Griffin. Backslash, despite the cosmetic magic treatment, the royals couldn't compare with the Urnas. Despite her character, Gianni had an oval face with delicate features and big eyes, whereas the queen had sharp features and a square jaw. After both of them had their impurities removed, the best comparison that could be drawn between them was that they respectively looked like a newlywed maiden and a drill sergeant. Backslash, I'm so sorry, dear. Backslash, Gianni said to both Camilla and Lith. Backslash, I didn't expect Floria to take you away. You handled things well, Camilla. Backslash. Backslash, there's no need to apologize, Lady Urnas. I should have been more careful. Backslash, Camilla was embarrassed by all the attention from the lords of the house. Too many eyes were staring at her in envy. Backslash, no matter how careful you were, he would have struck at the first opportunity. It's not your fault, backslash. Backslash, I apologize on behalf of my daughters. Backslash, Orion gave Camilla a small bow, making her and the Urnas girls blush in embarrassment. Backslash, I'm disappointed in you. Camilla is your mother's apprentice and your friend's betrothed. You should have been more considerate toward her, backslash. At those words, Lith, his relatives, and Gianni almost chocked on their wine. Backslash, we're not betrothed. Backslash, Camilla managed to say with a squeaky voice. Backslash, you're not backslash. Orion looked flabbergasted. Backslash, I mean, he crafted the camellia for you, which is the most romantic forgemastered piece I've ever seen. He even made you a tiara like those Alina and his sisters are wearing. I thought you were already part of the Verhin family. Backslash. Backslash, I'm a one-trick pony, okay? Backslash, Lith was beet red in embarrassment. Backslash, circlets are the most elaborate pieces I can make. I'm a forgemaster, not a goldsmith. I practiced hard to make Gianni's present, and I thought it would be a waste to only use that knowledge to create a single piece. Backslash. Backslash, but you made camellias for the rest of your family too. Backslash. Orion objected. Backslash, how many times do you want me to say that I'm a one-trick pony? There's no hidden meaning behind them. They are not some kind of family trademark. Backslash. Backslash, what's a camellia? Backslash, Queen Silpha asked. After finishing her rounds among the most important nobles, she had gotten curious about the fuss between the Urnas and the Verhin. Chapter 526, Unexpected Gift Part 1. While inwardly cursing his bad luck, Lith explained to her how he had devised the mystical flower so that it needed to be repeatedly imprinted to not wither. Backslash, marvelous. A magical item that needs to be tended, making the person who receives it think about the gift giver every time they recharge it. That's the most romantic betrothal gift I have ever seen. Backslash. Silpha said, staring at Camilla's wrist in admiration, making both her and Lith wish the ground would swallow them whole. Backslash, it's not a betrothal gift. I made it as a spur-of-the-moment gift for our second date. Backslash. I told you it was too much for a second date. Solus interrupted his inner swearing monologue. I never expected to be discussing my love life with the queen. Why doesn't everyone mind their own business? He replied. Backslash, you are a very lucky woman to inspire such deep feelings after only one date. Backslash, Silpha kept stirring it, making the matter become worse by the second. Backslash, my thoughts exactly, your majesty. I couldn't believe it when Callian Nuragar dared to call it a trinket. Backslash, Gianni was unaware that the ship she was attempting to sink already rested on the bottom of the ocean. Backslash, his heart must be as rotten as his eyes to say such a thing. Isn't that right, dear? Backslash, the king obviously agreed, and as soon as the guest learned about the royal's opinion on the camellia, it became unanimous that Lith was a sensitive soul and Callian the scum of the earth. Silpha and Gianni were happy to introduce Camilla to some of their most notable supporters. They boasted both her lovely appearance and the camellia, making her wish a sudden meteor could put her out of her misery. Don't worry, Gianni will take good care of her. Orion said while dragging Lith to the ballroom with the excuse that he needed his help to finish the final preparations before making the guests move there and commence the gala. I know we have never been exactly on the best terms, Orion sighed. I'm too jealous of my daughters and I've often acted like a jerk to you. For that I'm deeply sorry, Orion gave Lith a deep bow, making his eyes open wide in surprise. The past is in the past. It's no big deal. Lith's paranoia got knocked into 12th gear, expecting Orion's next move to be asking him to dump Camilla and get back with Floria. No, it is a big deal. You saved my wife's life in Author more than once and now you have rejuvenated us both. I suck with words almost as much as you do, so I've prepared a gift for you, Spellbreaker Verhin, Lith inwardly smiled at those words. Like any manipulator, he liked to be underestimated. Also, receiving a gift from a Forgemaster as powerful and skilled as Orion was twice the treasure. He had learned more about Forgemastering from Orion's weapons than from most books. Orion took out a ring from his pocket dimension and handed it to Lith. What does it do? Lith used invigoration on it, discovering he had never seen a pseudo-core like it had. The ring was shaped like a coiling dragon, and it was made of electrum, an amber-colored alloy of gold and silver. It had a small purple crystal embedded in a socket between the dragon's folded wings. Invigoration revealed that the ring's surface was covered by unknown runes of power, making Lith's curiosity kick up a notch. It's a cloaking device for your ring. Or should I say your secret artifact? Orion pointed at Solus's ring. Lith didn't even attempt to deny his allegation. His mind was running all the possible scenarios from how Orion discovered their secret to his chances of killing the man if push came to shove. If he knows, Gianni knows. There's no telling what contingency plans she has prepared or what kind of arrays are surrounding us, he thought. We noticed it the first time when we were fighting Nalar, but we thought it was just something you kept in your dimensional amulet. At least until Gianni saw it shapeshift before you fought Thrud, Orion pretended not to notice Lith's shock and his cornered animal gaze, talking like everything was normal. I'm sorry, Solus thought. Back then my priority was our survival, yet I shapeshifted only when I thought everyone was too busy staring at Thrud to notice. You did nothing wrong, Solus. We wouldn't even be alive if not for your choice. Besides, it doesn't seem like they want to blackmail us. Months have passed since that day, and Orion is giving us a gift instead, Lith replied. I don't know where you found it, but since according to my daughters you have always had it with you, I must assume you have found some legacy hidden in the Tron woods when you were still a nameless hunter, It was the only possible theory he could think of which explained both Lith's mastery of magic and him possessing a mysterious artifact. Orion waited for a second, giving Lith the opportunity to answer, yet he was only met with silence. Whatever the answer, you can't just go around with that thing on your finger. If someone finds out about its existence, best-case scenario, they'll steal it from you. Artifacts capable of changing their size to such a degree usually hold great powers. It could tempt many to the point that they would be willing to face the wrath of the royals to have it. Also, you're not a shut-in. There are beings out there that don't care about the association or the army, like the undead courts. Why are you doing this? Lith moved his eyes from the ring to Orion non-stop, like he expected one if not both of them to sucker punch him. Kid, you really are a piece of work, Orion sighed. I told you, you saved my daughters and my wife more than once. That means the world for someone like me, even for Gianni. Maybe we'll never be in-laws, but you earned your place in this family and the Urnas protect their own, Lith imprinted the ring to make sure it was really without a master, and not some kind of slave item. How does it work? Lith asked. It's standard Black Ops equipment for those who carry weapons which are not supposed to exist. It suppresses the magical aura of an item, making it undetectable to most creatures and artifacts capable of sensing magic. Silver is great for forgemastering, gold is terrible, but if you mix them together the resulting alloy is capable of conducting magic like silver, but prevents it from leaking outside thanks to the gold's disrupting nature. Do all alloys have special effects? Lith slipped the ring on right in front of Solus's. You wish. Only some of them and only if used in the right proportions. This kind of knowledge is imparted only from master to apprentice. You'll not find any of this in any book unless is part of a mage's legacy. By my maker, Solus's mana sense confirmed Orion words and revealed more. It's actually even better than he says. My aura has disappeared, and you appear to have a yellow mana core, a static one at that. Do you mean that? Yes, the hairpin Martianess de Star wears is not meant to hide her mana core. That's logical if you consider fake mages can't see mana cores, or they wouldn't even perform the Academy's entrance test. She hides some kind of weapon on herself. The cloaking of her mana core is just a side effect. Chapter 527, Unexpected Gift Part 2. Okay, it can hide your magical aura. What about your life force? Lith couldn't believe his own ears. So far, everything was too good to be true. That's what you have to tell me, Solus sneered. We must see if it shields me from outside detection. My invigoration is bound to work on myself. Lith focused on his breathing technique and discovered that just like Solus had predicted, his mana core still appeared to be deep blue to him, while Solus's had disappeared. Her life force, however, was still there. Tiny, almost invisible, but still there. Damn it, almost only works with nukes and grenades, but at least it's a start, Lith thought. I never thought the day would come where you would see the glass as half full, Solus chuckled. Now I'm curious about what kind of weapon the Martianess always carries with herself. Yet that was a question for another day. Thanks, Orion. Does it have any other properties I should know about? Lith was truly grateful, but he kept looking around like a trapped animal. Stop looking around like a trapped animal, damn it. I'm offering you my sincere gratitude, and I'm also violating several laws by giving you such a magical treasure without official authorization. If anyone finds out, they would take away your ring and I would be executed. The least you could do is trust me a little bit. Orion blurted out in exasperation. Also no, it doesn't have any other purpose. Gold is such a pain in the ass that even with the purple mana crystal and a whole network of runes, one spell is all it can hold without crumbling. Lith looked at the coiled dragon at his finger. He was so moved by Orion's gesture that he almost set aside his paranoia. Almost. Why are you doing so much for me? Binding your fate to mine is too much. You never liked me and our relationship is shallow at best. You're right. Our relationship is shallow. Gianni, however, almost cares for you like a son and my little flower. Well, that's not up to me to tell. I know she would lose a big piece of her heart if something happened to you, and another one if she discovers that I could have prevented it, yet I didn't do anything. Orion's big heart baffled Lith more than his reincarnations did. He couldn't understand how someone like Gianni could love such a softy. Lith loved his mother, yet he wouldn't hesitate to kill Orpal or Tryon if they ever posed a threat to his family, no matter how important they still were to her. How he could risk so much to protect his family's feelings, rather than just their safety, was beyond Lith. I gladly accept your gift and your gratitude, Lith replied. There's not much I can offer you, but if there's anything I can do to return the favor, you just need to ask. Good gods, you're the spitting image of my wife back when we first met. It's not a gift if you pay for it. Anyway, while we are at it, Gianni is about to ask you to become our family's healer. It would be nice of you to say yes. Are you kidding me? Quilla is almost as good as I am, and Freya is an excellent healer too. What do you guys need me for? Sadly, almost only works for fireballs and meteors. Orion replied. Manohar is unreliable, while you are the next best thing and you are always just a call away. As our healer, no matter if you're in the army or the association, your patients come first. We get priority in case of emergency and you get a perfect excuse to visit whenever you want. It's a win-win. Think about it while I let my guests in. Lith inwardly cursed as he remembered he had yet to set up the ballroom. The place was as big as a football field. Its floor was made of cream-colored marble. Together with the light brown walls, it gave warmth to the room and gave the light coming from the enchanted crystal chandeliers, illuminating the room the same tinges real fire would. A small bandstand, with a low wooden fence to separate it from the dancers, had been prepared for the musicians near the east wall. Refreshment tables were lined up along all the other walls. Food and beverages were kept warm and cold by their magical containers. On the four corners of the room, there was a flight of stairs which lead to a balcony on the first floor, where sofas and armchairs were arranged around small tables for those who needed a place to rest, eat, watch others dance, or simply wanted to spend their time in conversation. All this waiting and you have yet to start? I hope a major disappointment wasn't what you had in mind when you promised me a memorable evening. Gianni's expression while pouting was cute. Too cute, to the point that it gave Lith the creeps. Is this the effect I have on people when I go from friendly to homicidal in a heartbeat? Lith thought. Perfection requires time. Also, I thought you would enjoy the show, Lith lied through his teeth, fooling everyone but Gianni. How thoughtful of you. Floria, Callian, come here. Lith says we're in for a real treat. Her fake enthusiasm held a tinge of cruelty while she called the couple and forced Lith to go beyond what he had originally planned. Floria was still holding Callian's arm, but her fingers were barely touching him. The coldness her plastered smile emanated could have easily turned Magus into a frozen wasteland. Gianni had just served him an opportunity to pay back Callian for his words and guaranteed herself that Lith would not spare any effort. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lith accepted her challenge, raising his open hands while he took a deep breath. His shadow spread from his feet in every direction, like a black sun that engulfed the entire ballroom, turning it into twilight. A few millimeters thick layer of water covered the floor, quickly followed by a fine mist. Magus had no underwear. Lith didn't want people to look under the lady's ball gown thanks to the reflection. That's it? Callian sneered. First magic can hardly be considered a treat. It's a cheap trick just like that corsage . He was unaware his words were not only demeaning Lith's skills but also the queen's opinion. Rushes made of light sprouted from the floor as 6 different kind of flowers, 1 for each element, bloomed above the water. A silvery sphere enveloped each one of the chandeliers, turning them into small moons while small wisps appeared on the blackened ceiling like starlight. Oh gods, if I didn't know we were inside my own home, I'd really think we're under the moon. Gianni walked above the water, discovering it wasn't slippery at all. She tried to touch the rushes and the flowers, but they were all ethereal. I'm not done yet. A wave of Lith's hand made some of the flowers turn into small fairies that moved around the room as shooting stars darted across the fake night sky. Together they formed a path of lights, leading the Urna's couple to the center of the stage, where a giant reflection of the moon waited like a spotlight for them to open the dances. Well said, Mage Nuragar. It's just a cheap trick. Silpha's voice expressed all the joy she felt for being openly contradicted in front of such a large audience. I'm sure you can do much better, Chapter 528, Failure Part 1. Despite being calm and composed, the Queen's voice echoed throughout the whole ballroom thanks to both its perfect acoustics and a little air magic spell she added to make sure all eyes were on her victim. Her Majesty is right, Callian. Floria smiled warmly while hugging his arm, pretending that as his girlfriend she believed in his skills and words. You always tell me that back when you graduated from the academy, people called you the Lith of the Fire Griffin. This is the perfect occasion to show both my family and the royals what you are capable of. Cold sweat ran down Callian's spine as cruel remarks filled the room. What an idiot to blatantly slander the camellia again after the Queen praised it, said a duchess well aware that the fan she was using to cover her mouth couldn't muffle her voice at all. He's worse than an idiot. Said another noble dame that despite her human appearance Solus recognized as an undead from her blood core. There's no glory being called the Lith of the Fire Griffin. It means he is still considered inferior to the original, otherwise they would call Lith the Callian of the White Griffin. In his shoes, I wouldn't flaunt such a title, Lith dissipated the illusion he had created with a snap of his finger, turning the fairy tale lake back into a luxurious but ordinary ballroom. How many first magic spells did you weave together, Great Mage Verhin? Queen Silpha emphasized every syllable of Lith's title. 15, Your Majesty. His words caused a small uproar among the guests, but Silpha only needed to raise her hand to make the room silent again. The crown praises your skill and relentless practice. A mage's worth can be measured by the number of spells they can cast. Anything else is just empty air, She turned towards Callian, her gaze lost any trace of benevolence. Mage Nuragar, prove your worth, Callian barely held in the hatred he felt when he noticed that Floria was still smiling despite his evident distress. I hoped she had changed her mind about me, but that witch was only digging me a deeper grave, he thought while taking a few deep breaths to calm down and focus his mind. He hadn't lied about his title back at the academy. Callian simply had never understood the implications of being compared to someone rather than being the benchmark. Darkness spread from his body, making the room become pitch black. Only after several attempts did he manage to make the shadows fade enough to see further than his own nose. He then conjured a thin layer of water that drenched everyone's shoes and gowns, making many curse his incompetence. After that, a thick fog appeared, which made the air humid and sticky. This seems more like a marsh than a lake. King Meron grunted as he used air magic to find some relief. The laughs following his remark made Callian lose focus, so that when he tried to imitate starlight, his light and darkness spells canceled each other. I'm not going to judge until I see the final result. I counted 4 spells, so you still have 11 to go. Sylpha never averted her gaze, making him feel the full weight of her disdain. Callian did his best, but like most mages, he had always considered first magic irrelevant compared to Tier 5 spells. His attempt to use a 5th spell, while he still had to keep active and balance the other 4, made them all disappear at once. A second and third attempt only resulted in more blatant failures and further humiliation. At every iteration, he was more tired and angry, until he couldn't take it anymore. I can't do it, Your Majesty. 4 is my limit. Callian fell to his knees, incapable of looking the royals or his peers in the eyes. 4, the queen echoed the word like it was an insult. Isn't first magic just a cheap trick? Isn't great mage Verhin just a maker of trinkets? How dare you belittle others when you're not even able to wield more than 4 spells at once? I can wield far more than 4. Callian raised his head and hands, conjuring 8 different elemental effects on his fingers. 8 would be great if those were not unlinked spells and all the size of a pinhole. Can you at least do this? A Silverwing's hexagram, the size of a handkerchief, appeared above Sylpha's palm. It was the impossible array that had earned Lith his admission with honors at the White Griffin Academy when he was still 12. Callian and all of those present understood the question underlying the queen's words. No, Callian shook his head without even giving it a try. His spirit was already broken. Since another humiliation was unavoidable, he decided to make it last as little as possible. So much for the Lith of the Fire Griffin. Sylpha turned her back to him. We've already lost too much time. Great Mage Verhin, it's your turn again. Lith had devised many ways to humiliate Callian further, but since everyone was already kicking him while he was down, any more could have turned the spite into pity, so Lith only did as instructed. While Orion and Gianni opened the ball by dancing the first waltz alone, Solus warned Lith about her discoveries. I've detected 4 undead, and 1 awakened among the guests. Is Kaelan among them? The vampire from Author was the first one who came to Lith's mind. He discarded the idea immediately, since attacking him in front of so many powerful mages was worse than suicidal. Both the king and the queen had purple mana cores, and many members of the house staff were actually elite warriors in disguise. No, Solus replied. I don't think they are here together, nor that they have an agenda. All they've done so far is mingle and gossip. I think they are just here to enjoy the gala. Any idea what kind of undead we're talking about? Lith asked while the royals joined the dance, quickly followed by the others. None. All I can say is that the undead duchess from earlier is the strongest among the 4. The other 3 are nothing compared to her. What about the awakened? Lith and Camilla joined the dance too, forcing him to add his own feat to the already long list of things he had to focus on. A woman in her mid-20s, but she could actually be much older. Blue mana core, so her magic should be a bit stronger than yours, but her physical prowess is inferior to yours. I wonder why all the awakened we meet have this trait in common, Solus pondered. Probably because I awakened at birth. Even if they were born with better mana cores than mine, my body has been refined while it developed, whereas theirs need to slowly adapt. Are you sure you can afford to dance? Camilla's worried voice interrupted their mind link. Keeping so many spells active at once must be excruciating. I've never seen you with such a stern expression. She wasn't far from the truth. Lith could either speak with Solus or with her, he didn't have the strength to do both. Chapter 529, Failure Part 2. I don't care what we do. As long as we are together, it's a date to me. Camilla moved her right hand from Lith's shoulder to his cheek, caressing it gently. That simple gesture filled him with joy. Thanks, but there's no need for that. I was just thinking about how lucky I am to have you in my life. His smile and words made Camilla's heart pound. Lith wasn't one for sweet talk. He would only say such things when he meant them. Lith took a deep breath, using invigoration to replenish part of his mana and release death vision from its fetters. In his eyes, the entire ballroom turned into a grotesque nightmare where rotten corpses danced amid blood spatters. He tried not to look around, focusing only on Camilla's smile. As long as she was between his arms, she was safe from death vision's effects, a beacon of life in a sea of dead bodies. If I don't suppress death vision, I've more than enough mental strength to do everything at once. Camilla deserves to enjoy her first gala without having to constantly worry about me, he thought. She's so sweet and unaware of all the bad things which happened to me in the past. When I'm with her, I can forget about everything but the present. Camilla is my second chance, my opportunity to start from scratch. The only silver lining of death vision was that it allowed Lith to immediately spot the undead among the crowd. They were the only ones that would not age nor die of poison or illness. They weren't paying any attention to him, so he was careful not to stare while using their deaths to discern their nature. One of them would oddly always die in the same way. Her disguise reverted into a desiccated corpse before it turned to dust. Yet there was no sign of spells or injury. Her body would simply collapse as if the magic animating it was gone. As if a switch had been flipped. Another would only die when his head was destroyed or his heart pierced. After that, his body would turn into ashes. The other two seemed to be much easier to kill. No matter if by weapon or spell, when their bodies sustained enough damage, they would respectively turn into a pool of water and be set ablaze. Lith was wondering why the bestiary stored inside Soluspedia didn't include the details about what happened after destroying an undead when the music ended. That information would allow me to use death vision to identify them. Without it, I can only get a faint idea about their weak points, he inwardly griped. Between facing that Callian jerk, meeting the royals, and being introduced to all those nobles like I'm some sort of a princess, I've really had too much excitement for one evening. I need a little rest. Camilla's cheeks were flushed red from the dancing, but she wasn't tired. She was just worried about Lith and was giving him an excuse to relax a bit. Lith understood her intentions immediately and accompanied her to the first floor, where they were offered food and drinks by the waiters. How do you feel? She prompted after asking the staff to move a chair near the balcony for him, so that he wouldn't lose visual contact with his spells, and with it, the surgical control he had been exerting on them. Much better, thanks. Her care moved Lith so deeply that he would have kissed her if the rules of etiquette didn't strictly forbid public displays of affection. You were right. I let my anger get the better of me. Maintaining 15 spells that interact with each other and the guests is a bit too much, even for me. He sighed as he moved the spotlight on the royal couple for the next dance. Why did you do it? That jerk isn't worth this much effort. Camilla switched his glass of wine with grape juice. Lith needed focus and energy not to get drunk. But you are. He replied while taking a sip. After what he did to you, Mage Nurager needed a royal beating. Lith had a hard time keeping the edge off his voice and his murderous impulses under control. His instinct had marked Callian as an enemy, and he wasn't used to giving them a second chance. Killing him was out of the question. Too many witnesses and too many arrays. More importantly, he didn't want to scare Camilla or his family. Some aspects of his life had to remain hidden. In the opposite corner of the room, the Erna's siblings were resting their feet. Between handling the preparations and welcoming their guests, it was their first opportunity in hours to sit. Floria was in no mood to dance. After a single dance as a formality, Callian had left the gala with the excuse of feeling ill. She had lost her date and her source of entertainment. Misery loves company, and Floria was no exception. Seeing his anguish at every snarky remark, he was the target of whenever they met another couple on the dance floor, was the only relief for her wounded pride. They had yet to get to the point where she started to plan their future together, but she had fallen for Callian's ruse enough that she had hoped there could be one. Freya had no date and was happier that way. Quilla was brooding because her boyfriend, Anather, had not attended the gala, making her suspicion that he was just playing with her feelings even stronger. They also felt guilty for not defending Camilla when Callian had tried to embarrass her. Orion's words had stung, and even though Lith didn't add anything, his disappointed look spoke volumes. Usually I wouldn't approve of that guy. Gunnian, the eldest brother, pointed at Lith with his glass, tired of his sister stealing glances at the couple and sighing. He's shorter than me and seems weaker than Dad, but compared to that other guy at least he has talent. I think you made a mistake letting so much time pass. Is this your opinion, or are you borrowing Mom's as usual? Floria rebuked. For once I'm with the beanpole. Chilean, the profligate brother, was shorter than Floria. He was 1.73 meters tall with blonde hair and blue eyes. He had taken his looks from his mother's side, yet where his attitude came from was still a mystery. Of all the boyfriends you've had, I've never seen you as happy as when you and the little monster were together. You know I like people staying out of my personal life just like I stay out of theirs, but I have to ask. What went so wrong that you decided on such a clean break? I mean, even Gunnian can tell you still have feelings for him. Gunnian nodded, not taking his brother's words as an insult so much as truth. He had been raised as the future lord, betrothed before he was 10 years old and married right after he came of age. His skills lay in numbers, business, and politics. Everything else was just a means to an end. The glory of House Ernest. Chapter 530, leaving Part 1. During my 4th year at the White Griffin, I only approached him because I needed a friend. I was tired of everyone around me, even my family, trying to turn me into the person they believed I was meant to be. Floria cast a hush spell to make sure no one would eavesdrop. Over time, I came to like Lith more and more, not because he was powerful or talented, but because he was the only one that saw me for who I was and accepted me anyway. He never cared if I always had a sword with me or if I wore pants instead of a dress. It was liberating after being weighed, measured, and found wanting all my life, no matter how much effort I put in. Aside from Quilla, they could all relate to her words. Belonging to a noble family meant a life of duty, and competing with everyone from birth, no matter if they were peers or family members. That was the reason why during the academy, both Freya and Floria were considering running away from their respective families. Why Gunnian's whole existence was devoted to ensuring their bloodline would thrive and continue. Chilean had chosen to become the Ernest's black sheep to escape from such a destiny. Our relationship wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. There were too many silences, too many secrets between us. I waited for him to open up and tell me, but he never did. Breaking up with him was painful, but it was the right thing to do. We both needed space to grow, and we did. Do you think Lith has opened up to Camilla? Quilla asked. No. Floria shook her head. How can you be so sure? Because I asked him. After all the things Mom told us about them, I hoped that Lith had finally found someone capable of cracking his shell, or at least someone he is able to show his weaknesses to. I can only pray that Camilla is stronger than I was, otherwise she's destined to follow the same path as I did. Floria sighed. Let me get this straight. Chilean looked her in the eyes. After scoping out the competition, you went straight to him to see how solid their relationship is. I don't know what you two talked about, but it's pretty clear that Lith must have shared something with you that he didn't with Camilla. So now you're waiting for them to break up to catch him on the rebound and make him open up when he's at his weakest. Your plan is vicious, cruel, and cunning. Mom will be proud of you. Agreed. Gunnian nodded, making Floria facepalm. I simply meant that, even though Lith has changed for the better during the past 4 years, it's still not enough. At least for me. Without trust and friendship, love is too fragile a feeling to last. The more you love someone, the more painful it is when you realize they have always kept you at the fringes of their heart, she thought. After several dances, the king had the musicians stop. Everyone on the first floor came down to the ballroom, leaving a circular space around the royals. My dear subjects, I'm glad to see that even the most reclusive among us have accepted my invitation and took part in the gala. I hope you've been enjoying the evening. Lith didn't miss how the king had looked directly at the undead during the first part of his speech. Tonight, we haven't assembled only to enjoy each other's company, but also to honor and pay our respects to those who have loyally served the kingdom, even at great personal cost. Lady Gianni Ernest stepped forward. Gianni did as instructed, kneeling in front of the royals with her head down. House Ernest has always been one of the pillars of our kingdom, but your meritorious acts as a royal constable have exceeded what any of your forefathers have ever done. For that, you are promoted to the rank of Archon. The crowd was left astounded. Archons were the supreme magistrates in charge of supervising the work of royal constables. It was a role usually reserved for members of the royal family because the authority it granted was second only to the crown itself. Stand up, Archon Ernest, and take the insignia of your new role. Gianni obeyed. Her face was a mask of joy and respect. Yet Lith could see she wasn't happy. Being an Archon meant more work, more danger, more enemies. I was expecting to be promoted to head constable, not this, Gianni thought. There must be internal strife within the royal family, and the king needs someone he can trust. Great Mage Verhin, step forward, the king said as soon as Gianni left the center stage. House Verhin is young, and you are its very foundation. For freeing the kingdom of the eternal threat of the Black Star, for protecting the city of Author, and for your contributions in vanquishing the monster outbreaks, I bestow upon you the title of Spellbreaker. You are hereby recognized as one of the kingdom's most trusted elite in dealing with rogue mages, and as such your help will be required in times of need. The title grants you the title of Baron, and the annuities it deserves even though it comes with no fief. Money for my research and no new responsibilities. Lith inwardly sighed in relief. After what had just happened to Gianni, he was afraid that his reward was going to be bittersweet too. After the gala, Camilla exchanged communication runes with Quilla and Freya. They were truly sorry for what had happened with Callian and were willing to make it up to her. They seemed to be sincere, but even if they are not, they are still part of Lady Ernest's family and most importantly a part of Lith's life. He's very fond of them, so they deserve a chance. Besides, it would be nice to hear something about their days at the academy. Lith has never talked about his past except after I explained to him why I'm estranged from my family. I guess he's the kind of man who opens up only if I do it first. Or maybe I should just ask him instead on walking on eggshells. Gods, now that he's a baron, my colleagues will never let me hear the end of it, Camilla thought. Gianni and Lith congratulated each other, and so did their respective families. To Camilla, Gianni said, be ready to assume your role as field assistant constable. Now that I'm an Archon and Lith is a spellbreaker, I'm sure that your application will coincidentally take priority. Her voice oozed sarcasm. I hope I don't have to wait 4 more years to see you again, Floria said with a sad smile. I'm only half responsible for that. You have my contact rune, and I doubt it would be hard for a captain to locate a lieutenant. Lith stressed his point by giving her a salute. Even if you choose to avoid Spellbreaker smartass here, feel free to visit us anytime. We missed you a lot, and so did the kids. Rena hugged Floria, making her feel guilty for her prolonged absence. I'll visit you when I get my next leave. Unless it's a sick leave, I should have enough time. Don't worry, dear. Gianni chuckled. I've asked Lith to become our family healer, and he accepted. The next time you get injured in action, I'll make sure you receive proper care. Chapter 530, One Leaving Part 2. Lith resumed his duty as a ranger, and since he had used most of his free days preparing for the gala and recovering from the clash with Tezca, his schedule was very busy. Kinniu, Freya, and Quilla would have to wait for their turn before he could help them. Weeks passed, and soon the entirety of the north was covered in snow. Most of the time he was called to quell the riots caused by the lack of food in poor neighborhoods, or to discipline merchants who ignored the tiered food prices imposed by the crown thanks to the support of local mercenary guilds. The insides of Solus's tower had been completely redecorated with the coat of arms Lith had chosen for his household. It depicted a black and red dragon coiled around a tower. A magic staff and a sword were crossed below the tower. Now it was embroidered on every carpet, curtain, and tapestry in every room. You really have great taste in coat of arms. Solus was proud of her complete form, standing proud in the middle. Why the dragon? Is it because of what Floria said? She asked, feigning simple curiosity. No, it's because dragons are symbols of power while demons are a symbol of misfortune. I already have the reputation of being bad luck. There's no reason to give more fuel to those rumors. Can you please remove some of the banners? I find them tacky. How can you say that? I even mimicked the positioning they have inside house urnas, and you've always said their house is classy. Backslash. Solus was outraged at being called tacky. Backslash, it's classy because with so much space and high-end furniture you can ignore those tacky coats of arms. Maybe it's because you are a shorty that you don't realize that the tower feels cramped with so much crap. Backslash, he chuckled. Ever since he had seen her light body after they merged for the second time, Solus had become sensitive about height issues. It had got even worse after Lith had grown so tall. Backslash, I'm not short, you insensitive jerk. I'm petite, there's a big difference. Backslash. Lith's army amulet interrupted their quarrel. Backslash, Ranger Verhin, what's your status? Backslash, Camilla's voice was worried. Backslash, I'm still a bachelor, but who knows what the future holds. Backslash, I meant your position. There is a huge snowstorm approaching the spot of your last report. Backslash. Backslash, don't worry, I've created an underground cave as shelter. Backslash, he said as Solus warped them from Lucia back to the north, and modified the appearance of the tower entrance to resemble an actual cave. Lith gave Solus thumbs up for her excellent work, and activated the hologram function. Backslash, how are you? Do you have enough food? The storm may last a few days. Backslash, Camilla was relieved that the cave was deep enough she couldn't even hear the wind. Backslash, I have plenty of food. Anything else? Backslash. Backslash, yes. As soon as the snowstorm ends, you're expected in Jamble. They have a problem with a dungeon. Backslash. Backslash, a dungeon? This time of the year? Backslash. Lith didn't bother to hide his disbelief. Unlike in Earth's video games, dungeons didn't magically appear out of nowhere. Monsters were chaotic and bloodthirsty creatures, unwilling to cooperate even with members of their own tribe, let alone with other species. Sometimes, however, a monster with great power and intellect was born. That kind of creature was capable of enslaving all the other tribes in the surroundings and create an underground fortress thanks to earth magic. Such places were called dungeons or labyrinths, and they were chock full of monsters and traps. Any sane person would stay far away from them, and call the army the moment people started to disappear. Backslash, yes and yes. It's odd because there has been no sign of monster activity for months there, yet the town has been already attacked twice during the last week by a group composed of different creatures. Backslash. Backslash, how did they survive the encounter? Backslash. Backslash, winter is a great shield. Deep snow slowed their movements and the strong, chilly winds sapped their strength. Monsters don't wear warm clothes, so whenever they attempted to climb Jamble's high walls, the guards only needed to throw buckets of water on them to kill or incapacitate them. Backslash, the problem is that the second group was stronger and better equipped, otherwise they wouldn't have called for our help. The people of Jamble are proud of their strength. Backslash. Backslash, is that a polite way of saying that they're a bunch of pricks who despise outsiders? Backslash, Lith asked. Backslash, according to army regulations, my answer is no. Backslash, Camilla said while nodding. Backslash, great. I can't wait to experience the local hospitality. Backslash, Lith smiled while banging the back of his head against the wall. He was tired of being treated like crap just because his skin wasn't pale white or his hair being black. Your next report is due tomorrow morning. Over and out. Backslash, his handler closed the communication too hastily, making Lith inwardly gripe in advance. Backslash, what did I do wrong this time? He waited a few minutes before calling her with his civilian amulet. Their daily routine involved at least 2 calls a day, one during breakfast, while they were both off duty, and one at the end of her shift. Backslash, only one way to find out. Backslash, Solus sighed. Backslash, hi, Kami. Are you excited about tomorrow? It's your first day as field assistant, after all. Backslash, Lith opted for a soft approach. No flattery nor small talk, asking her about something she cared to show her that it mattered to him, too. Backslash, you remembered? Yes, I'm very nervous, but also very happy. It's a dream come true. Backslash, her frown turned upside down, bestowing upon Lith one of her warm smiles he loved so much. Sadly, it didn't last long. Backslash, but let's talk about that later. Why didn't you tell me that Quilla had a huge crush on you back at the academy? She pouted with her arms and legs crossed. That day she was wearing a black pencil skirt, so that pose exposed and emphasized her slender legs. Unfortunately, Lith didn't have the opportunity to enjoy the scenery. Backslash, why would I tell you something like that? It was just puppy love from a small girl. It was as irrelevant back then as it is now. Backslash, Lith pinched his nose in frustration. Backslash, first, because I'm your girlfriend and I would like to know when I meet one of your exes to avoid embarrassing situations. Second, It's not irrelevant at all since she's one of your best friends, backslash. After exchanging their communication runes, Quilla and Camilla spoke often. They could both use a good friend. Also, Camilla wanted to learn about Lith's past, while Quilla was curious about life in the north and wanted to make sure Lith was all right. Gianni's birthday had been their first meeting since he had joined the army. Quilla missed him dearly. The issue had come to light while talking about their respective past relationships. It had made Camilla fear she had overshared with Quilla, embarrassing her in their previous conversations. Backslash, she's not an ex. Quilla has never been anything more than a friend, period. Do you want to know about my days with Freya and Uriel too while we are at it? Backslash. His retort sounded too much like backslash. Do you feel also threatened by men? Backslash to Camilla's ears. But she didn't budge and rose to the occasion. Chapter 532, Virtue of the Strong, Part 1. Backslash, actually, yes, I would love to. If these things are so irrelevant, why are you so secretive about them? We've been together for quite some time now. You can't keep me out of your life like that, backslash. Lith recognized this moment and hated it with all of his heart. It was the moment when things in a relationship went from simple fun to serious. Back on Earth, it was his cue to dump or wait to get dumped. Lith called it backslash, the nagging point backslash, and it put him at a crossroad. He could turtle up, making their relationship turn sour, or open up with the risk that one question would lead to another until Camilla asked about something he couldn't share. Lith knew that she cared, and she was trying to make things between them work, yet he was scared of the consequences the nagging point cold have. He would have found it easier to fight and kill several abominations rather than facing that choice. Until this point, their busy schedule and being apart for extended periods of time had made Camilla be patient, avoiding sensitive issues. For a moment, Camilla's image was replaced by Floria's. She had asked him to open up too until she had given up. Back then, he had been happy about it, mistaking it for acceptance. Now he knew better. Backslash, can this please wait for my return? There are things I'm not comfortable talking about from a distance. Backslash. Backslash, it's fine if you don't feel ready to share your past. I just want you to be honest with me. Backslash. Camilla's voice lost its edge, turning sweet again. Backslash, we'll talk once I'm back. I promise, backslash. The following day, Lith had Solus warp as near as possible to Jamble, reaching it a few minutes after sunrise. Jamble was a medium-sized fortress city, entirely built of stone. It was too far from the commercial routes to depend on merchants, so it was designed to be self-sufficient all year round. The city was built near two big lakes, which provided fish and fresh water, while cultivated fields surrounded the city walls until the woods begin. They were the main source for game and wood, so the inhabitants of Jamble treated it with great respect. They planted 2 trees for each one they cut down and used turnover to give them time to grow. Unlike Mikosh, there were no slums. Even the poorest houses were solid, the only wood buildings were tool sheds. Jamble's walls were 5 meters, 16, high and wide enough that 2 armed people could easily walk side by side. They were made of gray stone and smoothed so that during the day they would partially reflect the sunlight and blind the aggressors. Lith landed a few hundred meters from the city gates, so as to not scare the guards. He was very surprised when he reached the gates without anyone ordering him to halt or identify himself. Even more when the city lord came out to greet him while the soldiers stood at attention. Backslash, Ranger Verhin, thanks for coming so quickly. We were starting to fear that we would have to face the 3rd wave of monsters alone. Backslash, Baron Iros Wyellen was a man in his late 30s, about 1.78 meters, 510 backslash, tall. He had red hair and a finely trimmed beard, with blue eyes as clear as the twin lakes in front of the city. He was wearing a light armor that emphasized his lean but muscular build. Even the city guards had clean and proper uniforms. Each one of them was physically fit, and their equipment well cared for. The Baron looked more like a soldier than a noble, just like his men seemed to be veterans. Backslash, a 3rd wave? What makes you think they will be back? Backslash, Lith shook the Baron's hand. His grip was vigorous but friendly. The noble wasn't trying to test Lith. Backslash, after the 2nd one, I sent some scouts to follow the survivors back to the dungeon. There's a lot of them and they're damn hungry. When they noticed their companions coming back empty-handed, they killed and cooked them on the spot. Backslash. Backslash, that's one heck of a hunger. Backslash. Lith was more surprised at the scouts' willingness to risk their neck. So far, every city he had been to was full of people who just whined and waited for his intervention. Backslash, my point exactly. Backslash, Wyellen nodded while offering Lith a mount. There was one horse for each soldier, no stagecoach waited for the city lord. Thankfully, Lith had learned how to ride during the boot camp. Monsters cannot fish, and most animals ran away when the creatures first appeared. We are the only thing they can feed upon for miles. With so little practice, he was a lousy rider, but between his physique and the well-trained horse, he had no problem reaching the Baron's mansion. It was a 2-story manor, something Lith would have expected from a merchant, not a city lord. Each floor was barely as big as the Erna's ballroom. Only brickwork and a small garden separated the mansion from the surrounding houses, and there was none more luxurious. Only a fool would waste money to build himself a castle if the whole city around him easily burns. Baron Wyellen answered Lith's silent question. I prefer spending the gold from the taxes to make the whole of Jamble safe. People with a roof over their head and an honest day job don't turn to crime. Besides, my missus and I don't need much. Hungry, Yes. Can I be completely honest with you, Lith walked through the front door while a butler welcomed them home. The hallway was about 20 square meters, 215 square feet, with walls and floor covered by white painted wood. There was a cabinet for the clothes and a small fireplace above which was a series of hangers to dry coats drenched by snow. A soft carpet led to the other rooms, covering most of the floor and keeping the house warm. Absolutely. You're about to risk your life for my people, and my city is under siege. I'd much prefer for us to drop the formalities rather than waste our time with pretty words. The butler took the Baron's mantle, while the noble sat on one of the chairs near the door to take off his dirty boots and replace them with clean ones. Lith shapeshifted his clothes to show the man he didn't need his help, making him flinch in surprise. The furniture in every room was made of high-quality materials, but its design wasn't ostentatious. This isn't the kind of hospitality I was expecting. I heard things about Jamble. Unpleasant things, Lith took a mental note of everything. The Baron's house wasn't great, but it definitely was a home. It was warm and cozy. Each one of its rooms was lived in, not just designed for impressing guests. It was like he wanted his own house to be. They are all true, the Baron said with a smug grin. We have little patience for outsiders who come into our homes and expect to be served like lords. We bow to no one just because of their wealth, status, or rank. So rest assured, here you have only friends, Chapter 533 Virtue of the Strong Part 2 Meaning, Lith was starting to understand the Baron's way of life. You're my equal, but not because you too are a Baron, but because you earned your title. I've heard a lot about you, and so have my people. You slew a wyvern as a boy and a dragon as a man. We respect strength here, It was just a man in dragon form, Lith pointed out. Strong and humble. Tell me, lad, when do you plan to start your hunt, When you point me the way, Lith shrugged. See, that's what I'm talking about. Come, there's a lot to eat and even more to discuss before you leave. Failure's not an option, Lith followed the Baron to the dining hall, where the Baroness and their children were having breakfast. The lady stood up to give their guest a proper greeting, quickly followed by her children. Baron Verhen, this is my wife, Mirias, and my children, Katu and Iriel. The Baroness was a woman in her mid-30s, with blonde hair and green eyes. She was a good head shorter than her husband, and Lith would have considered her pretty, if not for the milky white skin typical of the North, that gave her a sickly look in his eyes. The siblings had to be twins, both with the red hair of their father and the green eyes of their mother. They too were so pale that Lith's healer instinct brought him seconds away from casting a diagnostic spell on the whole family. He gave them a bow before sitting at their table, next to Baron Wyellen. Only then did Lith notice that the table was actually an enchanted item. While the maids served them fresh white bread and porridge, a holographic map of the area appeared in mid-air. Lady Wyellen's eyes narrowed in annoyance for a split second, but she said nothing. The dungeon is here. The Baron pointed at the base of a small mountain range a few dozen kilometers from Jamble with his fork, making the hologram zoom in. My scouts spotted 3 entrances before the monsters discovered them and attempted to have them for dessert. Here, here, and here. Wyellen drew 3 circles with his knife, and the hologram opened as many small holes in the ground. There could be more. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if after finding my men lurking around, they put out some guards. If you need a distraction, my soldiers can accompany you and draw the attention of the monsters until you get inside. Backslash. Backslash no need, backslash, Lith replied after gulping down some porridge. Both it and the bread could have used a pinch more of salt for his tastes. Backslash, I prefer working alone. What I'm more interested in is what kind of creatures attacked the city and a rough estimate of their numbers, if you have one. Backslash. Backslash, I'm sure that when I tell them, my men will buy you all the beer you can drink. They hate dying. Backslash, the Baron laughed heartily. Dear, put down your cutlery when you speak. You're spilling food everywhere. Backslash, the Baroness' tone was warm and her smile gentle, yet her eyes were icicles. Iriel too glared at her father until she noticed Lith watching them. She lowered her gaze and blushed violently, giving her face some color as Lith's lost his own. Oh fuck, another. Backslash, please be my ticket out of nowhere. Backslash, girl, I need to get out of here, he thought. Backslash, I'm sorry, dear, but I'm sure our guest doesn't mind. Backslash, Ellen was an ex-soldier who had risen in the army ranks until he had exchanged his merits for a noble title. Even years after he had retired, he was still used to eating and speaking as fast as he could. Backslash, well, maybe some of us do. Backslash. The lady's silvery voice struck like a fist, making the lord regain his manners and put the silverware down. Backslash, the first wave was comprised mostly of small fry, 40 goblins, 32 ogres, and a dozen empowered orcs. I suspect the ruler of the dungeon might be a powerful shaman. Backslash. Lith nodded him to continue. Backslash, the second wave was way worse. 50 ogres, 23 empowered orcs, and a few trolls. As for their numbers, I have no clue. The fact they have dispatched almost 100 of them each time makes me think we are talking about at least 1,000 creatures. Backslash, are you really sure you want to go in there alone? Backslash. Backslash positive. Backslash, Lith replied. Backslash, numbers mean nothing in enclosed spaces, and I can wipe out any number of non-magical creatures on my own. I can always fly or warp away if necessary. Backslash. Backslash, can you really use dimensional magic? Backslash. Iriel's eyes shone like emeralds, making Lith bite his tongue. Backslash, that's the reason I arrived so fast. Backslash. Since the horse had already bolted, instead of shutting the barn's door, Lith decided to follow suit. Backslash, thanks for the meal and the information. Your men's bravery has saved me a lot of time. I'll take care of the dungeon immediately. Backslash. Backslash, wait. There's one more thing you should know before you go. One of my scouts says he saw a Balor flying around the mountain. Backslash. Backslash, a Balor? Backslash. At those words, Lith flinched in disbelief. Such creatures were considered the nobles among the monsters, one of the few fallen races to have retained part of their ancient wisdom and power. Backslash, I'm sorry, Baron, but if that was true, Jamble should have already fallen. A 1,000-strong army of monsters with a Balor at its head could easily conquer this city. Also, didn't you say you suspected an orc shaman to be their leader? Backslash, I agree it's odd, but only one of the scouts saw it. Maybe he's wrong, or maybe the attack on Jamble is just a diversion. Backslash, the Baron nodded. Backslash, I suspect an orc shaman because there is no other explanation to empowered orcs, and because they would never submit to an evil eye. Balors and orcs are sworn enemies. They would never cooperate. Backslash. The truth was that with their demonic appearance, Balors resembled the fabled creatures that, according to orcs' lore, had caused the fall of their race. Balors had no grudge against the orcs that they didn't share with the whole of Magur. Backslash, do you have any idea how so many creatures managed to spawn so close to your city without anyone noticing? Backslash. Lith could already smell a lot of troubles. In his experience, the more things didn't add up, the bigger the underlying mess was. A mess he would have to survive first and clean later. Backslash, none, it's indeed a mystery. Backslash, the Baron sighed, well aware of how silly his words sounded. Before leaving, Lith used the holographic table to carefully study the region and plan his next moves. I'm afraid this will not be a simple cleanup. An orc shaman can cripple our strength, and a Balor might even be my equal. Lith regretted not understanding orcish language. Otherwise, he could have learned many things from the shaman. Back in Author, Gianni had given him plenty of tips on how to loosen the tongue of a captured enemy, both literally and metaphorically. Do you think an abomination is behind the dungeon? Solus was triggered at the thought of experiencing the event of Mikosh again. No, unless it's the dungeon master, he replied. The anomaly here is the creature's behavior, not their abilities. Only time will tell us how deep the rabbit hole goes. Chapter 534, Unexpected Turn Part 1. Lith left before the Ellen family was done with their breakfast, leaving Iriel no time for small talk. He took off, taking the quickest route to the broken spine, the discontinuous mountain range where the dungeon was located. Lith flew at an optimal altitude, which allowed him to safely scout the area around him with life vision and identify underground monsters' nests. He had to make sure the creatures weren't preparing a big attack, otherwise he might have been forced to retreat during the raid to protect the city. For a ranger, the number of slain creatures was but a secondary achievement. The real source of merits was the survival rate of those they are tasked to protect. Monsters needed only days to become fully grown, while a single artisan needed decades to be trained. Another good thing about Camilla is that ever since we got together you've stopped pushing me toward every girl we meet. Lith inwardly grinned. Well, that doesn't mean I don't feel bad for Iriel, for once you could help someone without getting laid as your hidden agenda. Solus rebukes. Yeah, right. Going from Princess of Nowhere to a big city would be a death sentence to her unless someone takes care of her. I can already picture how any sane woman would react if I brought home an 18-year-old girl. Solus couldn't retort any more. Even if Solus could read Lith's thoughts, in Camilla's shoes she would still kick his ass. The area was clear of any life form, monster or otherwise. Like the Baron had reported to Lith, animals and magical beasts had left the area. Those who had failed to notice their presence because of hibernation were all dead. Once Lith reached the broken spine, he didn't head directly towards the known entrances, but scouted the area to determine how smart and powerful his opponents were. I don't like this, Solus thought. My mana sense detects a series of powerful arrays both above and below the ground. Not only have I never seen most of them, but they also form an elaborate framework. Monsters aren't supposed to be able to craft something so complicated, let alone in such a limited time frame. Lith nodded as he read the floating runes, trying to make a sense out of them. After moving all the Warden books in their possession inside Soluspedia, they were able to identify at least the function of the unknown arrays. Their design is very old, Lith pondered. None of them are designed to be offensive or defensive. I can see cloaking, containment, and even amplifying arrays. The kind which are used for a secret lab, not a fortress. I can't short-circuit them and get rid of the monsters in one fell swoop. They are all the permanent kind. To do that, I'd need to tamper with the mana crystals fueling them, but they are likely to be scattered all over the broken spine. Judging by the size of these arrays, the dungeon extends throughout the whole area. I don't think that even a Balor could perform such monumental work. Do you want to call for backup? Solus asked. And lose my loot, Lith sneered. If this really is the secret lab of an ancient mage, finders keepers, at least as long as I'm the only one who knows it. Thanks to his exploration, he found several entry points to the dungeon, most of which were unguarded. Lith noticed that while the edges of the caves were rough, and so was the surface of the corridors leading inside, the tunnels were smooth and flawless. To dig through so many meters of rock with their bare hands must have taken them months. Solus was horrified noticing the claw marks and bloodstains along the exits. The most likely hypothesis is that they must have been imprisoned here for a long time, and they only recently managed to escape. Then why are they still holed up in here? Lith thought. More importantly, what the heck did they eat until they escaped? Both an orc shaman and a Balor could easily dig their way out. Why did neither of them take care of the exits? There were far more questions than answers, but Lith's loot sense was tingling. An orc shaman meant another huge mana crystal, while a Balor refusing to leave could only mean that the creature was after something precious. Balors were smart enough to collect magical items to compensate for their innate shortcomings, but like all monsters, they had no dimensional items. They couldn't easily transport something fragile or huge, whereas Lith had no such problem. Lith kept his greed in check as Solus's words about the abominations echoed in his head. He found a guarded entrance and unleashed a pack of undead wolves on the unfortunate goblins on duty. They screamed and died like common goblins, without showing any sign of mutation or special abilities. Lith remained hidden in the shadows as his minions feasted on the corpses. If those goblins are like the wargs, the abomination inside of them should react to their deaths and call for reinforcements. Lith thought, but even after several minutes, no one appeared. During that time, he studied the goblins' clothes and equipment. They were well dressed, wearing cotton shirts, leather pants, and shoes. The most intriguing thing was the coat of arms on their clothes, representing a black tower set ablaze with a golden crown on top of it. Even their weapons, lances, and bucklers were made of good quality metal. Their master had even had them customized to a goblin's proportions. Once Lith was certain that no enemy was coming his way, he sent the undead pack inside as a diversion while he entered from one of the unguarded entrances. The corridor went deep underground, leading to what was definitely not a dungeon, but rather a home. Monsters had no use for doors, magical lights, or tags to identify each room. There were even signs at every crossroad, pointing toward different zones. If only I could read this gibberish, Lith inwardly griped after following one of them at random and finding the biggest glass workshop he had ever seen. There were vials, beakers, and many components for alchemical apparatus of every shape and size. His anger faded after noticing they were all of the highest grade, and storing some of them inside his pocket dimension. Suddenly, the link between Lith and his minions disappeared. What worried him was that they didn't die fighting. Someone had slaughtered them all in just a couple of seconds. Undead are hard to kill and monsters are dumb. Could they have been so unlucky to meet the shaman? If so, he could have drained the darkness element from them for an easy kill. The explanation worked, yet it wasn't enough to put Lith's paranoia at ease. He moved toward the direction from which he had last sensed the undead wolves, checking every door on his way. Unluckily, most of them were locked, and even more unluckily, not by a simple lock. Lith had no time to crack them open one by one, not with so many enemies roaming around nor with life vision telling him that there was nothing inside that had a strong magical aura. Chapter 535, Unexpected Turn Part 2. Whoever had built the lab wasn't one for furnishing it. Every corridor was identical on every floor. The ground and the walls were constructed with a honey-hued mix of stone and soil, while the importance of every door could be determined by their silverwood ratio. Silver was the best mana conductor, making it possible to store and amplify all the spells it was enchanted with. The corridors were wide, but offered no cover to move stealthily. Lith had to rely on life vision to spot his enemies from around the corners and kill them quickly after conjuring a silent zone. All of them wore fine clothes with a faint magical aura, yet it wasn't enough to explain how they could be so spotless and in mint condition after being allegedly worn by prisoners for years. Around the next corner there is a group of 4 orcs coming from the direction your wolves died, Solus warned Lith. One of them has a bright green mana core and a powerful life force. He must be the shaman. What about the crystal? Lith's life vision confirmed Solus's reading, but at the same time it made him worry. There was no trace of the mana crystal, and the shaman appeared to have an incredibly strong mana and life flow for his green core. I can't see it either. He has no magical equipment. Solus couldn't explain how such a small group of orcs could have killed a whole pack of undead so fast. Lith charged forward with the gatekeeper bastard's sword in his hand, using gravity magic to run on the ceiling rather than the ground. Orcs were humanoid creatures with an average height of 1.8 meters, 511 /. They were gifted from birth with a physique similar to that of an awakened. They were stronger, faster, and sturdier than humans. Their bodies were naturally resistant to most elements, and they would rarely get sick. It was uncommon for an orc to display a talent for magic, but when it happened, the creature would always be born awakened. They were all bald, with skin as brown as tree bark and almost as hard. Orcs also had enhanced senses that made it difficult to take them by surprise, and were able to display short bursts of fire or air fusion, but not both at once. The creatures paid no attention to the noise of Lith's approach until it was too late. A hush zone prevented them from calling for help, and the attack came from above while they were still searching for the source of the footsteps. The echo of the corridors confused their enhanced hearing, making them look left and right. Thanks to water fusion, Lith's arm was able to move like it had no bones. The gatekeeper avoided the orcs' thick arms that were guarding their vitals, and killed 3 of them with as many quick thrusts. The fuck? Lith thought as the alleged shaman deflected the tip of the blade with the back of his hand while taking a few steps back. Lith's surprise turned into amazement when he noticed that the orc didn't look like an orc at all. It had shoulder-length snow-white hair, a lean but muscular physique like that of a professional athlete, and long pointy ears. There was no trace of the orc's characteristic bloodlust in the delicate, almost feminine, features of his face. Thanks to his brown skin, it would have been easy for him to go unnoticed in the woods. But inside the stone corridor, he stood out like a sore thumb. Why does this guy look like an elf? Lith suddenly remembered how, according to the lore, orcs were a fallen race descending from the elves. Beats me, but his life force is definitely that of an orc, Solus pointed out. Do elves really exist? Are they all so hot? Their enemy was indeed good-looking, but Lith had other things to worry about. The orc was infused with all the elements and had conjured a sword made of ice from the humidity in the air. Both things were supposed to be impossible for members of a fallen race. It was you who sent those undead. Your corpse will make a fine dish. I'm tired of eating goblins. A cruel hunger deformed the orc's face at the idea of tasting human flesh again after so much time. Suddenly Solus didn't find him hot anymore. You can speak. Lith replied enthusiastically as he unleashed a plague arrow with each thrust of his sword. The orc nimbly deflected the blade, but the spells messed up his amateurish footwork by forcing him to dodge while he parried. Their physical abilities were similar, but the orc had no training in any kind of martial arts and was relying on his natural talents. The first thrust of the gatekeeper cracked the ice blade, the second and third injured the orc's legs. Lith could have killed him easily, but dead men told no tales. To make matters worse for the orc, he was not used to the abilities of his ancestral form. He tried multiple times to conjure a spell just for Lith to tamper with it and make it blow up in the orc's face. Soon the stone sword broke into pieces, and the orc's body was bleeding from many deep cuts. Lith struck his enemy with a fist containing a healing spell that mended all of the orc's wounds, sapping a great deal of his remaining stamina. His knees buckled, and Lith grabbed him by the throat, lifting the orc up as if he was just a stuffed animal. Tell me who you are, what is happening here, and how you killed my minions so fast. Lith used invigoration to find the nerve bundles Gianni had taught him about and pressed them with his free hand, causing the orc to writhe in agony. I won't tell you anything. The monster managed to smile in defiance. It's much better if I show you. The creature used a breathing technique that closely resembled invigoration, but instead of absorbing the surrounding world energy, it was accumulated on the orc's right hand. You can cast Tier 4 spells without consuming your mana. Not bad, Hannibal Lectolas. Lith reacted before the spell was fully formed by clenching his hand around the orc's and crushing it along with the suicidal attack. The orc screamed in pain for the first time as his hand imploded under Lith's grip and exploded due to his own spell gone wild. Interesting, such a breathing technique is as powerful as it is flawed. It saves the user the strain of handling the mana so they can cast even spells above their level. Yet because such spells are only made of world energy, they can still hurt their caster. Lith thought. Why does he not fear death? Solus pondered. Even now he is still smiling. Lith had to squeeze the orc's throat to stop him from making a second attempt. Lith crushed the creature's remaining limbs and knocked him unconscious before dropping him onto the ground. Well, if he doesn't talk, let's see what I can find out on my own. Scanner and invigoration revealed that there was something odd with the reverted orc. His life force was unnatural, squeezed in its actual form by a second life force wrapping the orcs like a shroud. Chapter 536, Unexpected Turn Part 3. Undead life force? Solus was flabbergasted. Could he have evolved after absorbing the darkness magic animating your wolves? Lith had no explanation for the phenomenon, yet he noticed that the orc's clothes were too big for him. They were sized for a regular orc, which meant that either his transformation really had just happened, or the creature didn't care about having them fixed. After a throughout body scan of the fainted elf orc, Lith and Solus had no idea what events could be unfolding in the underground lab. The creature's anatomy was almost identical to its corrupted counterpart. The only anomalies were the slightly different shape of his organs and his mana core resonating with the world energy, making him recover his mana faster than a human would. After waking the orc up, Lith discovered that all the means of interrogation at his disposal were useless. The creature would cut off his pain receptors at the first opportunity he got, and even if Lith could easily undo it, the orc proved to be resistant to pain beyond reason. Since more monsters were approaching, Lith killed to orc while he still had some time left before being discovered. Just as he expected, death reverted the monster to his original form. Life vision revealed the undead life force leaving the body, but unluckily it moved as fast as lightning and passed through the ground. Lith had no opportunity to follow it before it disappeared from his sight. It was definitely not from your wolves, Solus pointed out. Otherwise it would have just faded. Lith nodded and hid around a corner to avoid the next patrol. It was composed of 5 ogres. They were all very tall, above 2 meters, 67 with muscular bodies that could have passed for humans if not for their greenish skin, their spiky red hair and the long, pointy fangs protruding out of their lower lip. Once again, one of them was very different from the others. He had no fangs, and his hair seemed to be made of red autumn leaves. There was a calm, solemn light of intelligence reflected in his eyes that deeply contrasted with the brutish appearance of his peers. Is it me, or does this guy resemble the dryads we met years ago? After meeting the wargs, Lith had started to wonder if even plants and magical beasts were part of the fallen races. The reverted ogre's appearance seemed to confirm his suspects. What happened to Khalil's unit? Said one of the ogres. He stuttered every word with a pained expression, as if using human language poisoned his tongue. There is no sign of struggle, the dryad ogre calmly observed. And none of us would have wasted so much meat. Either Yasmog himself or one of his elite units must have breached the barricade, We need to split into 2 teams. One will bring the corpses to the kitchen and give the alarm while the other will try to slow them down. I'll do the tracking, The ogre started chanting in an unknown language as 2 of his soldiers picked up the bodies and stored them inside huge sacks. A barricade? Then the monsters are infighting, which would explain why they eat their own. How did they survive so long, though? To spawn fast, they need to eat so much that they should have died of starvation long ago. Lith's musing was interrupted the moment the ogre dryad finished his chanting. Based on its length, it had to be a Tier 1 spell. Lith cursed when he noticed red marks appearing on the floor, the ceiling, and wherever the bodies of the fallen orcs had touched the walls during the previous fight. Among the red marks, there was a clear series of footprints leading to his position. Ambush, the ogre warned his soldiers a second too late. Ice lances pierced their heads and hearts, killing the regular ogres on the spot. They would have done the same to the ogre dryad if not for 2 holes opening where the lances were about to hit. Instead of flesh and bones, the creature was made of vines that normally were wrapped together so tightly that they gave it a humanoid appearance. An ogre's body is actually made of fossilized plants. Solus's scientific curiosity was on cloud 9. That's why they are green. I don't really care about that right now. No matter if Lith's attacks were magical or physical in nature, in its vine form the ogre was as able to split at will and dodge every one of them with ease. You don't chant, which means you're an awakened, The creature's voice was filled with surprise and envy. His body split into 5 bundles of vines, 4 of which dug their way into the dead ogre's bodies and reanimated them. Lith could see thanks to life vision that they were no undead. The vines were taking root, turning the corpses into clones of the original. Both their mana cores and life force had an energy signature identical to those of the original body. Lith struck at them with several flaming darts, discovering that the clones were incapable of turning into vines as well. The darts left behind burn marks and produced a pungent smell, yet the fire didn't take. The clones' life force was unchanged, while their bodies shrunk slightly as if they had been starving for days. I think I know their weak point. Lith's smile disappeared as he heard 5 identical voices chanting as many different spells. He conjured a blizzard, but unfortunately nor the wind nor the injuries opened by the razor-sharp hail his spell produced could stop the enemy's casting. Vines had no mouths, and even if somehow they experienced pain, it didn't show. A small tornado formed around Lith, blocking his sight and restricting his movements. Wind blades were randomly mixed with the chaotic air currents surrounding him. Black clouds formed on the ceiling with a low rumble announcing a thunderstorm. Lith used life vision to detect the otherwise invisible air blades, and full guard to avoid the other spells incoming from his blind spots. The enemies had a limited choice of attacks, which he exploited to make them predictable. His blizzard was still ongoing, making most fire spells lose their effectiveness, while the whole underground complex was shielded by arrays which made it immune to earth magic. It explained why the creatures had been forced to dig with their hands. Lith stood his ground as long as he could, strengthening his magical storm by the second. He blinked away only when the lightning bolts from above or the darkness spells the enemies threw at him from the sides would force him to walk into the air blades. It was a stupid move to use water magic against me, The ogre roared as it relocated the tornado for the 3rd time. You should have used fire instead, Lith ignored the taunt and focused on defense as he gave his spell one last push. All of the enemy attacks disappeared at once when the extreme cold froze the abundant water inside the vines and turned them into popsicles. What a moron, Lith thought as he crushed the ice sculptures that once were the ogre dryad. I was right about the reverted monsters not knowing anything about their own abilities. Fire is only good against dry wood, whereas wet vegetation would only produce a lot of smoke and hinder the only one who actually needs to breathe. Me. Chapter 537, Unexpected Turn Part 4. Why was he scared of fire then? Solus asked. Probably because he was a normal ogre until not long ago. All living beings are naturally afraid of fire. He had yet to realize that with no vitals and with light magic at his disposal, fire is a small threat for a water-based creature like he was. Stop wasting time. You strong, master can use you. Lith turned toward the source of the voice, yet neither life vision nor mana sense showed anything. At least not until a hunched figure literally emerged from the shadows. The creature didn't resemble anything Lith had ever seen before, nor was it listed in any of the bestiaries he possessed. It was a small humanoid, barely 1.3 meters, 43 tall, with pale gray skin and thick grizzled hair. Judging by his appearance and his voice, he seemed to be a male. He had small pointed ears, pitch-black eyes, and was wearing a mage's robe. Despite his jagged teeth and the claws at the end of his limbs, it didn't look menacing. The creature's life force was slightly better than the average adult man, while his blood core was almost completely black. Lith didn't underestimate him, and silently weaved more spells in case looks were proverbially deceiving. How the heck did he escape our senses? Solus kept an eye on all the remaining shadows of the corridor, in case the creature was just a distraction. Lith had no answer to offer. His senses were all focused on his surroundings, since things were getting weirder by the second. The corpses of the ogres he had just killed turned into smoke and dived into the ground, closely followed by the undead life force which had restored the Dryad ogre's ancient might. Tell me who you are, what is happening here, and what you mean wasting time. Either the creature really was harmless or wanted to manipulate him. At least he seemed to be willing to communicate. Me Ratpack. The creature shrugged. War is happening, but fighters waste time just like you. None can die. We banished from death thanks to Master's power. Lith stared at Ratpack, waiting for him to continue his explanation, but the creature just stared back in annoyance. You deaf? Stop wasting time. Soon Khalil and Draga will be back with reinforcements, you soldier. Ratpack pointed his gray finger to Lith's uniform. You act like one and obey. His voice was deep and rough. It was filled with an underserved pride which annoyed Lith almost as the vague answers he had just received. I obey no one. Lith replied while using spirit magic to lift the creature off the ground and slam him against a well-lighted wall. Choking an undead was useless, if not to prove a point. If you want my help, you'd better give me a good reason. Start by making sense, otherwise, Lith's threat was interrupted by Ratpack turning into a puff of smoke. It lasted only 1 second, but it was enough to escape from spirit magic's grasp and reach the nearest shadow. No, you don't. Lith snarled. He extended his arm to direct his tendrils of mana toward their target, who turned once again ethereal the moment Ratpack touched the edge of the shade. Only Master can harm Ratpack. Even Yasmog and Danka, even their armies couldn't catch Ratpack. Obey or die. Lith didn't reply, redirecting the mana from spirit to darkness magic. He had learned a couple of things while fighting through Griffin. It was time to put them to the test. Lith's shadow came to life as 2 blazing yellow eyes appeared on its face. The shadow's extended right arm stretched along the floor until it reached Ratpack's hiding place. Neither Lith nor Solus liked how his darkness magic-infused shade resembled more his demonic life form rather than his human one. The shadow's hand rummaged for a while before retracting. The elongated arm was coiled around the small undead like a snake. Ratpack screamed in surprise as soon as he felt something touching him. His master's coward's mantle was supposed to protect him from any harm, yet the ranger had been able to ignore its protection. To make matters worse, Ratpack could feel his strength getting slowly sapped. Not even undeath could ward off darkness magic. Are you ready to talk? Lith said while pointing the gatekeeper at Ratpack's throat. The creature's eyes were filled with fear, which made him nod like a parrot having a seizure. Then explain things properly. Lith snorted. Me has many names. Squirm, Plague, Worm. Ratpack is Master's favorite because he says me very annoying. He is right, damn it. I don't care for your names. Tell me what's happening here. Servants rebelled against Master and took Master prisoner. After that, they fight each other. 2 great leaders emerge. Danka the Orc Shaman and Yasmog the Baller. All servants join one or the other, forming two armies. They fight for / Rat Pack stopped, not knowing how to explain. / for / freedom, and also for power. / Rat Pack clapped his hands, congratulating to himself for being so precise. Unluckily, Lith didn't share his enthusiasm. / what freedom? If your master is already being held prisoner, they can just walk away. What power are you talking about? / they can't leave. / Rat Pack nervously licked his lips, revealing such a black tongue that it resembled a slimy piece of charcoal. Master made them like him. They have no freedom. As for power, it's the master's, but they found a way to use it, to make them pretty again. Like Khalil and Draga? Yes, like them. / the creature nodded again like crazy, feeling someone was approaching. / what do you want me to do, exactly? / Lith dilated his nostrils in annoyance. He didn't know whether to find more bothersome Rat Pack's ramblings or the idea of monsters like a Balor regaining their full powers. / follow me to Master. Master explains better. You free him, he stops servants. Hurried footsteps were perfectly audible and quickly approaching, yet the ranger didn't seem to care. / why would I? If your master has already been defeated once by his servants, they can do it again. They have even robbed him of his power. What use do I have for him? / yes, he's weak, but he's still strong. You can't defeat all master's servants alone. Enough talk, we run now. / The Ogre Dryad and the Orc Elf appeared from a corner, running at full speed, closely followed by several members of their own kin. Lith raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand, unleashing the Tier 4 spell Death Zone. A black cloud comprised of darkness element filled the corridor in front of them the moment the monsters were halfway through. No matter the direction they turned to, all of them died after taking a few steps. / what were you saying? / Lith's eyes were blazing with blue mana, which deeply contrasted with his shadow's burning yellow eyes. It was still seemingly alive and moving around on its own, even though its main body was standing still. Rat Pack shivered in fear, wondering how powerful humans had become during the decades he and his master had spent in isolation. / you too strong? Why you struggle earlier if you can just... / Rat Pack stuttered so much that he preferred to slam his fist onto his palm to stress his point. Chapter 538, Trouble Part 1. / struggle, / Lith sneered. / I was saving my strength and making a few experiments. Finding a reverted monster is a rare opportunity. I just wanted to see what they were capable of, / Lith had learned enough about magic to know that as long as he understood the underlying principles of the so-called / innate abilities, he could find a way to replicate them and add them to his arsenal. / experiments? Rat Pack echoed, swallowing a lump of saliva. The word brought to memory countless unpleasant experiences. Master and you peas in a pod, / you have yet to answer my final question. / Lith pushed the gatekeeper's tip against Rat Pack's throat. / why should I free your master? What use do I have for him? / maybe you can slay all. / Rat Pack licked his lips again. / maybe you can break master's device, but can you do both? You slay, but they return. The closer you get to the device, the faster they return. Master can shut down device with one finger. Master is its master, / Rat Pack made little sense, yet Lith considered he still had a point. If this master had been a quiet presence for so long, there was no reason for him to stir trouble, whereas the same couldn't be said for his rebellious servants. Why should I waste time cracking locks and arrays if he can just pass through them with a flick of their switches? Also, exploring the whole complex would take me months, while I have days at best before the army sends reinforcements to help me. Lith couldn't afford the underground lab to be discovered. The kingdom would snatch the good stuff and leave him the crumbs. If this master is willing to compensate me for my troubles, I'll get what I want without wasting my time. Otherwise, I can always kill or imprison him again and test my luck with the doors. First things first, though. / does this master of yours experiments on abominations too? Is he the master? / The title was so trite that it was likely that they were two different people, but Lith preferred to be sure who he was about to deal with. / master experiments on anything. / Rat Pack sighed as even more bad memories resurfaced. Being undead didn't mean being spared from pain. / my coward's cloak made from abomination skin. / his words made Lith open his eyes wide in surprise. As far as he knew, abominations had no skin. He touched Rat Pack's clothes, using invigoration to observe its pseudo-core. I got it, but I'll take some notes just to be safe. Solas's memory was peerless, but she could also access to Lith's like it was a library. A messy and chaotic one, but after so many years, she knew her way. No, I mean, does he help abominations? Does he work with them? Lith tried to be clearer. No, Master helps only himself. Master works only with Rat Pack, me assistant, the creature said with a proud voice. Then make way, Lith nodded. Be careful, we must move unnoticed. I want to avoid useless fights, Rat Pack knew the underground complex like the back of his hand, while Lith could detect enemies from afar with life vision. By putting together their resources, the Duke quickly reached the lower levels of the lab. Along the way, Lith asked Rat Pack what the various signs meant to achieve a basic understanding of the ancient language, just in case things with the Master went sour and he had to explore on his own. Rat Pack was annoyed by his questions, but he didn't dare to displease Lith. The creature needed the Ranger as much as he was afraid of him. Every time they were forced to fight, Lith would go all out, killing whole units of powerful monsters in the blink of an eye. The moment the monsters realized to be under attack, they were already dead. Rat Pack didn't like the human because he reminded him too much of the Master. Rat Pack's undead senses could hear Lith's heart beating like they were just taking a stroll. Even though they were surrounded from every side by enemies, there was no sweat on his body nor emotion in his movements. Walking to his side felt exactly like when he accompanied the Master before his fall. Rat Pack had the impression of being a mouse riding on the back of a dragon. When they reached the 8th underground floor, the creature signaled Lith to stop. We arrived. Trouble is here. Rat Pack pointed at the many reinforced doors along the corridors. Each room was bigger than those on the other floors and was enveloped by multiple unique arrays. What is stored in the lower levels? Lith had expected the prison to be on the last floor since the deeper they got, the stronger the magical aura he detected became. Bad stuff. Horrible stuff. Rat Pack shuddered. Master love experiments and hate failures. He always destroy failures, but some he can't get rid of, either because they don't die or because too valuable. Those master stores below, where array keep them in another space ready to collapse. Thanks to all his questions about the road signs they had met along the way, Lith had understood what each floor was for. The ground floor was a storage area for non-magical equipment, the equivalent of a broom closet. The Master's living quarters took all the first underground floor, while the servants' quarters were on the second one. Lith was amazed by how someone could be so conceited that he had taken for himself the same space 1,000 minions did. The 3rd and 4th underground floors were the lab, the 5th was the ingredient deposit, the 6th was the treasury, and the 7th was a silver mine. According to Rat Pack, his Master had chosen the broken spine as his residence because of the rich silver veins he had discovered. It was the only way to satisfy his need for the precious metal without the need for an external supplier. Is it normal for those doors to be opened? Lith pointed at the unlocked door of some cells. He already knew the answer, since the owner of the lab was the kind of guy to keep even the cleaning products deposit tight shut. No, Rat Pack hissed. Danka and Yasmog must have freed them. They desperate to seek help from those who could replace them, Solas, can you see what's inside? Life vision is blurred by all the locks and arrays enveloping the cells. The doors must be made of solid silver, because I've never seen so many spells stuffed inside a single object. Lith would have loved to take a peek at their cores with invigoration, but they were infused with too many deadly spells, and he already had too much to do. Lith had already planned to raid the treasury and the ingredient deposit before calling for backup if things went south. Sorry, but mana sense is useless here. The whole floor is so bright that it's like staring into the sun. A whole army of awakened could hide behind a corner and I wouldn't even notice them. Those doors are just wow. Each one of the doors had a blue mana crystal the size of a fist at its 4 corners, and a different magic circle formed by small purple mana crystals the size of a nut. Chapter 539, Trouble Part 2. Thanks to life vision, Lith could see that every inch of their surface was covered in mystical runes. Wait a minute, Lith snapped out of his reverie. How did they open those doors, They master assistants just like Rat Pack. They have codes for all doors. 8th floor is for specimens, If you can open your master's cage, what do you need me for, You really deaf. I need you deal with trouble. Rat Pack whispered while pointing at the next corridor to their right. Lith peeked behind the corner, noticing a Balor standing guard in front of the most complex door they had met so far. The creature was over 2.5 meters, 82 tall, with a humanoid body covered by small blood-colored scales. His head had 3 eyes arranged in a vertical line. A red one was in the middle of his forehead, a black one was right above his nose, and a blue one was between his lower lip and his chin. 3 sets of black curved horns emerged from his head, his cheekbones, and the sides of his chin. His massive upper body was completely exposed and seemed to be comprised solely of bulging muscles. His legs were reverse-jointed like those of a cat, and were covered by a black armor that only left the talons extending out from his toes and heel exposed. 2 flaming red membranous wings were folded around his neck, almost looking like a mantle. That's not trouble, that's a Balor. Lith cursed at Rat Pack with a whisper. You wrong. He call himself Troublescammers the Fierce, but Master call him Trouble because he escaped 3 times before Master could find a proper door to contain him. Trouble hate Master's experiments and hate Master even more. Lith ignored Rat Pack's ramblings and prepared a set of spells according to the information he had about Balors and his full-blown paranoia. Despite their appearance, they were no demons. According to the lore, before their fall they had 6 eyes, 1 for each element and colored accordingly. Their eyes granted them mastery over all the elements, but they were also their weak point. Losing an eye meant losing the corresponding element, and since magic didn't flow through their bodies, they were incapable of mixing together different elements, leaving them stuck with the equivalent of Tier 4 magic. After their fall, Balors could have from 1 to 3 eyes, while the others were allegedly fused within their bodies by the failed attempt to evolve and force the mana to flow freely. Any advice? Lith had never faced one, but could see via life vision that the creature's vitality was on par with Scarlet the Scorpicore. Luckily, its mana flow was way worse than the Lord of the Forests. If he wasn't stand in front of that fucking door maybe. Lith was flabbergasted by Solus's swearing. I'm almost blind, so take my words with a grain of salt. The Balor seems to have 4 mana cores, a bright cyan one in its usual place, right below his solar plexus, and 3 green ones inside his eyes. Got it. The good news is that he can't use light magic, so if I manage to destroy 1 or more of his eyes, he can't regenerate them. Lith was done with his preparations. He was about to step in the corridor when he felt Rat Pack tugging at his leg. Master told me that Trouble has weakness, that even Rat Pack can face him if I wear magical protections. Master gave it to Rat Pack give it to you, /. The small creature took out a bundle of shackles linked to several envelopes from his pocket, which was actually a pocket dimension. It made little sense to Lith, more so since according to life vision they were not enchanted. What this supposed to be, he asked. Isn't it obvious? It's a chainmail, Rat Pack puffed out his chest with pride while Lith opened one of the envelopes. If you're reading this, you're not the moron I always thought you were. Happy Death Day, Zalgrish, Lith had no time to waste explaining to the moron what a pun was, so he returned the gift and launched himself against Trouble while infused with all the elements. The Balor gave no sign of being surprised by the sudden attack. Troublescammers' middle eye ignited with mana, and what looked like a 2-handed scimitar made of black smoke appeared in his right hand. Much to Lith's surprise, the gatekeeper clashed against the black smoke, and the sudden impact threw him off balance, allowing the Balor to send him flying away with but a flick of his wrist. How is that possible? Darkness magic is supposed to be ethereal. I was expecting him to attempt to trade blows, what the heck? Only then did Lith notice that the blue eye was lit too, meaning the sword was composed of black ice. Seems that Balors can mix elements after all. Lith inwardly cursed at the army bestiary's author, as the red eye too was set ablaze with mana, generating a pillar of cyan flames that filled the whole corridor, leaving Lith no way out. Lith encased himself inside a massive ice coffin to protect himself and seal the corridor. His own spells couldn't harm him exactly how the Balor's flames had no effect on their caster after rebounding on the enemy barrier. Soon the fire consumed all the air in the corridor, forcing the spell to disappear, the red eye to close, and the Balor to fall to his knees gasping for oxygen. The creature's black eye lit up again, unleashing a pillar of darkness so powerful that the arrays protecting the lab became visible to the naked eye as they prevented the Balor's spell from turning the walls into debris. Their positions were now reversed. Lith was stuck inside the ice just like the Balor was trapped in the small corridor a second ago. To not lose his life, Lith was forced to lose his advantage and shatter the ice to blink to safety. Fresh air filled both the corridor and the Balor's lungs as he unfolded his wings to chase his opponent. Traubelskamas flew in a spiral pattern to prevent Lith from predicting his trajectory and using dimensional magic to stab him in the back. Contrary to his expectations, no attack came until he reached the T-junction where the two corridors met. Only then did he realize he had fallen into a trap. Lith knew that his enemy's physical prowess was way above his own. He had considered using spell-sealing arrays, but they would cripple the only edge he had. Arrays worked both ways, affecting their caster along with their target. Hence, he had decided to stay at a safe distance and play it smart. Two death zones were waiting for Traubelskamas, one at each side of the junction. The darkness spells resembled two small thunderclouds, which completely engulfed the corridors as they converged on the Balor. Traubelskamas exploded in a wild laughter and opened his middle eye again. A second pillar of darkness clashed with Lith's death zone with such violence that the entire corridor trembled and all of the arrays protecting the cells became visible. Lith was amazed by how a simple cyan core could emit such power without a moment's notice. His surprise only increased when, even as it was powered by his blue core and boosted by a continuous flow of mana, Death Zone was overpowered by the Black Pillar. Chapter 540 Evil Eyes Part 1. The sudden turn of events would have reversed the trap, turning Lith into the prey if he hadn't positioned himself in front of another junction, just to be safe. The moment he understood he was on the losing side of the battle, Lith gave his Death Zone one last push and rolled around a corner to safety. What the heck? They were both Tier 4 spells, but I'm the one with a blue core. How could I possibly lose the confrontation? Lith's question was rhetorical, since the bestiary provided no answers to that impossible situation. Yet Solus knew better. His cyan core is indeed weaker. The problem lies in the support the green core inside his eyes provide. If a green core could do that much, together we would be invincible, Lith griped. Let me finish, dummy. Unlike a normal mana core, the ones in his eyes are able to draw the world energy and use it to empower his pillar-like spells to no end. It wasn't a blue core versus a cyan plus a green one. It was you versus Magus. Let me get this straight. Thanks to his eyes, a Balor can basically use invigoration non-stop even while attacking. Things were starting to make sense, and thanks to that Lith could adapt his strategy. Yes and no. Like invigoration, the eye provides a constant flow of world energy and also puts stress on the user. After using a pillar, the creature closes the corresponding eye. Unlike your breathing technique, it didn't heal him nor replenish his mana. Even a half-blind Solus was worth several Balor's eyes in boosting Lith's understanding and battle prowess. Lith blinked away the moment life vision showed him Traubelskamas was around the corner. The Balor blocked the corridor with his massive body as his blue eye emitted a pillar which turned air into rock-solid ice at its passage. The attack had a double purpose. If Lith was still there, he would have been frozen solid into an easy prey. If he had warped away as Traubelskamas expected, by sealing the corridor, the Balor was forcing the Ranger into a head-on fight that he couldn't possibly win. Lith appeared in the middle of his second death zone. The mana thread which linked him with his spell gave him its exact position. You're right, he wiped out only one death zone, which means he can't use his eyes as often as I use my spells. Lith used invigoration to fill the remaining darkness cloud with endless mana as it moved inexorably toward its prey. Traubelskamas cursed both the Ranger's shrewdness and his own stupidity in a language that sounded like a choir of tormented souls. Lith had no access to the corridor anymore, but neither did he. The Balor flew away, trying to buy as much time as he could. Unfortunately, the only passage remaining led to a dead end, and even though darkness magic was slow, it only took Death Zone a couple of seconds to reach the cornered creature. Traubelskamas used sheer willpower to force his black eye open, fighting the excruciating pain that moving the eyelid caused him. If Solus's mana sense worked properly, she would have seen that after conjuring the second pillar, the green core had turned gray. Balor's didn't really have 4 mana cores, just one like every other natural being. What she had mistaken for extra mana cores were just masses of world energy that a Balor would refine into his own mana and store it ready to be used. Balor's eyes had an effect similar to invigoration, allowing them to draw the single elements which composed the world energy. Drawing so much and so fast came at a price. Tears of blood streamed down Troublescamus's chin as the raw world energy he was forcing to flow through his eye damaged his whole body. The pain was unbearable, but he knew that it would be fleeting, whereas death was permanent. I haven't lived this long just to die like this. He roared. The two spells clashed again, but this time Lith boosted his own with a steady flow of mana until the last second before taking cover. At first, his precautions seemed to be unnecessary. As soon as Lith's death zone started to fade, Troublescamus closed his eye with an agonizing scream. Its pupil was almost completely white, and a small pool of blood had formed under the Balor's feet. His breath was ragged from the effort of forcing so much world energy through his already exhausted focus, and of withstanding the pain that such a desperate move involved. Yet Troublescamus didn't wait for the enemy's next move and sought to regain the initiative. A suit of ice covered his upper body as he launched himself forward as fast as a freight train. My flaming eye is almost out of mana. If that scum forces me to use it a third time, I'll be as good as blind. Awakened or not, he cannot cast spells if I manage to corner him, he thought. Lith was waiting for him with his arms extended, drawing in the air mystical lines that were taking the shape of a small array. Troublescamus recognized its runes and rushed at breakneck speed to interrupt the casting. Fire and water are all he has left. The best combo he can achieve with them would allow him to cook pasta, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Lith inwardly grinned at his enemy falling for his third trap in a row. The forbidden array he had apparently almost completed was just a hologram. Lith couldn't afford to waste so much mana on a single enemy who was likely to respawn like in a badly balanced ARPG. When a gate suddenly opened in front of Troublescamus, he was going too fast to change his direction in time. With only wings propelling him forward and no air magic, the faster he moved, the less precision of movement he had. The Balor crashed against one of the most massive among the cell doors, triggering its defense mechanisms, which unleashed a series of spells against their aggressor. Unfortunately, Lith wasn't aware that after decades of imprisonment, Troublescamus knew them like the back of his hand. The owner of the lab not only lacked imagination in decorating his own house, but also in forgemastering. All the doors were imbued with the same base set of spells, plus a few specifically designed against the prisoner they were meant to hold. The Balor managed to avoid most of the damage and move away from the door before the most powerful ones could activate. Even on foot, the creature was as fast as a cheetah, reaching the ranger in the blink of an eye. Lith could have warped away, but between the confined space and the Balor's speed, his exit point was bound to be easily predictable. With the closest junction still sealed by the ice, he could only blink inside the dead end the Balor had just escaped from or move back in an almost straight line. The former option was beyond idiotic, while the latter would buy him a second at best. Chapter 540, One Evil Eye Part 2. Lith unleashed a barrage of plague arrows, against which Troublescamus had no choice but to tank them. The mana imbued inside his ice armor lessened the damage, but the residual darkness was still enough to make the Balor stumble and lose most of his momentum. The creature refused to yield and lunged at Lith with a conjured ice great sword. Lith switched to a two-handed grip while infusing the gatekeeper with fire and darkness magic. He sidestepped the incoming attack and performed a horizontal slash to the neck. Only then did Troublescamus reveal that his moment of weakness was actually a ruse. He turned his tumble into a roll, dodging the gatekeeper and regaining his footing while his opponent was still off balance. The Balor lunged at Lith again, who pivoted on his feet by using the momentum from his failed attack. The resulting spin wasn't enough to completely avoid the incoming strike, but it allowed him to adjust his stance and intercept the incoming blade. Lith aimed the gatekeeper at the great sword's tip, to push it away with minimum effort and create the opening he needed to win that fight. He almost couldn't believe his own eyes when the ice sword shattered on contact with the gatekeeper, revealing a flaming blade blooming underneath its surface. The ethereal fire blade ignored the bastard sword, keeping its trajectory unchanged. Despite their brutish appearance and berserk fighting style, Balors weren't stupid. They were just so powerful that they usually didn't need clever strategies or tricks to dominate their opponents. Resorting to one wounded Troublescamus's pride, but it was much better than the alternative. The fire sword crackled as it pierced the Skinwalker Ammer's enchanted defenses, producing the sizzling sound of roasted meat when it bit Lith's flesh. Thanks to Lith's earlier small sidestep, the Balor had been unable to strike at the heart and had to settle for the shoulder. Not even earth fusion was enough to prevent the mystical flames from burning everything on their path. Lith felt his left arm suddenly go limp. Even shutting down his pain receptors didn't help against his now labored breathing. Traubelskamas's blade had cooked his flesh, his bones, and part of his left lung in one fell swoop. "By my maker, do you need my help?" Solus asked while assessing the gravity of his injuries. "Thanks, but no. Your energy is limited, so it's better to save it for opponents in their reverted state. According to Rat Pack, Yasmog is a Balor too, and he has access to his race's ancient powers. Traubelskamas is like a training ground for me. If I can't defeat him on my own, then it's better to call for reinforcements. Don't step in unless it's absolutely necessary." Lith's reply made Solus curse her weakness and wish for a way to improve her usefulness in battle. The lack of screams disappointed the Balor, but his mood worsened when he saw the ranger blink away as a healing aura enveloped his body. Traubelskamas envied Lith for it and hoped that Yasmog would keep his word. The only reason Traubelskamas was still there was the promise of having his full might restored. "Even if the abuse of my black eye and ramming against the door has weakened me somewhat, how did the human manage to avoid my strike like that?" The answer to the Balor's question was revealed when he attempted to give chase and finish Lith off before the light magic spell could take effect. Traubelskamas stumbled instead of sprinting as blinding pain spread through his body. Lith's previous failed attack hadn't been a complete failure after all. Traubelskamas's roll had saved his head but left his back and his giant wings exposed. Just like the Balor, Lith had settled for a non-vital yet significant target. Part of his right wing was gone, putting him off balance and allowing Lith to survive. Even though the Balor could regenerate his wing, it would take him days, whereas the fight was likely to last less than one more minute. Lith's checkmate spears surrounded Traubelskamas, striking at him from every side. The Balor was done blindly charging ahead and recognized immediately the trap lying ahead of him. With his wounded wing, his mobility had been crippled. He wasn't able to move fast enough to dodge them anymore. He could only use his flaming eye to destroy them at the risk of running out of fire mana, or conjure a defense made of ice that would act as a shield, but also as a cage. It would further restrict his movements and leave him exposed to lightning spells. Traubelskamas snarled and opened his red eye, sprinting forward on all four. His envy toward Lith turned into unbridled rage, boosting the flame's temperature and destructive power. A pillar of blue fire cleared his path toward the ranger as the Balor dodged the remaining ice spears. Lith saw trickles of blood streaming down the flaming eye and unleashed the Tier 5 spell Dark Ages. Black ice made from both water and darkness magic covered the ground as well as the walls, leaving only the silver doors exposed. It sapped Traubelskamas's strength every time he touched it, and forced him to slow down to not impale himself on the lances that randomly popped out of the ice from every direction. The growing crystals were quickly forming a wall in front of the Balor, who had to slow down even further. The darkness infused in the ice not only made it more resistant to the flames by weakening them, but it was also released in the air as a noxious gas once the ice melted. When Traubelskamas finally reached Lith, his flames had died out, and so had his red eye. Lith then conjured several streams of lightning bolts, shooting them at random in front of him. The Balor didn't even try to shield himself, just dodging whatever he could to cross the last few meters that separated them. Only then did he realize that Lith wasn't aiming because he had no need to. The entire floor was covered in water, and so was Traubelskamas. It was a perfect conductor which routed every bolt of lightning to its target, allowing Lith to focus on the power of his spell and to completely neglect controlling it. The Balor gritted his teeth and used sheer willpower to resist the spasms that were ravaging his body. Prideless mutt, fighting dirty is a game two can play. Traubelskamas activated his last eye, using the water Lith had conjured against him. The area around them was instantly filled with sharp icicles, which drained the water from the floor. They were both lightning rods which saved the Balor from the thunderstorm and obstacles that limited the ranger's movements, allowing the creature to engage him hand to hand. Lith squinted his eyes from the surprise. He didn't expect such a degree of finesse in water manipulation from his opponent. The situation wasn't good. The back of the corridor was still sealed by his Dark Ages spell, and Blink's range didn't reach past the ice wall. The two of them were trapped inside a small cage filled with spikes that would harm only him. The Balor's mana couldn't hurt his master. Lith backstepped while quick-casting plague arrows and wind blades until he could feel the point of an icicle painfully stinging his back. Chapter 542, Master Plan Part 1. Troublescamas roared in triumph. He had endured all those painful spells to make sure that his enemy would end exactly in that corner of the room. Agility and cunning meant nothing inside such a confined space, only strength mattered, and he still had enough to uproot trees with just one hand. The Balor was done underestimating the human. He jumped forward while swinging his giant fists down like hammers on Lith's left and right to cut off his escape routes. At the same time, his blue eye glowed with mana, making the icicles extend further. The trap was complete. The ranger's only choice was how he wanted to die, by fist, bite, or skewering. Lith switched them at the last second, making the ice spear that had been prickling his back pierce through Troublescamas' blue eye, brain, and skull. The Balor's body spasmed several times, gurgling blood from the several puncture wounds the rest of the ice spears had caused. That was close. Lith sighed while cutting Troublescamas' head off with the gatekeeper, just to be safe. The Balors are way too strong to face them head-on, and their eyes are weapons of mass destruction also capable of fine control over the elements. I almost fell for his mindless brute act, but unfortunately for him, I too like to be underestimated. Using my own conjured water against me was a smart move, exactly what I would have done in his shoes. That's why I used a Tier 5 spell that used both water and darkness magic. Once the water was imbued with his mana, it couldn't hurt him, but the darkness was still mine. His lack of understanding of how Tier 5 spells work was the deciding factor in his defeat. The barrage of spells Lith had employed, while backstepping wasn't meant to harm to the Balor so much as to keep him focused on Lith, and not notice the black veins tainting his own spell. Lith used invigoration to return to his peak condition while waiting for Ratpack and studying Troublescamas' corpse. It didn't turn into smoke, allowing Lith to store him inside his pocket dimension. Now let's hope this master is a reasonable guy, otherwise I'll call the army and I'll have them make this whole thing collapse, Lith thought. I found him. I found Master, Ratpack's voice was brimming with joy. He was holding an old battered skull with several teeth missing and cracks along its surface. Oh great, another lick, Lith said while rolling his eyes. The undead had a life force weaker than a regular human, while his blood core, despite being almost completely red, was reduced to the size of a pea. Nice to meet you, my name is Scourge. Do you have the strength to explain to me what's going on? Lith's magical beast name was his best alias available. Even in their evolved forms, animals despised undead. They would never sell out one of their own, in case the lick attempted something funny. Of course, dear Scourge, licks didn't have any brain power to waste, so they would rarely care for names, especially if they belonged to an existence as fleeting as a human. It's so good to hear a voice which isn't mine or Trouble's. Is he already dead, or can I have the pleasure of inflicting him with some pain, Forge? The red light of undeath animating the eyes stared in delight at the blood spattered on the walls. Trouble is dead. Do you mind introducing yourself and telling me what happened? Lith had a hard time not laughing. Between the lick's weakened state and his memory, Lith's real identity was airtight. Right, sorry, Sarge, I'm Zalgrish. As for what happened here, it's a bit of an embarrassing story, he said. Lith noticed that the cracks on the skull were disappearing, and the missing teeth were popping up like mushrooms. As you surely know, being a lick isn't all fun and games. One of the most annoying things about it is the need to keep your phylactery at hand. Zalgrish's words made no sense to him, but Lith just nodded and let him talk. According to Kala, young liches would sooner or later go mad due to their prolonged isolation, or at least lose their common sense, until time stabilized their mental condition. Zalgrish seemed to be a textbook case. Either that, or he had lost it after becoming an undead. It holds half of our soul, so the farther we get from it, the weaker we become. I set up this lab at the fringes of my phylactery's range. I was at my full strength, and at the same time far away enough to check on the progress of my work. This whole complex was supposed to work as a relay point for my phylactery. If my experiment succeeded, I would have been able to expand my area of activity to the entire Keller region. Zalgrish sighed. Damn it, even becoming a lick is out of the question now. I always wondered why they never disguised their phylactery as a pebble and threw it in the ocean or something. I knew it was too good to be true, Lith thought. Everything was going fine. The mines provided me with all the silver I needed, the arrays amplified the signal, and my immortal minions provided me with an inexhaustible workforce. Zalgrish said. Wait a minute, immortal minions, Lith echoed. Well, yes. Lesser undead are too stupid, greater undead are too dangerous in the long run, while living beings are so annoying. You have to feed them, train them, and once they die you need to find a replacement. Rinse and repeat. To avoid the issue, I bound their souls to my phylactery so that whatever happened to me would happen to them. It was the perfect solution. It guaranteed their loyalty and provided for most of their living expenses. Whenever of them dies, he is reborn with his memories. Whenever they are hungry, kill a few and let the others feast on the corpse. From farm to table, Zalgrish's maniacal laugh gave Lith the creeps. That's why some corpses disappeared upon death while others remained. His device resurrects them only if the body is destroyed, or rather, stripped to the bone. This creature is raving mad. No wonder his minions revolted. The question is, how? Lith thought. Sure, the procedure has a survival rate of 0.01%, but monsters spawn fast and nobody misses them. No harm, no foul. Or so I thought. Over time, I took 2 of my most intelligent minions as lab assistants. Danka the Orc and his mastery over magic crystals have proven invaluable for increasing the power of my creations. It took me a while to kill him into submission, but once the deed was done, the sky was the limit for my forge mastering. Yasmog the Baller with his eyes was a perfect amplifier for my spells. Sure, they would explode from time to time, but nothing that a swift death couldn't fix. What I didn't take into account is that, since their souls are stored next to mine inside the phylactery, the repeated cycles of death and rebirth allowed them to feel the energy flow, until they became able to manipulate it. Chapter 543, Master Plan Part 2. Those ungrateful dogs bid their time and waited for the moment when I was about to complete the amplification device to enact their plan. Yasmog attacked me while I was at my weakest, while Danka used his crystal to redirect the energy from my phylactery to their bodies instead of mine. You can imagine the rest, Zalgrish said. His skeletal body was now complete and he was standing on his own. The Lick's blood core had returned to a normal size, but over half of it was black. So after defeating you, they discovered they shared your limited freedom of movement, Lith said as Zalgrish nodded in approval. It explains why they didn't leave despite having opened so many exits, but not what they are fighting for nor why they attacked the nearby city, alarming the residents. There was never any love between Danka and Yasmog. The only thing uniting them was their common enemy, me. Once they discovered how to use my life force to undo the effects of their race's fall, they wanted to kill each other. The first one who dies will be resurrected again, but will lose his grip on my life force, leaving the other one in possession of most of my powers. As for the attacks on the city, the explanation is quite simple. I chose only males as my slaves to keep their number in check. Decades of sausage fest. With the monster's libido, it's no wonder they risked going so far despite their weakened state. They must have been looking for females, Lith thought. Why didn't trouble turn into smoke? He wasn't one of my servants, but one of my lab rats. With 3 eyes, he was quite a rare specimen, since Ballers usually have just 1 or 2. I couldn't risk his life. I assume Yasmog didn't restore his strength because he was one of the few that could leave for good, Zalgrish said. Only a few more questions, Lith said. What are you planning to do? And more importantly, are you willing to compensate me for my troubles? Well, dear Marge, in my weakened state I can take on my minions, but not their generals. As long as the amplifier is active, all the energy coming and going from my phylactery is under their control, while I'm stuck in the condition I was when they overpowered me. My plan is to shut down the device, get my strength back, and kill those bastards for good. I just need to touch my phylactery to banish their souls and send them into oblivion. As for your reward, Zalgrish walked to one of the opened silver doors. A simple touch of his hand depowered it, and another one took it off its hinges. Weakened or not, the Lick was still quite powerful. Consider this an advance. Lith stored the door inside his pocket dimension, nodding in agreement. Yet he had no intention of trusting such a deranged creature. There was no telling what the Lick would do once he regained his full powers. At the same time, turning down his help would have been foolish. Now that Lith knew about his opponent's limitations, worst-case scenario, he could always warp to safety and wait for the army. The 2 ringleaders would leave the complex and risk dying by his hand, while the weakened Lick wasn't his match there, let alone if they fought near Jamble, away from the amplifier. Where is the device? Lith asked. On the 4th floor, but we better get moving. Without trouble constantly breaking me apart as a hobby, Danka and Yasmog will have already noticed that I'm back at. Zalgrish waved at himself. Let's call this humiliating, inferior form my peak condition, he sighed. As I already told you, Bart, the three of us are linked. They are like dams that prevent the mana from my phylactery from flowing into me. I doubt they will come here in person, but their lieutenants are likely to be on their way. Lith cursed as he took point, moving towards the stairs. Master Ratpack, so happy to see you. Ranger and his bright lady scary. The little creature seemed to have gotten his spunk back. He looked at Lith with eyes full of disdain. Enough of your nonsense, Ratpack. First, stealth is our best ally. Second, I told you countless times, ghosts don't exist. Lith didn't know whether to laugh or cry at an undead who didn't believe in supernatural. But master, she right here. She has very long hair, all dressed in gold and with many chains binding her, he said while pointing the air above Lith's right shoulder. Can he really see me? Solus was astonished. Aside from the chains, the description fitted her. Sounds familiar. Can you describe her to me? Lith never stopped moving, looking left and right with life vision to avoid the enemies patrolling the 7th floor. She very tall, Ratpack said. Good news, whatever he sees, it's not you. You're many things, but tall is not one of them. He's just delirious, Lith thought in relief. You jerk, I'm tall by his standards. With her 1.54 meters, 51. Solus was way taller than Ratpack, who was just 1.3 meters, 43. Is she this big, with blonde floating hair and a fat belly? Lith's words made Solus swear like an angry truck driver. It's not my fault if you don't have any other relevant features. Yes, and Ratpack doesn't know. Dress cover her. Okay, now I'm positive he's delirious. No, think about it, Solus said. I'm in my ring form, so what he sees could be my soul, my real appearance. Ask him about my eyes, my face, everything. Can you describe her to me? Lith couldn't refuse her request, even though he found it ridiculous. She very ugly. Ratpack made Solus almost cry. She like you, her brown eyes too big, ears too big, and her face creepy. She looks kind. After a while, Lith and Solus both realized that Ratpack used himself as a standard, making all humans ugly in his eyes. When he found even Tista's hologram disgusting, Solus sighed in relief. This moron can't distinguish Camilla from the Queen. He's of no use, Lith thought. Then he asked him about what kind of dress the bright lady was wearing, and if her chains had anything unusual. Both answers surprised Solus and Lith. According to Ratpack, Solus was wearing a golden Roman toga and sandals. It was an attire outdated for centuries that Lith only knew about from the pictures in Magus' history books. Chains all unusual, Ratpack said. She bound by two kinds of them. One is big and bind lady to you. Other one is thinner and restrain her. 2 thin chains are broken and she keeps hammering a third. Chain makes sparks but holds, so lady never stops. How many chains are left? Lith's mind was spinning at top gear, but the only thing that came to him was the gemstones that appeared on her gauntlet form every time that Solus unlocked a new ability. She had recently developed a second one of which he had yet to make sense. Chapter 544, Master Plan Part 3. For you believe Ratpack? He asked. Yes, from your description, she reminds me of an old friend of mine who passed away long ago. Lith nodded. Then to Zalgrish he asked, how can he see ghosts? What kind of creature is Ratpack? It would be nice if he could, the Lick sighed. It would mean that at least he isn't a complete failure. Ratpack is a chimera. I made him by assembling the corpses of an elf child and a baller. Then, I used necromancy to raise the corpse as a vampire. He was supposed to be the ultimate being. An immortal, natural shapeshifter vampire in perfect tune with the world energy like an elf, and with a baller's evil eyes, capable of amplifying each of his spells. Instead, he kept the build of the child and the inability to handle the world energy of the ballers. Becoming a vampire messed things up even more because neither elves nor ballers usually become undead. That's why Ratpack is Ratpack. That said, ghosts do not exist. They are just a superstition, whereas undead are magical creatures and magic is science. All undead can be killed and need to feed, but ghosts? What could they possibly eat? How could you destroy something that has no body? If ghosts were real with all the people that die every day on Magur, there would be more undead than living. Believe me, Snart, there is no return from death. The sadness in his voice surprised Lith. Whoever she was, no matter how important she was to you, she's gone. The sooner you accept it, the better. Ratpack is funny and loyal, but he is not the sharpest tool in the shed. Yet Ratpack's words triggered something inside Solus. For a moment, she spaced out as unknown images and sounds flooded her mind. At first, she was running away from something. She had no idea what it was, but she knew that stopping or stumbling meant death. The vegetation of the woods kept whipping her face, and a few pebbles had gotten inside her sandals, hurting her feet with every step she took. Her chest felt heavy, her breath was ragged, yet she didn't dare to slow down. Then she was watching the sunset together with a woman so tall that she seemed like a giant, someone she called Mom. Solace barely reached her hips and was clinging to the woman's hand that was much bigger than her own. "Stop daydreaming, child," a cranky feminine voice said. "You can't become the next ruler of the flames if you don't focus on the forge." "Yes, Master Menadian," Solace's voice replied as the purple flame in front of her shattered, returning her to Zalgrish's underground lab. Lith shared all the fear, the love, and the admiration she felt as the fleeting memories passed, but had no idea what was causing them until she shared her visions with him. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" she asked. "Yes, as I've always told you, you are a person, not a thing, no matter if you were born human, beast, or tower. The moment you gained feeling and self-awareness, you were a person to me. The only real revelation is that your memories aren't entirely lost," Lith replied. They both had hoped that, since she still remembered what the complete tower looked like, and the passing of time after her late master's demise, Solace could recover part of her past together with her powers. Yet after so many years with no sign of improvement, they had relinquished that thought, at least until that day. Now Solace could remember picking out a dress among many and the feeling of a silver hammer in her hand. They were too faint to be memories. They were more like impressions left by an action performed so many times to have left a mark in her subconscious. Solace didn't let herself be swayed by the joy those images brought her. On the contrary, Master Menadian's words made her focus even more on their predicament. "Lith, we need a plan," she said. "To make one, we need information and rest. Have Zalgrish open one of the rooms for you. Remember that you have been fighting non-stop ever since we entered the underground complex." Lith nodded. Even though he had used invigoration only twice, healing his wounds had taken a toll on his body. He needed to eat to restore his natural stamina. Zalgrish didn't like being ordered around, but without Lith, his only asset was Rat Pack. He could only suck it up and open one of the doors on the 7th floor. After making sure no one had followed them, Lith sat down and took some food out of his pocket dimension. "I get the part about shutting down the device, but how do you plan to do it? If it's the key to their power and they know of your escape, it's likely to be heavily guarded," Lith said while chewing beef jerky. "What plan? You were so confident that I was just following your lead, dear Garb. It's not my problem if something goes wrong. Rat Pack and I cannot die," the Lick shrugged. Lith took some deep breaths to calm himself. Suddenly, the underground complex looked more like a tomb than a magnificent loot crate. "This idiot is even more deranged than I thought. I need to contact the army as my backup plan. Worst-case scenario, they destroy the complex, the Lick returns to wherever his phylactery is, and I can stage my death to get plausible deniability. If I make Zalgrish believe I'm dead due to the lab's collapse, he will not resent me," he thought. "I don't get why Borg is so nervous," Zalgrish thought. "Worst-case scenario, I'll make the arrays surrounding the lab collapse and flatten the mountain. Sure, I'll lose my lab and Borg will lose his life, but he's just a human. That way I'd get my powers back and destroy the device. It's a win-win, at least for me." Mean minds did indeed think alike. "What kind of weapons do your minions have at their disposal?" Lith asked. "Only those I made for the kitchen staff. It's unbelievable how they struggled to butcher daily specials. I had to forge a few tools because they refused to give up. Some monsters are tough to kill bare-handed, and the meals ended being delayed." "What about the treasury, or the armory?" "Double lock. To open them they require my mana, to which sadly Yasmog and Danka have access and a combination. I never shared it with anyone, not even Rat Pack, so they should be safe." Zalgrish drummed his fingers on the ground. There was something he was missing. "Oh yeah, they're not proper weapons, but they could use the excavation and lab tools. They were never intended to be used in battle, so their effects are simple, but they are quite powerful." "That's just great," Lith said. "Can you please tell me that you know what the abilities are of all the monsters who reverted to their pre-fallen state? I need at least one piece of good news." "Sorry, but no. It was an unexpected development, and they never bothered to share their discoveries with me, except when they used their newfound powers to kick the crap out of me. What I can tell you is that Danka has somehow shrunk his purple crystal into a ring. It allows him to stir the surrounding world energy as if it's a soup and to cast Tier 5 spells non-stop. And he never learned Tier 5 magic. Chapter 545, Master Plan, Part 4. As for Yasmog, he went from a two-eyed Balor to a six-eyed one. The change made him physically weaker than before, but the raw power of each one of his spells is unparalleled. "Fuck it, I need some fresh air," Lith said as he opened a warp steps which led as far from the lab as he could manage. Even if somehow someone followed him, they would be so weak that he could pulverize them in the blink of an eye. "Ratpack the human seems to be a little touchy. Are you sure he is the strongest, smartest, bravest champion you could find?" Zalgrish asked. "Of course, Master. What makes you so sure about it?" "He only survivor, all others died so he best one," Ratpack said. Zalgrish slapped Ratpax on the back of his head, wondering if Lamb would ever return. While the Lick was cursing the gods for giving him Ratpack, Lith took out his army communicator the moment the warp steps closed behind him and called his handler. "I've disposed of the next unit of monsters. Jamble is safe for now, but I've got bad news. The dungeon has turned out to be the abandoned lab of an ancient mage. It's not just their numbers that are a problem, but also the fact that some of them are mutated." "Mutated how?" Camilla asked. That word reminded her of the past monster outbreaks, making her worry. "They are not like the wargs," Lith replied, almost reading her mind. "Their behavior is like I expected it to be, only their abilities are boosted. Either it's selective breeding or magical enhancement of sorts, I don't know. The situation is very volatile. There are 2 dungeon masters, not just one. An ogre shaman and a Balor." Lith could almost hear Camilla flinching on the other side of the conversation. Lith was reporting nearly the truth, sticking to what Lord Wyallen had already reported. "Is there really a Balor?" Camilla asked. "More than one." Lith took out Trouble's body as proof. "What's worse, they have access to some magical tools they managed to repurpose into weapons. So far the 2 groups were too busy fighting among themselves, but if they get out of there, we're talking about at least 1,000 mutated monsters armed to the teeth." "What's your plan?" The more Camilla heard, the more worried she became. "Why the heck did I start an argument about his past? I don't want our last conversation to be a stupid quarrel," she thought. "The complex has no array-blocking dimensional magic, so I can get in and out of it fast. My plan is to create a distraction and kill the 2 leaders. If I manage to cut off the head of the snake, the rioting caused by the power vacuum should do the rest. I know I can do it, but I want you to keep a group of wardens on standby. If you don't hear from me within a few hours, send them to these coordinates and have them bring the whole complex down." Lith then confirmed the position of the entrances Baron Wyallen had found to her, and explained the nature of the arrays surrounding the place, making the wardens' work much easier. "If only I was a better warden, and there wasn't a frigging Lick involved, I could do it myself. This way, when everything starts collapsing, Zalgrish will have no reason to suspect me." "Copy that, Ranger Verhin. Please, remember that you can always pull out and wait for reinforcements." Camilla's hologram appeared suddenly. Her voice was professional and detached as always, but her eyes contained a desperate plea. "I wish I could. That part at least was true. There's a big snowstorm incoming. If we don't settle this now, Jamble and its citizens will be completely isolated for days. Bad weather is nothing to an orc shaman. The monsters would slaughter them like lambs. Or rather, I can't live with a Lick breathing down my neck for the destruction of his lab," he actually thought. "Copy that," Camilla said. Before the hologram could completely disappear, Lith's civilian amulet pulled at his consciousness. "Are you insane calling me from work? Your supervisor will flay you for that." "Who cares? Are you all right? You have never called for backup before, not even for the Black Star. Be honest with me, how bad is it?" she said. "Damn it, now I understand why on Earth relationship in the workplace were frowned upon. Lying to my handler is one thing, doing it to my fear-stricken girlfriend is another," Lith thought. "Pretty bad, don't worry though. If shit hits the ceiling, I'll warp out of there in the blink of an eye." Even a vengeful Lick was better than a dead ranger. "Please be safe. Call me as soon as you're done with the mission, no matter the hour, okay?" Lith nodded, knowing that no words could reassure her. He closed the call and warped back to Zalgrish. "Did you have any brilliant ideas during your stroll?" the Lick sneered. "Actually, yes. Why don't we take a few weapons from your armory to make our lives easier?" Lith asked. "Because if I imprint them with my mana, Danka and Yasmog could use them too if they get their hands on them. I don't trust Ratpack to use anything more dangerous than a broom, and whatever you imprint I would have no way to get back. Unless I were to kill you, of course. What if you consider it the rest of my payment? Lith couldn't refute that logic, but he could propose an alternative. And what would prevent you from abandoning me here? Maybe even taking a few souvenirs. It's not like I could stop you even if I wanted. I prefer to keep you motivated, Nalan. As Lith had predicted, they found little surveillance on the road to the 4th floor, where the device was located. Unfortunately, it was because most of the guards had been recalled to right in front of the lab's door. The orc shaman and the Balor hated each other, but they knew that if their former master were to regain his powers, he would turn their eternal lives into a living hell. Lith, Zalgrish, and Ratpack were stuck near the stairway leading from the 5th to the 4th underground floor. How does your minions' resurrection process work? I need to know if fighting them is worth the effort or if it would just be a waste of time and mana, Lith said. It works just like mine, Zalgrish replied. His condescending tone showed once again how the Lick considered such information to be common sense. If my body gets completely destroyed, it takes me between 1 and 3 days to be regenerated near my phylactery back to my peak condition. The stronger one is, the longer it takes the phylactery to store enough word energy. It shouldn't take it more than a few minutes to restore those weaklings. Yet remember that if you don't destroy their bodies, they will remain corpses for a couple of hours. That's the optimal time required to field dress and consume them. It should be more than enough to get in and shut down the device. You're worrying for nothing. I don't think so. We don't know who's inside the lab. Unfortunately, the lab was so full of powerful magics that life vision was as useless as mana sense. Chapter 546, The Best Laid Plans, Part 1. And if they stall us long enough, reinforcements could destroy the bodies we left behind. If that happens, we'd end up surrounded and killed in no time. Luckily for me, I've got a better idea, Lith said. He was so used to relying on Solus's mana sense and on life vision that using fire vision felt wrong. It was one of Lith's oldest skills that he now used mostly to cook since life vision had proved to be superior in combat. Fire vision granted him the magical equivalent of thermal goggles, allowing him to see in the dark in a scale of colors according to the temperature of his surroundings. The lab was lit by light crystals that didn't emit heat, otherwise he would have been blinded. Fire vision provided no information about the strength of the enemy, but still could identify their position and size. Lith stood still for a while, studying the patrol's timing and routes. I can't afford to make mistakes. One false step and we'll be swarmed. Meeting Ratpack was a blessing in disguise. Without his information, I would have taken my sweet time opening the doors and who knows what could have happened. Lith thought. He worried more about the orc shaman than the Balor. As far as he knew, only the former could block his dimensional magic thanks to Orc's innate ability to manipulate mana crystals. Dimensional magic was a powerful tool. Lith relied on it for both offense and defense. Most of his contingency plans were impossible without it. After he was sure that he had a clear understanding of their situation, Lith went upstairs and followed one of the patrols. He cursed when he saw that they were all orcs reverted to their elven state. They moved lithe as cats, with lean limbs more fitting for a professional dancer than the brutes they were. The enemies would have spotted Lith's group immediately if not for the hush zone and the smell-canceling spell he had enveloped them with. Lith kept several spells at the ready while intently following the patrol movements with fire vision. The moment the orcs met a patrol of reverted ogres, Lith unleashed the spirit magic tendrils he had prepared and snapped their necks. Then he waved his hand, making a warp steps appear below their feet. It moved the corpses into one of the cells on the 7th floor, of which Lith had memorized the coordinates and closed the door before leaving. 10 elite enemies were swallowed by the dimensional corridor and locked away in one fell swoop. No one could destroy their bodies now. Quick, we must move before the other patrols notice their disappearance, Lith said. Zalgrish nodded at what's-his-name ingenuity and followed his lead. Together, they quickly cleaned the external corridors of patrols. Even in his weakened state, Zalgrish had no problems using water magic to freeze his opponents and dimensional magic to lock them away. Once they reached the lab's nearest door, Lith made way for the lick. He didn't need life vision to know the door was enchanted. The many mana crystals fused into its surface couldn't be just for decoration. Zalgrish raised his skeletal right hand in front of the solid silver door, making a holographic spiral made of runes appear. Interesting, he said after the door refused to open. They have managed to tamper with my code. I wonder if their newfound intelligence comes from reverting the effects of the falling, or from mastering the connection with my essence now inhabiting their bodies. The latter possibility is kind of disturbing. The tinge of worry in the Lick's voice made Lith even more paranoid than usual. While Zalgrish worked the door's command panel, he checked their surroundings again and prepared a few extra spells. My preparation was meticulous and the execution of my plan flawless, yet I can't help being worried. If Danka and Yasmog really are this smart, then they're bound to be close, he thought. To make matters worse, they just need to tamper with one of the elements composing the world energy to seal my dimensional magic. There are too many things that can go wrong. Solus, be ready to intervene. She was careful to shapeshift slowly from under his sleeve, while the Lick was still focused on the door. When her arm protector form manifested, she made it appear as though he had simply taken it out from a dimensional item. Zalgrish finally cracked the code and turned towards Lith. "We're in," the Lick said while looking at him like it was the first time they met. "You seem different somehow. Have you done something with your hair?" The door opened, revealing the biggest forgemastering lab Lith had ever seen. It extended as far as the eye could see, taking up the entire floor. There was no room or wall separating the various sections of the lab, only pillars to keep the ceiling standing. The stone walls had been carved into bookshelves, and each one of them was filled with ancient tomes or scrolls. The richly decorated spines of the books were the only element of color in the otherwise honey-hued stone surface. A blue translucent force field covered all the bookshelves, protecting their content from the energy employed and released during the forgemastering experiments. Lith counted at least 20 forges. Forge was how forgemasters referred to the silver tables they used for their work. Every forge inside the lab was covered in runes of power, which formed magic circles still pulsing with blue energy. Some circles were complete, others were works in progress, but all of them had an object resting on their center, ready to be enchanted. Much to Lith's surprise, the books were arranged according to a color code that went from black to white, going through the complete light spectrum. What the heck, could he have split the books according to the mana core required? Solus, are you sure he isn't an awakened? Lith was already worried about orc shamans always being awakened ones. The idea that even the Balor could become one by accessing Zalgrish's memories was enough to reconsider his plan and call the army to have them raise the area. Pretty sure, so far he has chanted all of his spells and his mana flow is static. Either he is a fake mage or he has lost his status of awakened together with most of his powers. My money on the former, she replied. What does the color code mean? Lith asked. He needed to make sure it was just a coincidence. What code? That would be an idiotic thing to do. The books are in alphabetical order. I had them bound that way so that each forge has its own room. Zalgrish walked double time towards the forge at the northwest end of the room. Unlike the other silver tables, there was nothing on it except 5 concentric circles of runes that glowed with a golden light instead of the common blue. Where's the device? Lith said while sighing in relief. You're looking at it, the Lick replied. Only amateurs use common silver tables for a masterpiece. True forgemasters use adamant. It conducts mana as well as silver, but it's hundreds of times more resilient. Plus, you can shapeshift it into any form you may need. It makes it much easier to inscribe runes with perfect symmetry on the vessel for your spell, since you have an ample surface that you can later rearrange in the shape and size of your choosing. Chapter 547, The Best Laid Plans, Part 2. At a wave of his hand, the silver table turned into a giant ring as big as a double door. Mystical energies flowed from the air into the construct, as the space inside the ring was filled by a red and black essence that Lith recognized as part of a blood core. I don't like it. Why is there no one in here? Lith asked while using all of his senses to scan the area. Because the security level was set so that anyone without my energy signature would die upon entering. At those words, Lith conjured several barriers as the gems on Solus' arm protector form glowed with mana. Relax, I've disabled them. Zalgrish laughed at the ranger's panic. You idiot, doesn't that mean that every one of those who share your essence could be waiting for us? Lith rebuked. Oh please, you're simply... Zalgrish's amusement disappeared as dozens of reverted monsters wielding magical tools appeared from thin air. Right, damn it. The Lick waved his hand again, causing the ring to shapeshift back into a table. Not so fast, a deep and melodious voice said. 2 humanoid creatures appeared right next to the device. One was wearing a gray magician's robe, leaving only his head and hands exposed. He was 1.78 meters, 510, tall, with light brown skin and shoulder-length golden hair. His pointy ears parted his hair, revealing a slender neck which together with his delicate features gave him a feminine look. Only his pupils, flaming from the red mana coursing within, betrayed his real nature. On the ring finger of his right hand rested a purple ring made of crystal. Now that Danka had activated it, it was filled with so much mana that it eclipsed the rest of the lab to Solus's mana sense. Whatever it is, it's not just a simple crystal. Solus tried to make sense of what she was staring at. It contains multiple different energy signatures, like it's composed of several living beings compressed together. How could an orc create a cursed object in so little time? The answer was that he didn't. Whenever an orc shaman used a powerful mana crystal long enough, they would leave an imprint on it. Their successors, if talented enough, could use such imprints to access part of their ancestors' experience and their most used spells. Recalling the spells of a single shaman was a hard and complex matter because the further in the past they had lived, the fainter their trace was, and the harder it was to find it. Danka was different. After recovering the abilities his race possessed before their fall, he had discovered that he was able to activate all of the imprints left by his forefathers. It was the residual mana from the past shamans that Solus had mistaken for life forces. Danka was using part of the Lick's undead energies to keep them permanently active and have access to Tier 4 and 5 spells. The residual mana mixed with the undead life force gave those echoes from the past a semblance of life. Danka believed he had conjured his ancestors' spirits and that they were guiding him from the netherworld, bestowing their knowledge upon him. Unfortunately, the truth was that by having so many memories flooding his mind along with centuries of hatred and rage, Danka was on the verge of madness. He was constantly shaking his head, but not because of the effort from undoing Zalgrish's will. He was trying to make the voices in his head shut up long enough for him to achieve his goal. The second creature was bare-chested, wearing only pants. Yasmog was 2.3 meters, 77, tall, with pale blue skin and a cascade of long silver hair reaching his waist. He had the body of a Greek god with muscles that looked like they had been chiseled rather than trained. He had 6 eyes on his face and 6 feathered wings emerging from his back. Each one of the eyes was a different color, based on the element inhabiting it, and so were his wings. The eyes on the creature's forehead were red and blue, those under his eyebrows were black and white, while those on his cheekbones were brown and yellow. Both Lith and Solus wondered if there was any connection between Balor's and Lith's hybrid form. Aside from lacking a 7th one on the forehead, the Balor's eyes were positioned exactly the same way. The wings on his back followed the same pattern as the eyes, and seemed to be made of pure elemental energies. "Power down this damn lab, or they'll use it against us," Lith said as he conjured several streams of lightning to disperse the enemies and stop whatever Danka was doing. Yasmog's yellow wing crackled like thunder, and suddenly Lith's spells were drawn to it like the wing was a powerful magnet. The yellow wing stored the energy and purified it from Lith's mana before transferring it to the yellow eye. "Humans should not fight their gods," Yasmog said. His voice was quiet and solemn. There was no arrogance nor threat in it, he was only stating what he considered to be the truth. The Dryad ogres joined their hands, forming a wall of vines that quickly surrounded Lith as several reverted trolls activated the tools in their 4 hands to strike him down through the openings their companions created for them. Each troll wielded 2 golden staves, each with what looked like a ruby the size of an apple on their tops, which emitted jet streams of blue flames. While Zalgrish and Danka were engaged in a battle of sheer willpower, Ratpack fled from the scene and hid inside the closest shadow, hoping that no one would notice him. The Lick's blood core was diminished, but his mind was intact. Even though Danka was several times stronger than him and wielded the same energies, keeping them in check was a constant struggle for the orc. Zalgrish had no such problem. It was his energy, his lab. They both responded to his thoughts like they were an extension of his body. "What are you waiting for? Destroy him," Danka ordered to his orc elves. He was well aware that if it weren't for the purple crystal on his finger, he would have already been bested. The mining tools the reverted orcs were equipped with looked like silver rods, about 1 meter, 33 feet, long, with topaz embedded along their sides. They amplified the mana they were imbued with to generate energy blades capable of easily cutting through rock. The orcs had spent countless hours in the mines, slaving away for the Lick. Their mastery with the cutting tools was equaled only by their resentment for him, so as soon as Danka gave the order, they had the rods in their hands shape their mana into the form of a mace, and struck mercilessly at Zalgrish from every side. After being pulverized by trouble for months, What such weapons could inflict to the Lick was merely discomfort. His pride was almost crushed seeing his creations used against him, seeing his slaves dare to raise their hand against their master. Almost, now that he was so close to the device, which Danka was so kindly keeping half open, all the energy he would lose due to the wounds inflicted upon him would be absorbed by the ring and returned to him in barely a second. Countless possibilities appeared in Zalgrish's mind, and a cruel smile would have formed on his face if only he had one. The situation is much better than I predicted. Mario is unlikely to survive, but hired help is always expendable, the Lick thought. Chapter 548, Past versus Present Part 1. Zalgrish ignored the pain from his skeletal limbs being constantly crushed and regenerated, focusing on the adamant forge. Yasmog and Danka are too close to the amplifier for me to open the control panel and shut it down. Danka's obstinacy to keep it open means they needed me to activate it. Their control over my essence must be poor, he thought. I don't get why Luigi wants me to shut down the lab, but since he is likely to die, I might as well grant his last wish. The Lick stomped his foot on the power line of the array fueling the lab. Everything that didn't have his own pseudo-core went dark. We're back, baby. Lith and Solus thought in unison as most of the interference from their surroundings disappeared, making life vision and mana sense useful again. Lith had managed to survive up to that point only thanks to his multiple-layered barrier. The wall of vines made up by the reverted ogres limited his movements, and the trolls would strike at him with their enchanted tools whenever he tried to escape the encirclement. Their staves emitted blue flames which reached thousands of degrees, capable of turning a man into charcoal with just one hit. Even when they missed, they made the air too hot to be breathable unless Lith cooled it down with water magic. To make matters worse, up to that point Yasmog had neutralized the spells Lith had conjured to defend himself with his wings. Not only did he almost cause Lith's death multiple times, but also all of his eyes were brimming with stored energy. I'll deal with him later. First I need to get rid of the trolls, Lith thought as he blinked right behind one of the reverted creatures. With life vision working again, the wall of vines no longer blocked his line of sight. Behind you, Yasmog warned them as the ranger came out from his exit point. Lith had Solus keep an eye on him. He couldn't afford any distraction in the task at hand. His arms moved like snakes, striking at each troll multiple times. The trolls laughed at his wasted efforts and unleashed new jets of blue flames. With their thick skin and powerful muscles, that kind of attacks didn't even tickle. On the contrary, they felt full of vigor. Or so they thought before falling to their knees, writhing in agony. Lith's hits were weak because he knew brute strength and normal magic were pointless. Normal trolls' regenerative abilities made them hard to kill, whereas those in front of him would resurrect in a matter of minutes. Lith had to save his strength for and from Yasmog. He couldn't afford the Balor stealing any more of his mana, so the strikes were merely a vessel, each one imbued with a light spell. Healing magic was the trolls' bane, overloading their already too efficient metabolism that caused their perpetual hunger. Lith's spells had pushed them to the brink of starvation. Their massive bodies shrunk like each passing second was a day spent fasting. Impressive, Yasmog gave him a nod of approval. Let's see how you fight when even your eyes betray you. Yasmog revealed that he was holding a small mirror in his left hand. He pointed it at the wall of living vines and then to himself, making them both disappear. There was no dimensional door, and I can still hear the ogre dryads slithering on the floor. Is that invisibility? Lith asked. It must be that mirror's effect, Solus pondered. My guess is that it uses gravity magic to bend the light. That must be how they hid themselves waiting for Zalgrish to activate the device. Thanks for the explanation, but how does that help? It doesn't. The field it creates is so fine that not even mana sense can pinpoint them. I can only give you an approximate location, Solus said, as Lith felt a living wave crushing against him. The vines coiled around his body, turning visible once again. They tried to dig their way through his skin and orifices. Gross, they didn't even buy me a drink first. Lith activated his Tier 5 spell, Setting Sun. It generated a globe made of darkness-imbued flames around him that engulfed all of the Dryad's ogres attacking him. The two elements were fused together, allowing the dark energies to move at a speed that would otherwise be impossible. Setting Sun was a perfect offense and defense that would stay up until all of its mana was exhausted, but Lith didn't plan to use it for long. I thought you said that ogres' vines are resistant to fire. Wouldn't it have been better to use Ice Age instead? Solus asked. That's exactly why I'm using it. Just like with the trolls, I don't want to kill them just to make them suffer. Otherwise, they'll just pop up again in an endless loop, Lith explained. The darkness magic quickly sapped the ogre's vitality, while the fire magic of setting sun inflicted them blinding pain, but dealt little damage. The moment the vines writhed in agony off his body, Lith expanded the sphere of black flames outwards, revealing Yasmog's position. As the Balor's gravity sheath dissolved, Lith could see Yasmog's red and black wings brimming with power. He was trying to rob Lith of his spell, but to no avail. Over the years, Lith had fought opponents more powerful than he was many times. It had almost cost him his life, but at the same time, the experiences had given him the opportunity to learn from them. He had devised Setting Sun after fighting Nalar, while Thrud Griffin and Manohar had taught him how to defeat an opponent capable of draining his mana. Just like the vortex generated by Thrud's meat puppets, Yasmog's wings couldn't affect a spell animated by its caster's willpower. Lith had understood the nature of the reverted Balor's powers after he had literally stolen his thunder, but feigned ignorance to lull Yasmog's conceit. Such a powerful spell and no chant. You must be an awakened. Surprise and joy appeared on his face despite the black flames withering his skin. Lith had no time to waste bantering. He focused Setting Sun on his fingertips, making it rotate faster and faster, until he released it against the Balor in the form of a giant spinning thorn. Meanwhile, the battle between Zalgrish and Danka took an unexpected turn too. "Hey, idiot, do you know the origin of the term lick?" Zalgrish said. He grabbed one of the orc elves who, in the heat of the battle, had fallen prey to the orc's natural bloodlust and come within arm's reach. A simple touch was all Zalgrish needed to leech the vitality of an opponent, but this time that wasn't his goal. The undead life force Danka had shared with his lieutenant recognized its only true master and returned to him. "Thanks for the meal." Each reverted orc contained only a small portion of Zalgrish's power, but it was enough to tip the scale of the battle in his favor. The orc elves attempted to escape, but the lick only needed one of the cantrips he kept at the ready to stop them. Some even conjured world energy to commit suicide, yet it only backfired. They were closer to Zalgrish than to the amplifier, so the undead energy released upon their death ended up being siphoned by him. Chapter 549, Past versus Present Part 2. Ragged clothes appeared on Zalgrish's skeleton as well as flesh and muscles, restoring part of his original appearance. Danka started to panic. His willpower was consumed on too many fronts. He had to keep at bay the voices in his head, prevent the amplifier from shutting down or lose any chance to control it, and fight the undead energies within him which were trying to return to their rightful vessel. How the heck does Yasmog control them so effortlessly? I'm a natural awakened, whereas licks use fake magic and Balors are limited to Tier 3 magic. Why am I losing against a pile of bones? He thought. The answer was actually simple. In his arrogance, Danka had spread his resources too thin. As for Zalgrish, he had prepared plenty of spells on his way to the lab. Until he lost his focus or run out of spells, he was as powerful as an awakened. To add insult to injury, he only needed to beckon to call back his energies, and the closer he got to Danka, the harder it was for the orc to keep them in check. Zalgrish was solely focused on the shaman, so Yasmog could afford to let the undead energies escape from his body, just to capture them again with his black wing. Danka called upon his ancestors to conjure the ancient elven Tier 5 spell, Lighthouse. It trapped the lick inside a hard light construct shaped like a cube that contained a small tornado. Zalgrish wasn't afraid of being ripped to shreds by the violent air currents, so much as he was surprised by the offensive light spell. He had never seen one before. "Not bad, but let's see if this thing is as strong as it looks." The lick snapped his fingers to release the Tier 5 spell Raging Sun. It filled the cube with a blast of purple flames that dispersed the air currents forming the tornado, adding the orc's spell power to its own. The resulting explosion made the sides of the cube crack as the lick took control of the shockwaves. It generated with air magic and sent them back and forth against the weak points the two colliding spells had created. It was an impossible strategy for any creature, living or not. Zalgrish could ignore the damage he received only because he had no vitals. "You fool," he laughed as his bones kept cracking and healing. "You should have let the device shut down. It would have taken me hours instead of seconds to regain my strength. The closer I get to it, the stronger I become. It's like being next to my phylactery to me." "Thanks for the information, old man," Danka replied. He sent the cube rolling to the opposite side of the room, following it closely to not lose control of his spell. If darkness magic's weakness was its speed, for light magic it was its range. But I need the amplifier to take everything from you, just like you took everything away from me. My dignity, my honor, even my life. I'll use your life's work to escape from this cage and torture you until the end of time. What a coincidence. It's the end of time o'clock for you. Right, Rat Pack? At those words, Danka realized to have brought the lick in the spot he had seen the small maggot disappear. Rat Pack emerged from the shadows, stabbing Danka with his coward's knife multiple times before the shaman could even turn around. The enchanted blade was a long dagger for a man, but it was a short sword to Rat Pack. Zalgrish had infused it with light and darkness magic. The darkness spell acted as a venom against living beings and as an acid against everything else. The light element closed the wounds the moment they were opened. The forced healing would sap its victim's stamina and accelerate the spreading of the venom through their body by enhancing their metabolism. Danka managed to stop the darkness spell with one of his own, but he was helpless against the light magic which broke both his focus and his spell. As soon as the cube shattered, Zalgrish dashed forward and grabbed the shaman's face with his hands as he summoned back the undead energies that had been stolen from him. "Thanks, you idiot. I would have never escaped from that thing on my own," Zalgrish said. "You're welcome, Master," Ratpack said while turning into a puff of smoke to avoid the lightning bolts the orc had unleashed trying to get rid of the small pest. "Not you. I mean, yes, you helped me, but it was sarcasm." Zalgrish sighed at the ruined moment. He had been on his last leg, focusing all of his remaining mana on the healing process to pretend that he was stronger than he appeared to be. Recovering from small wounds like those the tools inflicted was one thing, withstanding Tier 5 spells was another. The Lick had deceived his captor, hoping that Ratpack would find the courage to step in the fight. The moment the Lick and the shaman came into contact, they started a tug-of-war for the control over the undead energies trapped inside the orc's body. 1 second the Lick looked almost human, with pink skin covering his face and pretty clothes over his body, whereas the orc was once again a bald, tall brute. The next moment, Zalgrish was reduced to 2 arms connected to his skull only by the shoulders, and Danka looked more magnificent than ever. The world energy would burst out of his body, forming a crown of pure mana above his head, and making his skin shine as he had turned into a god. "Oh crap," Zalgrish said. He hadn't realized that the channel he had opened between the shaman and him could go both ways. Even though the undead energy well remembered his touch, now that they were so close Danka could use his crystal ring to steal the little life essence that the Lick had left. "Ratpack Zalma, I need help," he said. Unluckily, Ratpack had run out of courage, and Lith had his plate full. "Damn it, do you want to dance? Fine, but I'll lead." The moment Zalgrish regained the upper hand, he warped them away. Yasmog was still busy dealing with Lith, but after the Lick's call for help, he had noticed how dangerous his situation was. If Zalgrish managed to strip the undead energies from Danka, he would be the next. If it was the orc shaman to emerge victorious, they would no longer be equal, and the Balor's fate would be sealed anyway. He ignored Lith's setting sun and darted forward to stop Danka, but the Lick beat him to the punch, moving his fight to an unknown location. A searing pain spread from the Balor's light wing as Lith pierced it with his spell. If I'm right, as long as he has all 6 wings, he should be able to use some kind of invigoration by absorbing the 6 elements that make up the world energy. To gain an edge, I must cripple his recovery abilities. Without his light wing, all the damage I inflict to him will be permanent, and he will be unable to recover his mana too. 2 birds with 1 stone, Lith thought. Yasmog couldn't agree more. His conceited expression was replaced by worry as the thorn made of black flames turned most of the white feathers into ashes. He turned around to protect his exposed back, but Lith managed to follow his movements thanks to air fusion. The Balor yelled in outrage, realizing his mistake. His power was unmatched, but he couldn't cast spells against someone outside his line of sight. Chapter 550 Eyes and Wings Part 1. A Balor's body was unable to channel mana. It was one of the reasons why millennia ago such a powerful race had attempted to force their evolution and ended up joining the ranks of the fallen races. Unlike all other creatures, they could conjure spells only through their eyes, making it vital for them to always face their opponents. Their other biggest limitation was their inability to cast spells above Tier 3. The highest tiers of magic required to fuse and manipulate multiple elements at will, while each one of the Balor's eyes could only handle one specific element. Activating more than one eye at a time was possible, but they were unable to cooperate. The only exception was the creation of hard constructs, like weapons or armors made from ice. They could be infused with multiple elements, but always one at a time. Balors couldn't use gravity magic, dimensional magic, nor complex arrays. They were unstoppable soldiers on the battlefield, yet as a race, they had been dependent on others for the creation of even the simplest enchanted item. Yasmog activated his red eye, turning all the agonizing monsters lying on the floor into cinders. Their corpses turned into spheres of smoke that orbited around the amplifier. The device started to reconstruct their bodies at a speed visible at the naked eye. Then the Balor activated his yellow wing, obtaining the same effects of air fusion. The sudden boost in speed allowed him to escape from Lith and put some distance between them. Lith cursed when he noticed that Yasmog was capable of using his white eye to slowly regenerate the white wing. Yet his mood improved when he noticed that the mana it stored wasn't being replenished. It seems that wings and eyes are connected, Lith thought. Indeed, unlike Trouble, Yasmog's eyes cannot accumulate world energy on their own. A wounded wing means he cannot recharge the corresponding element. We can't allow him to buy even 1 second, Solus pointed out. Lith darted forward, using a flight spell to match the opponent's speed. The Balor was forced to interrupt his healing spell to activate his yellow wing. It allowed him to negate Lith's air magic and unleash the lightning bolts he had previously stored. Or so he believed. After fighting Thrude, Lith had spent hours learning how to infuse his will even inside low-tiered spells, so Yasmog's attempt to slow him down failed. The focus needed to succeed prevented Lith from retaliating to the incoming lightning pillar, but he didn't need to. Solus opened a small warp steps in front of them, which redirected the massive spell against the amplifier. The adamant it was made of, and the enchantments protecting it resisted the assault, but the monsters surrounding it weren't so lucky. They had yet to regain half of their bodies, that they were once again reduced to smoke and ashes. "Nice artifact, human. I have some too," Yasmog said. A small silver sphere in his right hand shone with the intensity of a small sun as he launched himself against the enemy. Lith was aware of the enormous gap in physical strength between them, but time wasn't on his side. Stalling meant giving the Balor the opportunity to recover his light wing and his minions. To add insult to injury, I don't know if Zalgrish will prevail. I might be able to deal with one of those reverted monsters at a time, but if they team up, I'll be forced to leave. I'm greedy, not idiotic, he thought. Lith had noticed several completed artifacts still lying on the forges. If the Lick failed his mission, Lith was willing to collect everything he could on his way out as compensation. Lith dodged to the side, avoiding a head-on clash with the Balor, and cast another Tier 5 spell, Stormnado. It was a mix of air and darkness that conjured a thunderstorm of poisonous gas. The destructive mass of energy and the lab defenses clashed as Lith made sure the amplifier was caught in the area of effect of his spell, delaying the reverted monster's resurrection even longer. Yasmog appreciated Stormnado's prowess, considering the pain it inflicted him like a foretaste of the power he would wield once he completely assimilated the Lick's essence. His plan was now actually twofold. If before his aim was to undo his own fallen state and overcome his ancient limitations, capturing Lith would open endless possibilities to him. If I can steal the secret of awakening, Danka will be no match for me. Both my body and magic are superior to his. If not for him being an awakened, I would have long had him under my heel, he thought. Yasmog activated his yellow and black wing, but this time he didn't try to absorb Lith's spells. He instead reverted the flow, sending mana from his eyes to his wings and making the corresponding elements in the world energy unstable. No matter how much Lith focused, nor the amount of mana he pumped into Stormnado, the spell waned as the two elements composing it became unable to coexist. What's happening? Lith took the gatekeeper out of his pocket dimension. His flight spell failed him too, and he couldn't afford to waste more mana. It must be what Zalgrish talked us about. A reverted Balor can not only drain the world energy through their wings, but they can also use their stored mana to upset the balance and disrupt our magic. To cast an air or darkness spell, you have to counterbalance the distortion Yasmog caused, Solus said. Easier said than done. Damn Lick, stirring the world energy my pale ass, this is jamming. Lith didn't like his odds. The Balor's spells seemed to be unaffected by the mana distortion, making him apparently even more dangerous than the Orc Shaman and his crystal. Lith infused himself with all the elements and prepared for the worst. Yasmog's eyes lit up one after the other, emitting highly compressed elemental beams. Lith dodged with a roll, but the beams kept following him wherever he moved. They were so powerful that even the blue, translucent barrier protecting the library couldn't keep up. Only the presence of a second barrier below the first one prevented the precious tomes from being destroyed. "Stop running. I need you alive, not healthy," Yasmog said as his eyes darted along the room to follow Lith's irregular footwork. Despite his words, every one of his attacks had been aimed to Lith's vitals. "Any brilliant ideas?" Lith was almost out of breath. Escaping on foot from a flying enemy while dodging the elemental beams was a mammoth task. "Yes, don't get caught. I don't like how he keeps that shining sphere at hand," Solus replied. The good news is that between his jamming and his unrelenting attack, Yasmog is almost out of darkness and air magic. Lith didn't find any solace in her words. 3 or 5 rays made no difference to him. The Balor only needed one to kill him. Lith took cover behind the amplifier, hoping that the enemy wouldn't take the risk of damaging it. He was right. His move caught Yasmog by surprise, forcing him to spin like a top to look away from the priceless device. Lith managed to get a single breath worth of energy from invigoration before the Balor resumed the chase, but it was enough.